Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Shadow Monarch? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Katsumi Bakugo couldn't breathe. She had followed her underlings after trying to convince her childhood friend, Izuku Midoriya, Deku as she called him, to stop being a hero through some extreme methods, including suggesting he jump off a roof. Her plan was to marry him one day, but how could she express that after everything she had done? Katsumi envisioned a future where Izuku would help her with her agency or be a stay-at-home husband. But now, seeing him rush to her side trying to save her, she thought, wait, Izuku is coming to save me. Oh no! As he managed to pull her to safety, he pushed her behind him just as All Might arrived and punched the villain. The force of the blow sent Izuku crashing into a wall, causing him to bleed from his head and lose consciousness. The last words she heard him mutter were, "I accept," before everything went dark for him. Panicking, Katsumi rushed to Izuku, trying to wake him while shouting at the stunned All Might. Later, as she was praised by other heroes, she defended Izuku against their disparaging remarks, insisting they do something to help him. He was her quirkless childhood friend, her crush for as long as she could remember. She worried for him, knowing he had no living relatives in Japan and that his father, who lived in America, was not supportive. Meanwhile, Izuku had his own struggles. Just before the incident, Katsumi had told him to take a swan dive off the roof to get a quirk in the next life, and had thrown his notebook out the window. After being attacked by a sludge villain, he was saved by All Might, who denied that a quirkless person could become a hero. This left Izuku feeling hopeless, especially after losing his mother to a villain attack and relying on his father's financial support. As he walked home, he heard an explosion and felt compelled to investigate. He found a crowd of heroes, one of whom was controlling water to extinguish fires. Seeing Katsumi in distress ignited his determination. He threw his backpack at the sludge villain and attempted to rescue her. Just as he pulled her behind him, All Might arrived and punched the villain away, but the impact sent Izuku crashing into a wall. In that moment, he received a mysterious message, alarm. You have completed all the necessary requirements of the secret quest, Courage of the Weak. Confused, he pondered the implications of this quest. He was given a choice, accept/refuse. With his life hanging in the balance, he muttered, "I accept," before slipping into a coma. 6 months later, Izuku woke up with a start. He inspected himself, questioning if it had all been a dream. A nurse entered, and they exchanged small talk, revealing he had been in a coma for 6 months. As she left, he noticed a blue screen above him. Message: you have one unread mail. His head throbbed, and he wondered if the pain was a result of his injury. After calming down, he tried to interact with the screen, realizing it wasn't touch-sensitive. He commanded, "Open mail," and read, "Daily quest, preparing to become strong has arrived." The system promised to assist his growth, but warned of penalties for non-compliance. Intrigued, he read the quest details. Daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. The goals were laid out: push-ups, curl-ups, sit-ups, squats, and running. With a mix of determination and disbelief, Izuku thought, what is this? This feels similar to the notification after the sludge villain. I'm too tired to deal with this today. I'll start tomorrow, Izuku whispered to himself. The clock was ticking as he slept soundly. Time skipped to midnight. Alarm. You have not completed the daily quest. You are now heading towards the penalty zone for a certain period of time. Earthquake? Izuku screamed as he realized his hospital bed had turned into sand. Looking around, he found himself in a sandy area with a sunset. Something was moving in the sand dunes. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he saw a dark red name above a monstrous centipede. Poison Fang Giant Sand Centipede. Quest directions. Penalty quest, survive. Goal, survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Time remaining, 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Time remaining, 3 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Time remaining, 3 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. Gulping down his fear, he stared at the drawing of the centipede with sharp teeth and a long red tongue. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered before activating a secret move he had been practicing for 11 years, running away. Some time later. Aha! Izuku screamed as he ran for his life. Behind him were 12 large centipedes, eager to make him their meal. Just when he thought he was done for. Penalty quest, survive. Goal, survive until the timer runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes and 4 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes and 3 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes and 2 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second. Alarm. You have completed the penalty quest. In an instant, he was teleported back to his hospital room. Seeing the alert, he muttered, "Penalty quest. Your rewards for completing the penalty quest have arrived. Would you like to accept? Accept/refuse." With that, the 15-year-old protagonist fainted. A nurse later found him and helped him back to bed, surprised by the sands scattered on the floor. Time skip 1 week. A couple of nurses were commenting on young Izuku Midoriya's health as he was seen doing his daily run. The next day, he began his exercises, marking the 7th day of his routine. The blue box in front of his eyes was not an illusion, it was a real messaging system. Alarm. Complete. Running 10 kilometers, 10/10 kilometer. You have completed your daily quest. You received the following rewards. Reward 1, status recovery. Reward 2, stat points +3. Reward 3, random box +1. Will you accept? Accept/reject. Accept all, he said, and a golden light enveloped him, washing away his fatigue. He realized this system was similar to a quirk but with a touch of magic. He theorized he could store the status recovery for the physical day. You have received the random box. This was an interesting development. After each daily quest, he received a random box that could contain anything, though the chances of getting something good were low. Random box rarity scale. Junk, 90%. E, 9%. D, 0.9%. C, 0.09%. B, 0.009%. A, 0.0009%. S, 0.00009%. S plus, 0.00001%. During the week, Izuku received 6 junk items and 1 D-rank item, a sword that gave him a +10 in strength. Today's junk item was a Miruko pen, a useful item since he wouldn't need to spend 180 yen on a pen anymore. Speaking of strength, he discovered his status, which allowed him to level up and gain a job. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, fun. Title, fun. Level, feet 0. HP, 160. V35. Strength, 16. Agility, 13. Sense, 13. Vitality, 13. Intelligence, 13. Remaining points, 3. He experimented with his abilities, realizing he needed to maximize all stats to enter UA in less than 4 months. Strength was straightforward. At 10 points, he could hardly lift his bed, but at 13, it became easier. He also noted that strength impacted speed. Agility allowed him to be more flexible, enhancing his movement both in the air and on the ground. Sense improved his awareness, enhancing his senses like smell, touch, and hearing. Vitality increased his health, giving him a larger HP bar and a better chance of survival. Intelligence, the hardest to gauge, increased his MP and his ability to multitask and think quickly, leading him to believe he was developing a photographic memory. With 3 remaining points, he allocated 2 to sense and 1 to agility. C. Continued to analyze his abilities, he discovered he had a few skills. He had achieved muscularity and sprint during the penalty zones, but he was uncertain about what the unknown skill did, even though it was maxed out. He had also discovered the existence of dungeons, which he received as a reward from a random box in the penalty zone. The item he found was a dungeon key, which allowed him to create an instant dungeon at the entrance to the station near the Airjet's hero agency. After being granted a few hours for business by the hospital, he headed straight to the agency, eager to enter his first gate. It had been a week since he woke up from his coma. Standing outside the station, he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, but he managed to calm himself. I was one of the weakest in the world before my awakening. What would Katsumi think about me? He muttered, shaking off the thought. He was determined to go through with it. I'm confident in my ability to run, especially with my sprint skill. If it gets too dangerous, I'll just run away, he reassured himself. As he plunged the key into the air, a small blue portal appeared. Walking through it, he received a notification, alarm. You have entered the instant dungeon. Confusion washed over him as he realized the exit had closed behind him. No way, the entrance got closed, he exclaimed, noticing another person nearby who walked through the portal. Is this some other dimension? He pondered, taking a deep breath. I need to get stronger, so I can show them that a Deku like me can become the strongest. Suddenly, another notification startled him. Alarm. You cannot leave the dungeon. Either kill the boss or use the return crystal. I can't leave until I defeat the boss. Great, he muttered, hearing footsteps approaching. To his surprise, 3 zombie-like creatures appeared, armed with weapons. Their speed was unimpressive, so he rushed at one and punched it, only to see its left arm fly off. Lowering his guard, he instinctively moved backward as the creature staggered. Looking at the creature's name, he saw it was labeled weaponized zombie. Distracted by the name, he didn't notice the other 2 zombies closing in. Cursing under his breath, he jumped over them and kicked the ground, creating a minor crater as he landed. He quickly drew the sword he had received from the random box. Item, Steel Blade plus 10 attack. With a smirk, he charged again, cutting one of the zombies in half. Thank you for the luck, he said to himself as he received another notification. You have defeated the weaponized zombie you leveled up. 2 more to go, he declared, dodging a slash from one of the remaining zombies and countering with a slash of his own. I hope I can get used to fighting these monsters. He narrowly avoided a spear strike from the last zombie, delivering a diagonal slash that finished it off. You have defeated the weaponized zombie X2 you leveled up. Wow, usually in games there are things to collect, he mused, searching the 3 defeated zombies. He found 3 broken weapons and some rotten flesh. Item, weaponized zombies flesh, a piece of flesh from a zombie. You can keep it in your inventory or sell it in the store. There's a store too, he thought, intrigued. Buy sell, what can I buy? He wondered. Alarm. Your level is not enough to buy from the store. Looks like new players can't use this function, he sighed in disappointment. When prompted to sell the zombie flesh, he agreed and received 15 gold for each piece. 45 gold for the 3, he noted, leaving the broken weapons behind. This is an E-rank dungeon. I wonder how much an A or S-rank junk item would sell for? Taking a deep breath, he considered his next move. I could leave if I had a return crystal, he thought, but then shook his head. No, I need to get stronger. I don't know when I'll get another key. No bad thoughts, Izuku. You won't die from the boss, he reminded himself. As he spotted at least 20 glowing red eyes approaching, he weakly smirked. Bring it on. The zombies drew closer, some throwing daggers and spears at him. I already died once before. Being attacked by the Sludge villain was way scarier than you all, he declared, launching into a flurry of slashes, dodges, and kills. I won't die that easily. You shouldn't either, or I'll feel sorry for you. Fight fiercely, no hesitation, he thought, pushing himself to endure. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain as a zombie cut his left arm. Hissing in pain, he retaliated and defeated the creature. If I die, then what was the point of living? I will succeed in becoming the #1 hero, he resolved. After finishing off the 20 zombies, he took a moment to rest and lower his fatigue. As it decreased, he ventured further in and encountered more weaponized zombies mixed with a different kind of creature. Bring it on, I said with a confident smile. The zombies' names began to change color, indicating their difficulty levels. White ones were weak, orange meant they were strong, and red indicated they were stronger than me. Since the zombies were orange at the beginning and now they are white, It means I have become quite a bit stronger. Despite my progress, I hesitated as I spotted a particularly menacing figure below. But even with my current level, I'm not sure if I can beat that guy down there. I had just received a return crystal from a zombie drop, which allowed me to leave the dungeon if needed. I can't stop here. Motivated, I descended the stairs, hit by a strong smell of burnt flesh. Suddenly, something lunged at me with incredible speed. I barely managed to block the attack with my chipped sword, but the force sent me crashing against a wall, causing me to spit out blood. I realized my sword had broken in two. I thought I leveled up quite a bit, but I was wrong. Looking up, I saw the name of my attacker glowing dark orange. Undead Ruler, Rocket the Ghoul. Thinking quickly, I dodged to the left, formulating a plan. The ghoul's skin appeared tough, so I tried to test my theory with punches. I smirked when I noticed a tiny crack in its skin. Yes, it worked, but barely. I need to weaken this guy to defeat it. The ghoul lunged at me again, and I managed to block the punch, but I thought, I might die if this continues. It took me a couple of minutes to land a hit, but my health was low, and my fatigue was rising. I activated a skill called Sprint, surprising the boss enough to stab my broken sword into its eye. As it thrashed about, I quickly moved behind it and latched onto its neck, using all my strength to crush its windpipe. I need to become stronger so I won't be seen as useless. With a final shout of, "Die!" I felt the ghoul's body go limp. In the hospital, a doctor asked, "Izuku Midoriya still isn't back yet?" "Yes, he went out in the morning," the receptionist replied. "Why isn't he returning even after sunset?" "Apparently he had business in town, but he's also recovered a lot and will be discharged soon." "Does he have some sort of regeneration ability?" "We should stabilize him indoors," the doctor frowned. "In our system, it says he is quirkless. But I guess from the near-death experience, he could have unlocked one." "I will call the association to check the quirk factor," the doctor replied, still concerned. Meanwhile, Izuku sat against the ghoul, breathing heavily. "I guess I got a bit stronger? Huh, I am beginning to feel like a hunter." Alarm! "You have slain undead ruler, Rocket the Ghoul." "Oh, it dropped 2 items," he mused to himself. Item, Rockgut Blood. Item class, Type, Potion. Drinking it will give you harder skin and pain nullification but will weaken your agility. Item, Rockgut Gauntlet. Item class, C. Type, Gauntlet. Attack, plus 15. Defense, plus 5%. Gauntlet that can cover your right hand. It has a slight paralyzing effect due to leftover ghoul's blood. The gauntlet sounds pretty cool. I wonder if I can get a dagger too. Izuku thought. But compared to Rockgut Blood, it is awkward to use. I'll store it for now. Alert! The boss has been slain. The dungeon's interior will revert to normal. "And I am back at the station," Izuku muttered, noticing his clothes were torn. He changed into a cloak he had received from a zombie, but what caught his attention was the eerie silence around him. There were no people in sight. Walking out of the station, someone asked Izuku, "Who are you?" A policeman with a cat-like face inquired about the Greenette's identity. "How did you come out from there? Didn't you hear the broadcast?" Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. What happened? He didn't realize it yet, but he no longer looked like a scrawny 16-year-old. He appeared at least 17, with a good amount of muscle. The policeman, noticing the gauntlet in Izuku's hand, asked, "Could you be a hero?" Izuku wanted to say no but accidentally nodded. The policeman added, "This way, I will guide you, Sir Hero." Okay, Izuku replied, internally freaking out, thinking, "Don't I look 16? When he caught a glimpse of himself, he nearly dropped his jaw. "I see, I could always look young for a hero. But what happened?" The street was wrecked, cars were thrown into buildings, and a couple of heroes were fighting a large villain. Due to Izuku's heightened senses, he could feel that it was a C-rank villain with a gigantification quirk. The heroes were trying everything they could, but it wasn't working. The police were busy evacuating civilians, who were complaining about the length of the fight. Among the heroes were Backdraft, Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and Airjet. They could have easily defeated the villain if Airjet lifted Kamui for him to use his chain move. Oh well. When he saw the villain about to smash Backdraft, Izuku grabbed a broken pipe from the ground and threw it, hitting the villain in the forehead and causing it to stumble backward and fall unconscious. A small smirk appeared on his face as he thought, I think I got a little stronger. You have defeated a villain with a gigantification quirk. You leveled up. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't notice the curious face of a new hero who was about to enter the fray, nor the mixed expressions of anger and happiness on another face that only a mother could love. When the heroes and police asked who had taken down the villain, the cat policeman wanted to point to the man he had kind of dragged, but he was gone. Kamui Woods thought, he must have been a high-ranking hero to do that. For the next week, Izuku continued his daily quests, realizing he had around 16 weeks until the UA entrance exam. He had grown to 5 feet 10 inches with a more muscular build, focused on speed due to his training. After finishing a run, he took a shower and was waiting to be discharged. During this time, he added 3 extra points to his strength. His stats looked like this. Strength, 48. Agility, 36. Sense, 35. Vitality, 35. Intelligence, 33. He realized that leveling up was more efficient than completing daily quests, as he had gained 18 points per stat from the previous dungeon in just 3 hours. Suddenly, a nurse informed him he was free to leave, but he was stopped by 2 men who were apparently with the Hero Commission. Hello, Izuku Midoriya. My name is Ryuta U.S.J, and this is my partner, Kaisha Visor. We are here to check your quirk factor, Ryuta said. Both men were shorter than Izuku and wore black suits. Nodding, Izuku followed them to a separate room. If you're wondering, yes, I do have a quirk, but I'm still working out the KNKS, he explained. Kaisha placed a quirk factor detector in front of him. I can sense it. My quirk allows me to have minor insight into a quirk. First, please place your hand on the crystal. After a moment, Kaisha hummed. You do seem to have a powerful quirk factor. I presume you awakened it during the sludge attack. Receiving a nod of understanding, Kaisha continued, I can sense an adaptation type mixed with something else, but I cannot tell you what it is. Ryuta added, we will call it adapter, and it will have the ability to expand as you discover more uses. Izuku bowed, grateful. Thank you both. Once again nodding, he headed home, relieved they hadn't figured out it was an RPG quirk. I wonder where and how I got it. So far, I would say I am at least D rank level. Hopefully I can get higher before UA. I need to become stronger to show my quirk. During his training, he also found a C rank dungeon key, which would be extremely useful, though he didn't know where to open it. Later that night, after going home, he decided to take a walk to pass the time. Izuku wandered into an area where heroes rarely patrolled, lost in thought. Suddenly, a group of 6 people approached him, looking to gang up on him. To his surprise, the key activated on its own, skinging all 7 of them in. What? Don't tell me this is the area, Izuku muttered to himself. And who are you guys? Alert. You are in a dungeon. The leader coughed, trying to regain his posture. Hey kid, what the hell are we? Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, Izuku replied, sorry, I guess my quirk activated on its own. Basically, we are in a dungeon, similar to video games. We have to defeat the boss to leave here. Another voice chimed in, so, we can use our quirks as we want, sounding quite excited. Basically, we have to take down the monsters that appear. Inside, Izuku was worried about how they ended up in this situation. When he heard the sound of fast-moving monsters, he yelled, guys, they are coming. As everyone got into position, Izuku shouted again, above us. The monsters were identified as lizard types, and he noted their light orange name in his mind, Four-Eyed Lizard. Punching one after another proved effective, resulting in instant defeats. He glanced back at the group of 6, who were holding their own with fireballs, shields, and swords cutting through the lizards. After defeating a few more, notifications popped up. You have defeated Four-Eyed Lizard X5. You leveled up. Once the area was cleared, the group moved forward and stumbled upon a graveyard filled with mutilated lizards. Gulping down their fear, they pressed on. It's the boss room, get ready, Izuku stated. They entered a room filled with blue crystals, excitement palpable in the air. But as they moved forward, They encountered the boss, a massive dinosaur-like lizard with 8 eyes and sharp teeth, sleeping on the floor. They instinctively backed up, but Izuku stood his ground. One of the men used his fireball quirk to blow apart the roof separating them from Izuku, aiming for the blue crystals. Izuku cursed inwardly, realizing it would be better to defeat the boss first and deal with them later. The name appeared in dark orange, 8-eyed T-Rex. Let's do it. Izuku rushed forward, using his enhanced speed from his strength ability. Punching it with his gauntlet proved difficult. Its skin was tough, reminiscent of the ghoul he faced a week ago. My level is currently 20, a C-rank boss is doable. Using the skill sprint, surprised the T-Rex, landing a punch to the back of its neck that caused it to bleed. Effect Contagious has been activated, 8-eyed T-Rex HP will reduce by 1% per second. Effect Paralysis has been cancelled, the enemy is resistant to paralysis. Darn, only contagious. With its health weakened, the T-Rex couldn't dodge a punch to the side of its head, slamming it into a wall and reducing its HP significantly. 8-eyed T-Rex is now using the skill, Survival of the Fittest. The enemy's statistics increase by +10 for the next minute. Darn bro. The T-Rex retaliated, using its tail to smash Izuku across the room. My HP dropped by 320, I need to find a way to increase my damage reduction. The next minute was punishing, with the T-Rex's speed increasing dramatically. Luckily, his sense saved him most of the time. He realized he needed to boost his strength further. After the minute passed, Izuku sighed in relief, but it was short-lived as 8-eyed T-Rex is now using the skill, Call of the Alpha. The Alpha has summoned the 4-eyed and 6-eyed lizards to assist in defeating you. Cursing again, he saw many eyes glowing red. The T-Rex retreated, likely to regain strength, which meant Izuku had to deal with the summoned lizards. Using his gauntlet and natural punching power, he fought them off. After another 5 minutes, he had defeated them all. You have defeated 4-eyed lizards x17, you have defeated 6-eyed lizards x8, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. Okay, things are looking better. My stats increased by 4, and I gained 480 HP, though I'm still missing some. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Job. Title, Zombie Slayer. Level, 24. Fatigue, 58. HP, 1820 of 3000. MP, 124 of 390. Strength, 53. Agility, 41. Sense, 40. Vitality, 40. Intelligence, 38. Remaining points, 0. Damage reduction, 5%. Now, where is the big lizard? Sensing it to the northeast, he activated Sprint, which drained another 50 MP, continuing with 1 MP per second. Surprising the T-Rex, he landed a punch to its side, but was swiftly backhanded away. I need to be faster. Fatigue, 64. Skill, Sprint LV.1 active. Fatigue, 72. As the T-Rex prepared to crush him, Izuku remembered he hadn't used status recovery from the daily quest. With a small smirk, he said, "Accept," and a golden light enveloped him. Seizing the opportunity, he activated Sprint again and punched the T-Rex in the brain multiple times, the effect of contagious causing its head to explode. Sighing in relief, he checked his rewards. You have defeated 8-eyed T-Rex, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up, you have found a dagger from the 8-eyed T-Rex. A dagger, finally. I really needed one. He examined its stats. Item, T-Rex dagger. Item class, C. Tipped dagger. Tech, +20. Made from the 8-eyed T-Rex tooth. Unlikely drop rate. The dagger grants attack and defense. Effect, T-Rex defense, -25% damage reduction when blocking with the dagger. Twirling the dagger in his hand, he smirked, then sighed again, realizing he had to deal with the other 6. Suddenly, the wall exploded, and the group looked at him in shock, seeing him standing near the defeated boss. Well, it seems the kid actually killed the monster. How sad, I wanted to take down the boss, the leader of the small group remarked. Another member smirked, at least we have this one. Izuku felt the bloodlust emanating from the group. Alarm. An emergency quest has been issued. Entities nearby intend to harm the player. Slay them to ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Enemies required to be killed. 6 enemies killed, 0. What is this? The system suddenly. Izuku thought frantically. He was jolted from his thoughts as a member with a fireball quirk launched an attack, sending him flying backward. As the others began to celebrate, Izuku realized something. In a whisper, he said, "The system uses me, and I use the system." Then he started to laugh hysterically. The gang noticed he wasn't dead but seemed on edge from his wild laughter. Izuku shouted, "Why did I forget that? This place focuses on survival of the fittest more than anywhere else. I need to be on top." This frightened some of the gang members. My thinking was wrong until now. The many times I was beaten down, close to death. I mistook the dungeons as a safe place to get stronger. This world needs more than All Might's weakness. It needs to know true power. Kill or be killed. Wouldn't it be awkward if I die? His mentality began to shift. A new Izuku was emerging. The fireball user was panicking, convinced his aim was true and he had put a lot of energy into his attack. You played with a person's life, so are you ready to face the consequences? Izuku asked in a monotone voice. What is this BS saying? One of the cockier members retorted. You are outnumbered, kid. But before he could finish, Izuku appeared behind him, slashing his neck with a sword. The gang fell silent, but soon they sought revenge for their fallen comrade. What I mean is, you should be ready to become hunted. Enemies required to be killed. 5 enemies killed. 1. The gang launched their attacks. The fireball user sent flames, another threw knives, while 2 charged at him, and the leader activated his shield to protect himself and the ranged attackers. I can't run away anymore. I am not a Deku. Only the strong will survive. Flashbacks of his childhood and the discrimination he faced flooded his mind, especially the image of his mother in distress. His eyes glowed blue instead of their usual green, and some of his hair darkened, leaving only green tips. Shadows covered his face, creating an aura that made the enemies sweat. Don't let your guard down, boys. Gyu, give him one more blow, the leader commanded. As Gyu threw another fireball, Izuku used sprint to dodge and was suddenly in Gyu's face. Your quirk is annoying, he said, still with glowing blue eyes. He used his newly acquired dagger to swiftly defeat Gyu. The leader's eyes widened as Izuku ignored his defenses. Enemies required to be killed. For enemies killed, 2. That BSE, one of the heavy hitters yelled, and both rushed at Izuku with renewed bloodlust. Izuku sucked the dagger to his left hand, punching one attacker with his gauntlet while slashing the other across the torso. The one he slashed fell quickly, while the other was paralyzed, his skin rotting from the contagious effect. To end the man's suffering, Izuku swiftly ended his life. Enemies required to be killed. 2 enemies killed. 4. Next on Izuku's list was the knife-throwing quirk user. He dodged multiple projectiles, receiving only a minor slash on his right arm. This made him resolve to invest more points in sense, agility, and intelligence. Not wanting to prolong the battle, Izuku used the dagger to cut the man into pieces, splattering blood on himself. I feel so natural with a dagger. Enemies required to be killed. 1 enemies killed. 5. Alarm. New skill has been created. Skill, Advanced Dagger Arts LV.1, Passive. Due to the user's preference for daggers, attacks with daggers gain 33% additional damage. 1 more, and a new skill, Izuku mused. In a flash, all my members. UBSC, you were hiding your skills, the final member shouted, but before he could say more, Izuku rushed at him, smashing his head into the ground. I'm always leveling up ceaselessly, Izuku replied before ending the man's torment as he attempted to bribe and threaten him. My clothes are a mess again, they don't fit anymore, so I guess I'll need to buy new ones. Enemies required to be killed. 0 enemies killed. 6. Quest Reward Emergency Quest. Kill the enemies. Completion conditions have all been met. Will you receive the reward? Accept/refuse. Accept, Izuku muttered as he stored some blue crystals, which turned out to be mana crystals, in his inventory. Before even looking at the rewards, he found something in the body of the fireball quirk user. A rune stone. Interesting. Alarm. You have received rune, fireball type. Rune A skill can be obtained by breaking the rune. I will see if I can get more runes as they seem pretty useful. Now he was looking at the rewards. But this means I need to get my intelligence up more. You received 3 rewards. Reward 1, status recovery. Reward 2, experience points plus 10. Reward 3, skill bloodlust. Will you accept your rewards? Accept/refuse. Accept. It seems that I am getting 3 skills today. Izuku laughed dryly. The status recovery healed his cut and restored his fatigue to the 10 experience points were split. 2 into strength, 2 into agility, and 6 into intelligence due to the skills he would learn. Then came the 2 interesting skills. Firstly, the bloodlust skill. Alert. New skill has been learnt. Skill, bloodlust LV.1, active. With the use of 40 MP, you can intimidate an opponent using strong energy for 1 minute, which includes a stare of fear reducing their stats by 50%. Several targets can be selected. Then he crushed the rune stone. Alert. New skill has been learnt. Skill Fireball LV.1, active. With the use of 50 MP, you can use fireballs to attack. It can deal a maximum of 500 HP damage. Alert. Skills when leveled up can do multiple things. The MP cost will lower B, the damage done will increase C. A new part of the skill will be available D. Increase in proficiency in a skill. When a skill is maxed, there is a possibility for it to evolve. Be warned, not all skills can evolve. If there are 2 or more maxed similar skills, they can join and evolve into a stronger skill. Oh, that is interesting. Now he was going to get some sleep as he needed it. At the gate entrance, a man with a red bandana covering his eyes watched as a young boy, clearly lost in thought, was about to be surrounded. He was about to help, but then a portal appeared. Once again, the man was about to jump in, but it closed up. An hour later, it opened again, and he saw the young boy with some blood but also seeming stronger. Curiosity piqued, he stayed for another 10 minutes, but nothing came out. He deduced that the boy had defeated them, but he also sensed a lizard-like smell, which made him even more curious. However, he seemed to have lost track of the boy, even though he was pleased that one of his targets was a hero with a shield quirk. Nothing too powerful, but as his would-be 12th target, it would be something. A fake hero or a fake sidekick, to be more precise. A couple of days later, at the hero's agency, an elderly man wondered where his sidekick was. It had been 3 days since he last showed up for work, and this made him worried. He called the police and even went to his home, but he wasn't there. Ding, where could he be? A man in samurai-type armor with a gray beard asked. This was the number 9 hero, the equipped hero, Yoroi Musha. Could it be the hero killer? Izuku's POV. 3 weeks later, while eating, a notification popped up. Alarm. A harmful substance has been detected. Buff. Cure poison's effect is healing you. Widening his eyes at this fact, he noted, 3, 2, cure poison has been completed. The reward of my first E-rank gate, I think I accidentally overlooked it. He then remembered the Courage of the Weak rewards. Quest reward, secret quest. Courage of the Weak, great spellcaster Candiaru's blessing. He has gifted a special spell to you. Candiaru's blessing will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy during your lifetime. It's also thanks to this quest that I didn't suffer a permanent brain injury thanks to All Might. Quest reward, temporary effect will to rehabilitate, any dismembered body parts are restored. Permanent effect longevity, all diseases, poisons, and status effects are healed, and sleeping will explosively increase regeneration ability. If I'm immune to all poisons, that means. He took out the Class A potion. Item, Rockgut Blood Item Class. A type, Potion A pouch that contains Rockgut purified blood. Obtainable by defeating Rockgut. Unlikely drop rate. Drinking it will give you harder skin and pain nullification but will weaken your agility. Effect, Rockgut Rock Skin. Minus 10% physical damage taken. Effect, Rockgut Pain Nullifier. Minus 15% pain felt. Debuff weaken movement. Minus 25 agility. If status effects are automatically healed, won't this item's debuff be removed as well? There is no reason to think. With that, he drank the potion. A harmful substance has been detected in your body. 3, 2, cure poison has been completed. Item. Rotgut blood's effect weakened movement is fading. Just as I thought. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Zombie Slayer. Level, 27. Feet 0. HP, 3560. MP, 530. Strength, 78. Agility, 56. Sense, 53. Vitality, 53. Intelligence, 60. Remaining points, 0. Physical damage reduction, 10% plus 5%. Physical pain nullification, 15%. This caused him to smile. Even though the reduction was 10% and 15%, it was still something of note. Eventually, he would acquire more armor to reduce damage further. Additionally, something interesting happened today while completing daily quests. He accidentally did one more push-up than required, prompting him to see how much he could increase his performance. Complete push-ups 200 out of 100. Complete curl-ups 200 out of 100. Complete sit-ups 200 out of 100. Complete squats 200 out of 100. Complete run 20 kilometer. He expected a better reward since this was a hidden quest, and it did not disappoint. Sadly, as this was a one-time thing, this is what I got. Rewards from a hidden quest. Reward 1, status recovery. Reward 2, stat points plus 3. Reward 3, blessed random box, select. Reward 4, cursed random box, select. Will you accept your rewards? Accept/refuse. I added the 3 points into my stats and left the status recovery. The blessed random box contained something I wanted, while the cursed box held something I needed. Naturally, I chose the blessed one. I was content with how things were going, and honestly, I wasn't sure what I needed at that moment. Blessed random box. The box will be chosen in 3, 2. You received the key for Heaven's Castle. Item, Heaven's Castle Key. Item class is a key that allows you to enter dungeon, Heaven's Castle. Can be used in Endeavor's Hero Agency entrance. Couple of hours later. It was the dead of night, and I stood outside the Endeavor's Hero Agency. With my hood up and a face mask on, I aimed for anonymity. Approaching the entrance, I inserted the key. However, a number 2 hero returning from patrol spotted me. I waved at him and quickly jumped inside, causing the gate to close behind me. I could almost hear his frustration as I entered. Inside, I found a appealing corridor adorned with massive arches every 20 meters, decorated in gold and white. After walking for about 10 minutes, I reached a staircase that led to a massive gate. In front of it stood a tall humanoid figure with a pair of massive wings and a halo above its head. The figure wore a mask with a cross design, and its dark red name indicated danger. It wielded a spear that radiated immense energy, and I knew I had to be cautious. Heaven's Gatekeeper, St. Peter. I will become much stronger, I thought, though I knew survival was key to reaching my goals. I can't lose here. It would be a hassle to deal with the consequences. The best choice is to level up as much as I can before UA, as I don't know how many opportunities I'll have. I prepared myself as St. Peter flew at me with incredible speed. I dodged just in time and attempted to slash with my dagger, landing a small cut on his calf. Blood erupted from the wound, but the spear aimed at me struck the ground instead, creating a massive crater that nearly made me hesitate. Skill, Sprint LV.1 has been activated. Seizing the moment, I tried to hit the gatekeeper again, but my attack was blocked by the spear. Deactivating the skill, I contemplated my next move. Jumping back, I activated another skill, narrowly dodging another spear move. Skill, Fireball LV.1 has been activated. I conjured 3 large fireballs above me and shot them at St. Peter, hoping to create a distraction. However, he had other plans. Heaven's Gatekeeper St. Peter is using skill reflection. All mana attacks fired will be shot back with double the speed and power to their original target's location. Oh no! I yelled, activating the sprint skill again. I quickly accessed my inventory and grabbed a mana potion, as I only had 30 MP left. Mana potion. Item class, type, consumable. A potion that restores mana. Restores 500 mana upon consumption. Mana, 530 of 530. I don't want to rely on potions, but I have no choice. I activated another skill, determined to find a way to defeat St. Peter. Skill, Bloodlust LV.1 has been activated. The enemy's resistance was too high, the effect was cancelled. Cursing under my breath, I used my speed skill for 5 seconds, darting around him in an attempt to cut him with my dagger or punch him with my gauntlet. I need to think of a way to defeat him. Suddenly, I was too late to dodge a downward swing of the spear. My left arm was cut off, but I was grateful for the pain nullification effect. I struggled to move as the impact created a crater in the ground. Realization hit me, I could die here. Oddly, I started to grin. Fatigue, 72. HP, 890/3560. MP, 435 of 530. HP, 850/3560. HP, 810/3560. As your health is below 30%, skill perseverance will activate. Damage taken will be reduced by 50%. I remembered I still had the status effect but couldn't waste it. Without moving, I summoned 4 fireballs, shooting 3 around St. Peter and 1 directly at him, forcing him to use his skill and buying me more time. MP, 35 of 530. Reward 1, status recovery. Accept. Just in time, as St. Peter hurled his spear at me. I felt my left arm return. Using sprint, I dashed behind him and threw my dagger, but he blocked it with his arm guards. I summoned the dagger back into my hands, ready for the next move. This is a good matchup. Looking at my skills, but my attacks aren't having any effect. Heaven's Gatekeeper St. Peter was using his skill, Baptism. Not a bad way to die, but I ain't dying here. With pure luck and speed, I outran the devastating attack and got inside the guard of the saint. The system tells me about the gap between my enemies and me, but I must overcome it. Inside the guard of the Guardian of Heaven, I slashed his chest, causing him to back up a couple of steps. Then I realized something crucial. The saint was healing himself. I don't have any more status recovery. I must do something. I guess the system is making me stronger. With that thought, I rushed forward again, spear in hand. The opponent was surprised, which I took to my advantage. Stabbing him through the chest where the heart should be sounded easy, but against his armor, I had to put everything into it to penetrate. The activation of my bloodlust skill caused the saint to stop, allowing me to stab him through the head, killing him finally. You have slain Heaven's Gatekeeper St. Peter. Notifications flooded in, you leveled up, repeated multiple times. Thanks to you, I realized what my level is. I still need to get stronger. If I open the gate now, I will die. But hear me, I will come back and defeat all of heaven if I have to. I obtained several items, the Lance of Longinus, a spear with extra attack power against creatures of darkness, and St. Peter's ring, which boosted my intelligence and vitality. Sweet, plus 20 for both intelligence and vitality. I sure need it, I chuckled. The next 4 weeks followed the same routine. Daily exercise, leveling up my skills, and studying for UA. I tackled 2 D-rank dungeons, leveling up to 36, and currently, I was in a C-rank gate. My luck seemed to be turning after years of struggle. Defeating skeleton warriors wasn't as much fun as I thought, but my title helped me have an easier time. I was currently at level with a spear move to one and a cut to another. I reached level, you leveled up. I received a new notification, but before I checked it, I noted that I had acquired 2 new skills. The first was Vital Strike, a dagger-only skill that dealt critical damage. The second was a rune stone I bought for 580,000 gold, granting me the stealth skill. This skill allowed me to become invisible, erasing my sound, smell, and presence. I had obtained it to add variety to my abilities and to prepare for my future as a hero. After getting acquainted with the stealth skill, I had a maximum of 47 seconds to get in and out of a target area. It was challenging, and I had to use an MP potion to regain my resources. In the end, I successfully delivered a file to the number 9 hero's desk. I had heard rumors about a man who could take and give quirks, which I found intriguing. With the system, I could acquire abilities through runestones. Hopefully, I could find a healing one to become an all-rounder. I also leveled up my advanced dagger art skill to level 2, gaining an extra 7% damage, bringing my total to 40% when using daggers. Additionally, my skill, Sprint, has leveled up. Sadly, I have not received any skills for the spear I just acquired, as it is used as a tertiary weapon after the gauntlet. Moving on to the message I received, the player has reached the required level. Wait, required level? Like with the shop option to buy. The shop opened at level 25, featuring sections for potions, weapons, armor, miscellaneous items, and runestones. A job change quest has arrived. Will you accept the quest? Accept/refuse job. None. I will do it after I finish this dungeon. With that, I set the screen aside to avoid distraction and continued toward the boss room. I had to defeat many more enemies as they seemed endless, before finally entering a massive room. The boss room, I presumed. A skeleton figure stood in the center with a light orange name. It only took me 2 minutes to defeat it, and afterward, I leveled up 2 levels, which I considered beneficial. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Title, Zombie Slayer. Level, 42. Fatigue, 13. HP, 6080. MP, 900. Strength, 108. Agility, 93. Sense, 82. Vitality, 108. Intelligence, 108. Remaining points, 0. Physical damage reduction, 10% plus 5%. Physical pain nullification, 15%. Passive. Muscularity, LV.1. Advanced dagger arts, LV.2. Active. Sprint, LV.2. Bloodlust, LV.1. Fireball, LV.1. Vital strike, LV.1. Stealth, LV.1. I was ready for it and glad I took my time. The next day, around 3 p.m., I felt someone was following me, but there were no signs of hostility. I had forgotten to do the daily quest, so I hoped to complete it quickly. Heading to a park with few visitors, I said, "Accept job change quest," and a purple portal appeared. I jumped in, but before the portal closed, someone else jumped in. I was surprised to see who it was. Miruko. Miruko sometime earlier, Miruko's POV. After the kid threw a pipe at the villain, my interest in him grew. I started patrolling the area where he was, and on this day, I finally found him. He seemed to sense someone following him. It could have been me, but I thought it was the blonde girl with an unreadable expression trailing him too. When I saw him go to a park and mutter some words, a purple portal opened. He jumped in, so I followed. I noticed the blonde girl trying to do the same with her explosions, but it seemed she didn't make it. The next thing I heard was a shout of my hero name from the surprised green-haired kid, who was nearly a foot taller than me. NPOV. Izuku looked down at Miruko. Miruko, what are you doing here? You caught my interest with the pipe you threw, and now you're jumping through a portal. What gives? The rabbit woman asked, though she didn't mention that he smelled nice compared to others. So basically, you stalked me and jumped into a random portal that could go anywhere? Izuku asked seriously, giving a deadpan expression. A small blush appeared on her face, and then Miruko playfully punched Izuku's shoulder. Shut up. After a moment, the gamer sighed. Fine. Before you ask, I can create portals to improve my skills. Monsters appear, and I need to defeat them and the boss to exit a dungeon. Her eyes widened, and a devilish smile formed. Heck yeah, I can finally let loose. Oh, and what's your name? Now you ask. Geez, I'm Izuku Midoriya, but just call me Izuku, he introduced himself with a mock bow. You have entered a dungeon. Before you ask any more questions, let me explain further. In dungeons, anything can happen, different monsters, traps, and more. The monsters must be defeated, and they occasionally drop loot like in a video game. Even before Rumi could react, Izuku summoned his spear and threw it at a knight. Keep your senses open, we need to take them down. You have slain a knight. Rumi approached Izuku and poked the spear as it returned to him. "What is this?" she asked. This? This is the Lance of Longinus. I got it by defeating St. Peter in a different dungeon I entered a while ago," Izuku replied straight-faced. "You defeated an angel?" she said in disbelief. "I did," he said with a sigh. "Anyways, let's get this over with." Receiving a nod from the rabbit girl, he added, "It's a doll-type monster, and it will be annoying if more show up. By the way, we can't exit until we clear this, as I don't have a hearthstone." She nodded with a hint of hesitation, trying to understand the teen's quirk but coming up empty. Izuku received another message. "In this area, your potion and healing abilities are restricted. Upon leveling up, you do not receive status healing." "Sheet," Izuku muttered. Seeing her confused look, he answered the unasked question. "I can't use any healing abilities for some reason in this dungeon." So we can die here?" Chuckling, he replied, "We will not die here. I don't want to explain why the rabbit hero is dead." Rumi attempted to hit Izuku's head but missed. "I am a rabbit, not a bunny, you idiot." As fate would have it, Izuku tackled the bunny away just as a magician shot a fireball at her. "Oi bunny, get your head in the game. I know this is weird, but please look out." Rumi blushed slightly. She was the one people depended on, not one to rely on others. She didn't know this feeling but wouldn't complain, as she liked the warmth. Then they both got up to start their fight. Punching and kicking, with the occasional spear swing, was all that could be heard for the next 30 minutes. Rumi enjoyed every minute of it. She usually had short, quick fights, but this one was different and exhilarating. She needed to ask Izuku to take her to other gates to feel that adrenaline more often. Izuku realized the soldiers were using his skills, from fireballs to spear techniques. Some were knights, and others were stealthy assassins. The number of times he saved Rumi from the assassins was no joke. She couldn't smell or hear them. He also realized that if he had dropped points in strength, he wouldn't be able to break the knight's armor, making his dagger mostly useless against them. If his senses were low, he wouldn't detect the assassins. With his mana still low, using skills would be ineffective against the magicians. He thought agility would help him dodge spear moves and throws. "You have slain a knight x16. You have slain a magician x3. You have slain an assassin x8. You have slain a spearman x5. You leveled up." He also received some extra loot. He tried to give some to Rumi, but a few items didn't suit her, like the armor that would look ridiculous on her. Item: leather pouch. Type: container. A pouch to carry money. Item: high knight's chest plate. Item class: B. Type: armor. Plus 7% physical damage reduction, slows movement if your strength is below 80. Item: lukewarm water. Type: consumable. 1 L of water at room temperature. Izuku shared the water with Rumi, and both started to cool off. The bunny girl was grateful for a break from the constant fighting and for being saved by the handsome teen next to her. Fatigue: 54. HP: 5490/6200. MP: 900/915. "I can see the door to the boss room," Izuku stated, noticing the towering gates. "How are you doing?" Smirking, she replied, "Tired, but this is fun." Nodding, he said, "If it gets too hard for you, let me handle it." She hesitated but nodded. She couldn't argue. He had shown himself to be strong with impressive stamina. Especially against the assassins, she promised herself to get stronger too. Those opponents were around B-rank villains, and even though she was considered an S-rank hero, it was mainly due to her leg power and fighting style. After another 10 minutes, with Izuku's fatigue dropping to 33, another assassin attempted to sneak up on him, but he quickly dispatched it. He then blocked an arrow with his dagger. "Archers," he muttered. 5 more grueling minutes passed before they could reach the door. "You have slain an archer x7. You have slain a soldier x2. You leveled up." Finally, they opened the door to an expansive room. A chill ran down their spines at the sight of a dark red name looming before them. Blood Red Commander Igris. Item: High Knight's Gauntlet. Item class: B. Type: armor. Plus 5% physical damage reduction, slows movement if your strength is below 80. Item: High Magician's Ring. Item class, B. Type, Ring. Increases mana regeneration by 10 mana per minute. He equipped the gauntlet on his left hand and the ring on his right middle finger. For some reason, the items didn't interfere with each other. He was ready to face the boss and earn a job change. Both hunters gulped nervously. Rumi's instincts urged her to flee, while Izuku recalled moments of nearly giving up against strong opponents. Bunny. I don't know if you can feel the aura, but he is strong. Ignoring the nickname, she whispered back, I agree. A knight that protects the empty throne, Izuku thought as they faced the commander. The metal monstrosity slowly descended the stairs as both hero and teen prepared for battle. Running toward them, the knight swung his sword, nearly decapitating Izuku and Rumi. The greenette drew his dagger and attempted to stab, but the knight's armor was too formidable. Rumi seized the opportunity, but the knight caught her by the leg and hurled her against the wall, creating a massive indent. Miruko! Izuku shouted. Chuckling softly, she whispered just enough for him to hear, This is nothing, my blood is pumping. I haven't seen my own blood in a long time. With a confident grin, she added, After we defeat this red guy, I'm taking you out to dinner for the entertainment. A blush crept onto Izuku's face, and for a moment, Igris regarded her with a deadpan expression. Rumi realized what she had said and blushed, denying it in her mind. Seizing the moment, Izuku said while dodging the knight's sword, Sure, we'll talk about this after this gate. He barely blocked a downward swing from Igris with his dagger, supported by his gauntlet. Jumping back, Izuku and Miruko regrouped, preparing to attack Igris simultaneously. They managed to inflict some damage, but nothing significant. Izuku thought, I think we are using the same armor, so he must have a strength over 80 to do that. I guess it's my fists and your legs, huh, Miruko? Or should I say Rumi? He said with a grin. I preferred the bunny nickname, but I don't mind if we are not on duty, she replied. Yes, yes. What surprised them next was Igris stabbing his sword into the ground and releasing his cape, revealing extra daggers on his back. Chivalry, it's rare, so I respect you for that. But you're still not taking us seriously, Izuku said, though internally he was relieved that Igris underestimated them. With that, the commander rushed at them, and they both jumped out of his path. Miruko positioned herself behind him while Izuku moved to the front. They attempted punches and kicks, but Igris dodged or blocked every attack. Finally, he grabbed Izuku's leg and threw him onto the empty throne, causing a groan of pain to escape Izuku. Rumi was momentarily distracted, leading to a similar fate for her. Izuku caught her in a princess carry and whispered, I have a plan, you try to regain some energy. Just then, a notification appeared, Alarm. Your health has dropped below 30%. Skill, Perseverance will be active. Damage taken will be reduced by 50%. My defense increased due to my passive skill, I still have a chance, he thought. Gently placing Rumi on the throne, Izuku summoned his spear and, without hesitation, threw it. It missed the main body but struck Igris's left forearm, causing it to be severed. A white liquid, resembling blood, spilled out. Dematerializing the spear, he summoned his dagger and activated a new skill. Igris attempted to retrieve his weapon using Dominator's Touch, but he was too late. Skill Vital Strike LV.1, active, dagger-only skill. Uses 70 MP to deal critical damage to your foe's vital area. Using the skill on Igris, Izuku leaped onto him and stabbed under his helm. With a final punch, he sent the Blood-Red Commander crashing to the ground. Alarm! You have slain Blood-Red Commander Igris. You leveled up. You leveled up. Walking over to Miruko, they approached Igris's fallen body. Did we win? Izuku asked between breaths. I think the red guy underestimated us, allowing you to surprise him with your spear, she replied. I guess I did. My luck helped me here. If I made a mistake, I would have died. Oh, shut it, Izuku. You promised me dinner, so you can't die easily. Inside, she thought, this was definitely a high A-rank challenge that even S-ranks would struggle with. All Might and Endeavor could handle it, but the latter would need help. Ryukyu could do it in dragon mode, but his sword would have decapitated something. I need to get stronger, Oh look, it dropped a couple of items. Red Knight's helmet. Dominator's touch X2. Leather pouch. Hearthstone X2 have been obtained. Wait, 2 Dominator's touch? That's awesome! Izuku exclaimed. What are those 4 stones? Miruko asked, curious. Those 2 red stones are called rune stones. You can learn new skills, or some people may call them quirks. They have the same ability called Dominator's touch, which allows us to learn a form of telekinesis. Wait, this? Miruko was genuinely surprised, expecting him to keep them for himself. Yeah, you helped me clear this dungeon, so here you go. He handed her a rune stone and the return crystal. By the way, please don't tell anyone about the rune stones. The number of greedy people wanting them would be astronomical. Use them only in dire situations while patrolling. Izuku received an understanding nod from her. The other one can only be used in this dungeon to leave. Wait, why did they give it to us? Both realized, it is not over yet. With some time to spare, Izuku checked the other 2 items. Item, Red Knight's helmet. Item class is type, armor. Plus 15% physical damage reduction. Plus 20 strength. Plus 20 vitality. Item, leather pouch. Has been opened. You have received 1,500,000 gold. Total gold, 3,082,982 G. To think my gold doubled in an instant, Izuku thought. Furthermore, an S-rank item. This is my second S-rank item. He put it on, marveling at the incredible stats. Rune Stone, Dominator's Touch. Type, Rune Stone. A skill can be obtained by breaking the rune. Item, Hearthstone. Type, Consumable. A quest-exclusive item. If you break the Hearthstone, you will instantly leave the dungeon. If the job quest ends, the dungeon is automatically destroyed. Cannot be stored. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Job. Title, Zombie Slayer. Level, 46. Fatigue, 72. HP, 1705/6960. MP, 780/960. Strength, 132. Agility, 97. Sense, 86. Vitality, 132. Intelligence, 112. Remaining points, 0. Physical damage reduction, 11% plus 32%. Physical pain nullification, 16%. Get ready, bunny. This dungeon isn't finished yet, Izuku warned her. Don't worry, I've got it. Also, can you keep the rune stone with you until we get out of the dungeon? I don't have any pockets, Rumi asked sheepishly. With a nod, Izuku hid it in his inventory. A sound of "ihabu" indicated the appearance of a greenish-red portal, followed by more portals. The job change quest will begin. Sheet, then this is my job change quest. He cursed himself as Rumi looked at him with curious eyes. I'll explain everything during our dinner. She blushed slightly at the reminder but nodded. The longer you last, the more points you can collect that will place you into a higher tier job. Points! The longer I last. Izuku exclaimed, realizing the stakes. So the chance of obtaining a hidden class goes up the longer the timer goes on? Befitting for a job change quest, he muttered. My remaining mana is Rumi, hold on to me. With that, the two became invisible using Izuku's stealth skill. He whispered to Rumi, we need to hide and make a plan. She nodded, and they both vanished from sight. Izuku carried Rumi on his back, noting how strong she felt. I can do this for a couple of minutes, he thought, grateful for her invisibility. Suddenly, a massive black eye appeared above the magicians, its purple iris scanning the area. Confused soldiers approached, weapons drawn. Sheet, it detected us. Still carrying Rumi, Izuku summoned his spear and began to fend them off, striking down knights with swift punches. Rumi, use your hearthstone, he shouted, but before they could react, both their hearthstones were knocked from their hands. Sheet! Izuku grunted as he defended Rumi from the onslaught. He realized these knights were only C rank at best, with a few B ranks mixed in, but their numbers were overwhelming. Rumi watched Izuku take the brunt of the attack, memories flooding back to her. I'm sorry, Rumi, but we need to try and defeat them together. Got this, Izuku. It can't end like this, she replied, determination in her voice. As Izuku leaped into action, memories of his past surged within him. He had longed for strength, knowing the pain of being weak. He recalled his mother's love and the encouragement she always gave him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, questioning his choices. Why do you always stray from the safe path and dance with danger? It was a voice from his past, reminding him of his struggles. Rumi, too, faced her own memories, recalling the ridicule she endured for her quirk. A younger version of herself appeared in her thoughts, reminding her of the strength she had gained despite the challenges. Izuku noticed Rumi was in danger and moved instinctively, pushing her out of harm's way and blocking an incoming strike with his dagger. As long as I'm alive, I will protect you, Rumi. Don't give up. You're strong, mentally and physically. Let's show them who's boss. Rumi felt a surge of gratitude and determination at his words. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya, she whispered, feeling a connection with him that she had never experienced before. As they stood back to back, exhausted but resolute, another voice taunted Izuku, warning him of the sacrifices he would have to make. You have a long way to go. You will have to leave behind friends and family. Both heroes were weary, barely able to stand, but they were ready to face whatever came next. Quest directions. Daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. Goal, incomplete. Push-ups 0 out of 100. Curl-ups 0 out of 100. Sit-ups 0 out of 100. Squats 0 out of 100. Run 0/10 km. Warning. Reading the message, Izuku held his hand out to take Rumi's. She blushed but was also aware of how close they were to danger, so she didn't mind. As the countdown continued, he thought, they say luck is also a skill. Leaving you to die here would be a waste of it. Holding Miruko's hand tighter, the last thing he thought was, see you. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, notifying them that they had failed to complete the daily quest and were being moved to the penalty zone. The axe that had threatened them struck nothing but air, leaving the knights confused. In the penalty zone, both of them were on the floor, breathing. That was something, Rumi muttered, holding her thigh. Yeah, it seems we ended up here because I forgot my daily exercise, Izuku replied. You have to do that. Good timing, or we would have been in real trouble. Fatigue, 92. HP, 84 of 6,960. MP, 230/960. Izuku used his gold to buy the best fatigue potions he could find, giving one to Miruko and keeping one for himself. Drink this, it should help you. She took it and exclaimed, wow, I can fight again. What did it do? It helps with your fatigue and restores your health gradually. As they prepared for the next challenge, Izuku bought a first aid kit and began to bandage Rumi's thigh despite her minor protests. It will be better, but we need to deal with the monsters here. He felt a rush of adrenaline, understanding what Rumi meant by battle rush. Suddenly, sand monsters emerged, and Izuku fought them with agility, jumping and slashing with his spear. An alarm sounded again, announcing a new quest, survive for the next 4 hours. If the pain doesn't kill me, it will only make me stronger, he thought, while Rumi watched him in awe as she rested. Meanwhile, Katsumi had changed significantly over the past 6 months. She knew Izuku had been in a coma, but when the doctors discharged him, they didn't call her. He wasn't in school, and since final exams were over, he was lucky in that regard. She had seen him throw a pipe at a villain and was shocked by his transformation. He looked more like a Greek god than the scrawny teen she remembered. She noticed him enter a strange gate with Miruko, the rabbit hero, following him. She wanted to follow but was too slow. The rumors about Izuku awakening a quirk were true, and she felt conflicted about it. After waiting for an hour, she decided to visit his apartment, using an extra key she had taken from her mother. She waited on the couch for a few hours, then thought, maybe he has a girlfriend. No, he can't, he's mine. With that thought, she fell asleep on the couch. Back in the penalty zone, the countdown continued. Penalty quest, survive. Goal, survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Remaining time, 0 hours 8 minutes and 23 seconds. Izuku leveled up multiple times, gaining new skills and health. He felt stronger than ever. We have just over 3 minutes before we return, he told Rumi. You need a stronger weapon. She nodded, and he decided it was time to explain part of his quirk. It's a gaming quirk. I'm using the gold I've collected from selling unneeded items. What weapon do you want to use? Rumi thought for a moment. A dagger would probably suit my style. Smirking, Izuku replied, I think I have the perfect one. He found the Night Killer dagger and purchased it for her. This will help you, especially against the knights here. It is called a Night Killer and is the best weapon I can get for you at this moment. He handed it to Miruko, who was shocked. Are you sure? With a light smile, he nodded. Thank you. What Miruko did next caused them both to blush slightly, a small but affectionate hug. Item, Night Killer. Item class, B. Tipped, dagger. Plus 75 attack. Effect, Night Slayer. If used against an opponent with heavy armor, your attacks deal 25% additional damage. Izuku bought some more bandages. Let me wrap it around your hand so it won't drop like we did with our hearthstones. This caused them both to chuckle. You have purchased bandage. After Izuku helped Rumi bandage the dagger, he pulled out 2 rune stones. Let's break them, we may increase our chances. Wait, so you break them and you get the skill? With a nod, he passed her one of them, and with that, Izuku broke his. He used it to pull a leg of the massive insect towards him. Breaking her own stone, Rumi felt a surge of new energy, causing her eyes to widen. She did the same as Izuku and got stars in her eyes. Once again, she hugged Izuku, who was a little surprised, and she spun around while they both laughed. Skill, Dominator's Touch has been learned. Skill, Dominator's Touch LV.1 active. No mana required. You can control objects without touching them. It is like a quirk, a skill that doesn't require me to use mana, so this is useful, Izuku stated while letting go of Rumi. Penalty quest, survive. Goal, survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes and 4 seconds. Remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes and 3 seconds. Hold my hand, we are going back. Rumi held his hand more naturally. Remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes and 2 seconds. Remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second. Remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Penalty quest is concluding. So their numbers grew immensely within a few hours? Izuku asked jokingly. Let's kick their metal behinds, Rumi continued. With Izuku using the spear and Rumi her dagger, it went much easier. Being rested made a large difference. Jumping on a soldier's head, Izuku shouted, We need to kill those mages, they are the ones controlling these puppets with summoning magic. Sure, Izuku. With a nearly fatal slash that could have happened if Izuku hadn't regained his composure, he thought, so this is how you want to play it. Good, Bun Bun. I will kick your behind when we get out of here. Sure, but after dinner, please. With their game faces on, they traveled towards the magicians, with Izuku and Rumi going opposite ways to slash the magicians. You have slain it. Magician. Good, to done for more. Both saw that a chunk of the army had vanished, turned into armor. Izuku threw his spear at another one, hitting its target. You have slain a magician. Alert. New skill has been created. Skill, Spear Throw active. Deal damage by throwing your spear. As the skill's level increases, damage and accuracy will increase 70 mana. Alert. New skill has been created. Skill, Spear Mastery Art, passive. Due to the user's preference to use spears, you can use spears more proficiently. When a spear is used, the attacks gain 30% additional damage. New skills are always welcome, but finally some spear skills. Izuku mused to himself. Skill, Stealth LV1 active. 200 mana. Magician is using skill, Detection. Magician is using skill, Detection. Magician is using skill, Detection. You can see the eye, kill them, Bun Bun. With that, Rumi killed another one with her Dominator's Touch. 2 more left. He then shot a fireball towards a group of knights, allowing her access to a magician. Rumi saw the strategy Izuku was using, but when he jumped down from his hiding position with a spear in one hand and a dagger in the other, she noticed the muscles in Izuku's arms. Izuku was wearing a light gray shirt with a hood and black tracksuit bottoms, and she thought he looked great in it. The muscles from tightening his grip were defined but not overly bulky. Then she looked into his usually green eyes, which were burning blue right now, with some green tips waving around. He looked majestic. Even her instincts told her to get closer, but she knew they weren't at that stage of their relationship yet. Izuku was using the Dominator's touch to deal damage to the knights while advancing towards the magicians. Suddenly, Miruko heard a cry of pain. Izuku was stabbed in his thigh just like her. "How long are you going to hide behind your puppets?" He killed the knight, but suddenly the remaining two magicians started to chant and created a massive golem made of armor from the fallen knights exactly where Izuku was standing. Izuku jumped down and started to run, trying to distract the golem while Miruko would take out the two remaining magicians. Rumi had it easier as the number of soldiers decreased due to the golem's destructiveness. Using her Dominator's touch on one and a powerful kick on another, she helped bring the golem down. "All the monsters in the room have been slain. The quest will end now." "Dang, what a kick there, Bun Bun," Izuku whistled in appreciation, breathing a bit. "Done." They walked toward each other and fist-bumped. "Now what will be your job, I wonder?" "Possibly an assassin or even a magician," Izuku wondered aloud. "You will be able to choose a class based on the amount of points you have collected." "Apparently I can choose a job?" Izuku said out loud. "A job will be granted after the player's actions have been analyzed." "Oh, granted? I thought I could choose," a shocked Izuku said. He considered his stats, thinking, "I put a lot of points in strength, so maybe a warrior? But I also invested in vitality, so possibly a tank? A magician due to my mana points? Either way, I'll become strong." Wherever the player goes, the Reaper follows. The player's path is littered with corpses and the smell of blood. Izuku's eyes widened at the thought. Didn't Rumi count too? "Your longing for strength burns strong enough to call those who wander the valley of death, and the army of the dead who follows your commands shall create a path where your thread will be the law, and you will never need another's help again." "Army of the dead," Izuku said out loud. I preferred Rumi not being here for her safety, but she did help a lot, though. Then a realization struck them both. "Wait, this is my job." "Your job is necromancer." "A necromancer?" Rumi asked, receiving a wide-eyed nod from her partner. "Magic subclass necromancer, a grim magician with an undead army that follows." "I've never heard of someone with a necromancer quirk. Usually, they have a sentience quirk or a summon quirk for one or two warriors," Izuku said. "Why not choose it? It will be different from other heroes' quirks and helpful for you. Even an S-rank hero like myself would find this dungeon nearly impossible without you or at least 4 other S-class heroes. So imagine having a lot of strong dead soldiers to assist you." With a small smile, he added, "I met you a couple of hours ago, and you already seem to have a place in my heart. Thanks, though, I will choose this job then. Let's be a necromancer." "I accept." It seems this dungeon showed me a peek into the skill too. Izuku didn't notice the steam coming from Rumi's head at his casual remark. "Your job has been chosen. Based on the amount of points you obtained, you will be given a chance to promote to a superior class." When Izuku arrived home, he received messages from 3 different people, one from an unknown number that turned out to be Bun Bun, another from his childhood friend Kaken, and lastly from his dad. But first, he had to deal with the one person who was currently at his house, Katsumi Bakugo, aka Kaken. Upon entering, he sensed someone was there and was slightly surprised to find Katsumi. He was too tired to care, so he simply messaged her that he had come in and was sleeping. 5 hours later, he woke up to someone poking him. His shadow army had decided it was safe and didn't interfere, which he appreciated. The one poking him was Katsumi Bakugo. "So why are you poking me?" he asked, surprised. "You weren't waking up." "Where were you last night?" she replied. "I was with a friend most of the night." "Why do you want to know?" he asked flatly. "Like I need to know." Izuku sighed and decided to get changed. As usual, he had been sleeping in his underwear, and apparently, Katsumi saw him. With a red face, she shouted, "When did you get so good looking?" Then she corrected herself, "Ahem, when did you get muscles?" Quirking an eyebrow, he looked down at her due to their height difference. "Once again, why are you asking? Didn't you tell me to jump off a roof?" Guilt was written all over her face, and she struggled to hold back tears. "I'm sorry. I just didn't want you to get hurt being a hero, so I tried to discourage you. I was stupid. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness." He interrupted her by hugging her. "You talk too much, but I figured it out." This shocked her, especially with her face pressed against his chest, feeling his dense muscles. "How?" Chuckling, he replied, "In your sleep, you were muttering about how you were sorry and wanting me to be your husband." Her face turned atomic red as she protested, "I did not say that. I may not forgive you right now, but we can start over by becoming friends again. What do you say, Katsumi?" She was stunned, then spoke again, "Please call me Kaken again?" "Sure, but please don't call me Deku. I don't think I am a Deku anymore, and I want to leave that in the past." She nodded. "I'm sorry for that. I couldn't spell properly when I was younger and thought Deku was a cool nickname. But I'm still calling you Nerd." Patting her on the head, he said, "Don't worry. Now we have to eat breakfast, then I'm going to exercise. To be honest, I think Nerd fits better than Deku, don't you?" Nodding her head, she asked, "See and I join?" "Sure." At the breakfast table, they were eating when Katsumi asked him a question. "What is your quirk? There was a rumor started by the teachers that you awakened your quirk." Even though she knew about my ability to create portals, she had to ask since it was a hot topic at school. I choked on my food but answered anyway, "I won't tell you everything since I don't fully understand it myself. But it's similar to an RPG quirk, with some extra benefits. Please don't tell anyone, this is my trust in you. I'll show you more but not today." What was the portal you used yesterday?" I choked on my food again. Her raised eyebrow indicated she was probing for answers. "I wanted to talk to you yesterday, but I followed you to the park and saw you enter a portal with Miruko jumping in." "Fine, after the daily exercises I get a mystery box. In those boxes I can get anything from a pen to a key. It's a key that opens those portals where I improve my skills and level up. Can you take me to one?" "Sure, but I don't have any keys at the moment." That was a lie. I had one to the Heaven's Castle, but I was waiting to improve my stats and have more space in my shadow army. Katsumi wasn't ready for it, although Rumi could be with more training. After we finished breakfast and tidied up, I asked, "Wasn't Auntie worried about you?" "And nope." "Yep, that's Kaken for you." I picked up my phone and texted Kaken, "I need to call Dad. He called me last night." With a nod, I went to my room and called him. It took a couple of seconds, but it connected. "Hey, Dad." "Hey, Izu, how are you?" His gruff but friendly voice came through the phone. No doubt he was taking a break from his night shift in the USA. "I'm good, sorry I couldn't answer my phone yesterday." "Don't worry, I just wanted to let you know that the company I'm working for is opening an HQ in Japan, and I'll be the top manager here. So we'll be seeing more of each other." "That's great, Dad. I can't wait." "How is your time after the coma treating you?" "It's going great. I unlocked my quirk after waking up, so it's even better." "That's good to know. Your chances at UA will increase too. By the way, why does your voice sound deeper? Did you go through PBRY?" I became a little frantic and replied, "Kinda. Anyway, Dad, it was nice talking to you again. I hope we can spend some time together when you arrive. I've grown during this time too." "Sure, kiddo. I'll be there around summer. See you, Izu." "Bye, Dad." I hung up and quickly messaged Rumi back, asking how she was feeling after that night. I found Kaken on the sofa, her legs dangling from the side. She smiled and asked, "Ready?" Smirking, I replied, "Just keep up with me." "Bet." Some time later. She barely could keep up. The running was fine, but when we did exercises like push-ups and sit-ups, she struggled. Is little Kaken not able to keep up with me?" Hissing, she replied, "Don't look down on me. This was my chance. I was taller than her now. But I am looking down at you, look how short you are, I smirked. One day I will get you back, Izuku. We'll see. Let's get a drink. Seeing she was tired, I walked to a vending machine and got 2 waters, handing one to her. She nodded in thanks and drank. Thanks, nerd. Sure. I was stretching to loosen up after the workout, wearing green shorts with black leggings underneath and a black shirt that showed off my muscles. I noticed many women glancing at me before looking away, but Kaken was probably scaring them off. As I walked ahead of Kaken, I continued to stretch when I saw the hero from last night. I waved at her, and she noticed, jumping towards me with a lazy kick that I blocked with my hidden gauntlet. Sup, Bun? Why so feisty today? Imagine getting less than an hour of sleep and then having a full day of patrolling with a lot of minor crimes. Yeah, I can't imagine that yet. I offered her some of my water, which she took happily before giving the rest back to me. Hey nerd, is that Miruko? Kaken had a small twitch of her eye at the sight of the pro hero. Sure is. Bun, meet my friend Katsumi Bakugo. Kaken, meet Miruko. The two eyed each other, and I sensed some tension. Nice to meet a friend of Zuku's. Likewise, Bakugo replied, a little less enthusiastic than usual, knowing this was a pro hero. Why are you patrolling here? I thought you patrolled in a different city? I asked innocently. Oh that, I can patrol anywhere since I don't have a set location like Endeavor or Hawks. I nodded, understanding. So what have you been up to? Nothing. Just doing my daily exercise, and Kaken decided to join me. For some reason, Katsumi was giving Miruko a death glare, who was returning the look. Girls, am I interrupting something? This question broke the tension. Nope, they replied, though one of them scoffed. Miruko then asked, when are you free? Tomorrow. She nodded, that's a date then. This made me and Kaken blurt out in unison, date? Duh. I told you yesterday we are going out for dinner. I sighed but nodded, fine, message me the details. She gave a nod and a victorious smirk at Bakugo. Kaken then interjected, anyways, me and Izuku are going. See you never, Miruko. With that, the ash blonde pulled me away, similar to how a cat would lead its owner. I waved to Miruko, who waved back as she continued her patrol. Meanwhile, Bakugo was ranting about ways to deal with the bunny hero, while I chuckled good-naturedly, still being pulled along. After our exercise, I took Katsumi back to her house. I guess I will see you at UA then, Kaken. Don't die, nerd, and call me when you're going to one of those. I'll let you know when I get another one. As Katsumi hugged me, I was a bit surprised. She then headed inside and I jogged home. When Katsumi entered her house, her parents were waiting for her. Mitsuki and Bakugo, both in their late 30s, looked at her expectantly. So, young lady, where were you last night? None of your business, she shot back. Masaru interrupted the bickering. So, with Izuku, huh? This made her freeze. And what about it? So, when are we expecting grandbabies? A blush crept onto her face, and sparks flickered from her hands. Not for a while, and I have competition. Don't tell me Izuku is still dense, but seeing how he changed after his coma, it's no wonder more women want him. Her eyes widened. More women? I need to deal with this. With that, she stormed off to her room. After she left, Masaru asked, did she mention Miruko? The rabbit hero. Do you think her competition is Miruko? They said in unison. They nodded, both hoping to see Izuku as their son-in-law. The next day, Izuku was nervous about his date. Rumi had told him to dress more formally. He used the system to buy an outfit since he was too lazy to shop in person. He discovered he could exchange gold for yen and vice versa, with a favorable exchange rate. He exchanged 2,000 gold for 1 million yen, just to be prepared for the day. He chose black trousers and a gray shirt, rolled up to show his forearms. He bought a blazer and a tie but left them in his inventory. After consulting Igris, who gave a thumbs up, Izuku headed to the barber for a haircut. His black hair was styled messily on top with green tips, giving it a fiery look. He planned to meet Rumi in front of her house, so he picked up some flowers and a small gift. After an hour on the train, he received many curious looks, especially from the female passengers. Arriving at Rumi's house, he knocked on the door. When it opened, his jaw nearly dropped. "You look stunning, Rumi." She wore her hair in a bun and a black dress that reached her knees, with a slit for her tail. "You look pretty good yourself, Izuku." He smiled and handed her the flowers and gift. She opened the present and laughed. "You seriously got me a golden carrot." Izuku chuckled. "Well, don't you like carrots? A golden one should give you a boost, right?" They both laughed together. After calming down, Rumi said, "There's a restaurant I want to go to, but you need at least 2 people to enter and formal wear." "Ah, interesting. Are we walking or going by car or train?" "It's pretty close, just a 10-minute walk." With smiles, they linked arms and chatted as they walked, oblivious to the crowd watching and taking pictures. Upon reaching the restaurant, a high-end place serving sushi and seafood, they continued their lively conversation, seamlessly moving from ordering to eating as if they could talk forever. During dinner, the atmosphere felt natural, as if they had done it countless times before. Rumi was enjoying herself, openly breathing in Izuku's scent. Neither of them ordered alcohol. Izuku was only 16, and Rumi, being a responsible hero, had patrol the next morning. After dinner, Izuku took Rumi to one of his favorite spots in town. It was a 20-minute walk, and when they reached a hill, Izuku spread out a blanket for them to sit on while watching the sunset. "It's appealing," Rumi said, leaning her head on Izuku's shoulder. "Yeah, it is," he replied, resting his head against hers. "Jumping into the near-death zone was worth it," he added, causing Rumi to chuckle. After the sun set, Izuku walked her back to her house. At her doorstep, Rumi kissed him on the cheek and whispered, "I hope we can do this again." Smiling back, he hugged her. "Me too, Rumi." He waited until she closed the door before heading to the train station, feeling a sense of happiness about how the evening turned out. The next day, Rumi appeared on the news with an apparent boyfriend, showing them walking, eating, and laughing together. Rumi called Izuku to see if he had seen it, and they both laughed, realizing they hadn't noticed the cameras around them. Meanwhile, Katsumi gritted her teeth, recalling when she was training with Izuku and felt overshadowed by Rumi. She wondered what had happened in the portal to bring them closer, unaware of the near-death experiences they had shared. 17 weeks had passed since Izuku woke from his coma, and just under 8 weeks since his first meeting with Rumi. During that time, he mostly sparred with Miruko and occasionally with Katsumi, went on weekly dates with Rumi, and tackled 2 D-rank gates. He didn't bother saving the boss shadows, as normal-level shadows could easily handle them. He took both girls into the dungeons, Miruko to help her blow off steam and Katsumi to show her the ropes. He leveled up 3 times during the 2 gates, thanks to his shadows. His skills improved as well. Stealth reached level 2, Fireball also reached level 2, and speed increased to level stealth was the skill he needed to level up the most for effective use. Izuku also acquired a healing rune stone, which, while weak, could potentially heal more serious injuries as it leveled up. However, he couldn't legally heal anyone without a license, so he practiced on himself and Rumi whenever they got injured. Rumi surprised him by recommending him to UA, a day earlier than the normal exams to avoid crowds. To participate, one needed a recommendation from a high-ranking hero or a wealthy family like the Yaoyorosis. With Miruko by his side, they entered UA. Before his coma, Izuku would have had a fanboy breakdown just being there, but now he wore a smile. He and Rumi chatted about everything and nothing, with people recognizing them from the media. Despite the age difference, Rumi being 20 and Izuku 16, few called her a cradle robber, as Izuku looked older. UA was a massive school with interconnected buildings, and they walked into a gym, continuing their conversation. Izuku checked his stats and felt pleased with his progress. After his job change, he had collected 168 additional points, plus 15 from the gate, which made him stronger. He focused on increasing his intelligence to boost his mana points, which were low. He was grateful for the 600 mana points he received, as each point in intelligence added 5 mana points. Shadows didn't die when hit, they regenerated, using his mana for healing. The necklace from St. Peter was also helpful. Izuku noted that his save shadow and extraction abilities increased randomly over the weeks, which was puzzling. For the foreseeable future, his goal was to level up his skills, primarily during gates. Izuku Midoriya stood among the recommended students, feeling a mix of anticipation and nerves. He noticed several notable figures in the crowd, including Endeavor, who seemed to be watching him closely. Among the students, he sensed a strong presence from a bold-haired teen nearby, radiating a high B-rank aura. The atmosphere shifted as Nezu, the headmaster, made his entrance. Hello everyone. I am Nezu, and welcome to the recommendation exam. This exam will be split into 3 portions: a written exam, a practical exam, and an interview. Recommended students, please proceed to the next area. Miruko leaned closer to Izuku, her voice low enough for only him to hear. Don't mess up the interview. I know how blunt you can be. I'll try my best, Izuku replied, a hint of a smile on his face. Good luck, though you probably won't need it, she said, her tone brightening as she stepped back. As the students moved to the written exam, ectoplasm, the examiner instructed them, you have 1 hour to complete this exam. Once finished, please stay seated and turn your papers over. Raise your hand if you have questions. Izuku began the exam, which included questions on history, geography, English, math, and hero-related topics. He finished in 45 minutes, glancing around to see many students still struggling with the questions. Only he and a female student managed to complete it on time. The rest were voicing their frustrations as Present Mike entered to guide them to the next part. Okay, listeners. For this part of the exam, you will participate in a race with obstacles. There will be 6 races in total with 5 participants each. Remember, no going out of bounds and no interfering with others. As the first 5 names were called, a bold student approached Izuku, bowing deeply. My name is Inesa Yorashi. Who might you be? Nice to meet you, Inesa. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he replied, offering a friendly smile. Do you have a healing quirk? Inesa asked, drawing the attention of nearby students. It's part of my quirk, but it's not my main ability, Izuku explained as the next group began their race. Are you ready for the obstacle course? Inesa asked, his enthusiasm infectious. Definitely. I assume you're prepared too? My quirk is perfect for this race, Inesa grinned. Izuku felt a sense of calm confidence, his gamer's mind allowing him to analyze the situation without getting overly excited. As they waited, he observed a girl with a black ponytail and speculated about her creation quirk. How did you figure that out so quickly? Inesa asked, surprised. I like to analyze quirks and break them down into their basic components, Izuku replied. Soon it was their turn to race. The other participants included Shoto Todoroki and a couple of others. As they stretched in preparation, the countdown began. When the signal sounded, Izuku activated his sprint ability, while Inesa summoned a powerful wind tornado to propel himself forward. The first obstacle loomed ahead, a large jump requiring skill and precision. Izuku jumped easily and continued to his next obstacle. The next one was a monkey bar-style challenge with softball being shot from cannons. Izuku pulled himself up on top of the bars and started sprinting again. The following obstacle was an 8-meter wall. Midoriya smirked and used a fireball to smash through it, allowing him to advance. With only 100 meters to the finish line, he sprinted once again, achieving a final time of 37 seconds. Inesa followed with a time of 1 minute and 59 seconds, Todoroki came in third at exactly 2 minutes, and the boy with the split hair finished fourth in 2 minutes and 39 seconds. Lastly, the confident-looking girl finished with a time of 4 minutes and 24 seconds, and her cocky smile was nowhere to be seen. Izuku lost around 150 MP, which he was happy about, as it was being regenerated by his High Magician's Ring. Meanwhile, Miruko was enjoying some water and munching on the golden carrots Izuku had given her. They were the best carrots she had ever tasted, and she loved them. If she could, she would ask Izuku out right now, as she could clearly see he was developing feelings but was still a bit oblivious. She reminisced about the time spent with Izuku and hoped they could go to a high gate together someday. Her thoughts were interrupted by Endeavor. Miruko, you're the only top 10 hero here besides me. Ah, it's the number 2. How are you? She replied. The so-called number 2 grunted. Who is your brat? Frowning at Endeavor's wording, she said, I met him a couple of months ago, and we've kept in contact. We even sparred, and trust me, his punches are something else. But what about yours? She hesitated to reveal more about her crush's quirk. If she disclosed that he could give anyone rune stones, villains, heroes, and the HSPC would all be after him. Rumi was still fortunate to have the ability to use Dominator's touch, but she only used it in dungeons. Endeavor raised an eyebrow at the mention of her crush's quirk but then shifted the conversation to his own. He is my greatest creation, Shoto. He has both parts of mine and his mother's quirks. He will beat your brat. We will see. After the race, Miruko was laughing at the expression on Endeavor's face. What did you say? He will beat your brat? Wow, that was the best joke of this exam. Endeavor's eyebrow twitched. What is the quirk of the Midoriya kid? Oh, now you want to know? Why? He used some kind of fire, and his speed is pretty impressive. Smirking, she replied, I won't tell you, Mr. Number. Even in his quirk registry, it's a vague answer but not the truth. Shouldn't the registry have full knowledge of a quirk? Endeavor asked, bewildered. Not really. They only want a basic name. If it isn't a lie, it's acceptable. Just look at All Might's entry. It says, Strength Enhancer, but look at his speed and near invulnerability. His quirk isn't fully explained. With that, the 2 top 10 heroes stopped their conversation and waited for their recommended students to finish the interview. Endeavor was curious to learn more, possibly hoping that his failure with Shoto's twin could be redeemed. During the interview portion of the exam, a scruffy man with a gray scarf asked, Can I have Izuku Midoriya? Good luck, Izuku, Inasa said. Thanks, Inasa. Good luck to you too, and hopefully, I'll see you in UA, Izuku replied, receiving a nod from Inasa. Entering the room, Izuku saw 3 people, Nezu, the headmaster, Midnight, who had a playful demeanor, and Eraserhead, who appeared nearly asleep. Good evening, Nezu. Midnight and Eraserhead, Izuku greeted with a bow. This caused 2 of the 3 to widen their eyes slightly, while Nezu smiled. Good evening to you too, Midoriya. Before we start, how do you recognize Eraserhead? Before my quirk awakened after the coma, I was interested in heroes who fight practically quirkless, such as Eraserhead. I didn't have a lot of information, but I could guess the basic appearance of an underground hero, and he is one of the most famous underground heroes to boot. Receiving a nod, Midnight continued, On your papers, your quirk is called adaptation, but we noticed different aspects during the race. Why is that? It's true, I can adapt myself for better situations. However, the person who conducted the exam mentioned I have another aspect to my quirk. If I revealed my true quirk, I would be placing myself and my loved ones in danger, as I would become a target for villains, power-hungry heroes, and the HPSC, Izuku explained with a serious expression. Their eyes widened and Aizawa spoke up, Will you tell us? It depends on whether I get accepted or not and if Nezu will inform the HSPC. Nezu then replied, I am actually plotting against the HPSC. But please continue with why they would be interested in you. Sighing, Izuku said, You know the HPSC has their own heroes, right? Receiving nods from them, he continued, the majority of those heroes were trained by them from BGMI, such as Hawks. I met Lady Nagant before she was arrested, and there was something off about her. I did some digging and found out she was used to eliminate heroes who upset the balance. Why do you think there aren't many heroes with powerful quirks like All Might or even Endeavor? This left the trio in deep thought, with one of them forming a theory. That is sadly true, Nezu stated, causing Nemuri's eyes to widen and Aizawa to open his eyes slightly. I am curious though, how did you find that out? When a quirkless child is bored, they learn other skills to help their chances of becoming a hero, Izuku replied with a smirk. At the beginning, I wanted to be like All Might, throwing a smile in the face of danger and saving people. Now, after seeing the real world, I want to protect my loved ones and society, especially since All Might is struggling due to his injury. A light smirk appeared as Izuku crossed his legs. Midnight and Eraserhead stood up, with Aizawa asking, "How do you know?" Chuckling, Izuku said, "There was a Sludge villain attack around 10 months ago." They nodded, recalling the news. All Might saved me, and my quirkless self jumped on his legs to ask him, "Can I become a hero without a quirk?" He said no. That was after he transformed into his smaller form and showed me his injury. Apparently, someone stronger than him caused that injury 5 years ago. The only people who could have done that are Star and Stripe, but she's a hero and a massive All Might fan, or Vladimir from Russia, who was in his own country at the time. There are other heroes who could do it, but it was probably a villain. One person comes to mind. Nezu's mind raced as the others listened intently. There was a rumor of a man who can steal and give quirks, born over 200 years ago. I theorized that he stole many quirks at the beginning of the quirked society. There must have been someone with a longevity quirk, and with a few enhancement quirks, he could still be alive today, continuing to gain quirks even if All Might apparently killed him. Aizawa, intrigued, asked, "How did you find out?" "Remember when I said I was bored? I did some digging on the dark web to figure out who that man was. The fear surrounding the Dark Overlord of the Underground is one reason we are still fairly peaceful, meaning he is likely still alive," Nezu explained. "The Yakuza and other villain groups are hiding, as if they show too much, that man's underlings may come for those with useful quirks. This won't be reported as heroes will arrest them. I just realized that what you are saying may be true." Nemuri and Aizawa froze, the thought of All Might, the symbol of peace, being injured by that monster weighing heavily on them. "Nezu, what can we do? If that man can injure All Might, then what can we do?" Instead of Nezu, Izuku spoke up, using his intelligence to the fullest. "There are multiple ways. Firstly, people with non-touch erasure quirks, like Eraserhead, can cancel that man's quirks, allowing those with physical enhancements or power-type quirks to deal with him. We should also have long-range emitters ready. Secondly, if we cannot subdue him, then killing may be necessary. Lady Nagant would be perfect, as her range would keep her undetected. If you are worried about students, train them with different types of quirks against him, from single combat to group combat, with interschool training to make it more exciting and random. For the school, improve defenses in case of an attack, considering different transportation methods." "Couldn't have said it better myself," Nezu praised. "I want to give you an opportunity, Izuku." "I am listening," Izuku said, leaning forward. The three could finally see his serious aura. He was definitely on an S-rank hero level and wasn't showing all his cards. "I want you to be my personal apprentice." This caused the others to blink in surprise. "Why though?" Izuku asked. "Your skills, even as a quirkless individual, would be incredibly useful as a hero. Now that you have a quirk, you remain humble and provide clear explanations. Your analytical mind is exceptional, analyzing Momo Yaoyorozu's quirk in seconds. When Aizawa asked a question, your strategic planning was logical and feasible." "Thank you, sir. But what will I gain from this? I've heard rumors about your high intelligence, but if I accept, why should I choose to study with you over normal classes?" Izuku countered. "That's a fair point. As you know, we will have dorms this academic year. You will continue your lessons with your class but learn other skills with me: hacking, analysis, leadership, and how to deal with officials. With your aura, you will likely interact with powerful individuals, such as the chairwoman of the HPSC or high-ranking political figures." That is a fair counterargument, especially when it comes to talking to people, as I can easily offend someone without realizing it. That's why Miruko wished me luck with the interview. However, what will be your gain in all of this, as this is not an everyday opportunity? This shocked the two pro-heroes beside Nezu. Not only was Izuku engaging with Nezu respectfully, but he also wasn't afraid to express his thoughts. Simple. You are not afraid to speak your mind, and your perspective on heroics has been enlightening. It's reassuring to know I have someone to fill my shoes when I'm unavailable. How about we talk in private? I want to show you more of my abilities. I'll present them to my teacher eventually, Izuku offered. Perfect. Midnight, Eraserhead, Please get Hound Dog and continue the interview without me. With that, the two left, with Nezu perched on Izuku's shoulder, heading to a separate room. Did they just leave us? Nomuri asked. The better question is, why did Nezu choose an apprentice? Aizawa countered. They arrived at the headmaster's office and settled on opposite sofas. Tea? Nezu offered. Yes, please. I'll message Miruko quickly to let her know it will take a while. Nezu nodded, and Izuku sent a message to Miruko, who replied that she would wait. Taking a sip of the tea, Izuku remarked, Ah, delicious. Would you like some cheese? Nezu asked. Izuku smirked and replied, What's your favorite cheese? Nezu looked puzzled. It's Gorgonzola Picante. Why? Izuku accessed his inventory and produced the cheese. Here you go, Gorgonzola Picante, he said, handing over 5 kilograms of it, causing Nezu's eyes to sparkle. Is part of your quirk a space-time inventory system? Yes, but first, is the room soundproof? It is, and there are no cameras, only sensors due to some meetings that happen here. But at first, I thought my quirk was like an RPG quirk from the games. Then I realized I can receive keys to dungeons where I defeat monsters and level up. A week later, Izuku received the official letter from UA. Only he, Inesa, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Setsuna Tokage had made it through recommendations. Unfortunately, Inesa was placed in Class B with Setsuna, while he and Momo were in Class A. He also received a message from Rumi, informing him that Endeavor had been ranting since his son didn't get recommended, although both of his twins had passed the normal exam, with only the girl twin making it into Class 1A. It was a week after receiving the acceptance letter when he was allowed to move into the UA dorms. With everything packed in his inventory, he walked toward his Class 1A dorms. He heard shouting and went to investigate. What he saw was Endeavor with 2 of his children, Shoto and Shoko. Endeavor was shouting about not disgracing the Todoroki name to Shoko. Just as Izuku noticed Endeavor was about to strike his daughter, he sprang into action. Using his quirk, he positioned himself in front of Shoko and activated another skill, Bloodlust. This caused the number 2 hero to halt and instinctively step back in fear. So this is the almighty number 2, about to hit his own daughter. Wow, you are a bigger JRK than I thought, Izuku said, turning to Shoto. You didn't even try to protect your sister. As Endeavor opened his mouth to speak, Izuku unleashed Bloodlust again, leveling up the skill. If you're about to say something about being the number 2 hero, you're just using your position to get what you want, aren't you? Izuku spat. In a calmer voice, he asked Shoko, Are you okay? Yes, thank you, she replied gratefully. Do you have everything at the dorms? She nodded, and Izuku introduced himself. I'm in 1A, Izuku Midoriya. You are? Still in shock, she replied, Shoko Todoroki. 1A. Want to walk there together? He asked, receiving another nod. From behind them, Endeavor threatened, You will pay for this. Izuku used Dominator's touch to send the hero out of UA. Now it's quieter, he said, smiling gently as he heard chuckling from Shoko. Shoto looked bewildered that his father had been thrown out. Why did you help? Shoko asked quietly, her pure white hair and red eyes reminiscent of their mother. Her gentle features were striking. Isn't that what heroes should do? Even the strong might need saving sometimes. Plus, I don't like Endeavor, Izuku added as an afterthought. Thank you again, Midoriya, Shoko said, her smile bright. Just call me Izuku, I hate formalities. Then call me Shoka, she replied, her smile captivating. When they reached the dorms, they saw a U-shaped building above the ground floor. A tall blue-haired guy approached them. Hello, I'm Tenya Ida. You must be Shoko Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya. Yes, we are. How do you know? Izuku asked. You two are the last to arrive, Tenya explained. Your key is the top floor on the left side, Todoroki. There are 2 more people on your floor, Bakugo and Heian. For you, Midoriya, you're the only guy on the top right floor. Thank you, both new friends said. They both went to the lifts and headed to the 5th floor while making small talk. I guess we will speak later, Shoko. Knock on my door and if I'm there, it will be open. Thank you, Izuku. See you in a bit, Shoko replied, a small blush on her face. Izuku entered his room, which was a plain square with a toilet and a shower. He remembered that there was a joint bath on the first floor and realized he was the only male on the top floor. Contacting Nezu was easy, so he called him. Hello, Nezu here. Who is calling? Hey Nezu, it's me, Izuku Midoriya. Ah Izuku. How is the campus so far? It's pretty good. I was about to ask something. Sure thing, what can I do? I was wondering if I could remodel the top male rooms since it seems I'm the only male up here. That is true. There are 11 boys in your class and 9 girls, so if someone is exchanged, there's always a spare male room. Sure, do you need anyone to help you with the walls? No, thank you sir. I'll have my shadows help me. If you want, you can visit for some tea later on today. That would be great. See you at 7 p.m., Izuku. They hung up, and with 8 hours to remodel, Izuku got to work. Each room was 4 meters wide and 5 meters long, including the bathroom. In total, he had 60 square meters, plus an additional 15 square meters from the hallway. With the help of his shadow knights for moving and rebuilding, and the magicians assisting with some plumbing, they made good progress. Igris helped as much as he could, and Izuku gave him a pat on the shoulder. Everyone in the dorms wondered what was happening but couldn't enter due to a sign that read, "Please don't enter yet." At 5 p.m., the noises stopped, and everyone gathered again, seeing only one door to the male top floor. No one wanted to go in, but Katsumi, being Katsumi, knocked on the door and shouted, "Nerd, open up." In a minute, Kaken. After a few seconds, Izuku opened the door. One person shouted, "And we thought Todoroki's room was impressive." Ida, being the strict person he was, added, "You are not allowed to remodel the whole floor, Midoriya." Geez, calm down. Nezu agreed with me, so don't worry. He waved at everyone. Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Do you all want to come in? Everyone nodded. The 75 square meters had transformed into something magnificent. The first room was a large bathroom with a rain shower and a spacious bath that could fit multiple people. The floor was slightly elevated with black waterproof wooden panels that allowed excess water to seep through. The walls were painted black, illuminated by lights, and the sink, bath, and shower floor were made of dark gray marble, decorated with plants. Izuku designed 2 sitting areas, with the main one for relaxation. A large dark L-shaped couch faced tinted windows that overlooked UA, accompanied by 2 wooden tables and a light-colored carpet in between. Near the main sitting area was Izuku's desk, equipped with a TV above it and a computer with a meter-long screen underneath, along with extra space for homework. The second sitting area was intended for more private conversations. The hallway featured a fireplace, a 2-person couch, and 3 single chairs surrounding a wooden circular table. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with books on various subjects. On the table was a device that prevented sound from escaping a certain radius. At the end of the room, a bed appeared to float, with a black carpet underneath and a nightstand beside it. The wall behind the bed had dark rock tiles with hidden LED lights, and tinted windows stretched along one side, leading to joined balconies adorned with various plants, including herbs and skis. Bro, how did you do it? A blonde-haired teen with a lightning bolt asked. Hard work, Izuku replied, internally grateful to his shadowy friends who gave him thumbs up. A lot of people reacted similarly to Todoroki, and Shoko chimed in, Izuku, I did the same but on a smaller scale. Their reactions are priceless now too. Oh sure is, Shoko. They all sat around the main sitting area, some on the floor, bed, or desk chair. Do you want anything to eat? Pizza? With agreement, Izuku added, Oh, just a warning, Nezu will be coming around at 7 p.m. Wait, why? A boy with red hair and spiky teeth asked. Izuku magically pulled out 6 pizzas, a margarita, 2 pepperoni, a vegetarian, a Hawaiian, and a meat feast. Anyone need something else? Everyone shook their heads as Izuku produced some drinks, Cokes, Fantas, juice, water, and cups. Enjoy, tell me if we need more pizzas. After everyone expressed their thanks, Izuku added, I offered him some tea, so that's basically it. Oh, and I think we should introduce ourselves, as I bet not everyone knows everyone. With their agreement, Izuku started. As I mentioned, I am Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is called adaptation, but you'll have to see it in action as the name doesn't do it justice. I like training and spending time with friends. He looked to his left. Shoko Todoroki, quirk ice. I like cold soba and ice. She introduced herself quickly. Name's Denki Kaminari. My quirk is electrification. I can shoot out electricity. My likes are punk music and gaming. Yo, manly people, I'm Ejiro Kirishima. My quirk is hardening and I like manly things. Bonjour, I'm Yuga Aoyama. My quirk is naval laser. I like French cuisine and sparkly things. Good afternoon, I am Tenya Ida. My quirk is engines. I like studying, training, being punctual, and not breaking rules. The introductions continued with Mizo Shoji, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Mina Ishido, Toru Hagakure, Ochako Uraraka, Tsuyu Azui, Mashiro Ojiro, Hanta Siro, Fumikage Tokoyami, and then a girl with gray eyes and blonde hair spoke up. Hello, I'm Heian Cha. I'm from South Korea, and my quirk is sword creation. I can create swords with different properties. I like sweet things, training and cloud watching. Internally, she felt happy because, with her enhanced sense of smell, most people had unpleasant odors, but for some reason, Izuku smelled amazing. Finally, I'm Katsumi Bakugo, you extras better remember that. My quirk is explosions. I like spicy food and challenging the nerd. She pointed at Izuku, who sighed in defeat. I guess that is everyone here. I hope we all get along. Izuku bowed his head. They continued to chat until it was 6:40 p.m., when everyone left except for Heian. Is everything all right, Heian? Izuku asked. Yeah, I have a question though. With a nod, she continued, why do you smell so good? My nose has a mutation that lets me smell people better, and everyone else smells foul, but you smell nice. She waved her hands, trying not to feel embarrassed. I don't know, but let's test something. Izuku increased his aura, and Heian visibly relaxed. As I thought, the more aura I produce, the more relaxed you become. He had a theory but needed more tests. Her eyes widened. How did you do that? I honestly don't know, but after school tomorrow, we can try to figure it out and see if you can distinguish the unpleasant smells to help you become an even better hero. Izuku smiled. Thank you. She hugged him quickly and left. At 7 p.m., Izuku cleared the space and started preparing tea when there was a knock at the door. Coming. When he opened it, he saw Nezu. Hey, Nezu, ready for the tea? Sure am. You made this place look pretty good if I say so myself. Thank you, sir. They both sat in front of the chimney seating area. I brought a device that cancels sound escaping after a certain radius, so we can talk freely here. Even if someone can read our lips, it will be hard for them to see through the windows without my shadows noticing. Izuku poured Nezu some tea. This is really good tea, and with the chimney, it's perfect. How much was the device? It was around 2 million gold. I need to enter a dungeon more to earn more gold if you want any. That would be nice, thank you. So how were your classmates? They were pretty nice. They came into my room after I finished renovating, and I got them pizza, and we introduced ourselves. That's good. I was worried because some of them were reportedly bullied in junior high and had social issues. I realized that Heian Cha has a sensitive nose and that everyone except me smells foul. Yes, Cha. Her quirk is pretty unique. She actually came second in the entrance exam. How was the entry exam? I only know that Katsumi got in first. It was interesting. As you know, the top two were Katsumi and Shoko Todoroki, who got third, while Shiozaki and Shoto Todoroki tied for fourth. Endeavor wasn't happy that his so-called perfect child wasn't first or even in the top three. I bet. I made him fly out of UA this morning when he tried to confront his daughter. Izuku had a slight sweat drop. The mouse sighed, thank you for that. Sadly, I can only ban him from being within 100 meters of the dorms. Let me guess, they HBC? Izuku chuckled dryly. Partially yes, but also his influence. He even reported you today, which I disagreed with, and I threatened him with the camera footage being leaked. A fair point. Thank you for protecting me. No worries, Izuku. They continued talking until 10 p.m. when Nezu was reminded that the staff was worried about him. It was nice meeting you again, Izuku. Let's do it again. We will start our lessons in 2 days after school. Just come into my office and we will begin. I agree. Have a nice night, Nezu. With that, Izuku went to bed, happy to spend nearly 3 hours with his sensei and his new friends. Waking up a bit earlier than usual for his daily exercise wasn't Izuku's typical morning routine. Rising at 5 a.m. and completing his normal activities helped wake him up. When he returned at 6 a.m. and saw only one person downstairs, he greeted him. Hey, Tenya, how are you? Morning, Izuku. It seems you've done some exercise? Yeah, I just came back. I'm going to shower and then eat some breakfast. That's good. I'm off for my morning run. Have fun. Izuku took the lift to the 5th floor, entered his room, and got ready for a shower. He thought, I need to put additional points into sense. He realized he had been neglecting other stats for intelligence, but it was necessary since a shadow soldier consumed a lot of mana when destroyed. He needed to increase his mana or find an armor piece that provided intelligence points. After a 20-minute shower and an additional 30 minutes to get ready, he finally emerged from the bathroom. He had received a C-rank key, which had an icy appearance, and he promised himself he would explore it soon to see how his shadow army operated in a better environment. His uniform fit perfectly, but he decided not to wear a tie since he couldn't tie it without Miruko's help. Leaving the top button undone and storing his blazer in his inventory, he went downstairs to make some coffee and prepare breakfast. At 7 a.m., with not many people awake, Izuku decided to be generous and offer the next person who came downstairs the second part of breakfast. To his surprise, it was Cha. Morning, Kain. Want some breakfast? I made extra. Thanks, Izuku. I need coffee first. I'm still tired. It's already done. Add sugar or whatever you need to it. Thanks. Heian thought, husband material, causing a small blush to appear. The breakfast consisted of what he learned in America, a supposed English breakfast with sausage, scrambled eggs, beans, toast, cooked tomatoes, and mushrooms. It took him some time to prepare, but he had time to spare. Smells delicious, Heian said, taking a bite. Her eyes widened. Wow, this tastes amazing. Thanks, Heian. In his mind, he thought, I would prefer not to make breakfast for many people. It would be too troublesome. I need to save up for a kitchen. As more people started coming down for their 8:30 a.m. start, Mina asked, H, what is that smell? I think someone made breakfast, Ojiro added. Sorry guys. I kinda forgot that I'm not living alone anymore, so I'll try to make more breakfast. It was a half-truth. Izuku wanted to see how others would react and how everyone operated in the morning. Don't worry about it. We can make it ourselves and not rely on you, Jiro said, though she was secretly drooling. Momo thought, I wish my chef was here. I need to make breakfast or ask Izuku to make me something. I still need to ask him about his room. How could he have brought everything inside the dorm without anyone realizing? Uraraka also thought, food, I wish he made me breakfast too. The expensive room and massive bed, I'd love to have those. Kirishima was sulking at the manly thing Izuku had said. We will be in your debt, Izubro. Heian happily continued eating, impressed with Izuku's cooking skills, especially since hers were lacking compared to her new friends. Class started at 8:30 a.m., and everyone was chatting, particularly Midoriya and Cha, who was sitting just behind him. Aizawa entered the room, and silence fell. Morning. I am your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Call me Aizawa or Sensei, I don't care. Take those P uniforms and change. Meet me in front of Field Beta. With that, Izuku and the class left to change. Wow bro, you look absolutely ripped, Ejiro said. Thanks bro. You look good too, Izuku replied. On the field, Ochako asked, Sir, are we not missing orientation? It's my class, so my rules. At U.S.J, teachers have some freedom in how they teach. We will be using your quirks in some exercises to see how you perform. Japan doesn't allow people with strong quirks to excel except when they apply to hero schools. Bakugo, you got first in the entrance exam. What was your furthest throw in junior high? 64 meters, she replied. Throw the ball, but this time with your quirk. She smirked and yelled, die, as she threw the ball. 705.4 meters, Aizawa announced. Some giggles and excited yelps were heard, but Aizawa used his quirk to silence them. Shut up. If you're here for fun, the last person will be expelled. What? And that's not fair, came from Uraraka and others. The teacher continued, villain attacks, natural disasters, and quirk discrimination are not fair. There are heroes to make the world fairer so civilians can feel more at peace rather than scared of villain attacks. This made everyone quiet. Okay, we will begin with our first exercise. The first task involved seeing how much could be squeezed out of the machine. Izuku and Momo maxed out their machines, with Izuku using his strength and Momo employing her quirk to create a hydraulic press. The second test measured how many push-ups could be done in a minute. Everyone managed at least 30, with some, like Izuku, Katsumi, Heiin, and Ejiro, exceeding. The third test was the seated toe touch. Tsuyu excelled with her unique ability, followed by Kyoka with her earphone jacks. Other students, including Mina, Heiin, and Izuku, laid flat on the floor, pushing their limits. Shoko and Katsumi, along with other girls, came close to the floor. The fourth test was the 50-meter dash. Tenya clocked in at 3.04 seconds, while Katsumi finished at 4.92 seconds. Heiin used one of her swords to gain speed, achieving 4.52 seconds, which annoyed Katsumi. Izuku activated his sprint ability, finishing in an impressive 1.02 seconds. The fifth test involved throwing a ball. Uraraka achieved an incredible distance, while Momo created a cannon that launched the ball 2,840 meters. Ojiro used his tail to send the ball flying 930 meters, and Izuku, using his strength and Dominator's touch, launched it an astonishing 6,252 meters. Shoko created an ice spire that reached 639 meters. The final test was a long-distance run at maximum speed. Izuku dominated with his spring activated and mana regenerating. Momo followed closely, her electric bicycle outpacing most, except for Izuku. Tenya came in third, excelling in speed but struggling with stamina against Izuku and Momo. It would be illogical for me to tell you your individual results, but here are the class results. 1 Izuku Midoriya 2, Momo Yairozu 3 Shoko Todoroki 4, Katsumi Bakugo 5, Heincha 6, Tenya Ida. 20 Toru Hagakure. The top 5 were predominantly female, causing the boys to sigh but still holding hope for Izuku to remain number 1. Toru was on the verge of tears when Aizawa announced, "The last person is not being expelled. That was a lie. Get your books and go to your dorms." Ida questioned, "Sir, how could you lie to us?" Aizawa simply walked off with a smirk. Momo wanted to speak, but Izuku beat her to it. Phew, at least he lied. Last year, Class 1A didn't have the same privilege, they all got expelled. Momo's eyes widened at this revelation, realizing it wasn't just a ruse to motivate them. "Izuku, I can see what you mean with your quirk from last night," Kaminari said, breaking the silence. "You still haven't seen everything, my friend. Anyway, let's get changed, I have a meeting, and I bet you all are hungry." Heian walked alongside Izuku, chatting until they reached the changing rooms. Izuku asked her to meet him in the dorms after visiting Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl. She heard a knock on her office door, hoping it was the new student who could assist her rather than someone injured. "Come in." A handsome young man entered, and she thought he would have been someone she'd date in her teens. "Hello, Recovery Girl, I am Izuku Midoriya. Nezu should have sent you a message about my arrival." "Ah yes, Izuku, Nezu did inform me and mentioned part of your quirk, but only the healing aspect. So you can level it up, right?" "Yes, it is currently at level 1, as I have only practiced on others, not myself," Izuku explained. "I see. Hopefully we can train it so one day I can get a proper replacement. Is there anything you want me to learn beforehand?" Yes, I want you to read these 10 books. They cover field first aid, basic human anatomy, and common injuries from quirks or everyday incidents. After you read them, I will give you a test and provide more books. What can you heal? I can heal cuts, scrapes, first-degree burns, and most minor injuries. That is useful. Can you help me around here on Tuesdays and Thursdays after school and occasionally on other days? I will introduce you to all the equipment, and we will work on leveling up that skill as much as possible. Until then, practice on your classmates, okay? Thank you, recovery girl. I will make you proud. With a salute, he took the books and left to learn as much as he could. To be young again, the elderly woman sighed. The next day, Class 1A was surprised to find breakfast laid out for them. Each had rice and fish, with a variety of vegetables, fruits, drinks, and buns in the center, along with cold soba. However, one problem arose. Izuku was missing. Does anyone know where Izuku is? Shoko asked, eyeing the cold soba. It's strange that Izuku made our breakfast and isn't here, Kiri noted. Tease that nerd, Katsumi muttered. It is still 7:30 a.m., so we don't have class for a while, Izuku's childhood friend stated. Izuku is actually in a meeting with Recovery Girl? Ida answered, recalling what Izuku had told him after his run. Momo chimed in the recommendation exams he healed one student, so I guess he's being trained. Wow, his quirk is really unique. Enhancement, healing, and adaptation, Mina remarked. Katsumi, you've known him the longest, what do you think? Katsumi responded. He was actually quirkless for most of his life. This revelation shocked everyone. I hate to admit it, but after he saved me from a villain, he went into a coma due to a hero's attack that was more widespread than intended. He awakened during that time and gained new abilities, like shooting fireballs and turning invisible, just to name a few. She left out the part about the portal. The class listened intently as Bakugo added, it's better to see his quirk than to ask about it. Only Miruko and Nezu know the full extent of it, stupid rabbit. The conversation shifted as classmates began questioning Katsumi about Rumi's and Izuku's relationship. They're still friends, but it's mostly because Izuku is a bit dense, she explained, feeling relieved that their relationship wasn't more complicated. With Izuku wanted to get in some practice and ask Recovery Girl questions about the books he was reading. She started her day at 7 a.m. and finished at 6 p.m., but could be on call 24/. They talked for about 20 minutes, during which Izuku learned where everything was located in the office. Then, two people walked in, Power Loader, the teacher for the support department, and a teen with thick pink dreadlocks. Recovery Girl, please help May. An explosion occurred, and she has first-degree burns, Power Loader said. I'm sorry, I didn't know my invention would explode, May replied. It's only the second day of UA. Power Loader exclaimed, clearly frustrated. My dear, yes, those are burns from fire, and there are some scrapes too from the explosion. Izuku, can you heal her please? Recovery Girl asked. Sure, I'm Izuku Midoriya. My quirk will use my energy, so you won't feel tired afterward, he said, walking up to May. He placed his hand over the burned area and thought, healer. A green glow surrounded his hands as he began healing her. In just 6 seconds, her arm was fully healed, and he had only lost a small amount of energy. There, all done, he said. Thanks. I'm May Hatsum, first year in support, she replied. Nice to meet you. I'm also a first year from the hero course. It looks like you might have had a wire misplacement that caused the explosion, he asked quietly, unsure. Both support workers widened their eyes in surprise. I'm taking you, May declared, grabbing his arm. Wait, what? Recovery Girl, help. Izuku exclaimed as he was dragged along the floor. I think you lost him, Power Loader said uncertainly. Chuckling, Recovery Girl remarked, we have our lessons on Tuesdays and Thursdays after classes, but I guess he'll come here on days when he doesn't need to. Why did she take him? May had no idea. But seeing him help her and give tips on making her inventions safer solidified her decision to keep bringing him along. I recommend adding a cooling system to those boots. The body temperature and machine inside could overheat. Plus, The explosion could cause permanent harm, leading to a lawsuit, Izuku explained. Oh, and she noticed he started calling his inventions babies, and was explaining things clearly. They continued working together, and after another explosion, Izuku quickly healed her again. Anyways, it was nice meeting you, May. If you want to find me, I'm in the 1A dorms on the top male floor. Here's my phone number. I have to go, my class will start soon, he said, giving her a fist bump, which she happily returned. Now she had a number for a cute guy. Definitely a good day. Izuku. He entered the classroom still covered in soot and dust from the explosion. Jiro joked, Izuku, I didn't know Katsumi actually tried to kill you today. Chuckling, he replied, Nope, I made a friend in support and helped her out at recovery's office. This made some girls freeze as he walked to his desk. The morning lessons were normal: English, math, and classical Japanese. During lunch, Izuku met up with Mei and introduced her to Heian and Tenya. They chatted throughout lunch, making Mei happy as she made actual friends. After lunch, they had their heroics lesson. UA had morning PRDS for academic subjects, while afternoons focused on heroics, both theoretical and practical. Everyone was animatedly chatting when Kyoka pointed out the sound of footsteps approaching their room. The door swung open to reveal All Might, who boomed, Hello students. I am coming in as a hero should. Wow, it's All Might. He's wearing his bronze costume, so retro. His aura is slightly stronger than Izuku's, someone noted. This made everyone stop what they were doing. Heian quickly covered her mouth and explained, Sorry, I can sense how powerful someone is, and Izuku's aura is nearly at the same level as All Might's when he's not suppressing it. That was one of the things she discovered with Izuku last day. She could sense auras and their power. Izuku would have been excited before his coma, but after the reality check from All Might, he had no reactions. He was trying his hardest to keep Igris from emerging to confront All Might for what had happened. However, All Might was taken aback. He remembered the quirkless kid who had been so skinny and now saw this handsome figure. Tashinori recalled what Nezu had said about Izuku awakening a quirk, which eased his guilt a bit. Wow, he coughed awkwardly. Anyways, we are starting the lesson with battle training. He held up a card with the name for the students to see. Katsumi grinned. Battle? Rikido Sato finished. Training. All Might continued, but before that, you have your hero costumes, so get changed and meet me in Training Ground Gamma. With a press of a remote he exited. Izuku and the others retrieved their costumes and headed to the changing rooms. After changing, Izuku was the first one ready and walked to Training Ground Gamma. He wore black boots, flexible trousers, a white shirt, and a black overcoat. Underneath, he had armor designed to reduce damage from quirks and punches. Hello, young Izuku. I wanted to apologize for what happened, All Might said, bowing deeply. This surprised Izuku, who shook his head. I actually awakened my quirk during my coma, so I should thank you. He smiled softly, releasing his aura, which blended with his shadows, making it seem like it came from one source. All Might matched his aura but noticed Izuku's was slightly larger now. I am training with Recovery Girl to heal up your wound, Izuku added, suppressing his aura as he began to talk to his classmates. All Might felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. I would have definitely lost an arm if I fought him, especially in this state. In my prime, I would have beaten him. Nezu had mentioned that Izuku had multiple aspects to his quirk that seemed like different quirks. All Might needed to see how Izuku fought. Katsumi wore a female version of her hero suit. Shoko donned a blue bodysuit that could carry medical equipment and keep her warm, similar to Shoto's true cannon suit. Heian wore light armor with a thick red, black, and gold bodysuit. As they say, the clothes make the hero, and all of you do look the part. We will begin with a 2 versus 2 battle simulation inside a building, All Might announced. Sir, will we be able to choose our teams, or is it random? Why inside a building? Isn't my cape appealing? The questions came all at once, slightly overwhelming All Might as it was his first time teaching a class. Guys, I don't have super hearing, but to answer some of your questions, most villain battles happen indoors, where more powerful and tactical villains usually hide. For the teams, you will be picking randomly. He showed a large box filled with letters. Izuku was in the middle of the group and drew a piece of paper with a D on it. He looked around and found Kyoka Jiro with the same letter. I guess we're on the same team, huh, Kyoka? We are, she replied with a smile. Are we going to plan now or later? I would recommend later, we don't know who our opponents are. He received a nod. The rules are simple. There will be a hero team and a villain team. The villain team needs to protect the bomb from the heroes. The hero team needs to touch the bomb or capture the villains to win. The villains need to capture the heroes or prevent them from touching the bomb for the allocated 10 minutes. I will begin choosing the sides. After a moment, he announced, Team B are heroes and Team D are villains. Both teams will receive a building map, and you have 5 minutes to hide the bomb and plan. Our opponents are Shoko and Ijiro, Jiro stated. Nodding, they moved further away from the two heroes. Shoko will likely try to freeze the whole building, and Ijiro will want to rush in. Neither of them has a way to reach the top except through the ice tower Shoko could create, Jiro continued. So, the 4th floor? Yep, we'll stay in the room with the bomb since Shoko can freeze us solid if we slip up. We need to be on high alert. Your jacks can deal with the ice, and I can break through Ijiro's defenses. Is that okay? Yeah, that sounds good. After 5 minutes, the exercise began, and as predicted, Shoko froze the whole building. Izuku and Jiro quickly broke through the ice. They waited another 4 minutes for the duo to arrive. Suddenly, Kirishima barged in with Shoko behind him. Jiro sent a wave of sound at the two, breaking their formation while she defended against Shoko's ice attacks. Izuku was focused on Ijiro, urging him, Come on, Ijiro, you can harden more. Ijiro looked confused but tried to follow the advice. Activate your quirk again while it's already on, it will be stronger. And so it continued for 10 more seconds until Ijiro felt it. A block snapped, and his skin became more rocky, solid, harder than obsidian. Great! Well done, you evolved your quirk to become an ultimate defense, AG bro. Thanks bro. With that, Ijiro fell unconscious from the strain. Jiro was still dealing with Shoko, who was running to Kyoka to get behind the other girl's guard. Jiro froze a little in her legs due to Todoroki freezing the floor. She was too slow to put her jacks in the ground to break it. This prevented her from moving to intercept Shoko. Sorry Izuku, the punk girl thought. As Izuku finished the fight with Ijiro, he came sliding down the ice path, accidentally colliding with Shoko, and they both fell on top of each other, with Izuku beneath Shoko. The scene could have been very romantic, as Shoko's face was just a few centimeters above Izuku's. I am sorry Shoko you lost. He said this as he put capture tape around Shoko's arm. Some girls blushed at the sight of the accidental NTMT moment. Hero's team lost? All Might was just as confused. Shoko slumped down onto Izuku and muttered, warm. Izuku sighed but then put Shoko on his back. You okay, Kyoka? I am a little cold from the feet. Nodding, he leaned down and used his healing ability to warm her feet, which could have gotten hypothermia. Izuku then saw Ijiro and used the same skill on him to heal his injuries a bit faster. He picked up Ijiro and asked Kyoka if she wanted a lift too, but she declined. With Ijiro in a princess carry and Shoko on his back, Jiro next to him, they returned to All Might. So? Young Shoko, will you get off him? All Might asked. No, warm, she replied with a glare that could intimidate anyone. All Might backed down, while Katsumi gritted her teeth. Izuku then placed Ijiro in a chair and continued healing him. So, who do you think was the MVP of this battle? All Might asked. Momo answered, it would be Kyoka. Izuku was trying to improve Ijiro's defensive capabilities. He could have easily subdued him. Kyoka, on the other hand, stuck to her position and defended the bomb until she couldn't. That is a good answer. In most villain and hero fights, a villain wouldn't help the hero like Izuku did. But this should be a fight to bring out the best in one person and to better yourself and others. So, young Kyoka gets the MVP. This continued throughout the lesson. Katsumi was with Sato, who were the villains against Momo and Heian. Katsumi was determined to win, but she lost due to Momo's sweat blocking her chemical attack. Sato was dealt with by Cha's sword, forcing the villain to yield. The other matches were rather uneventful, in Izuku's opinion. The lesson finished with All Might excited as a hero. After school, Izuku finally leveled up his healing skill. Skill, Healer LV.2, active. Can heal small wounds and heal fractures, torn muscles, and some intermediate injuries. As the skill's level increases, healing major wounds and regenerating organs is possible. The current speed is slow 30 mana per second. This development came from healing all the minor injuries of his classmates. He was fortunate to have the High Magician's Ring, which replenished his mana faster than usual. According to the system, he could heal injuries up to intermediate level, including torn muscles, fractures, second-degree burns, and some scarring. He predicted that the next level would improve the speed of healing or reduce mana costs. Recovery Girl was pleased with his progress and began sending more injured students to him. Each level would take more time to achieve, so it would be a while before he leveled up again. High Magician's Ring B rank. Regenerates 10 mana per minute. It was another morning when Izuku made breakfast, this time with the help of Tenya and Heian. They prepared a light soup, rice, and some side dishes. The two helpers discovered that Izuku had a type of storage ability, allowing him to pull out skis they needed. The class was delighted with the breakfast, with Momo and others complimenting the skills of the three. Kirishima was so thankful for Izuku's help that he gave him a friendly hug, which Izuku reciprocated, solidifying their budding friendship. Ijiro also promised to train in his new form, which only lasted 3 seconds, but he couldn't move in that form yet. Izuku recommended that he start running more, as he was slower in his hardened form. For some reason, Tokoyami felt that Dark Shadow wanted to bow down to Izuku. It had been happening for a while, but he didn't have the courage to ask him yet. In class, Aizawa entered and quieted everyone down. "Good, you are all quiet." He was having a rough day, as reporters were trying to get into the school, and all students were confined to their dorms. "You are going to pick your class representative and vice representative. Do whatever you want, just make it done before homeroom is over." Nearly all of the class wanted to be class rep, as it would help in their hero careers. Ida finally quieted everyone down and raised his hand high. "We will be voting to decide the representatives." There was an agreement, and Momo created a box and some paper, handing it out to everyone. Izuku, in all honesty, didn't mind but preferred if someone else took the role, so he wrote down Momo's name. Ida counted the votes, and the final result was not surprising. Izuku has 7 votes, while Momo has 2. Izuku stood beside Momo at the front, offering her a reassuring smile. "Thank you for voting for me. I promise to be the best class president I can be." Momo responded, "Thank you for your confidence, I will also try my best." As they returned to their seats, Izuku whispered in her ear, "By the way, I voted for you." He left Momo momentarily confused, thinking that the only reason she won was because Izuku had voted for her, as she had voted for herself. But Izuku was joined by Heian, Mei, Tenya, Momo, Shoko, Katsumi, Kyoka, and Koda. They were chatting when an alarm sounded. Ida approached one of the third years to ask what was happening. "Someone broke into the school. This has never happened during my 3 years here." Izuku muttered, "I told that mouse to upgrade the security. It's so troublesome." Only Kyoka heard him. "Tenya, check the front." Being near the window helped. "It's the media." "Knights, spread out and see if you can find the actual person who broke in. Magicians, go to my room and use your detection magic to see if anyone else is in the school besides the reporters. Igris, stay with me just in case." He felt the shadows nodding in agreement. Izuku jumped high, hanging from the side of the building, and shouted, "Oh, Everyone stop." His aura made people freeze. "It's just the media. Use your brains, people, and don't act like scared chickens. Even if some of you don't do heroics, this is a proud school, so behave properly." With that, he jumped down and headed to class. One bubbly girl felt his aura and compared it to her friend's power, which had skyrocketed during the break. She was excited to meet him and ask questions about his quirk. The rest of the day was cancelled. and Aizawa informed Izuku that Nezu would visit him at 5 p.m. to talk. 5 p.m. in the dorms. Izuku and Nezu sat on the couch near the fireplace, sipping tea. So today's incident wasn't caused by the reporters, was it? Nezu asked. Sadly, that's true. Here, look at these pictures. He handed over a few images of a completely destroyed gate. It looks like it wasn't punched through but dissolved, like into dust, Izuku observed. That's my guess too, Nezu sighed. I've sent out my knights to check everything they can, and my magicians are trying to detect anyone. With an interested nod, Izuku continued, the knights didn't find anyone, but the mages discovered something intriguing. A purple warp quirk was in our school, specifically in the teacher's lounge. Unfortunately, none of my shadows can talk, and their writing is poor, but they did project an image. He called one of the mages over, please show the image you captured. With a bow, a holographic image appeared, revealing a purple figure covered in smoke, distinct from Izuku's shadow soldiers. It had yellow eyes and a neck guard, resembling a butler's suit. Nezu took a picture and sent it to all staff members, warning them about this individual. Do you think someone has a similar ability to you? Nezu asked. I don't think so. From what I gathered from the mages, it's safe to say this person isn't similar to me or my army. It does have a living component, meaning it's alive and not dependent on mana. I see. Thank you for sharing that and for stopping the potential disaster, Nezu replied. Izuku waved it off, and they continued discussing security upgrades that would be implemented immediately. The next day, it was time for their heroics class again. Aizawa informed them that they would be going off campus for rescue training and that 2 more teachers would accompany them. Ida attempted to organize his classmates, but it failed once again. On the bus, Tsuyu asked, ignoring Katsumi's warning, Izuku, what exactly is your quirk? Raising an eyebrow, Izuku replied, you know the basics from Kaken, no doubt. Katsumi looked sheepish but then smirked, in time, you'll see. Since I don't know your special moves, you don't know mine. We have the sports festival soon, so you'll probably see some then. She didn't like that response, as she was usually the one who got every question answered. Ding, Izuku, at least you have a good heroic quirk, I just short-circuit, Kaminari complained. Denki, who said you don't have an amazing quirk? Look how far you've come, and I'm sure you'll reach incredible heights with it too, Izuku reassured his blonde friend. He then noticed Shoko sleeping on his shoulder and smiled gently. Aizawa spoke up, quiet down brats, we're here. They saw 13, which caused Ochako to fangirl. Aizawa asked 13 where All Might was, and she held up 3 fingers. He will be running a little late this morning. Aizawa and even Izuku understood that All Might had used all of his remaining time. As they entered, 13 explained that all quirks could be used to injure and kill, which made Izuku listen intently. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker on and off, indicating something was happening in the central part of the building. The lights started to flicker as the U.S.J protection system activated. A purple portal appeared, causing Izuku's eyes to widen. He whispered to Aizawa, the purple one was who entered UA. This made Eraserhead tense, as all staff knew Izuku had discovered this. Out of the portal emerged a multitude of villains, including a monstrous figure nearby. Alarm! An emergency quest has been issued. Entities nearby intend to harm the player. Make them retreat or fall unconscious. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Enemies required to retreat or be subdued. Enemies retreated or subdued. Extra quest. Defeat the Nomu. The entity is a puppet to the leader. Eliminate it for peace to occur. Wow, great, Izuku said, his seriousness evident. Aizawa, can I deal with them? No, you can't, Aizawa replied. Let me ask again, sensei. You could easily handle the goons, but you won't stand a chance against that monster. Please, let me take care of them. I'll accept all consequences. Tisich, fine. If you die, I will resurrect you and deal with you myself, problem child, Aizawa warned, reluctantly agreeing, knowing his student was stronger than he was. Izuku nodded and began to walk down the stairs. Whoa. Villains in the, now what shall I do with you all? A gray-haired man said. Shouldn't you run away? You have no chance against my party. Izuku smirked. Oh, gaming terminology. I see you have a monster. What is that? This can kill All Might. It's called a Nomu, the man replied. Wow, that won't work. All Might isn't so easily defeated. How about we give it a try? Your army against mine. Confusion spread among the villains. What army? It's just you on the stairs, Shigaraki scoffed. What army, you say? Izuku laughed. Guys, don't harm any villains. Igris, please defeat the Nomu. Come forth. Izuku commanded, and with that, 40 figures clad in black with blue accents emerged from his shadow, materializing behind him. Igris against the Nomu, are you ready? With a roar of excitement, the knights rushed toward the villains, while the mages provided support. The highest-ranked summon, Igris, walked toward the Nomu, dragging his sword behind him to appear more threatening. Shigaraki's eyes widened, then he smirked. Let's see who wins, the party of 140 or yours. Nomu, kill Igris, then that brat. At that moment, explosions erupted around the leaders of both sides. The Nomu screeched and charged at Igris, who remained calm. Izuku observed the battle, noting how the knights spread out from the central plaza, with fireballs and detection magic being used effectively against the foes. Enemies required to retreat or be subdued. Enemies retreated or subdued. Izuku was impressed by the effectiveness of his shadows. The fight between Igris and the Nomu reached a stalemate. Igris would slash, but the Nomu would regenerate, and vice versa. Impressive, that's a good soldier, Shigaraki remarked. What's your name, Mr. Necromancer? Why not continue calling me Mr. Necromancer? You seem like a monk, Izuku joked. Shigaraki chuckled. I like you already. Let's join the fight. Couldn't say it any better. The two rushed forward with incredible speed. Shigaraki attempted grappling while Izuku punched and kicked. A stray thought crossed Izuku's mind. A monk video character actually fits him. After 2 minutes, they collided, pushing each other back. Enemies required to retreat or be subdued. Enemies retreated or subdued. There's a dozen of your forces left, and mine haven't taken a scratch. But your puppet and Igris are still at it. If All Might were here, he would have a bigger problem with only my sensei to rely on, Izuku smirked, watching Igris fight. Strength, speed, regeneration, and shock absorption are in that Nomu. It's a perfect combination of quirks to defeat All Might. You shouldn't reveal your enemy's strengths, you know. His punches are no joke. He's the #1 hero for a reason, Izuku replied deadpan. Igris was enjoying the challenge. Few could rival him, with only his lord being able to match him. Facing the Nomu allowed him to grow stronger for his liege, but the Nomu's regeneration was a significant hurdle. Igris, punch it as many times as you can. It has a limit to the damage it can absorb. Igris appreciated the guidance, knowing his lord was allowing the knights and mages to grow stronger for future challenges. I am Shigaraki. What is your name? He finally introduced himself. Call me Izuku, Shigaraki, although I did prefer the nicknames. And where do you think you are going? Izuku used Dominator's touch on Kurogyri, causing the Shadow Monarch's eyes to turn blue, fog emanating from them. I can't move, Tamura Shigaraki, the warp quirk user rasped. Stay behind Kurogyri. This is so much fun, Shigaraki reprimanded. Let's continue our dance. With a quick drink of a mana potion to regain some energy, he used Bloodlust, which caused Shigaraki and Kurogyri to freeze momentarily, feeling weaker. Using stealth, Izuku disappeared from their view and got behind them. Shigaraki barely dodged the punch, but Izuku took out his T-Rex dagger, slashing Shigaraki's cheek, which he couldn't evade. The leader of the League of Villains realized that Izuku had been toying with them from the start. We will see each other again, Izuku. With that, the decaying quirk user and Kurogyri left Izuku and the beaten Nomu. Igris knelt before Izuku, who mused that the regeneration factor of the Nomu had failed, meaning it was truly dead. Thank you, Igris. Also, well done leveling up to level 11. With a pat on his shoulder, Igris felt proud of himself. Izuku called over all of his shadows to surround him and approached the Nomu. Arise, you were left for dead, but this time, protect me. The shadow of the Nomu began to emerge from the body, forming a figure just below Igris' height, pure black with a beak and a blue face. Its muscles were larger than before, with streaks of purple showing. Have upgraded the shadow. Shadow level will be 8. Shadows higher than rank knight can be named. Your name will be Beast. They all kneeled to Izuku, and he returned them to his shadow. At the beginning, Class 1A thought Izuku was crazy, especially Aizawa. When they saw his shadow army, some nearly panicked. Now they understood why Izuku had told them to wait. Aizawa could feel the aura Izuku suppressed, knowing it would make others feel weak. Seeing Igris fight a creature that could apparently challenge All Might made them realize why Izuku was so confident. The Nomu was tough, enduring numerous attacks from Igris, but it didn't die. Then they witnessed Izuku fight Shigaraki. It was clear he was initially toying with him, but after a break, he began to fight more seriously, using more skills after drinking a potion. They were relieved he was a hero. If he were a villain, they would be in trouble. Katsumi watched in awe at what her crush was doing. Though she was frustrated about not having a chance to fight, seeing the one she would marry was a comfort. This sentiment was shared by others in the class. After the villains left, all shadows surrounded Izuku and then disappeared. They returned quickly, having sent Ida for backup. "Izuku, are you okay?" Heian asked as she rushed to him and hugged him. "Oh yeah, I am," Izuku replied with a smile, hugging her back. She sniffed. "You are stronger now than before the fight, how?" All the others listened intently. "Let's say I get stronger after each battle." Then Izuku turned to Aizawa. "All the goons are subdued, there are 140 in total, and this Nomu was dead from the beginning. I need to speak to Nezu in private about that man." Aizawa's eyes widened, and he tensed up. "So your prediction is correct, huh?" "It is. I think the League of Villains will be his plaything." "Huh, oh my. That is absolutely great. I will join in the meeting," Aizawa stated, first sarcastically, then in the most serious tone Izuku had ever heard from his teacher, to which Izuku nodded. The rest of the class was confused. Who was he? The teachers arrived, but it was all over. Nezu approached Izuku with All Might beside him. Izuku broke the hug from Heian, though there was some reluctance from her. His classmates began to ask him many questions about his soldiers and abilities, and Izuku replied, "In time, I will tell you all, but now I need to talk to Nezu and the police officers. I will meet you in the dorms." He waved at them and got into a car with Nezu, Small Might, Eraserhead, and an officer named Tsukachi. They rode in silence, so Izuku checked his notifications. An emergency quest, completed. There are entities nearby that intend to harm the player. Make them retreat or fall unconscious. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Enemies required to retreat or subdue, 0. Enemies retreated or subdued, 142. Extra quest. Kill Nomu, completed. The entity is a puppet to the leader. Eliminate it for peace to occur. Do you want to collect the rewards? Accept/reject. Accept, Izuku thought as he crossed his legs. Quest rewards. Reward 1. Additional points plus 10. Reward 2. Mana increase by plus 200. Reward 3. Key to a rank dungeon. Side quest rewards. Reward 1. Physical pain nullification increase by plus 10%. Reward 2. Plus 10 stats to agility. Wow, those are pretty awesome. Izuku lightly smirked and began to distribute the points he had earned. Item? Item class, A key that opens an A-rank dungeon. The location for use will be shown in 408:00. A key that reveals the location in around 17 days. Interesting. The sports festival is exactly in 2 weeks, but Izuku plans to enter Heaven's Tower from Thursday to Saturday with Rumi, who wanted to explore more dungeons. He felt relieved to have some time before the festival. In Nezu's office, the atmosphere was tense until Tsukachi broke the silence. "Tashinori, how does a student know your form?" he asked. All Might chuckled awkwardly. "It's a long story." Aizawa shot him a glare. "You left him on a roof and accidentally punched him into a coma." The room fell silent. "I can explain," All Might said, trying to defend himself. Sighing, Izuku interjected, "Can we talk about how All for One is alive?" Both All Might and Tsukachi looked at Nezu, who replied, "Izuku mentioned the possibility of that man being alive. He made some compelling points about the decline in villain organizations and Yakuza, likely due to fear of their quirks being stolen. But let's focus on the U.S.J. incident. Izuku, please continue." Izuku explained, "Yesterday, there was a security breach at UA. The gates were likely destroyed by Tamura Shigaraki's quirk, and Kurogiri used the chaos to steal files. When we entered the U.S.J., the lights started flickering." He detailed how he used his shadow soldiers. Tsukachi and All Might asked to see them, and Izuku summoned Igris, Beast, a mage, and 2 knights, who bowed and stood behind him. Nezu remarked, "This one is new." Izuku replied, "His name is Beast, also known as a Nomu. The next part of information I will share must remain confidential." He looked at All Might, Tsukachi, and Aizawa, who nodded in agreement. "My quirk awakened after I was in a coma. It's an RPG quirk where I level up and allocate points. I had a job change opportunity and became a Shadow Monarch. I enter gates," he said, summoning a key, "where I can defeat monsters and potentially recruit them for my army, which is how I obtained Beast." He thanked his soldiers as they returned to his shadow. "Any questions?" Aizawa asked. "Are those gates ranked, and can our students enter them?" "They are ranked from E to S. To attempt an E rank, you need at least 9 E ranks and 1 D rank and so on. I wouldn't recommend it yet, as I still don't know much about them, and there may be variations." All Might inquired, "So for an A rank, you need 9 A ranks and 1 S rank? What about an S rank dungeon?" "Yes, or more ranks in that category. 4 S ranks, you ideally need several S rank heroes and a healer, as it will be challenging. My classmates are mostly in C to B categories due to their lack of experience in gates, and they still need to learn how to use their quirks effectively." "I agree," Aizawa stated. "What about you?" "I have my army to assist me, but I know my limits. I may not survive an S-rank gate as I did last time. I won by sheer luck against one opponent. That's why I level up my skills and gain levels. I might have a chance with Igris and Beast, but I need more time." Izuku recalled the fight with St. Peter, shivering at the memory. Tsukachi said, "I will stay in contact if I have more information. I'll call you, Nezu." "Thank you, Tsukachi. I think it's time to conclude the meeting." "Good night, everyone," Izuku said as he left for his dorm. It was dark, and checking his phone, he realized it was past 9 p.m. He decided to jump onto his balcony and clean up before heading to bed. The class was worried about Izuku. He hadn't greeted them and didn't make breakfast in the morning, which meant he either didn't wake up or hadn't returned. Some students complained about the lack of food, but Hei-in, who wasn't one of them, ended up making breakfast for herself and Izuku. Ochako wanted to help, but, due to her height and reflexes, she ended up with nothing. She went to the top floor and knocked on the door. "I'll be there in a bit." She heard a slightly deeper voice, guessing it was his morning voice. What she saw took her by surprise. Izuku was dressed only in boxers, his hair still dripping wet, with a towel around his neck. Hey, and you okay?" he asked. Shaking off her surprise, she replied, "Can I come in?" "Sure, just let me get changed in the bathroom. You know where the couches are. I made you breakfast since you didn't come downstairs to make yourself one." Izuku emerged from the bathroom in trousers and a loose shirt. "Thanks, I slept in today." "What happened downstairs, though?" "I heard a lot of loud noises." Sighing, she handed him the plate. "A lot of people were complaining that you weren't making them food. Heck, Uraraka wanted to steal my extra plate." "Ah, wow. I make them breakfast with help from 2 others, and that's what I get. Thank you though, it's nice. Also, your food is delicious." He started eating with Hei-in. "Oh yeah, why didn't you come in yesterday?" "I was in a meeting with Nezu about the League of Villains and the Nomu. We think they'll be a bigger threat in the future. I was dead tired, so I needed sleep." "I don't blame you." She finished her food and leaned back on the sofa. "I hate to snitch, but who was complaining about not getting food? Even though I usually do the dishes too." "Better question. Who didn't complain? Ejiro, Tenya, Katsumi, Shoko, and Fumikage. I kind of thought so. 6 people, wow. I thought I would be more appreciated there. Oh well, this weekend I'm getting a kitchen, so you can come here for breakfasts and dinners if you want. Are you sure? I don't want to intrude. Nah, I probably won't cook many dinners, but I do like homemade breakfasts. If you let me use your kitchen, I can make dinners while you make breakfasts. What do you say? Sure, when neither of us is busy, then sure. I was curious, can I see the shadow please? She gave him a puppy-like look, which Izuku couldn't resist. Igris, come forth. The silhouette of Igris appeared and bowed to his liege. Igris, meet Heian-cha. Heian, meet Igris. He is my strongest soldier and friend. Igris was nearly in tears at this declaration. Cha approached him and touched his red hair. Fluffy. Oh my gosh, Igris, your hair is so fluffy. Izuku and Igris exchanged shocked looks. Igris felt even more determined to protect Izuku now. Izuku thought Igris was behaving like a puppy. Then a thought struck him. Guys, if I'm in my room alone, you can come out and interact. We have more than enough space here. His shadow army was happy with that. We need to be in class soon. You ready? Izuku asked. I just need to get my bag and we can go, Cha replied. Okay, Igris, I need to go, so can you return to my shadow? Igris bowed and disappeared into Izuku's shadow. With that, the two left for Heian's room. There was no one downstairs, so they walked comfortably to their class. Barely anyone could ask Izuku questions as Aizawa quickly quieted them down. He met up with Mei in her workshop during lunch and helped her with some of her projects. After school, he went to Recovery Girl to learn about healing. After returning, he invited Heian to dinner, which he had made with her help. It was a pretty good day, aside from trying to evade classmates who wanted to know more about his quirk. He found it odd that Tsuyu Azui was the main one asking questions about it, while Aoyama showed a keen interest but remained aloof. Izuku didn't trust those two for that reason. He felt no bloodlust but knew he needed to be careful about whom he shared his secret with. After dinner, he called Rumi, who mentioned she would be patrolling Kyoto in 2 days and would visit Tokyo soon for the UA Sports Festival. However, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to complete his daily quest. I forgot to do my daily quest. Great. He prepared for it, hoping to gain new shadows. Quest directions. Daily quest, getting ready to become powerful. Goal, incomplete. Push-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete. Curl-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete. Sit-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete. Squats 0 out of 100, incomplete. Run 0/10 km. Warning. Failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. Alarm. You have not completed the daily quest. You are now heading towards the penalty zone for a certain PRD of time. Here it goes. Quest directions. Penalty quest, survive. Goal, survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Time remaining, 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Izuku expected to see the poison fang giant sand centipede, but this time a different sand creature emerged. Its name was Dark Orange, Deathstalker scorpions. They were around double Igris height, but their length was enormous. Oh great, I have scorpions to deal with. At least they can help defeat large enemies. Then one lunged at him. And fast too. He had to dodge multiple stingers and claws trying to attack him, but like the centipedes, he jumped up and threw the spear. Due to the spear being S-ranked, it broke through the defense easily, so Izuku planned to use his skills to improve them. He fought alone for the first 2 hours before letting his soldiers join the fray. By the end of 4 hours, the knights had gained 1 level, and the others were close to leveling up as well. Izuku successfully upgraded the shadows of Deathstalker scorpions to level 9 elites, bringing his total to 20 in the army. They had grown significantly in size, now 2.5 times taller than Igris, and boasted more potent venom. Izuku leveled up once during the night but felt satisfied with the addition of 20 more shadows. The scorpion stingers provided some ranged capability, which would be useful along with their powerful claws. Some of Izuku's skills also leveled up, which was a bonus as he prepared to deal with a C rank challenge over the weekend and an A rank before heading to the Heaven's Castle. His skills included: Advanced Spear Arts increased from LV.1 to LV.2. This allowed him to use spears more proficiently, granting a 40% damage boost. Spear Throw increased from LV.1 to LV.2. This skill allowed him to deal damage by throwing his spear, with increased damage and accuracy as the level rose. Stealth increased from LV.2 to LV.3. This skill rendered him invisible to the naked eye, erasing sound, smell, and presence. Izuku realized he could have been increasing his stealth in his room using all his mana, which would have helped level it up further. He shook his head, waiting for the timer to reach 0. With only 1 minute remaining, Izuku stood still, anticipating his transport back to his room. After the minute passed, he was teleported back. Using Dominator's Touch, he collected all the sand and sold it for just 1 gold. Feeling fatigued, he noted his status and decided to do his morning exercises and catch up on schoolwork. After an hour, he used status recovery, adding 2 points to intelligence and 1 to sense. He prepared a simple breakfast of porridge with various sides of fruit and vegetables, drizzled with syrup and honey. He texted Heian, inviting her to join him for breakfast. The morning arrived, and Izuku and Heian were in his room while the rest of the class enjoyed their porridge downstairs. Everyone appreciated the meal, even if porridge was easy to make, as the sides provided a satisfying variety. Noticing Izuku and Heian were missing, Shoko came to check on them and knocked on the door. Izuku opened it, wearing his school uniform, though 1/3 of his top was unbuttoned. "Oh hey Shoko. Want to come in?" he asked. She nodded and entered, seeing them having breakfast. "Want some breakfast?" he offered. "No, thank you, but I appreciate the breakfast." "Downstairs," she replied. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. "I woke up early and made a different breakfast for myself and some extra if anyone wanted to join," he explained. Cha joined the conversation, asking Shoko how she was. "I'm good, but why don't you two sit with the rest of the class?" Shoko tilted her head, finding it curious. "I prefer eating with fewer people around," Izuku admitted. Shoko turned to Heian. "My nose is sensitive, so sorry if I offend you, but everyone smells pretty bad, and for some reason, Izuku doesn't." Izuku chuckled at her observation. "How is everyone downstairs?" he asked. "They're happy with the food," she replied simply. "I'm glad. I won't be making breakfast for the whole dorm every day, so I hope they can prepare their own meals," he said. "How come? A lot of them will complain," she asked, tilting her head slightly. "I'm getting a kitchen here, it will be easier for me too," he explained. "Ah, but can you please make cold soba? Your soba is very delicious," Shoko requested. "Sure, since you're on the top floor, I don't mind," he chuckled. After school, Izuku asked Nezu and Aizawa if he could leave for a while to take care of some business. Aizawa approved but requested that he bring someone along, and Heian was chosen since it was a relatively weak gate. "So, how does this gate thing work?" she asked, confused. They were headed to Sensoji Temple, one of the oldest temples in Tokyo. "I get a key that tells me a specific location. I insert it and we enter," he explained. It took them an hour to reach the temple from UA. Using stealth, he held Heian's hand as he placed the key midair in the entrance torii gate. A blue portal appeared, and Izuku whispered, "Ready?" "Yes," Heian replied, trying her best to hide her small blush. With that, they jumped in. The gate suddenly turned red as it began to close. "Alarm! You have entered a red gate. Time flows differently here than in the world. It is 24 hours in this world where it is 1 hour in your original world." Chuckling, Izuku thought, so a mere C rank turned into a red gate? Oh great! What is a red gate? Izuku asked the system, which provided him with information. Red gates are rare. They send you to another world where anything can be found. You cannot exit before the boss is defeated, all party members die, or it breaks. The minimum for red gates is AB rank, and C rank and above gates can turn into a red gate. Just then, Izuku caught an arrow heading straight for Heian's face. "It's an ambush." "Elves?" Heian asked, her eyes widening as she noticed the freezing effect around Izuku's hand. Izuku saw the attackers, each with dark orange markings. If I had to guess, 3 of them could handle a scorpion. Hey, those are called the Hyaki, he thought. Their eyes are sharp, they manage to single out the weakest of us. One of the Hyaki made a threatening gesture across its neck. A lot of anime-style tick marks appeared on Izuku's face as he crushed the arrow. That I'll deal with you myself. I don't think they're welcoming us, Heian said half-heartedly, producing a sword from her quirk just in case. Hey, you don't say. We need to find a safe location. Let's make camp. They started walking deeper into the forest, away from where the Hyaki had retreated. Wait, we cannot go any further, Heian exclaimed, looking around as she moved closer to Izuku. Why? He asked, curious. Can't you see? The area is covered with bear markings. This entire forest is bear territory. Sighing with a smile, he replied, So you're saying this area is full of bears? What? Did I say something wrong? Heian thought. Yes, so we should turn back. That's why we're moving into the forest. Huh? Did you not hear me? Do you want to die? She stopped in front of him. Sure, we might deal with a bear, but if many come, then what? If this is bear territory, we only have to worry about bears while in the forest. Bears are more reasonable than the ice elves. Heian's reasoning made her say, Why did I not think of that? With a downcast look. She wanted to be helpful to Izuku, but it wasn't working. The gamer patted her head. Don't worry, Heian. This is your first gate, and we can use our quirks however we want. Besides, aren't you cold in that outfit? She nodded, slightly shivering. Inventory. He pulled out 2 coats and handed one to Heian. Here, put this on. It would be troubling if you got hurt. Aizawa would have my head. I forgot you have the inventory thing. Item name, warm fur coat. Item class, none. Becomes extremely warm after being worn. Price, 10 gold. Since I'm the one who brought you here, it's my responsibility to protect you, Izuku said, patting Cha on the head again. He put on his own coat, unaware of Heian's blush. Suddenly, a massive white bear with glowing red eyes and blue crystal protection under its neck came charging at them. Heian instinctively wanted to protect Izuku, even though she remembered he had dealt with the Nomu. I told you I will handle this, he said with a reassuring smile. Jumping high to avoid the bear's claws, he came down and punched its head, caving it in. Heian was shocked, and when the snow cleared, she saw Izuku sitting on the ice bear. You leveled up. As you already know, Igris, I will show you how I obtain my shadows. Arise. From the bear, a black bear with blue eyes and crystals on its stomach emerged. This is an ice bear. It is an elite in the army and level 1. He patted its head and allowed Heian to do so as well. Wow, it is so fluffy. I know. I'm sorry to ask, but can we use your original body for food? The bear nodded. Thank you, I will call upon you later, friend. With that, the bear turned into Izuku's shadow. After some time of walking, they made camp with a fire that cooked the bear meat for dinner and breakfast. The next day, Heian joined Izuku in his training, with him helping her out from time to time. From the daily quest, Izuku earned 3 points, which he placed into his intelligence, and received a notebook as a random box reward, which Cha found amusing. It was then that he decided Heian was a trustworthy person and shared his system ability with her, except for the runestone's details. She hugged Izuku, thanking him for trusting her, feeling happiness in being trusted with a secret from her crush. After some exploring, they came across a massive cave patrolled by ice bears, with more starting to appear, resembling the ones Izuku had previously defeated. There were 19 smaller ice bears, but something felt off to Izuku. Come forth. Knights, mages, scorpions, Igris, and beast emerged alongside a lone bear. Izuku's eyes glowed blue as a smirk spread across his face. Go! That was all he needed to say. All shadows except Igris and beast rushed toward the bears. The knights were weaker than the ice bears, but with the help of the scorpions and mages, they managed to hold their ground. The knights typically attacked by materializing beneath the bears and stabbing them. Heian watched in awe as the battle unfolded and massive fireballs were launched by the mages, taking down another 5 bears. The strength of my shadow soldiers never ceases to amaze me, Izuku remarked. It's the second time I've seen them in action. It's truly impressive and a bit frightening, Heian commented. It consumes a massive amount of mana if they get destroyed before regeneration kicks in. Is that why you increase your intelligence to grow your mana? Yes, and to create more space for additional soldiers. Suddenly, a massive roar echoed from the cave as a bear twice the size of the scorpions emerged. It had red eyes, a black stripe of fur running from its head to its back, and scars marking its face and body. Igris, beast. The leader has appeared, please deal with him as the others can't regenerate properly now. The ice bear swiped its paw, destroying 90% of the army. Igris and Beast bowed to Izuku and charged at the bear. Igris slashed from above while Beast attacked from below, causing significant damage. Igris climbed onto the bear and used his sword to puncture deep into its body. The bear thrashed violently, nearly knocking Beast away, but thanks to its multiple quirks and superior regeneration, it persevered. Igris managed to cut its rear leg tendons. Wow, Izuku and Heian said in unison as Igris swiftly severed the bear's head. He then presented the head to Izuku while kneeling. I would have stood no chance even with Rumi if Igris had used his sword properly back then. We should be on equal footing with Beast just slightly behind us now. You have done well, Igris, but you don't need to bow to me. You too, Beast. You both make a remarkably effective duo, Izuku said, patting them on the shoulders. So Beast is the U.S.J. Nomu, right? Yes, he is a high-end Nomu. What made him frightening when he was alive was his unnaturally strong regeneration, combined with his strength, speed, and shock absorption quirks. Now arise. You have successfully extracted the shadow. You have upgraded the shadow. Shadow level will be 16. Alpha Ice Bear LV.16, Elite. Good, Izuku noted, observing the 19 additional ice bears and the towering Alpha Ice Bear. Can I name him, please? Heian asked with puppy eyes. Fine, Izuku muttered, though he thought to himself, even if I wanted to name him Tank. Fluffy, she exclaimed, prompting Izuku to facepalm. Okay, big guy, your name will be Fluffy, he said with a smile. He and Heian patted all the bears, and she marveled at the surprisingly warm fur of Fluffy. For some reason, Izuku sensed jealousy emanating from the other soldiers. At UA, Aizawa entered the dorms of Class 1A, where Ida approached him. Sensei, where did Izuku and Heian go? Izuku had some business to attend to, and we asked him to bring another student with him, so he chose Heian. Katsumi froze at that, thinking, did the nerd take her to a gate? They have become close recently. I barely spend time with him anymore. I need to change that. Shoko was curious, recalling that Izuku had mentioned he had business. But they left 4 hours ago, I thought they would be back by now. This statement sent warning signals to Katsumi. Izuku did say he had 1 C-rank key and wanted to test his soldiers. A C-rank should have taken him 30 minutes at most. She approached Aizawa. Can we talk? Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, he nodded and stepped outside with her. Izuku shouldn't be taking this long in a gate, she said, checking to ensure Jiro wasn't listening. You know too? He asked, sighing. I've known for a while. I assume you and Nezu, along with Miruko, myself, and now Heian, are aware of his gate ability. But what do you mean by taking too long? He did say it was a C rank. Izuku mentioned there might be gates beyond ES ranks, but he has no solid proof. A C rank would take him a maximum of 30 minutes. Aizawa's expression shifted to worry as he recalled Izuku's words. So you think he might be in a new type? She nodded. I guess he'll tell us when he arrives. If he isn't back in 2 hours, I'm going to retrieve them, Aizawa stated. Thank you for informing me. Good night, Sensei. It had been another 4 days in the gate, totaling 5 hours in the outside world. Izuku continued his exercises while training Heian. They encountered 5 more bears, but Izuku decided to save some shadow spaces instead of turning them into his shadow army. Heian managed to defeat 2 bears on her own, which made her happy. How about you guys undo your stealth? Hiding is pointless with your powerful energy, Izuku suggested. Those are. Heian stammered. What a chilling energy. Ice elves, and in such numbers, Izuku noted as tall elven figures with blue skin and white hair appeared. The leader rode a white horse. There really is one strong among the rest, the boss said. What? Did you call us trash? Do you understand our language? The boss asked, surprised. I can understand them? Izuku thought. Can you also speak with monsters? Heian asked, astonished. To converse? How splendid. There's someone I want to introduce. An elf with straight white hair approached the leader with a smirk. You're already acquainted, he's the one who informed us about someone strong among the newcomers. This guy wanted to face off with you, so... Before he could finish, Izuku swiftly cut off the elf's head with his dagger. I really need to get a new dagger. Turning back to the remaining elves, he asked, anything else to say? The boss grinned widely, you're an amusing guy. Izuku rushed at the leader, but the elf blocked his slash with his own dagger. I have a proposal, he said, twirling his dagger. It won't be detrimental to you. But first, let me ask you a question. Despite not being human, why are you among them? What are you talking about? Izuku replied. Are you not aware? In our minds, there's a constant voice urging us to kill humans, but I cannot hear it in your presence. It sounds similar to the system's orders, Izuku realized. Then this system and the gates are not my quirk. They act like a quirk, but the gates are their own world. Could it be that I am a player? There's no need for us to fight. We do not want unnecessary casualties. Hand over the human behind you, and I'll spare your life. What do you say? Izuku glared at him. Let me ask you a question as well. Who are you, and why are you trying to kill humans? We are. The Hyaki began to fade, unable to answer. There is no need for us to fight. Hand over the human behind you, and I'll spare your life. Is he avoiding my question? Do you accept our proposal? The leader's army of ice elves smirked. I refuse. Do you plan to fight me and my soldiers? Do you think you can withstand our numbers alone? There are 35 of us and one of you. Numbers? You are the second to say that. What numbers? Come forth. Behind Izuku, his 82 shadows emerged, accompanied by bears and beasts roaring. Those numbers, Izuku smirked. What a cheap trick. Is it though? Attack. His army surged forward, with Beast and Fluffy leading the charge while Izuku, Cha, and Igris stood guard. The leader was killing the elves, causing a reduction in Izuku's M. From a glance, he is stronger. It'll be tough even if Igris and I team up. We need Beast here. My name is Baruka. What is yours? Izuku Midoriya. With that, Izuku slashed down at Baruka, but the elf stepped back to avoid the dagger. Izuku quickly rematerialized it in his other hand, but Baruka blocked the strike. Summoning his spear, Izuku tried to stab him, but Baruka jumped back and kicked Izuku in the stomach, sending him reeling. It has been a while since I had this much excitement, Baruka said. Suddenly, a magician threw a fireball at him. I have gained some time to breathe. There's no way he died from that. Stop wasting time and come out. Is this the limit of your soldiers? Izuku smirked. Igris. Igris leaped from the shadow of Baruka, inflicting a deep gash on the elf's side. Followed up with a punch that sent Baruka flying across the field. Izuku discovered another ability of Beast when he screeched in a bird-like voice. Beast has used the skill, Taunting Cry. Dungeon boss has been taunted. Another amusing guy? Baruka grinned menacingly. I'll cut you down first, birdie. Beast used his quirks to appear next to the elf, taunting him, you're slow, even for me. But Baruka forgot about Izuku and Igris. Igris slashed at Baruka's upper thigh, causing the elf to remember his surroundings. He wasn't fast enough to avoid a double uppercut from Beast and Izuku. Effect: Contamination has activated. Effect: Bleed has activated. I nearly forgot about my gauntlet. Using the skill, Bloodlust, Izuku aimed to stall Baruka. You trash are quite persistent, aren't you? The enemy's resistance was too high. The effect was cancelled. You are in no position to say a thing. Izuku's eyes glowed blue as he cast a sidelong glance at his opponent. How about you look around? Is this what your soldiers can do? U.S.J. Those soldiers will all vanish when I get rid of you. Baruka used the skill, piercing ice. Oh, you can use ice. That is very interesting, Izuku remarked, but he broke the ice with his spear. Heian watched from a distance, thinking, even Izuku is struggling. Was this an S-rank dungeon? He did say he wasn't confident about tackling an S-rank dungeon. This must be an A rank. Now I understand why he wanted me to do a C rank first to gain some experience. Izuku threw his spear at Baruka, who laughed. Throwing away your weapon? Phew. With the skill, Dominator's Touch, the attack accelerated toward the boss. It is accelerating? Baruka tried to block, but his dagger shattered. He had forgotten about the army of opponents that supported him. A beast tackled him, allowing one of the scorpions to inject him with venom, and then the mages unleashed an explosive spell, blowing Baruka and the beast apart. You bastards! Izuku and Heian's eyes widened. How isn't he dead yet? I'll kill you all. Baruka prepared to unleash one of his most powerful ice spells, but Izuku, using the skills, Stealth and Vital Strike, stabbed Baruka. Looks like this is the end. Baruka grabbed Izuku's arm and shouted, Who do you think you're facing? But Igris intervened and severed Baruka's head, killing him. I already told you, this is the end. The dungeon boss is killed. You leveled up. Wow, this sure was tiring. It is finally over. He glanced at the beast, who was still punching the remains of the boss. Hey, calm down. I know you're annoyed with him saying you're slow, but stop it already. Internally, he thought, at least you're showing emotions, which is good. Take it easy. He turned to Heian saying, I worry about the future. She giggled in response. Beast and Igris exchanged glances, and Igris sighed before leaving to follow his liege. Suddenly, Beast shouted, Yua, as the knights and other weaker soldiers celebrated. Let's get back, but first, I need to do something. He approached Baruka's body. Arise. You failed to extract the shadow. You have 2 chances remaining. Arise. You failed to extract the shadow. You have 1 chance remaining. We may have started on the wrong foot, Baruka, but please, instead of listening to the voice in your head, follow my command and show everyone your power. Arise. Shadows emerged from Baruka's body, revealing him in all black with blue skin and black hair with white highlights. You have upgraded the shadow. Shadow level will be 18 shadows higher than rank knight can be named. I will keep your name, Baruka. Bowing his head, Izuku walked over to the corpses of the elves. He wasn't surprised that Baruka was stronger than Igris, as it took 3 high A to low S ranks to bring the boss down. But he felt a sense of satisfaction nonetheless. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. I can only save 10 of you, so arise. 10 Ice Elves LV.1, Elite. You ready, Heian? Nodding, she replied, Yeah, I miss my bed. Chuckling, he said, Me too. Outside of the gate. Izuku checked his phone. Aizawa-sensei is here apparently. He gulped, and she did too. I don't think he will be happy with us. Then they heard a shout. Finally, you 2 are out. Was that a red gate I saw open? Yeah, we had to spend nearly 6 days there, Izuku admitted sheepishly. Let's go, I have a car in the parking lot. The duo nodded and climbed into the car. After explaining, Aizawa asked, So you practically went to a new world where you had to fight ice bears and ice elves? They nodded. And the boss was stronger than Izuku? They nodded again. It took the power of yourself, the Nomu, and Igris to take him down? They nodded once more. And now Izuku has Baruka as a soldier? They nodded. Problem children, he remarked, and the duo chuckled. Just so you know, your classmates were worried about you too. I will speak to them tomorrow. I'm missing my bed. Me too. Okay, just telling you, Nezu wants you in his office at 11 a.m. with Heian. Do you know the reason, sir? Heian asked. Not really, but I'm going there too. It took less than an hour to return to UA, with Heian soundly sleeping. Izuku sighed and picked her up, placing her on his back. I will put her in her bed, sensei. See you tomorrow. Night, brats. With that, Aizawa left for his own dorm. Izuku went to the top floor, finding no one around. He gently placed Heian in her bed and then left. Outside, he encountered Katsumi. How was it? Blinking, she said, let's get to your room first. Nodding, he replied, let's go to this area, no one will be able to hear us. Katsumi blinked but followed him to the chimney seating area. What is special about this place? She asked, sitting next to Izuku. I have a silencing barrier, so no one like Kyoka or Nezu could hear us. How was the gate? She inquired. It turned from AC rank to a red gate, which was a high A rank. We barely survived the boss. Her eyes widened. What do you mean? Don't you have Igris and the Nomu in your army? Even with those two, we barely won. Our opponent underestimated us in the end, which was his downfall. But I do have him under my command. Anything special about him? He has control over ice. I also gave him his original dagger, so his control over ice is better. I'm also getting ice bears, Izuku said. Katsumi shook her head. Show me them tomorrow, okay? She yawned and rested her head on his shoulder. I worry about you, so don't die. Izuku smiled, feeling comforted, and soon fell asleep, too tired to stay awake. Izuku woke up at 8 a.m. with Katsumi sleeping on his stomach. They were on a couch near the fireplace. He knew Heian was still asleep, and the rest of the class had likely given up on breakfast since he had come in late. As he lay there, he thought about how to increase the strength of his soldiers and how the levels worked. Shadow Army. You have unlocked 3 ranks. Normal, Elite, Knight. Normal, Strength is C rank, level cap is LV. Upgrade manually. Elite, Strength is B rank, level cap is LV. Upgrade manually. Knight, Strength is a rank, level cap is LV. Upgrade manually. The higher the level, the greater the strength. If regeneration is included, they can defeat higher level opponents. The best way to increase a level is through combat with stronger opponents. Real battles increase the rate by 50%, while spars increase it by 25%. Higher intelligence also accelerates growth. Sparsa? I guess the girls would love some practice, Izuku mused. Katsumi began to wake up, and the first thing she saw was Izuku's face. She thought it was a dream, them sleeping together. Morning, sleepyhead. How was your night? He asked. I want to sleep, Izu, she replied, blushing slightly. Come on, I'll make you breakfast. Something spicy, right? He said as he sat up. Ensham, she murmured, trying to shake off her sleepiness. He gently set her down on the couch and started stretching. I was planning to ask if I could use a training area today. How come? She asked, curious. You remember my soldiers? I want to level them up. I can ask you, Shoko, and Heian to spar with my normal and elite level shadows while my night level shadows fight each other. I also need to see Baruka's ice powers. Oi, I want to fight the night level too. Izuku gave her a deadpan look. No offense, Kaken, but even Beast, my lowest knight, could easily defeat you. Tej, what should I spar with then? Knights, ice elves, and mages. Knights are close combat, elves are mid to close with occasional long-distance attacks, and mages are long-distance. They are C and B ranked opponents. I want the knights to become B ranked after they fight the 3 of you. When will that happen? After my meeting with Nezu. I have to bring Heian along for some reason. Noon arrived, and Izuku and Heian went to the principal's office where Nezu, Aizawa, and 2 unfamiliar men were waiting. Good morning, Izuku, Nezu greeted. After they exchanged pleasantries, Nezu introduced the newcomers. This is Gunhee Go and Jinchul Woo from the Korean Hero Association. Izuku felt a surge of surprise. He sensed that Gunhee was a high S rank while Jinchul was an A rank. They all sat down, with the students and teacher on one sofa, Nezu on a separate chair, and the 2 men opposite Izuku and Heian. Gunhee began, Good morning, you two. You must be wondering why 2 people from the Korean Hero Association want to meet with you. They nodded. The heroes on Jeju Island took some photos and asked around. Nezu said you might have an idea about this. He presented a couple of photos showing a gate and an ant-like monster emerging from it. Izuku froze. I thought I could only open gates, he said, bewildered. The Koreans exchanged glances. Gun, he asked, can you explain, please? My quirk allows me to open those gates and defeat monsters like the ones shown. They are insect types. Jinchul inquired, can you elaborate on those gates? Izuku nodded. The gates I enter are opened with a key, he said, producing a key and then putting it back into his inventory. But all gates share the same rule. Defeat the boss and it will close. Gates are ranked from E to S, with additional types like red gates and double dungeons. The two from Korea listened intently. This gate you are showing is one of the ranked ones. For example, an A-rank gate has low A-rank monsters and a high A-rank boss. It takes 9 A-rank heroes and 1 S-rank hero to take down an A-rank gate, or many more A-ranks if an S-rank isn't present. You can leave whenever you want, but be cautious of the monsters breaking out. Izuku noticed the two men gulping. As for the red gates, I recently completed one with my friend Heian. The minimum rank for a red gate is B rank, but you are teleported to a new world where time flows differently. One day there is equivalent to 1 hour in the real world, during which you can't exit. The gate opens if you defeat the boss, if all party members perish, or if the monsters break out naturally. In the case of the double dungeon, there are 2 bosses to defeat. The first boss will match the gate's rank, while the second is usually a rank higher. See, can you show us some monsters if you have any? Jinchul asked, uncertainty in his voice. I do, but first there are other things to discuss. They nodded in agreement. In those gates, there are crystals, mana crystals, to be precise. He produced some mana crystals for them to see. They can be mined in those dungeons and crafted into weapons, armor, or other items. If the gate is S rank, it's best to reach out to other countries for assistance. Gun, he interjected, wow, we thought we would just be talking, but this could become a serious problem if multiple gates appear. I agree, Nezu said. Can I take them to a training field? Understanding the message, Nezu led them to the nearest unoccupied field. We are in training field beta. This may be a bit intimidating, so be warned. Come forth. With those words, an army of over 90 monsters emerged, all kneeling or bowing to Izuku. These are all monsters from the gates. I recently unlocked this ability, so I don't have more. The weakest ones are C rank, but I have 3 that are high A rank, bordering on S rank. The men gulped at the sight, and even Baruka's smile could intimidate lesser beings. Among them was Fluffy, a shadow that towered over buildings, and the enormous Deathstalker scorpions. Wow, that's a lot, Jinchul remarked. I see that's Baruka. You had trouble with him, right? Aizawa asked, causing Nezu's eyes to widen. It took me, Igris, and Beast to defeat him. It was from a high A-rank red gate. And to think that Beast could defeat All Might, Gun, he said, a chill running through him. Beast, also known as Nomu, was created by the League of Villains and was already dead. It had multiple quirks, including super strength, speed, shock absorption, and rapid regeneration, Izuku explained. The regeneration of Beast is the quickest among the army, isn't it? Heian asked. It is. It doesn't require as much energy to regenerate as it does for Igris or Baruka, Izuku clarified. Gun, he asked. If the gate were to appear again, how would we know when it would open? Izuku took a moment before answering. From what I've learned, it takes 7 days for the monsters to escape, but you can enter at any time. The two bowed and asked Izuku, if the gate reappears, would you help us? Sure, just send a message to Nezu, and I'd be happy to assist, Izuku smiled. Thank you. We will be in contact. With that, the two left with Aizawa. Nezu, can I use this training ground for them to train? Izuku asked. Of course, I actually want to see how the shadows fight. I'll text Katsumi, she wanted to fight them too. Hey, and do you want to fight them? Sure, but I don't think I can beat Fluffy and the others, she replied. Nodding, Izuku said, let's wait for Katsumi, she's bringing Shoko too. After a couple of minutes, the two arrived. We can fight them, right? Katsumi asked excitedly. Shoko nodded in agreement. So, how do you want to fight them? Shoko suggested, I want to fight long-distance opponents. Heian added, I want close quarters, can I take the knights? Katsumi then said, I'll take the elves. Nezu interjected, different opponents will help you avoid being one-dimensional. Split the bears among the three of you for variety. Izuku nodded. Everyone who will be fighting my friends, no killing or maiming blows, otherwise, injure them to your heart's content. The three looked at Izuku, who reassured them, I can increase my healing, so don't worry. Magicians and 8 ice bears, please spar with Shoko. Beast, can you referee that match? With nods, they moved to the left side of the field. Knights and 4 ice bears, please spar with Heian. Igris, can you referee that match? With a bow and nods, they went. To the right. Ice elves and 7 ice bears, please spar with Katsumi. Baruka, can you referee? With nods, they began to leave, but Izuku added to Baruka, after the 3 girls are done, you will be fighting too. Nezu climbed onto Izuku's shoulder as they settled on Fluffy's head. The scorpions relaxed in the sun. Aizawa joined them on Fluffy's head. What's going on? Aizawa asked. Heian, Shoko, and Katsumi are fighting some of Izuku's shadows, Nezu replied. Who is refereeing? Igris, Beast, and Baruka. They are my only knights, and hopefully, this big guy can become a knight later on today as he only has 3 levels to go. Fluffy beamed at the praise from his liege. They watched the 3 girls fight for an hour. Izuku had to drink 3 1000 MP potions as the girls were quite powerful. The spars were productive, as all the soldiers' levels increased. When they returned, they were sweaty and showing signs of quirk overuse. Izuku knelt beside them and healed their cuts, bruises, burn marks, and exhaustion. He turned to his shadow army, pleased to see their progress. Well done, everyone. He accepted his promotion to Elite Knight, upgrading his ranks. 33 knights from level 9 to level 2 Elite, 10 ice elves from level 1 to Elite, 20 ice bears from level 2 to Elite, and 6 magicians from level 8 to Elite. Okay, I want the ice bears and the magicians to face off against the scorpions. I need to see how you perform, especially since I was focused on Baruka last time. They nodded and prepared for their sparring session. Baruka, you're our strongest, with Igris right behind you. I want you to fight against Igris, Beast, and Fluffy. Show us more of your ice abilities in this match. Baruka was excited to take on the challenge, eager to impress his liege. Are you sure this is a good idea? Heian asked. Spars are 25% more effective for training than natural upgrades, but real battles are even better for leveling up. I want Fluffy to become a knight, and the others to reach their full potential. We need to be prepared. The girls collectively declined the invitation to spar with him, and Izuku noticed their expressions were endearing. Meanwhile, the battle against the scorpions was intense, with Baruka dominating his 3 opponents. Igris was determined to level up, aspiring to be the right-hand man to Izuku. The elves cheered for Baruka, while the knights supported Fluffy, Beast, and Igris. Eventually, All Might arrived, surprised to see Izuku's army in action. Do I even want to know? He asked, while Nezu and Aizawa shook their heads. Izuku was engaged in conversation with the girls, analyzing their battle strategies. After the sparring session, Izuku gathered everyone and congratulated the shadows on their progress. He upgraded Fluffy to knight level and instructed them to join his shadow. The upgrades were impressive. 20 ice bears from level 6 to level 8 elite, 6 magicians from level 12 to level 14 elite, and 20 Deathstalker scorpions from level 10 to level 14 elite. I think they leveled up nicely, Izuku remarked, noticing the tension between Igris and Baruka as they both radiated their auras. Anyone hungry? The question snapped everyone back to reality. The teachers politely declined, while the girls nodded in agreement. They asked about Izuku's earlier meeting, and he explained he had been training with Nezu. The 4 friends headed to the top floor, where they all lived, and settled in Izuku's room to enjoy some takeout together. 2 days later, Aizawa announced the upcoming sports festival in 10 days. Some students expressed concern about potential villain attacks, but he reassured them that many heroes would be present. After school, the 1A students attempted to leave but were blocked by others. "What's going on?" some asked. Katsumi replied, "They're sizing up the competition." "I have a meeting soon, so I need to get through," Izuku said, noticing the crowd. "Wow, acting all cocky after defeating some villains?" a boy with purple hair challenged. Izuku blinked. Who are you?" "I'm Hitoshi Shinso from 1C, and I'm declaring war on you all." "Cool," Izuku responded, spotting a familiar face. "Hey, Inesa." "Hello, Izuku. How are you?" Inesa replied, leaving Hitoshi baffled as Izuku ignored him. "I'm great. How's 1B? I have a class with Endeavor's son, and he's a pain, but otherwise, it's good." "I feel for you. I know we have the better twin," Izuku said, causing Shoko to blush. "I'll talk to you later. I have a meeting with Nezu." "See you, Izuku." 10 days later, Izuku was ready. He had completed his exercises, received well wishes from Rumi, and his army was cheering him on. He had leveled up his fireball and sprint abilities, feeling confident. Class 1A gathered in their designated area, chatting excitedly until an announcement instructed them to prepare. Dressed in their P uniforms, with Izuku secretly wearing armor underneath, they walked onto the field. And here we have Class A from Hero Studies, led by the class representative and recommended student, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku waved, scanning the audience for a specific hero, missing the rest of the introductions. Midnight then took the stage, introduced by Present Mike. "And now the player's pledge by Katsumi Bakugo," Present Mike announced. Katsumi took the number 1 spot in the hero course exam. Katsumi declared, "I will win even if I must fight against God," casting a secret glare at Izuku as she walked down. The crowd was a mix of confusion and cheers, with some students booing. An alarm sounded, signaling the start of a quest. Take the number 1 spot. Take first place in all 3 games and become the ultimate winner in the sports festival. The rewards were enticing: additional points, heroes' boots, and a skill level up. Izuku thought, this is too good to be true. What's the catch? The first game is the obstacle course, Midnight explained. The only rules are that you cannot exit the boundaries and you cannot intentionally hurt other players. Inesa approached Izuku, saying, "It's similar to the entrance exam, isn't it?" Izuku replied, "It is, but there must be something more. This should be exhilarating." Inesa grinned, "I want a rematch in the finals, so you better not lose." They fist bumped before Present Mike shouted, "Get ready. 3, 2, go." The students surged forward. Izuku activated his sprint, quickly gaining ground. He missed Shoto, freezing the entrance that Katsumi had blown up. Shoko, Shoto's twin, used her full body to produce ice, trying to outpace her brother. Present Mike commented, "Aizawa, what should we look at first?" Aizawa replied, "I don't even know how I got here. The first obstacle is the tunnel, designed to get narrower the further you go." They watched as Izuku approached the massive 0-pointers. So this is what Kaken had to face? He thought, smirking as he jumped and punched the head off a robot. Using the Dominator's touch, he propelled himself forward. Izuku just cleared the first obstacle in seconds while the others are 300 meters behind him, Present Mike announced. It took the other students an extra 15 seconds to catch up, with Shoko freezing one robot and Shoto destabilizing another. Katsumi propelled herself forward, while Heian slashed a 0-pointer in half. "Look at that, Heian just slashed a 0-point robot in half." Present Mike exclaimed. Heian usually trains with Izuku, so that caused her growth to accelerate. Izuku continued to sprint towards the third challenge, whispering skill, sprint, to increase his speed. He bypassed the minefield and ran straight to the finish line, finishing first. The winner of the first round is Izuku. He completely disregarded the final obstacle. It was like he teleported. Aizawa noted, he has skills that allow him to perform different actions. That kid still hasn't shown everything yet. After 2 minutes, the remaining students began to finish. In second place, Shoko Todoroki, and in third, Katsumi Bakugo. Heian-cha surprisingly surpassed Shoto Todoroki for 4th place. Present Mike praised the girls, who remembered the intense training they had undergone. Katsumi, glancing at Shoko, said, "I need to catch up to you, don't I?" Izuku reassured her, "You're close, so don't worry, Kaken." In the stands, Rumi noticed Izuku patting Katsumi on the head, causing a chair arm to break in surprise. "And we have it, everyone. 42 contenders are moving on to the next round," Midnight announced, rolling the machine for the next challenge. The next challenge is Caverly Battle. A picture of 4 heroes appeared on the screen. In this game, you must form a team of 2 to 4 players, but there's a catch: the position from the first round counts. She explained the scoring system. The 42nd place has 5 points, and it goes up by the first place gets 10 million points, making them a target. The rules stated that players could not knock off a rider from another team on purpose, and if a rider fell, they would be disqualified. Izuku, feeling the pressure of the glares from other classes, quietly said, "I need 1 more person minimum." He spotted Heian next to him. "Hey, wanna be a 2-person team, Heian?" She smiled, relieved. "Sure, I would love to." Meanwhile, Katsumi teamed up with Ejiro, Hanta, and Mina. Shoko joined up with Inesa, Tenya, and Momo. Some people wanted to team up with Izuku, but he kindly declined. Among them were Uraraka and a student from General Studies who had knocked Aoyama out of the running. When the time was ready, Heian climbed onto Izuku's shoulders, smirking in a way that drained the color from Shoko's and Katsumi's faces, as well as from everyone in Class 1A. "Ready, set, Geo." With that, the 15 minutes began. "Come forth, fluffy mages." A massive bear appeared under Izuku, startling many, while mages materialized around the duo to protect them. One brunette exclaimed, "Cute!" but internally thought, "I need to talk to him, I have so many questions. I should ask Ryukyu to mentor him for the week after the festival." Izuku can summon shadow soldiers, one of them being an ice bear called Fluffy. This caused giggles and a red face for Izuku. His strategy is solid. He has defense from both ground and air. Even if someone attacks Fluffy, he just regenerates. Shoto attempted to shoot ice at Fluffy, but with Baruka, a more skilled ice user, fighting nearby, Fluffy easily broke through. Katsumi tried using her explosions to score points but was blocked by the mage's fire spells. Wow, that defense is impressive. It seems getting the 1,000,000 points will be tougher than expected. Rumi recalled Izuku mentioning he was in AC-turned-red gate with Heian, Baruka, and Fluffy. She planned to send him an internship offer, knowing he would accept, as he had promised her an A rank, though the location was a secret until Sunday night. The 15 minutes continued with Monoma's team, which included Shoto, Tetsu, and Juzo. Juzo attempted to sink the bear, but it had no effect on Fluffy's height. While Monoma's team stole many points, they made a mistake by taking one from Katsumi. Even though defeating a god wasn't on the agenda, she was determined to collect points from those beneath her. Katsumi was shocked when Monoma used her own quirk against her. Recovering, she blasted the floor, creating an opening that allowed her to grab all but one headband, which was worth 45 points. Hanta caught her and pulled her back to the team. Shoto was not pleased and shot ice spears at her team, but Fluffy easily interrupted, causing Monoma, who was riding him, to nearly fall and risk disqualification again. 15 minutes are over. The results are in. The first team was Heian and Izuku with 1,000,000 points. The second team was Shoko, Inesa, Momo, and Tenya with 1,250 points. The third team was Katsumi, Hanta, Ejiro, and Mina with 1,175 points. Surprisingly, the fourth team was Kendo, Ibara, Setsuna, and Yui with 895 points. After a brief pause, as there are 14 participants so far, the next team was Hitoshi, Ojiro, Nairenjiki, and Fumikage with 710 points. Can you 4 decide which 2 will participate in the next round? The 4 discussed, with Ojiro and Nairenjiki feeling it was unfair since they had been brainwashed, leading to Hitoshi and Fumikage fighting. The last 2 finalists are Hitoshi from 1C and Fumikage from 1A. Let's break for lunch and we'll reconvene in 1 hour. Reactions varied. Many were shocked by the last team, while some participants, like Shoto, expressed frustration. Others began to cry, feeling they had disappointed their parents. Ochako thought, I need to get stronger and not rely on classmates like Izuku, even if I could have an easy win with him. I need to meet up with someone quickly, so I'll see you all later, Izuku said as he jogged off to find Rumi. The girls were left standing. He's probably looking for Miruko, Shoko remarked. What's his relationship with her? Katsumi asked. Honestly, I don't know. You saw them together in the media, Shoko replied. Izuku is dense, so he probably doesn't realize she likes him. Plus, she's the one who recommended him to UA. The girls responded with an understanding oh. As they walked to get food, Shoko said, I like Izuku. The others blinked in surprise. Katsumi added, Me too, he's my childhood crush. Heian chimed in, He's the only one who smells nice, but I like him too. Katsumi asked, What do we do? Do we fight for his heart? Remember, there's still Miruko. Shoko suggested, How about the one who gets the furthest can decide what we do? We don't know our matches. One of us could end up fighting Izuku right away, Katsumi confessed. Let's win our battles first. Then the one who pushes Izuku the furthest can decide. Heian proposed. That's fair, the others agreed. Meanwhile, Izuku was using his senses to locate Rumi, stealthily maneuvering around Endeavor, who was displeased that his son wasn't advancing to the finals. He found Rumi. Before he could finish, he was tackled by a rabbit, using the momentum to twirl her around. It is good to see you, Bun Bun. You too, Izuku. It was boring not seeing you. Haha, when did you arrive in Tokyo? Izuku asked. Just this morning. I nearly missed it because a villain wanted to cause some mayhem, but it was dealt with. Chuckling, he replied, Only you, Bun Bun. They went to get food and continued chatting like before at UA, completely ignoring everyone else. After an hour, she said, After the festival, I will meet you in the dorms, okay? Smiling softly, he replied, Sure, Bun Bun. Enjoy the matches. Kick butt, Izuku. With a final hug, they separated, already missing each other's warmth. Midnight just announced that there would be recreational games for the next 30 minutes. Denki tried tricking the girls into wearing cheerleading costumes but was met with a series of comical and exaggerated rejections, so he quickly abandoned the idea. After the 30 minutes, Midnight announced the matchups. Yui vs. Hitoshi. Shoko vs. Kendo. Momo vs. Mina. Tenya vs. Fumikichi. Heian vs. Ibra. Setsuna vs. Inasa. Izuku vs. Hanta. Katsumi vs. Ejiro. The rest of the participants took their seats while Yui and Hitoshi remained. The purple-haired teen felt uneasy as he noticed Yui was silent, which unnerved him. Meanwhile, Hantashiro had a single thought, oh no. Yui vs. Hitoshi. The first match is Yui Kodai, the size MSTR of 1B, against Hitoshi Shinso from 1E, the first student from General Studies to enter the finals in the last 6 years. Present Mike introduced. That seems like a fair introduction, Yui thought. Quick rules. There will be no killing or maiming as our healer can't heal those injuries yet, Midnight announced, causing a stir in the crowd. Izuku had leveled up the healer's abilities, allowing for some minor healing. Otherwise, making the opponent yield, go unconscious, or out of bounds makes the one standing the winner. Are you both ready? With a nod, Yui said, Start. Hitoshi began to speak, but before he could finish, the arena shrunk due to Yui's quirk, making her the winner. Midnight was just as shocked. Winner of the first round, Yui. Present Mike added, Wow, the size MST comes out on top by shrinking the arena. Just watch it again, he said as footage replayed her quickly kneeling and shrinking the ground. How unpredictable! Who would have predicted it? Yui then returned the arena to its original size. Shoko vs. Itsuka. The youngest daughter of the number 2 hero and the Ice Queen herself, Shoko Todoroki from 1A, is against the class representative of 1B, Martial Arts SR Itsuka Kendo. Present Mike introduced. Are you two ready? Midnight asked. Itsuka nodded while Shoko remained silent. Then, start. Frustrated with her father, Shoko froze the floor, encasing Itsuka in ice. What? Itsuka exclaimed, shocked. Wow, another quick finish. Winner, Shoko. Midnight announced. Like Midnight said, a quick finish by the Ice Queen even though she isn't cold-hearted. I don't think you should be announcing anymore, Aizawa muttered. Izuku asked, who upset her, but received no answer, with Katsumi and Heian shaking their heads. I will see her then. He walked down to find Shoko, noticing the rage in her eyes. He instinctively hugged her, surprising her but allowing Izuku's warmth to calm her down. Everything okay? He asked. She remained silent. Was it your father? She nodded. Want me to throw him out of UA again? She shook her head. Want to talk about it? Again she shook her head. Climb on my back, I'll take you back to our seating area. She shook her head again. Stay here for a while. Nodding, he stroked her head lovingly. In that moment, she knew she had to win to get Izuku's attention. Okay, let's stay. Momo versus Mina. We have our first recommended student in the finals, the vice president of 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu, against the pink alien of acid, Mina Ishido. You really shouldn't announce people, Aizawa muttered again. Are you girls ready? With 2 affirmatives, Midnight shouted, and begin. Mina sprayed acid at Momo, who quickly created a shield with some flashbangs. Momo threw her flashbangs, which partially paralyzed Mina, but not enough for Momo to take advantage. Mina attempted to skate away, some of her body covered in the neutralizing solution. Wow, trying to cancel out my acid? Interesting, Mina remarked. Momo created a bow staff for close combat, but after 30 seconds, realizing it wasn't working, she switched to a capture weapon and shot it at Mina, who melted it with her acid. Momo understood Mina was trying to block her. Smirking, she created a different canister and threw it. Mina shot at them, but Momo anticipated this. The 5 canisters exploded into a bubbly substance that covered Mina completely. Seizing the moment, Momo struck the back of Mina's neck, rendering her unconscious. With the first knockout of the finals, Momo wins, Midnight announced. Aizawa added, Momo Yaoyorozu used her quirk to counter Mina Ishido's acid. With the final attack, Mina was distracted long enough for the decisive blow to occur. With Shoko and Izuku, he asked, feeling better? She nodded. Want to get back to our sitting area? Another nod followed. You're not going to walk? He sighed and turned around, lowering his knees. Hop on. With a smile, she jumped on, and they made their way to the seating area. They saw Tenya leave for his match and wished him good luck. Tenya versus Fumikage. Present Mike announced, our next match features 1A students, the fast and serious Tenya Ida against the sentient quirk user, Fumikage Tokoyami. Midnight asked, you boys ready? They both nodded. Begin. Ida used his engines and sped toward Fumikage, who blocked with his Dark Shadow. It became a cat-and-mouse game for 30 seconds, with Dark Shadow trying to catch Ida, but the speedster was too quick. Ida planned to use this experience against Izuku in the cavalry battle if Izuku didn't use his shadows. Recipro burst. His speed increased exponentially, surprising Tokoyami, who received a kick to the stomach. The kick should have knocked him out, but Dark Shadow was there to catch him. Tokoyami then launched Tenya out of the ring. Winner by ring out, Fumikage, Midnight announced. Aizawa explained, Tenya Ida used a move that limited his mobility afterward. He forgot that Dark Shadow was there, which allowed Fumikage Tokoyami to win. Good luck, Kin, Izuku encouraged her. Thanks, Zuku. This caused Izuku to blink and blush slightly. Heian versus Ibra. The next match features 1B's Ibra Shiozaki against the sword Emestaris of 1A, Heian Cha, Mike announced. Aizawa muttered, you cannot call people assassins, Mike. You girls ready? After receiving a yes and a prayer, she sweat-dropped. Ready. Go. Ibra shot vines from her head toward Heian, who produced a brown sword to cut the vines. Ibra continued to produce more vines, some going underground. However, Heian's skill was too great to allow the plants to touch her. She rushed at Ibra, cutting her hair to a length above her shoulders and pointed the sword at her neck. Do you yield? Heian asked. Ibra sighed. I yield. Your quirk was a perfect counter to mine. Midnight announced. The winner of the 5th match is Heian. Present Mike explained. Heian Cha's quirk allows her to produce any sword. This time, she used a sword for cutting plants, as Ibara Shiozaki's quirk, while powerful, has a weakness to sharp objects. Wow, that is a reasonable explanation from you, Aizawa stated. Heian was congratulated and received a hug from Izuku, which was a plus in her book. Setsuna vs. Inasa. Both students are from 1B and are recommended students. The wind god Inasa Yurashi against the reptilian woman Setsuna Tokage, Present Mike announced. You two ready? Receiving an enthusiastic yes and a nod, she began the match. Inasa didn't have his gauntlet to help control the wind, making the match tricky. He knew he needed to get at least one of Setsuna's body parts out of the ring. Setsuna was waiting for a moment of distraction to start her attack. Inasa created a massive gust of wind to blow her out, but Setsuna's body manipulation made that difficult. She split her body into several parts, allowing her to levitate. One hand distracted Inasa while a leg aimed to kick him. With another gust, Setsuna was nearly thrown out of the ring, but Inasa didn't give up. He created a tornado that seeked Setsuna in, moving her out of the designated fighting area. However, Setsuna's other hand knocked him out at the same time she touched the ground outside the field. This is our first draw of the final matches. After the last battle of this round, we will have the two do a tiebreaker, Midnight announced. Mike commented, it is rare to see a student knocked out while the other goes out of bounds. The control needed for both attacks was phenomenal. I'm off then, Izuku said. Good luck, Izuku, nerd. The girls and others cheered. Thanks, he replied with a smile that could melt hearts. Izuku vs. Hanta. Now we have our final recommended student, the one-man army, class representative of 1A, Izuku Midoriya, against Hanta Zero, your friendly neighborhood hero. The commentator's enthusiasm drew deadpan looks from both Hanta and Izuku. Izuku thought, I am a monarch, not a lord, feeling a mix of embarrassment and determination as his shadows stirred with indignation at the misrepresentation. You boys ready? Midnight asked, winking at Izuku, who ignored her. Receiving two nods, she declared, begin. Zero shot out tape from his elbows to capture Izuku, who jumped upwards. On his way down, he executed a heel kick aimed at Hanta, creating a crater that startled the Spider-Man. Izuku rushed forward and attempted to throw Hanta out, but Hanta managed to regain his position in midair and shot tape to pull himself back in. Using his quirk, Izuku launched 10 fireballs at Zero. Zero dodged 9, but one hit him, sending him out of the arena. With a ring out, the winner is Izuku, Midnight announced, winking at him again, but he was focused on Hanta. Izuku used his healing ability to mend the burn marks on Hanta's stomach and offered him a hand. Some spectators speculated that the healer was indeed Izuku. Oh, the sportsmanship. This gets me all giddy, Midnight exclaimed. Izuku blinked in confusion. How do I make you giddy? I don't have any water, he replied, tilting his head. Zero burst into laughter and pulled Izuku off the field to spare him further embarrassment. Aizawa explained, Izuku Midoriya is one of the strongest first-year students, having topped the recommendation exam. He has a variety of skills, as you all saw. Hanta Zero had a good strategy to start fast and end it quickly, as Izuku tends to dominate longer fights. Izuku and Hanta were leaving when Izuku mentioned he needed to use the restroom. After finishing, he was caught off guard when he spotted Endeavor. Trying to walk past, he was stopped. Boy, Endeavor called. What is your quirk? Izuku smirked. Why should I tell you? Endeavor scowled but pressed on. I am the number 2 hero. I think Miruko told you I won't be sharing my quirk, Izuku replied, still smirking. Is that so? Endeavor said, intrigued. You have a strong quirk, especially with those shadow soldiers of yours. I have an offer. Izuku returned to the seating area as they worked to fix the arena. Well done, but was that drop kick necessary? Heian asked, ignoring Katsumi's laughter from earlier. This snapped Izuku out of his thoughts about Endeavor's proposal. I forgot I had that much strength, he admitted sheepishly, glancing at the strength reading of 188, which earned him a deadpan look from Heian. Oh, and good luck, Kaken. Ejiro has been training his new form, so it will be harder to beat him. He offered her his fist, but she hugged him instead. I will take him down anyway, so it doesn't matter if he lasts longer. Izuku gave her a deadpan expression in response. Katsumi versus Ejiro. Now on to our last match of the first round. We have the explosive queen, Katsumi Bakugo, against the unbreakable defense, Ejiro Kirishima. I will blow you up one day, that's a promise, Katsumi growled, her eyes twitching. Ejiro thought the introduction was lame. Suddenly, screams erupted from the commentator's booth, and Katsumi grinned at the commotion. Are both contestants ready? Ejiro nodded, hitting his fists together, while Katsumi shouted, Yeah, ready to go. Ready. Go. With that, both activated their quirks. Katsumi propelled herself toward Kirishima at a 30-degree angle. Knowing she was the second strongest in the class with quick reflexes, Ejiro prepared himself. Katsumi added more nitroglycerin to her palms and shot down toward him, grinning. She unleashed a massive explosion, pushing him back a meter. As she continued to bombard him with explosions, Ejiro had to switch to his ultimate defense form. He attempted to punch her but failed. I have to use that, she muttered after 20 seconds of the onslaught. Propelling herself upward about 40 meters, she came down with a massive rotational force, shouting, Howitzer impact. The resulting explosion caused some damage to her hands, but the destruction made her grin. Ejiro, despite being in his ultimate defense form, couldn't withstand the attack after only 2 weeks of training. He was knocked out of the ring. Ejiro is out of the ring. Katsumi is the winner, Midnight announced. What an explosive finish, ladies and gentlemen. Katsumi exploited her opponent's weakness for long battles to her advantage, becoming a spear while Ejiro was a shield. Ejiro recently discovered a new aspect of his quirk that enhances his defense, but the energy required is still too much. Katsumi was congratulated and insisted on being healed by Izuku, who wanted to face her at her best. He promised the girls that he would rely on his own strength rather than his army, which they understood. Welcome back. It's time to find out who will advance to the next stage, Setsuna against Inesa. Present Mike announced. Midnight, what's the battle format? For this round, the 2 contestants will compete in a left-hand thumb war, she replied. The 2 contenders looked serious, their intensity palpable, but there was no killing intent. Both were a bit worried since they were right-handed. Are both ready? They nodded. Interlink your left hands. Ready, set, go. An intense battle of their left thumbs ensued. Setsuna made her thumb levitate while Inesa used the wind to push her thumb back. With a sudden gust, Inesa's thumb came back under Setsuna's finger, holding it there for 5 seconds, declaring him the winner. And there you have it. After an intense match, Inesa is the winner. Now we move on to the quarterfinals. The matches will be Yui Kodai vs Shoko Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu vs Fumikage Tokoyami, Hei Incha vs Inesa Yurashi, and Izuku Midoriya vs Katsumi Bakugo. Both women can end the fight in mere seconds, but who will come out on top? Yui Kodai against Shoko Todoroki. Present Mick's voice was filled with excitement. Are both girls ready? Midnight asked, receiving 2 nods. The first match of the quarterfinals, begin. Shoko shot out ice, forcing Yui to concentrate on it instead of the ground. Yui, showing a hint of a smirk, used her quirk to shrink the ice and threw it back at Shoko. Mid-flight, she returned it to its original size, causing it to hit a newly formed ice wall. Shoko, unaware of her missing footing, lost her balance. Winner by ring out Yui. Midnight announced as Yui helped Shoko to her feet and then reversed the size of the arena. Yui used her quirk to make the arena floor smaller, leading to her victory. It will be tough to win against her, Mike added with renewed energy. Izuku commented, Nice match, Shoko, surprised when she sat next to him with her head on his shoulder. You okay? She nodded, And Izuku turned his attention to the next match, unaware of the three girls watching closely. Now we have the creation user, Momo Yaoyorozu, against Fumikage Tokoyami. The crowd was restless, with some shouting for the announcer to stop. Are both contestants ready? Nemuri asked, receiving 2 nods. Ready, set, go! Momo created a shield and a bow staff just in time for Dark Shadow to attack. She tried to think of a strategy but could only create more shields for protection. After several hits, Dark Shadow backed down, giving Momo hope, but Midnight interrupted, the winner by ring out, Fumikage. The bird boy bowed to Momo and left her devastated. Fumikage used his quirk effectively, while Momo struggled to keep up, Aizawa explained. Izuku attempted to console her but was held back by 3 girls until Heian had to leave for her match, leaving only Shoko and Katsumi with him. We have Heian-cha from 1A against Inesa Yorashi from 1B, Aizawa announced. Both ready? Receiving enthusiastic responses, she continued, go! Inesa created a large wind gust to push Heian back, but she stabbed her sword into the ground, anchoring herself. Seizing the moment, she created another sword for protection and advanced toward him. Inesa, recognizing the danger of close combat, used a small tornado to lift himself and shot gusts of wind at her. The fight continued with Heian throwing short swords at Inesa, causing some damage. Inesa, with a bold idea, dove straight for her, expecting a punch. Instead, the force sent her soaring into the air. Inesa smirked and pushed Heian out of the arena. What a finish! The winner by ring out, Inesa. Midnight concluded, as a blonde kid shouted, 1B supremacy, despite the semi-finals featuring 2 from each class. Inesa knew that close quarters with Heian was risky, but using what Heian thought he wouldn't do surprised her long enough to allow Inesa to take to the air and win, Aizawa commented. When Heian came to the stands, she hugged Izuku, not out of sadness, but because of his comforting presence. Let's show how a fight is supposed to be, nerd, Katsumi announced to Izuku as they walked down. Did I win the bet? I'm the only one fighting him. Couldn't have said it better, Kaken. She loved his newfound confidence, not that she hadn't loved him before. Izuku versus Katsumi. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the fight against the Shadow Monarch, Izuku Midoriya, against the Explosion Queen, Katsumi Bakugo, Mike announced. Izuku sensed Baruka leaving his shadow before the match to inform present Mike about something, unaware that Baruka had nearly frozen Mike in his tracks to clarify that Izuku was a monarch, not a lord. It was one of the most terrifying moments in Nick's career. Katsumi just grinned. With a wink to Izuku, Midnight asked, "You both ready?" Receiving a nod from Izuku and a confident, "Hell yeah" from Katsumi, she continued, "And begin." With that, Katsumi rushed at Izuku, who ran toward her. They started with hand-to-hand combat, with Izuku throwing Katsumi over his shoulder. She quickly used her explosions to close the distance. Using his stealth skill, he disappeared from her senses, and from behind her, he unleashed 10 fireballs, losing 500 MP but not worried about the 716 MP loss. With her incredible reflexes, she dodged all the fireballs, which Izuku had anticipated. He smirked and shouted, "Come on, Kaken." He noticed her eye twitch as she began to unleash explosions in all directions. With an agility of 170, he felt confident, bolstered by his physical damage reduction and pain nullification. He knew he couldn't use some of his skills, as they would be too powerful for someone who could rival a level 15 elite from his army. He smirked, which Katsumi noticed. Using Sprint and Dominator's Touch, he caught her by surprise, even struggling to use his telekinetic power on her. "I'm sorry, Kaken, but I win," she growled, but Izuku used his Dominator's Touch to push her out of the arena. What an explosive fight! The winner by ring out is Izuku, Midnight announced. Walking over to her, he smiled and extended his hand as she sat on the ground. "Well done, Katsumi." She hesitated, her hand sweaty, but he pulled her up. "Well done, nerd," she congratulated him. They walked toward the exit, Izuku taking her shaking hand into his to comfort her, unaware of her blush. This fight surprisingly wasn't as damaging as we thought it would be. Izuku used his stealth skill to hide from Katsumi, which was the beginning of her loss. The stealth aspect prevents sound, smell, or even the image of Izuku from being sensed. With that in mind, Izuku used some of his other skills to make Katsumi, who had amazing reflexes, leave the ring, Aizawa commented. When they returned to the stands, both were congratulated for their performances, and Izuku received 2 more hugs. Now they had to wait 10 minutes for the next round to begin. Yui vs. Fumikichi. The first round of the semi-finals is about to begin. We have the size M-star herself, Yui Kodai, against the Shadow Prince, Fumikichi Tokoyami. I'm a prince now, better than emo bird, I suppose, Fumikichi thought as he observed Yui's emotionless expression. Both participants ready? They nodded and she said, begin. Fumikichi knew the strategy. He and Dark Shadow had trained for only 10 minutes, but it should suffice. Yui knelt down and placed her hand to shrink the arena. Dark Shadow emerged from him and lifted him up. Yui didn't let this deter her. She picked up pebbles and sand from the ground and threw them at Fumikichi, expanding the size. Dark Shadow protected him, punching away the boulders. However, Fumikichi felt himself wobbling. My hero costume would be better for this move, but oh well, he thought, then spoke to Dark Shadow, we need to get her out of the arena. Let's do it, partner. This caused a smile to appear on Fumikichi's face. It took over a minute to get close to Yui without being hit. When he was close enough, Yui released the arena to its original size and ducked, narrowly avoiding a punch. Leaning back, she threw some sand granules and expanded it, causing 2 to hit Dark Shadow. This made Dark Shadow screech in anger. Yui noticed and widened her eyes in realization. She tried to jump back but was hit on the side by Dark Shadow's fast-moving hand, throwing her out of the arena and into the wall. Winner by ring out, Fumikichi. Now we have our first finalist, Fumikichi Tokoyami, Mike announced. Aizawa continued, Fumikichi knew he couldn't win against Yui without a flying option. After his quarterfinal match, he started planning and figured out how to fly using Dark Shadow. Yui, on the other hand, had a solid plan and would have won if Dark Shadow hadn't become aggravated. Inesa vs. Izuku. Our second semi-final match features 2 heavy hitters, Izuku Midoriya against Inesa Yorashi. Let's have a fun match, Inesa, Izuku said. Let us do it, Izuku. Inesa shouted in excitement. Midnight smirked and asked, you ready, boys? With a nod from both of them, she declared, begin. The 2 competitors started, with Inesa using his quirk and Izuku employing the skill, Dominator's Touch. Their forces clashed, neither budging from their spot. Both smirked, and Izuku, harnessing his strength, leaped at Inesa. With Dominator's Touch, he flew toward Inesa and landed a punch, sending the taller teen crashing to the ground. Ha, oh wow, Izuku. Let's ramp it up, huh? Inesa challenged. Sure, dude, Izuku replied with a smile. Inesa began to create a large tornado with Izuku at its center. As he soared upward, he saw Izuku still smiling. Izuku simply said, come forth, Baruka. A shadowy figure of an elf with blue skin emerged, startling Mike. Please use ice to bring Inesa down. Baruka complied, creating a massive ice structure that shattered in the tornado, disrupting Inesa's whirlwind. This was the perfect moment for Baruka to showcase his power. He formed an even larger ice structure that captured Inesa, bowing to Izuku. Thank you, Baruka. The shadow retreated, and Izuku thought, I need a skill to capture villains. I can't rely on my shadows too much. Wow, Inesa, can you move? He asked. Inesa shook his head, and Midnight announced, the winner of this match is Izuku. Can you break him out of the ice? Izuku nodded and approached Inesa, punching the ice into smaller pieces that flew everywhere. Well done, Inesa. You made me use my most powerful shadow, Izuku whispered, and Inesa smiled back. There you have it. Izuku Midoriya advances to the finals to face Fumikichi Tokoyami. The shadow you all saw is called Baruka and can control ice, which captured Inesa. Fumikichi vs. Izuku. During the 10-minute break, both competitors strategized, smirks on their faces as they stood opposite each other. The one who controls a shadow of the night against the summoner of shadows. Who will win? Fumikage Tokoyami or Izuku Midoriya? Midnight. Receiving nods, she continued, then let the finals begin. Fumikage. Izuku asked, receiving a nod from the bird-like hero. How about Dark Shadow against Igris? He really wanted to fight Dark Shadow from the moment he saw your quirk. I shall accept this duel, Fumikage replied as Dark Shadow emerged. The one who gives in first loses the match? Izuku confirmed with a nod. Come forth, Igris. A tall soldier appeared with a massive sword. You ready, Igris? Izuku asked, and Igris bowed, standing at attention. Go! With that, Igris and Dark Shadow clashed, exchanging slashes, punches, and scratches, neither giving ground. Izuku theorized that Dark Shadow was a strong entity, but Fumikage hadn't unlocked all of its power yet. After a punch to Dark Shadow's head, it retreated into Fumikage, only to return moments later. Finish it, Igris. Dark Shadow, finish this. With those commands, both entities found a second wind, their speed increasing dramatically. However, it was clear Dark Shadow was struggling. After a minute, Dark Shadow returned to Fumikage, saying, He is too powerful, Fumikage. Igris stepped back and declared, As per our deal, you win, Izuku and Igris. To everyone's surprise, Igris bowed at a 45-degree angle before retreating into Izuku's shadow. There you have it. The last match between summons. The winner is Izuku Midoriya, with Fumikage Tokoyami coming in second. Midnight announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the rewards for taking the #1 spot were substantial. What an interesting match, Igris against Dark Shadow. He paused, noticing something happening. Is that Miruko? Is she jumping? Oh, she jumped. She jumped. Izuku looked up, a small gulp escaping him as Fumikage backed away. Miruko, known as Bun Bun, leaped straight at Izuku with her arms and legs outstretched. Want me to boink your head? It's too early for that, Mike joked. Ignoring him, Izuku caught Rumi without flinching. Well done, Izuku, for winning, she said, swinging around him. Thanks, Rumi. But why did you jump? Izuku asked, confused. Why not? I knew you would catch me, she laughed. What is this? The #2 hero, Endeavor, is coming down to the arena too. Mike shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Izuku released Rumi and turned to Endeavor. So you actually want to do that? Rumi asked, looking at Izuku. Flashback. You have a strong quirk, especially with those shadow soldiers of yours. I have an offer. You and I will fight. Wait, what? Why? Izuku asked, surprised. Endeavor smirked. It's simple. If I win, you will tell me your quirk and be married to Shoko. And if I win? Izuku inquired. Endeavor scoffed, muttering, yeah, right. To humor his future opponent, Izuku asked, what do you want? When I win, Endeavor said, a smirk forming as he saw Izuku's expression, you will have to release Shoko's mother from the psych ward. Izuku's eyes widened, then he laughed. Very well, Izuku Midoriya. And a flashback. I will be fighting the winner of the sports festival, Miruko, Endeavor announced with a smirk. Everyone blinked in surprise, waking Aizawa from his nap. The twins of the man had their eyes widened at the revelation. I made a bet with him, and now we will see who will be the winner, the #2 hero continued. If the proctors allow it, then fine. Rules. Aizawa smirked. No, everything goes except for killing blows. Cracking his knuckles, he looked over at Midnight. Can we do it, Midnight-sensei? After a brief conversation through her earpiece, she announced, we have confirmation from Nezu that this battle is going to be allowed. Hear this, ladies and gentlemen. Endeavor, the #2 hero, will be fighting the winner of the sports festival. For what? We don't know, but this should be a very interesting battle. Mike shouted, igniting excitement in the crowd. Rumi hugged Izuku one last time, wishing him good luck before jumping off. Izuku versus Endeavor. Midnight continued, this fight will be the same as the other battles, except the winner is decided when the opponent goes unconscious or surrenders. Both fighters nodded and she shouted, begin! Endeavor heated himself up and shot towards Izuku, who who was ready to fight back without holding back. The two clashed in the middle, creating a massive shockwave of heat. "You're pretty good to survive the heat this close," Endeavor remarked. "I've been in worse," Izuku replied, pivoting on his left foot and raising his right foot to kick the side of Endeavor, who blocked it with his forearm. Using his skill, Fireball, he produced 3 large fireballs and 2 smaller ones, launching them at Endeavor. The hero smirked, using his own flames to block the fireballs, but he didn't realize Izuku had summoned his spear and thrown it at him. Endeavor felt the danger and barely dodged the spear. "You're wasting your weapon." "You never learned, number 2, Izuku retorted. Using his skill, Dominator's Touch, he made the spear return and hit Endeavor on the back of the head with the blunt end. Endeavor grunted in pain. "That won't even take me out, brat." "Oh, I know," Izuku whispered as he used his skill, Stealth, and punched Endeavor, sending him crashing into the arena wall. "Come on, that punch wouldn't take you out that easily, would it?" Some blood trickled from Endeavor's head. "Oh, I'm getting fired up," he replied, using flames to increase his speed and unleashing his powerful technique, Vanishing Fist. Izuku saw the attack coming. "Come forth, beast." The U.S.J. Nomu emerged and blocked the attack. "Thanks, beast." With a bow, the Nomu returned to the shadows. "You really are trying to kill me, using one of your strongest attacks," Izuku said, noticing some burns on his skin. He quickly healed himself with his skill, Healer. With both fighters injured, they exchanged blows. Izuku's PE shirt was burned, drawing catcalls from the crowd. Endeavor was also hurt, suspecting he had broken a rib or two. Jumping back to strategize, he smirked and unleashed Hell's Curtain, sending a wall of fire towards Izuku. Widening his eyes, Izuku called, "Baruka, come forth." The elf created a massive ice wall to protect Izuku from the flames. "Baruka, you wanted a strong opponent. Here is the number 2 hero. Do what you like, but don't kill or maim him." With a creepy smile and a bow, Baruka engaged Endeavor. "Once again, you're hiding behind your soldiers. You're weak," Endeavor taunted. Izuku felt a surge of pressure and activated his skill, Bloodlust. "Baruka, I hope you had your fun as I will have mine." With that, he used Dominator's Touch, throwing Endeavor like a ragdoll. Summoning his dagger, he held it to Endeavor's neck. "Give up, number 2. Endeavor couldn't respond, realizing he had been beaten by a teen the same age as his daughter. Midnight observed that Endeavor was unable to continue. "The winner is Izuku Midoriya." The crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku then used his skill, Healer, to heal as much as he could on Endeavor, surprising him before leaving to find Rumi. After leaving to find Rumi, they chatted, and Izuku got a new shirt to avoid unwanted attention. They enjoyed some food, and Rumi mentioned she would see him in his dorm. The awards ceremony featured a podium with 3 levels, with Inesa and Yui on number 3, Fumikage on number 2, and Izuku at the top spot. Midnight announced, "The one awarding the medals today is All Might." She was interrupted by a loud, "I am here." The big hero, All Might, apologized to Midnight and approached Yui and Inesa with the bronze medals. "Well done for getting 3rd place, Yui. You did well. For the future, consider using different materials than sand and concrete. It might help." She nodded as she received the medal, accompanied by an awkward hug from the 1st place winner. He then turned to Inesa, who wore a bright smile. "Well done, Inesa. Your wind was really powerful. I recommend improving your close-range combat and enhancing the power of your wind." After finishing with a hug, Inesa replied, "Thank you, All Might," and bowed deeply. Izuku sighed at his friend's antics and used his healer skill to mend Inesa's forehead, receiving a grateful smile in return. All Might then approached Fumikage. "Well done for getting 2nd place, Fumikage. Your skill with Dark Shadow is impressive, especially in the last fight. Keep working on your air mobility, and you'll be unstoppable." He hugged Fumikage and patted Dark Shadow while giving him the silver medal. Finally, All Might turned to Izuku. "Well done, Izuku, for winning the sports festival and defeating Endeavor. I recommend developing a long-range attack, as that seems to be a gap in your skills." He hugged Izuku and presented him with the gold medal. Izuku murmured a thank you. Turning back to the crowd, All Might encouraged them, worry not, train hard, and you can have a chance at being on the podium. Let's shout some encouragement together. Ready? Plus ultra. There was a brief silence before he added, well done for trying your best. A few facepalms followed, but the day was memorable as a 15-year-old had just beaten Endeavor in front of a stadium full of spectators. An hour after the award ceremony, Class 1A returned to their dorms. Aizawa announced they had until Saturday off to relax, visit family, or do whatever they wanted. Most students planned to leave that day, saying their goodbyes as they headed home. Izuku entered his dorm room to find Rumi sprawled across his bed. Enjoying yourself, Bun Bun? He asked. Sure. This bed is one of the comfiest I've ever laid on, she replied. Glad you like it. Are you free tomorrow? She raised an eyebrow. I'm free until Saturday. I have a key for the Heaven Tower. It's an A-rank gate, but it will take some time. A predatory smirk appeared on her face. Bring it on. After dinner, they continued discussing Endeavor and what Izuku gained from defeating the #1 hero. Quest: take the #1 spot, complete take first place in all games and become the ultimate winner of the sports festival. You received the following rewards: Reward 1, additional points plus 20. Reward 2, Hero's Boots, a rank. Reward 3, level up a skill of your choice. Will you accept? Accept/reject. Izuku accepted all the rewards, allocating points to intelligence, agility, and sense. He knew he needed more mana for tougher gates. You have received Hero's Boots, a rank, item. Hero's Boots item class, a type, armor attack, plus 15 defense, plus 8% boots for a hero, a quest-only reward. Increases speed and kicking power. Grants special effects. Can be equipped, stored, or sold. The boots provided increased speed by 15% and reduced fall damage by 50%. Izuku discussed upgrades with Rumi and decided to enhance one of his shadow abilities. As he planned for their trip to Heaven's Castle, he focused on increasing his stored shadows. You leveled skill. Save shadow from LV.1 to LV.2. Saved shadows maximum increased from 110 to skill. Save shadow LV.2 job-specific skill. No mana required. You absorb created shadow soldiers and save them. Saved soldiers can be summoned and reabsorbed whenever and wherever the animator desires. Saved shadows, 93/status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, The One Who Overcame Adversity, +1. Level, 63. Feet 0. HP, 15,500. MP, 2,895. Strength, 188. Agility, 175. Sense, 168. Vitality, 170. Intelligence, 280. Remaining points, 0. Physical damage reduction, 12% plus 40%. Physical pain nullification, 27%. Passive, muscularity, LV.1. Advanced Dagger Arts, LV.2. Advanced Spear Arts, LV.2. Active. Sprint, LV.4. Bloodlust, LV.2. Fireball, LV.3. Vital Strike, LV.2. Stealth, LV.3. Dominator's Touch, LV.2. Spear Throw, LV.2. Healer, LV.4. Job Specific. Shadow Extraction, LV.1. 93 of 156. Save Shadow, LV.2. 93 of 150. Izuku noted, wow, I have 57 free slots for more shadows. I'm glad, Rumi replied. After a moment she asked, can I sleep here? Blinking in surprise, Izuku responded, I thought that was your intention. I was expecting to sleep on the couch. Her gaze caused a hint of nervousness, even the system couldn't help with. You are sleeping with me on the bed. Another set of blinks appeared. No, I can sleep on the couch. Mentally, he was cursing the system for not helping with his emotions. What happened next surprised Izuku. She pulled him into the bed and under the covers. Now shut up and sleep. He sighed and put his arms around Rumi, causing a smile to appear on her face. Good night, Bun Bun. Night, Zuku. With that, the two went to sleep, unaware that Jiro was listening to them, as that part of Izuku's bedroom wasn't soundproof. The next day, just past 7 a.m., Rumi woke up, blinking the sleep away and questioning why her pillow was warm and soft. Looking to the side, a small blush appeared as she remembered how she pulled Izuku to the bed. Rumi had to admit it was one of the best nights she had, so she decided to rest her head back on his chest and fell asleep again. Over an hour later, both woke up, and after Izuku completed his exercise routine, he made breakfast in his new kitchen, which he loved. It was a classic kitchen that allowed 3 people to move freely, with high seats near a counter for drinks or food. Izuku also received another C-rank gate key, but this one was a high C rank. We need to go to Endeavor's agency entrance to actually enter the dungeon, Izuku said as he produced the Heaven's Castle key. Cool, let's head out. What are we expecting? We're lucky that he is out of commission for another 2 days. Nodding, Izuku continued, last time I fought against an angel, St. Peter to be precise. He was 20 levels higher than me then, but now I'm at least 3 times stronger. Rumi gulped slightly, but Izuku reassured her, I will protect you, so don't worry. You can also use the Dominator's touch skill you received. She gave a grateful nod and went to inform Aizawa that they were heading out. In an underground location, a man who had seen Japanese civilization rise and fall was rewatching one individual through a quirk that allowed him to see electronic screens. Doctor, what do you think? Asked a shorter man who resembled the doctor that had once crushed Izuku's dreams. From what Tamura and Kurojiri reported, they are shadows that use the boy's energy to regenerate. How he gains the shadows is currently unknown, but it is fascinating that he has multiple skills, which I believe are quirks or something related to his quirk. I see. Can you tell me more about the boy? His name is Izuku Midoriya. His only family is working in America. His quirk awakened after All Might accidentally used a wider attack than needed. The Potato Man laughed. Apparently his quirk is called Adapter, but I believe it is only a partial aspect of his abilities. We know of 4 confirmed shadows that are at least A rank: Fluffy, Igris, Beast, and Baruka. He also has mages, knights, and some other shadows, but they are C and B rank at best. The most interesting thing is the healing quirk. It seems to rebuild the body from a cellular level. Interesting, absolutely interesting. What I would do to get his quirk. If I believe what I think about how he can get his shadows, he could truly be a greater threat to us than All Might or his successor. I agree, Lord All for One. After Aizawa agreed to let the two leave, promising that Izuku would take him to the C-rank dungeon sometime in the future, they departed. The duo had a couple of travel options, and since Rumi was in her civilian clothes, they decided to take her car to park near Endeavor's agency. It took some time, but they managed to sneak into the entrance where the gate was located. The agency was currently run by the sidekicks, which was a small bonus. Entering the dungeon, Rumi was in awe of its beauty. She watched as Izuku approached the fallen saint, attempting to extract the shadow. You failed to extract the shadow. You still have 2 chances remaining. You failed to extract the shadow. You still have 1 chance remaining. You failed to extract the shadow. This shadow cannot be extracted at all. Darn, I cannot extract him, Izuku muttered, with Rumi patting him on the shoulder. I think it was left too late. They began to walk up the staircase, with Izuku retrieving the key from his system. They couldn't see past the gate, surrounded by air and the promise of freedom. Item, Heaven First Floor Key. Item class, a key that can open the Heaven Gate's door. Obtained by defeating the gatekeeper. Would you like to use the key to enter? Y/N. Then the gates flew open, releasing magical dust that obscured their vision. Quest has arrived. A quest just popped up, Izuku informed Rumi, sharing the details. Normal quest, collect angels' souls. Part 1. Heaven's castle is filled with angels. Hunt down the angels and collect their souls. Beware of angels with more than a pair of wings. Quest completion requirements. 10,000 angel souls. Rewards. Reward 1. Item of your choosing. Reward 2. bonus stats plus 20. Reward 3, hidden reward. It's similar to the one at the sports festivals, but this time we have to collect 10,000 souls. The rewards are amazing though, Izuku, Rumi stated. I agree, even though some of these items are worth billions in gold, I need to think about it when we complete this. They continued to walk. I can't even sense any monsters. Suddenly, their eyes widened at the sight before them. The ground was covered in water, yet they were able to stand on it. The reflection revealed fluffy white clouds drifting peacefully above. It was truly a breathtaking sight. A field-type dungeon, Rumi commented. I didn't expect it to be like this, he replied. It seems to have recreated Tokyo to some extent, similar to the Red Gate. Then he heard something. They are coming. You can obtain 1 soul per angel, but there are angels with multiple souls on upper floors. There are multiple floors, Bun, but let's kick some butt. Will 2 days be enough? She asked. I have no idea. With that, they drew their weapons, a dagger and a spear, and began to attack the angels with white wings and blank faces. It was like cutting through butter. The duo dispatched them with ease. You defeated 3 low-grade angels. You received 100x3 EXP. You received x3 angel souls. You have a partner with you. All of their kills will add to yours EXP required until next level up. 58,700. There's an experience indicator now? How convenient. He glanced at his partner, who was smashing the angels with her legs. Meanwhile, Shoko, Katsumi, and Heian met up in the dorms to find Izuku. When they couldn't locate him, they asked Aizawa, who informed them he was out with Miruko. Katsumi growled. He took her to a gate, didn't he? Yes, he did. Izuku told me he would be back before Saturday for our lesson. Did he tell you which one he went to? Heian asked. The Heaven's Castle, Aizawa stated. Heian's eyes widened. Oh my. The others looked at her, prompting her to continue. He received the key by fighting an S-rank boss. He said he lost his arm in that fight, and the only reason he won was that he didn't use his status recovery. Will he get more shadows? Shoko asked. I think that's why he's going. Less than 2 weeks ago, agents from the Korean Hero Association informed Izuku Midoriya, Nezu, and me about gates that might open naturally. Just then, a mouse god appeared, startling the students. It's good that Izuku is doing this, as we believe those gates will become common occurrences in the future. He wants to handle S-rank dungeons without risking anyone else's lives. Back with the duo, Rumi said, we still have a long way to go. You defeated a low-grade angel. You received 100 EXP collected angel souls. 329/10,000 item. Low-grade angel wings item class. None type, junk. So 329 wings, that should give me a lot of gold, Izuku mused. At this rate, we won't get any further, Rumi informed him. I agree, we've been here for 3 hours and I still haven't leveled up. He pulled something from his inventory. I have a permit for the next floor. Item, entry permit item class? Type? A permit to enter the 2nd floor of the violin level. Usable in the floor movement magic circle on the 1st floor. Violin? Wasn't that one of the 7 levels of heaven? Rumi questioned. Yeah, it is. But it seems there are multiple levels to each floor. Let's move to the 2nd floor. I think that's where the bright light is located. Izuku agreed. All bears and archer elves, please come forth. With that, 20 ice bears and Fluffy appeared. Bun, let's get on Fluffy. All archer elves, get on another bear. Shoot down any angels. Otherwise, bears, let's get to the next floor. Izuku jumped onto Fluffy, with Miruko right behind him. As Fluffy started running, Rumi hugged Izuku's chest for stability. Those are annoying, Izuku muttered as the bears barreled down on the angels. Meanwhile, Tenya Ida was at the hospital with his brother Tensei, who had encountered the hero killer stain. Brother, I think I might have found a way to help you. Tensei chuckled. How? Recovery girl couldn't help. My friend Izuku has a part of his quirk that allows him to heal and regenerate broken organs. This shocked Tensei. But thought Recovery girl said he couldn't do that yet. I'm sure. He's out right now, but I'll ask him when I see him next. Tenya's eyes filled with tears. Thank you, brother. Tensei replied, mirroring his brother's expression. After releasing the full army of shadows, the duo collected the permits to continue through the tower, which had 77 levels split into 7 sections. They were defeating the angels at a remarkable pace. Skill: Dominator's touch level risen from LV.2 to LV.3. Collected angel souls. 1, 917/10, 000 11th floor. This is the 11th floor. Not too bad for 7 hours of work, huh, Bun Bun? Izuku smirked. Yeah, not too bad, I must admit. Suddenly, a name appeared, Sadkiel the Dominion. They both gulped as they saw an angel with 5 pairs of wings, prey beads on his left hand, and his masked face leaning into his hand. He wore all white with golden trims, and at his hip he had a light sword. His guards, dressed in gray, had a mix of spears and swords. As the magicians unleashed their fire spells at the angel, Izuku instructed, take care of the rest, Igris, Beast, Baruka, and Fluffy. Using his skill, stealth, and holding Rumi's hand, Izuku thought, I have enough mana for regeneration after increasing my intelligence stats significantly. However, his thoughts were interrupted when Sadkiel, using enhanced speed, cut through all but Baruka. That BS, Izuku muttered angrily, punching the Dominion away. Sadkiel was thrown across the watery surface, and Izuku's sweat dropped. Oops, I lost my temper. Rumi gave him a deadpan look. Before we fight him, at least add those guards to your army. We'll need real support soon. Izuku nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Arise. With that command, the 10 two-winged guards transformed into shadowy figures, their bodies mostly black with wisps of white smoke. They are stronger than the one-winged angels. I hope their levels increase. Suddenly, they sensed a surge of power from Sadkiel. Oh no, a 50% increase in his stats. Izuku exclaimed as he saw the 5 pairs of wings spread out in their heavenly beauty. He got faster. Rumi looked back shocked. Beast, the ex-Nomu, positioned himself as a shield, blocking an attack aimed at Izuku and Rumi. The collision created a massive shockwave, sending debris flying from the cracked floor beneath the water. Rumi run. Look for an opportunity to attack. Baruka, you two with Igris. With their roles clear, Izuku leaped toward Sadkiel, spear ready. But the angel's quickened speed forced Izuku to dodge just in time. Baruka used his ice powers to slow the swing, attempting to strike the angel, but it was too high. Izuku activated Dominator's touch to evade the angel's sword. Meanwhile, Rumi, inspired by Izuku's skill, jumped behind the angel and slashed one of its wings, causing Sadkiel to scream in pain and lose balance. Izuku congratulated her, but his eyes widened as he saw the angel's wing begin to regrow. Seizing the moment, Igris slashed at Sadkiel's torso. Beast then used his immense strength to punch the angel's face, sending it crashing to the ground, while Baruka swiftly cut off its head. You leveled up. You gained X 200 angel souls. Izuku and Rumi stared in disbelief. Your shadows are brutally efficient, Rumi remarked. I know, but they are also amazing. They approached the defeated angel, and Beast happily presented the head to Izuku. Can you not do that? They said in unison, finding the moment amusing despite the circumstances. Arise, Izuku commanded. You failed to extract the shadow. You still have 2 chances remaining. With confidence, he tried again. Arise, Sadkiel. You have upgraded the shadow. I will keep your original name, Sadkiel. Sadkiel LV.8, Knight. Dominion 10-winged angel. You obtained item, Lord's Earring, item, Orb of Liberation, Sadkiel Wings X5, and ingredient item, Heaven's Blessed Water. He held a large bottle of around 30 liters. An ingredient from magic items of the highest quality. I can't throw it away without knowing what it can be used for. I'll find a use for it someday, Izuku muttered, but Rumi heard him. Do you want the earring? Nah, I'm good. It won't fit my style. Izuku chuckled and put it on his left ear. Item, Lord's Earring. Item class, is type, accessory. +20 strength, +20 vitality. Set effect will activate if this item is equipped along with Lord's Necklace, Lord's Ring, Lord's Bracelet. Set effect 1, locked. Set effect 2, locked. Set effect 3, locked. It has a set effect. Interesting, Izuku mused. We will probably find them if we continue to hunt angels here. Guess I'll find out soon enough. Lastly, the Orb of Liberation. It was a colorful orb that pulsed with energy. It sounds like something Destro would use. If only they knew what was coming. Destro had tried to build the Army of Liberation but had failed. Yeah, but it helps with spells. Apparently, it amplifies them, especially protection magic. Item, Orb of Liberation. Item class, Type, Magic item. An orb created by hardening the blood of high-rank angel, Satkiel. It amplifies magic to deal more damage and provide protection. Effect, Longing for Protection. Increases protection and healing spells by 50%. Effect, increases damage spells by 25%. It can double protection and healing magic, but increase damage by a quarter more. He held it in one hand and said, Skill, Fireball. A larger fireball shot out, causing an explosion on the surface. Both could feel the power increase. I wonder if this will work with my healing skill? It should. Now let's go, we have to get back by Saturday. With a nod, they took the entry pass and moved to the next level. Collected Angel Soul, 2-128/10-000. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, The One Who Overcame Adversity, +1. Level, 68. Fig, 42. HP, 15, 950/17-000. MP, 1, 855/3-025. Strength, 215. Agility, 180. Sense, 173. Vitality, 195. Intelligence, 286. Remaining points, 0. Physical damage reduction, 12% plus 40%. Physical pain nullification, 27%. It took another 6 hours to reach level 22 on the second floor of heaven. It was made of pearls and buildings, with a sky filled with stars unobscured by light pollution. Rumi thought it would be a perfect date spot if they didn't have to deal with more angels. The area was mainly populated by two-winged angels wielding weapons, with occasional four-winged ones. Izuku increased his number of four-winged angels by another 15 to make space for more shadows. His level was now 69, having gained 300 experience from some mid-level angels. However, he noticed Rumi starting to slow down. He offered to be carried by one of the bears, but she declined. Instead, he bought her a fatigue potion to help her recover. Level 22 was the most appealing of the 11 levels, with the shiniest features located here. However, there was a challenge. Instead of one boss, there were 10 six-winged opponents known as powers. It took around 10 minutes to deal with them, as they were more annoying than magicians. Some of their abilities included divine elemental manipulations, divine psionics, and purification. The 10 of them became shadows, increasing their levels. 10 Power Angels LV.6, Elite. 6-winged angels. It was fortunate that they dropped 20 angel souls each, providing 800 experience each. The healing done to Rumi showed that Izuku's healing abilities were on par with the angels, and he was confident that as they leveled up, their healing abilities would improve as well. The reward for the 22nd floor was an ingredient. Ingredient item, purified ashes of pearls. The next 11 floors took over 7 hours and were filled with more angels. The floors were covered in iron, with the angels clad in iron armor. Even though the angels were two-winged, they served as cannon fodder for Izuku's knights, some of whom would reach the next rank in the army. More four-winged angels began to become a nuisance for the duo. Rumi's use of the skill Dominator's Touch had surely improved her power. Izuku could see her strength gradually increasing as he constantly healed her strained muscles. The final boss was a throne, a two-ringed angel with multiple eyes on the rings. It had an orange name, but it was simple to defeat if they ignored its one powerful attack. Flames of Judgment. The attack of throne angels, A pure white fire shot from their wings could decimate anything caught in its path. Izuku managed to recruit the throne into his army as a LV.8 elite. He received 2 rewards, an ingredient and an accessory. Ingredient item, Eye of Thrones. Item, Lord's Necklace. Item class, is type, accessory. Plus 20 agility, plus 20 intelligence. Set effect will activate if this item is equipped along with Lord's Earring equipped. Lord's Ring. Lord Bracelet. Set effect 1, locked. Set effect 2, locked. Set effect 3, locked. When Izuku put it on, a set effect activated. Set item effect, LV.1. Set effect 1, plus 5 all stats. Set effect 2, locked. Set effect 3, locked. I guess I need to go to the 5th floor to unlock set effect 2. Collected Angel Souls, 6, 824/10, 000. You good, Rumi? Izuku asked worriedly. I've never been better. How many souls left? Izuku sighed. Just over 3,000. I think we can do it in the next 22 levels. Smiling, Rumi replied, yeah, let's go. So far, the 11th floor was the hardest. I bet the 77th floor boss will be at least S rank. She sighed, I bet you're right. They continued to the 34th floor, where the buildings were made of brass, and the angels wore brass armor. With the boost from their accessories and Rumi's metal shoes, they made good progress. Izuku recruited 10 more 4-winged angels and 5 6-winged angels. The boss on the 44th floor proved to be a challenge. For some reason, Izuku's angels protected both Rumi and himself. Rumi warned, the seraphim, we cannot look at it. Quirking a brow, Izuku asked, why? He remembered some basics of religious history but couldn't recall the specifics. If you look at it in its pure form, you'll die, or so I've heard. Izuku concentrated, we only have one seraphim named Raphael to worry about, but there are 8 cherbises. They are orange, while the seraphim is red. He commanded, Baruka, Igris, Sadkiel, please deal with the seraphim. Beast, Fluffy, handle the others. The battle lasted around 30 minutes. Izuku had to drink a mana potion since the seraphim's heightened regeneration made it difficult to defeat. Fluffy and Beast joined the fight, while the 4-winged angels continued to protect Izuku and Rumi. The cherbises were taken down quickly, but the seraphim used fire and light attacks, even trying to manipulate their emotions. Izuku had to hug Rumi to fend off the intrusive thoughts. Baruka's ice attacks were ineffective, as the seraphim could counter with fire or ice. Igris fought fiercely, but the seraphim wouldn't go down easily. Sadkiel's fire attack was only slightly hotter than the seraphim's flames. Fluffy and Beast helped, but Fluffy had to regenerate often due to the size of the battle. After the seraphim's defeat, they celebrated, as it had been a mentally taxing battle for Rumi. Izuku revived the 8 cherbises and the seraphim after a few attempts. He kept the name Raphael as it sounded nice. You said the hardest enemy would be on higher floors. We couldn't even look at the seraphim, or we would have died, Rumi muttered in annoyance. Don't mention it. Oh. What's up? The cherbises dropped 100 souls each, and Raphael dropped 1,000 souls. She blinked. We just added over 3,000 souls with these 11 floors? Collected angel souls, 10, 101/10, 000. We did it in just over a day, huh? Rumi chuckled. Yeah, the last 7 floors took nearly 10 hours. We still have 33 floors left. Normal quest, collect angels' souls, part 1, has been completed. You can receive the following rewards. Reward 1, item of your choosing. Reward 2, bonus stats plus 20. Reward 3, hidden reward. Accept reward 1. Is that the one where you can choose any item? Reward 1, you can choose any item. Please choose an item. Yeah, but I already know what I want. Miruko raised an eyebrow. I got the key to Heaven's Castle through my blessed random box. A different option would have been the cursed random box, which doesn't have a price. So I will be choosing that. In Izuku's hand, a black box materialized. You chose the item, cursed random box. Cursed random box obtain an item the player needs. With that thought, the black box opened. I have raised my level nicely and obtained rare items. I wonder what I will need. Another key? Izuku asked, noticing an odd-looking black key. Item name? Item class? Type? Location, 1008 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. All of the description is question marks. I know the location will be shown. During summer break. Don't worry, Zuku, it's only what? 6 weeks away? Rumi said, stretching. With a smile and a pat on Rumi's head, Izuku continued, accept reward 2. Reward 2 you received bonus stats plus. I will add 10 into intelligence, 5 into sense, and 5 into agility. I can't let my other stats be low compared to intelligence. After that was done, he said, accept reward 3. You selected reward 3. Recipe, Holy Elixir of Healing. You can learn the crafting method for Holy Elixir of Healing. Holy Elixir of Healing? Izuku muttered. What will it do? Rumi asked, curious. Holy Elixir of Healing. Item class is type consumable. A mysterious potion that can cure any disease and heal everything from a missing limb to a failing heart. The effect will only take place when the entire bottle is consumed, and life energy will be restored. There are 7 ingredients needed. Heaven's blessed water. Purified ashes of the earth. Eye of thrones. Feather of the healer. Wood of the tree of life, not owned. Scripture of the Lord, not owned. Michael's essence, not owned. It can heal anything from a missing limb to any disease. Also, life energy will be restored. Dang, now this information needs to be kept a secret. Yeah, it does. Let's get back. We can return here another day? How much space do you have for more shadows? I have 154 shadows with room for 20 more. Why? Let's see if we can gather 20 more then. She pulled Izuku by the hand to collect the additional shadows. This was prompted by Izuku sharing what the Korean Hero Association had told him earlier. It was around 11 p.m., and both of them were in the dorms. I guess you'll crash here? She nodded. Yeah, I'm patrolling nearby, and when your work studies start, we'll head to my house where my agency is. So you'll be sleeping here until Monday? Sure. Now get in here. I need warmth. Shaking his head, Izuku went to sleep, still in shock that he was sharing a bed with his friend. Crush? Girlfriend? Partner? He shook his head and drifted off, remembering how she had pulled him to collect 15 more power angels and 5 four-winged angels. If they had noticed, they would have seen Shoko, Katsumi, and Heian watching with jealousy as they jumped onto his balcony. The 3 were discussing their future plans and trying to keep Katsumi from exploding with frustration. The next day, Izuku and Rumi were eating breakfast when a knock echoed through the room. Opening the door, he saw Shoko, Katsumi, and Heian standing there. When Katsumi spotted Miruko, she glared at her, but Miruko just smirked back. Oh, morning. Izuku chirped happily. Heian thought to herself, he's gotten stronger again. If she had to guess, he had leveled up around 20 levels. Shoko then asked, was it you who allowed my mother to come back from the mental hospital? The return of her mother had shocked Shoto, Shoko, and their older siblings, leading to one of the best family nights they had experienced. Scratching his head, Izuku replied, come in first. Yeah, Endeavor wanted to fight. If he won, I would have told him my quirk name and agreed to an arranged marriage with you. But if I won, your mom would come back. This caught the attention of all 4 girls. Rumi exclaimed, why didn't you tell me about that? And playfully smacked the back of his head. I forgot, he said, rubbing the back of his head as the girls exchanged glances. Heian then spoke up, we actually came here to go to class. It starts in 10 minutes. Izuku's eyes widened. I guess I'll see you later, Rumi. They hugged, and she added with a smirk, yeah, even though we went to bed pretty late. The 3 teens looked at Izuku and Rumi. Did you 2 do anything? Shoko asked. Not understanding the implication, Izuku replied, we finished a gate pretty late, that's it? Rumi added, fighting angels was quite the experience. Katsumi blinked in disbelief. You took her and not me? she exclaimed, sparks of frustration evident in her tone. Backing away a step, Izuku said, "Sorry? Rumi is an S rank while you're B rank, borderline A rank if you team up. I did get 2 more nights, but ignoring that, you could probably only handle the 2 and 4-winged angels at your level." They gulped, realizing the power of a night-level shadow, especially with Izuku now having 6 in total. "Anyways, don't we have school?" Izuku asked, prompting the 3 to snap out of their stupor. "Yeah, we do, Izuku," Heian replied. Rumi hugged him again and said, "See you in the dorms later." With a wave, the 4 left. Shoko asked, "She is staying with you?" "Yeah, until Monday, that is." The girls nodded, and they continued their walk, chatting about their weekends. Classroom. The 4 entered the classroom, and everyone looked at Izuku. "Is something on my face?" Denki shouted. "When would you have told us that you sleep with Miruko?" Izuku, not understanding the situation, replied, "We did sleep with each other. We arrived pretty late last night." Everyone face-bombed, not wanting Izuku to know what was happening. Ejiro then changed the subject. "Oh yeah, did any of you get recognized when you visited family?" Hanta nodded. "Yeah, some preschoolers said better luck next time," sulking at the end. During this time, the 4 went to their seats. Toru continued, "Everyone was looking at me too, causing some people to sweat drop. You are invisible, you kind of do stand out. But yeah, I did get recognized, and a lot of them asked about Izuku's quirk. Imagine my embarrassment when I didn't even know," Mina added, sulking as well. Tsuyu then asked, "And we still don't know what it is. Mind telling us, Izuku?" Izuku was saved from answering by Aizawa entering. "Shut up, brats," he said, activating his quirk. "Today, your only lesson will be hero informatics." The class groaned. "You will be choosing your hero names, but first, everyone who has been chosen by heroes for work studies." There was chattering as Denki and Kyoka teased each other about who would become heroes or stay as sidekicks. Izuku Midoriya, 5,732. Shoko Todoroki, 2,392. Fumikage Tokoimi, 1,839. Katsumi Bakugo, 1,495. Heian Cha, 1,495. Ejiro Kurishima, 521. Momo Yaoyorozu, 449. Mina Ishido, 183. Tenyida, 176. Hantasiro, 110. Mizo Sho 45. Tsuyu Ajuiting. Kyoka Jiro, 13. Denki Kaminari, 13. Rikido Sato, 12. Mashiro Ojiro, 10. Toru Hagakure, 7. Koji Koda, 4. Shako Uraraka, 3. Yuga Oyamata, 0. Some reactions included open mouths, sulking, or moody expressions. The students at the lower levels mostly sulked. Denki teased Kyoka while dodging her jacks, and Katsumi and Heian glared at each other. One student asked, "How come Shoko got the second highest even though she lost in the quarterfinals?" Ignoring the mutter about endeavor, Aizawa explained, "Most heroes choose you because your quirk is suitable for working with them or will be needed." Internally, he thought, most of them want a powerful student to raise their rank. Don't worry if any heroes didn't choose you or you have only a few options. We also have 40 agencies that help students who didn't receive an invite. He looked at Yuga. "Aoyama, you will have a training week with me." Yuga nodded. "I am no good at picking hero names, so Midnight will come here and help." He then crawled into his trusty sleeping bag and fell asleep. And talk about the devil, Midnight entered in her striking outfit and winked at Izuku. "I will be helping you choose your hero name, my little cute students." After 15 minutes, the students began to come up to the front with names like Froppy, I Can't Stop Twinkling, Red Riot, etc., with Ida choosing Tenya for now. Queen Explosion Murder. Rejected. What about Goddess Explosion Murder? Rejected again. Explosion Murder Queen? That is the same as the first one. Tisk. Izuku then walked up, Shadow Hero, Monarch. Oh, I love the authority vibe, especially with your army and you being their leader. Izuku smiled and returned to his seat. Lady Explosion Murder. Rejected. The next student came up, the ice hero, Crystal. Not too bad. Crystals can also mean ice and are similar to your quirk. Murder lady. For the nth time no. Sword hero, dancer, Heian stated. Nice, and the way you use the sword seems like you are dancing. She smiled at that. Exploding murder lady. Rejected. After class in dorms. Rumi was out on her patrol, so when Izuku was heading to his dorm, Ida approached him. Izuku, can I ask for a favor? Sure, let's go to my dorm first. They went to Izuku's room and to the chimney area where a silencing device was located. From the way you are acting, I bet it is something important that you don't want anyone to hear? With a surprised nod, he continued, this corner has a silencing device, so no one, not even Kyoka, can hear. So what's up? Bowing his head at a 90-degree angle, he asked, can you heal Tensei? My older brother. This shocked Izuku. What exactly is needed to be healed, and what happened? He was attacked by the hero killer, and his lumbar spine is missing a vertebra, preventing him from using his lower body. I think it is possible. When Ida wanted to say something, Izuku raised his hand to stop him. Come forth, Raphael. An angel with 12 wings appeared. Izuku mused that this was Raphael's human-like form, as neither Rumi nor Izuku could see the true form. Raphael here has the strongest healing powers in my army. It will take longer to regenerate missing limbs or bodily structures. With the recipe that was given, if Izuku made the elixir, more life would come into a body as neither healing could restore life energy. Tenya had tears in his eyes as Izuku continued, if I get permission from Sensei and the hospital staff, we can even go today. Ida hugged Izuku, patting Tenya on the back. 3 hours later. I still can't believe you got all of that sorted so fast, Tenya, Izuku said as he and Tenya were driven by Aizawa. I must thank Sensei again for driving us to the hospital. Me and Izuku have some business to attend to later, Tenya replied, referring to the C rank, so you will be staying with your brother after it is done. Thank you once again. It was a simple affair, they just needed to ask Aizawa for help. Shota and Tensei were high school friends, so he agreed to assist, but Izuku would be showing the gate afterward. 1 hour later, the three of them arrived at the hospital where Tensei was located. When Izuku entered, he noticed 2 elderly people who seemed to be Tenya's parents and a doctor. Good afternoon, you must be Izuku Midoriya, the doctor said. Hi. After some introductions, Tenya introduced his parents. Tensei was also introduced, but he couldn't really move. Tenya told me that one of your shadows can heal Tensei? Please help, the Ida matriarch asked. Yes, come forth, Raphael. This here is Raphael, and his healing abilities are even better than mine. He can regenerate missing limbs, cells, or even organs. Raphael, please can you heal Tensei? With a bow, Raphael approached the injured Tensei. The parents looked a little skeptical but allowed the angel through. It only took just over 5 minutes before the angel returned and bowed to Izuku, then disappeared into the shadow. It is done, you can try standing, he said. Tensei, who was awake during this, responded, sure. With the help of his parents, Tensei took his first steps after the incident. They were all teary-eyed, and Izuku smiled. Thank you so much, Tenya said while hugging Izuku before returning to Tensei. We will be seeing you tomorrow, Tenya. Remember the work-study placements. I will need them by tomorrow. With a nod, the duo left for the car. In the car, you are going to Miruko's work-study? Aizawa asked. Hi, Sensei. Where is the C-rank gate? Yorii in the Saitama Prefecture. It is going to take me around an hour to get there. I wish I had a shadow that could fly with me on top. How was your trip with Miruko to the A rank? It is a tower of heaven, also known as Heaven's Castle. We just finished the 44th floor. How come you didn't finish it? The time to defeat the thousands of angels and then the bosses was a pain, especially the seraphim who we couldn't even look at. Wait, was Raphael one? Yeah, Raphael was in his human-like form so we wouldn't die when we saw his true form. How did you defeat him? Baruka, Igris, and Satkiel, a 10-winged angel, fought Raphael while Beast and Fluffy fought the Cerberus. The human angels? Something similar. Even though they were B rank, their regeneration was annoying. It took Fluffy and Beast 5 minutes to defeat them, and then they joined in the fight against Raphael, which took another 25 minutes. Why so long? The regeneration factor is probably one of the fastest. The U.S.J. Nomu had nothing on him. There was a gulp hearing that. He is a LV.19 knight, which was a surprise to me. I remember you mentioning that Baruka and Igris are nearing their next stage? Yeah, I thought Raphael would be higher, but no, a high A rank for sure. But all the opponents recently have a ridiculous healing factor. I bet it was. They continued to chat until they reached the gate. Yuri C rank gate. They went to a more secluded area where Izuku used the C rank key. A bluish portal opened, and both jumped in as the portal closed behind them. So this is a gate? Yeah, pretty interesting. Only Shoko hasn't been in one yet. I see. Do you know what we will be expecting here? Not really. Keep your senses open. It is a high C rank gate. Naturally, after 3 minutes, something emerged. A chimpanzee with metal claws jumped out. Izuku used his dagger to cut the beast. It seems we will have some more mammalian monsters here. Another monkey rushed toward Aizawa, who used his quirk to see if anything worked. When it didn't, he used his hidden knife to cut the monkey. My quirk doesn't work on them. So it's only effective against people with quirks. They continued cutting and slashing at the mammals, and soon wolves with metal teeth came at them. After another 10 minutes, Izuku received a notification. Alarm! You have earned title, Beast Slayer. Your stats will increase by 20% when facing an opponent with a mammal appearance. You also gain 40% more experience killing mammal opponents. Smirking, he thought, change title to Beast Slayer. They eventually found mana crystals, which Izuku asked his 4-winged angels, Cerberus, and knights to collect. He was going to visit May soon. Finally, after 30 minutes of showing Aizawa the ropes, they entered the boss room, which contained one animal that could intimidate the weak-minded, a 5-meter-tall brown bison with silver horns that were 1 meter long. Its hooves had some metal protection, and there was metal armor on its sides, front, and back. Great Siberian bison. Want to take him on? Izuku asked. Sure, but back me up if anything happens. No problem, sensei. With that, Aizawa used his agility to maneuver around the charging bison. Using his capture tape, Aizawa swung it around one of the bison's horns and attempted to cut through its thick skin with a knife, but it proved ineffective. Formulating a plan, he aimed for a weak spot. The bison, displeased with being used as a swing, charged at Aizawa, who slid beneath the creature and slashed its stomach open. The beast roared in pain and crashed into a wall. Turning back, it sought revenge on Aizawa, rushing at him with reckless abandon, swinging its head from side to side, making dodging difficult. Having learned a lot as an underground hero, Aizawa knew how to push his muscles beyond their limits. Though it caused him pain afterward, he leaped over 5 meters, landing just in time to stab the great Siberian bison through its eye, driving the knife deep into its skull, killing it. Izuku smiled and approached Shota, using his healing skill to mend the teacher's wounds. Not too bad, sensei. We'll need to find a different weapon since your knife didn't penetrate the skin, he said. Grateful, Aizawa asked, what now? I will do this first. Arise. A near-identical silhouette emerged, but with black fur and blue eyes, along with blue accents on its horns. Even though this guy is the weakest in the army, he's still useful as a heavy hitter, Izuku remarked, patting the bison's fur. At that moment, other soldiers approached Izuku with mana crystals. I'll give these to Mei since I couldn't collect any in the previous raids. The support girl? Yeah, she's really smart with her inventions. Her ideas for upgrading the school security are going to be implemented soon. After a moment of thought, he used his shop option and bought Aizawa a dagger. This dagger is called Monster Killer. It only kills monsters and knocks out humans. Aizawa stared in awe at the design. A basic structure with a blade edged in blue and a blue bandage around the handle. Are you sure? Izuku smiled and nodded. Thanks, kid. Item, Monster Killer. Item class, tipped dagger. Attack, plus 150. This dagger kills monsters but will knock out a human opponent with a hit to a vital spot. Can be equipped, stored, or sold. Effect knockout. On a human opponent, it won't kill but will render them unconscious. With that, the two left, one ready to rest, the other eager to see his friend in support. At UA, Izuku stood in front of the 1C dorm. After knocking, a boy with green hair answered. "Hey, I'm looking for Mei." "Ah, she's in her room." "You're Izuku Midoriya, right?" Izuku nodded. "I'm Kion Kaiza, a classmate of Mei." "Nice to meet you, Kion." Izuku smiled as Kion led him to Mei's room. After knocking again, he called out, "Hey Mei, it's me, Izuku." The door opened, and before Izuku could react, Mei pulled him inside. "Sup, Izuku?" "Nice room you have," he remarked, noticing her workbench filled with incomplete projects and cool visuals around the room. "Thanks. What do you need? You don't come by often." "Ah yes." He produced a medium-sized mana crystal, and he could see the spark in her eyes. "These are mana crystals. I'm not sure what you'll use them for, but they have an energy source. This is amazing. With this, we wouldn't need energy manufacturing. It can power anything." She prepared an energy source, and after checking it, her eyes widened with excitement. "This can power a whole dorm building for a week? Do you have more?" "I do." Izuku chuckled at her enthusiasm, producing a kilogram of crystals. "I have more, but I'll give you more in the workshop. Please don't tell anyone where you got them from, okay?" "Hi, thank you, Izuku." She hugged him and returned to her crafting. An hour later, Izuku said goodbye and headed to his room to relax after the day. When Izuku entered the 1A dorms, everyone was chatting. "Hey guys, want pizza?" he asked. Everyone nodded, and those not in the living room were called down. Even Miruko joined and sat next to Izuku. "Where's Tenya?" Chaco asked. "He's with his brother." They continued chatting when Izuku asked, "Who did you all choose for your work studies?" "Endeavor told me he has a sidekick who can help with my ice, so I'm going to him," Shoko informed. "Best genist for me, I'll be under a higher ranking than you, nerd," Rumi teased. Izuku chuckled as Kaminari asked, "Who are you going with?" "Me, obviously," Rumi replied, putting an arm around Izuku. They shared their choices, with Tsuyu going to Selkies and Ejiro to fourth kind. Heian mentioned, equipped hero, Yoroi Masha. Denki sulked, "There are 4 now going to a top 10 agency." Fumikage chimed in, "I'm going to Hawks." Denki blinked in disbelief. "Not fair." Anime tears streamed down his face as Hanta consoled him. It was a nice dinner with 1A, filled with laughter. "I can't believe Midnight didn't let me say Queen Explosion Murder," someone joked, prompting more laughter. Now only Shoko wasn't at a gate yet. Somewhere beyond human comprehension, an elderly man with a long gray beard watched everything unfold below. "This is amusing," he chuckled, preparing the humans for something significant. His main objective was to strengthen the so-called Shadow Monarch before introducing it to others. However, he frowned at an area where his control was limited. With Izuku, it was Monday, and everyone was off for their work-study placements. Izuku was in Rumi's car, driving to her house for the week. "What is our plan, sensei?" he asked with a wide smirk. Rumi flushed with embarrassment. "Don't you dare call me that, Greenie." Hi, I won't say that to my cute rabbit." She nearly swerved as her cheeks turned red. "I need to get him soon, the next opportunity one get I will," she thought. "Our plan is to kick butt and show them that we are no one's beaches." Dimon, can't wait. Is the A rank key open yet? Item, Baba Yaga key. Item class, a key that opens an A rank dungeon. It will activate automatically when secret requirements are met. Not yet. Apparently, some requirements still need to be fulfilled. Though the name has appeared, Baba Yaga. That rings a bell. Izuku pulled out his phone. It apparently originated from Eastern Europe. I thought if I had any other weird key, it would be that location. Oh well. "Oh, we will be meeting with Ryoko, also known as Ryukyu." "How come?" Her expression darkened. "She wanted to meet you because her intern is interested in you." Okay. After 20 minutes, they arrived at her house. Once inside, they talked briefly before deciding to go on patrol. Izuku changed into his costume while Rumi donned hers. He wore black trousers, a white shirt, and a black overcoat with a hood. On his right bicep was a yellow crescent moon, matching Rumi's hero costume. Finally, you have the crescent moon on your costume, Rumi complimented, looking him up and down. Thanks, you look appealing, Izuku replied unexpectedly. Leaning forward, she teased, if you keep complimenting me like this, I might just jump you. Izuku leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. What if I allowed you? This made her smirk. You know what, let's do it. She leaned in, capturing Izuku's lips with hers. He was momentarily shocked but then kissed her back. I wanted to do this for a long time, she confessed. Izuku smiled. I think I understand, this is love. Rumi Usajiyama, will you be my girlfriend? Her eyes widened, and a gentle smile spread across her face. Rumi jumped into Izuku's arms and whispered, I do. They continued to kiss for a minute, needing to catch their breath. Some saliva formed a bridge between their mouths as they kissed again, their faces turning red and breathing slightly. I think we should start patrolling, Izuku suggested, holding her up by her thighs. She smiled. Let's kick some butt today. They jumped onto her roof and leaped away, sharing one last kiss before taking off. 15 minutes later, while patrolling near a main street, Rumi shouted, car speeding 120 kilometers per hour on a normal road. Izuku was baffled. How? Shaking his head, they both ran after the car. Come forth, Raphael, Sadkiel. As shadows materialized beside them, Izuku instructed, please pick us up and use your flying speed to reach the speeding car. The angels bowed and lifted them into the air, allowing them to surpass the speeding vehicle. Once dropped, Izuku used his skill, Dominator's Touch, to slow the car while Rumi positioned herself in front of it. After it stopped, the two angels stood guard as Rumi commanded, get out of the car peacefully. A man with a horse-like face emerged, too intimidated by the angels to protest. Why were you speeding? Izuku asked, joining Rumi. Aye. A smirk crossed the man's face as he pulled out a gun and fired multiple shots. But the bullets floated in front of them, held back by Izuku's hand. The angels drew their swords, ready for action. Izuku used Dominator's Touch to pull the gun closer, securing it in a safe location. Rumi then brought up some cuffs and put them on the man. 2 police officers arrived, and after hearing the details, they put quirk-canceling cuffs on the horseman and took him away. The car was later transported by a truck to the police base, allowing Rumi and Izuku to slip away while some onlookers took pictures. They were recognized as the couple who used to go on dates, with Izuku being the sports festival winner. Just 10 minutes later, an interesting event unfolded, a bank robbery. They saw on the Hero Network that a bank was being robbed, with police and a local hero on standby. The robbers had taken all the bank workers as hostages. With a determined look, Rumi stepped in front of the police while Izuku moved to the back with his shadows. Come forth, Power Angels, he commanded, and the shadows spread from his own to those around him. While Rumi bought time, Izuku issued a mental command, and all the robbers found themselves with at least one shadow Power Angel, incapacitating them. The other powers used their healing abilities to tend to the hostages' scrapes and bruises before releasing them. The police were shocked by the turn of events, and Rumi explained that Izuku, also known as Monarch, was her work-study student. Thanks to Miruko allowing Izuku to use his quirk in critical situations, he faced no penalties. After a 9-hour patrol, during which they had lunch, both were pleased with their day, having handled 23 cases, including major incidents like the car incident, the bank robbery, and a villain attack. They paid little attention to the news and continued their evening. Izuku, feeling a bit nervous, asked Rumi, Bun? Yeah, she replied, tilting her head. Do you want to go on a date? He asked. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. I would love to. Where to? After pondering for a moment, a smirk appeared on his face. A theme park? Rumi nodded, leaning against Izuku's chest. Sure. Meanwhile, Katsumi was frustrated as best jeanist tried to tame her hair. "Why do I need my hair like this?" she yelled. "Hair is like fibers. If we take care of them, our jeans will look amazing," he replied, trying to calm her down. Shoko asked Frost, her mentor, "So you will help me with my ice quirk?" "Yes, I am one of the 5 sidekicks Endeavor hires to manage fire damage. My quirk is similar to yours but has a smaller margin," he explained. "We will start with control exercises to help you build different structures for your career," he continued, capturing her full attention. Hei-in listened as Yoroi Masha explained, "Paperwork is one of the most important parts of a hero's work. We document everything from damage to villains captured, to ensure we get paid and can support our sidekicks." Hei-in thought to herself, "What have I chosen? This man stinks." Tensei remarked, "I still can't believe your friend healed me." "Me too, brother. I'm truly happy," Tenya replied, following his idol. Tensei then said, "Our routes will change slightly. We will be going in groups of 3 instead of 2, and until the hero killer is captured, we will wear GPS tracking devices." The sidekicks responded with a resounding "hi," and Tenya looked at Tensei with admiration and brotherly affection. Back with Izuku and Rumi, they arrived at the theme park, but Rumi noticed something. "Izu, why is it empty?" Izuku smirked, "I got the theme park for the whole night for us." Her eyes widened. "You didn't have to. We wouldn't be able to enjoy all the roller coasters otherwise. This one has one of the fastest rides." 5 minutes later, they both wore straight faces as they rode a coaster. "It's slow." "Yes, it is," they agreed, laughing despite the ride's speed of 280 kilometers per hour. Hand in hand, they moved from one roller coaster to another. It was a lovely night for Rumi. She had tried dating before, but most people wanted something from her that made her uncomfortable. Growing up with high levels of mutant discrimination had affected her confidence in relationships. But with Izuku, she felt protected and genuinely happy, able to smile without the bloodthirsty edge she often wore. She was unaware they had become an internet sensation until a fan pointed it out during her patrol. Although she noticed a few girls trying to get Izuku's attention, she was confident that none of them stood a chance. She was told by Izuku why he had a kitchen in his room. Firstly, it was because his classmates didn't appreciate his cooking time. Secondly, before he had a fridge, he often made pre-made lunches and dinners, but they all mysteriously disappeared. Rumi later found out that it was Uraraka who had taken them, according to what the shadows told Izuku. So yes, her main contenders were the top 3 female students. Ignoring those thoughts, she continued to think about her meeting with her friend Ryuko. Miruko and her best friend from high school had always been close, but once they both entered the top 10, they started to drift apart. She couldn't quite understand why. Was she interested in Izuku? Was her intern interested in him? "Rumi, you okay?" Izuku asked, concerned. She snapped out of her thoughts as they stopped from their ride. "Yeah, I was wondering something." "Want to share?" "If it isn't a problem," he replied, still worried. She had to admit he looked cute when he was concerned about her. "I'm wondering why Ryukyu wanted to meet us exactly." Her expression darkened again. "Possibly a joint mission or patrol. You are a free-reigning hero. But you did mention her intern was interested in meeting with me," Izuku pondered. "We'll see on Wednesday. Want to continue? Bumper cars? I thought you'd never ask." A wild smirk appeared on her face. Yes, Rumi enjoyed that night. The competitive spirit inside her ignited once again. After they finished their fun just after midnight, they both traveled home. Rumi once again slept with Izuku, claiming he was her boyfriend. The next day, after Izuku and Rumi did some morning exercises, they sparred in her dojo. Izuku realized he had been neglecting some of his skills, especially with weapons. For over an hour, the duo worked on their dagger skills, and Izuku practiced with a spear as well. Alarm. Skill. Advanced dagger arts level increased from LV.2 to LV.3. Passive. Due to the user preference to use daggers, you can use daggers more proficiently. When a dagger is used, the attacks gain 45% additional damage. Alarm. Skill. Advanced spear arts level increased from LV.2 to LV.3. Passive. Due to the user preference to use spears, you can use spears more proficiently. When a spear is used, the attacks gain 45% additional damage. He thought they were on the verge of leveling up, but having a higher level didn't hurt. The two took Rumi's car to a private area where she was allowed to train. Izuku summoned all the shadows and spoke to them. You can all relax, just don't go outside the area. They all bowed, but Igris and Baruka stayed. I'm guessing you two want to spar with me or Rumi? They nodded. Izuku looked around to see if any other shadows wanted to join, but none were nearby. The shadows from the heavens were relaxing under some trees, while others were exploring or hunting. Rumi wanted 2v2 against them? I'll keep feeding them mana so they won't disperse. She glanced at the two shadows, who gulped silently at the intensity on her appealing face. Let's make you a higher level, you hear? The two nodded, having a small rivalry with each other. The two pairs stood about 10 meters apart. This is a no-holds-barred spar. With Raphael and my healing skill, we can heal any missing limbs. Just try not to kill us, as I don't think we can revive ourselves. The two shadows nodded. With an imaginary signal, the four rushed at each other at speeds a normal civilian wouldn't see. Baruka came at Rumi first, and their daggers clashed. She jumped over him, shouting, "Luna, fall!" Her powerful legs struck Baruka's forearm, which dispersed momentarily before regenerating when he jumped back. Izuku used the skill, spear throw, to launch his spear at Igris. Despite the increased accuracy, Igris was too fast. Smirking, he used the skill, Dominator's Touch, to bring the spear back while engaging in a dagger versus sword fight. Igris forgot about the spear and had his left arm cut off. Even though it cost Izuku 180 MP, it regenerated nonetheless. Retrieving the S-rank Lance of Longinus, he threw it at Baruka, catching him off guard for a critical hit. Using the skill, Sprint, which he hadn't done since acquiring Hero's Boots, he dashed behind Baruka, who shot ice at him while Rumi dealt with Igris. Using the skill Fireball, Baruka destroyed the ice, but as he looked around, he couldn't find Izuku until a punch landed in his stomach, pushing him back a couple of meters. At the same time, Igris was countering Rumi's Dominator's Touch. With impressive speed, he pulled Rumi towards him and punched her. The bunny woman couldn't counter it, and blood escaped her mouth. Running towards him, she used Luna Ring, which was barely blocked by Igris's armor. She then noticed Izuku flying in her direction, cuts on his body suggesting Baruka had attacked him. "Any plans?" she asked, smirking. "What you said yesterday. Kick butt and show them that we are no one's beaches," he replied. "That is true." With that, the two rushed towards their opponents. Rumi drew her Night Dagger, facing Igris, while Izuku wielded his Lance of Longinus and the T-Rex Dagger. He attempted the skill Vital Strike 3 times, but only one connected with Baruka. His mastery of the daggers surpassed Izuku's. Using the skill Stealth, he hid his right arm carrying the spear and struck Baruka in the face with it. Igris was struggling as well, but Rumi realized she was an equal to him with the Night skill. The spar continued for another 30 minutes, ending in a draw due to the regeneration factors of both fighters. When they finished, Rumi nearly collapsed, and with Tsadkiel's help, Izuku healed her as best as they could. Igris and Baruka knelt before Izuku, and a notification appeared before him. Igris and Baruka have reached the level for a promotion. Do you allow? Agree/reject? Smiling and patting them on the shoulders, he said, "You both deserve the promotions." "I agree." Their auras increased and he noted, Elite Knights. Alarm. Igris LV.27, Knight, LV.1, Elite Knight. Knight Baruka LV.27, Knight, LV.1, Elite Knight. Elf King Shadow Army. You have only unlocked 4 ranks. Normal, Elite, Knight, Elite Knight. The higher the level, the greater the strength. Real battles increase the rate of growth by 50%, while spars increase it by 25%. Surprisingly, the hunting party also increased their levels, with the furry bison leveling up by playing with the bears. Alarm. 10 Ice Elves LV.10, LV.11, Elite. Great Siberian Bison LV.1, LV.2, Normal. Let's rest for an hour, then we can start our patrol, Rumi suggested. Sure, By the way, do you do paperwork? She froze, chuckling nervously. I forgot to do it yesterday. Shaking his head, Izuku replied, after we come back from our patrol today, you can show me and the four-winged shadows how to do the paperwork. The angels can continue while we are on patrol. Thank goodness, I hate paperwork. Turning to Izuku, she asked, Thanks, Zuku, leveled up any skills? He nodded. Fireball, Vital Strike, Stealth, and Spear Throw were leveled up. Skill: Fireball leveled up from LV.3 to LV.4, active. With the use of 45 MP, you can use fireballs to attack. It can deal a maximum of 800 HP damage. Skill: Vital Strike leveled up from LV.2 to LV.3, active, dagger-only skill. Uses 50 MP to deal critical damage as you attack your foe's vital area. Skill: Stealth leveled up from LV.3 to LV.4, active. It requires 190 MP to activate and 7 MP per second to maintain invisibility. Skill: Spear Throw leveled up from LV.2 to LV.3, active. Deal damage by throwing your spear. As the skill's level increases, damage and accuracy improve 50 MP. That is pretty good. What about Bloodlust? You used it, didn't you? Sighing, he replied, Yeah, but it didn't work since their levels are high enough that it won't be effective. This made the others perk up in joy. It will take a while to level that up. They continued to chat when Rumi received a notification from the Hero Network that Stain would most likely be in Hosu. She grinned at that. With Stain, it was already night when he exited the meeting with Shigaraki. The leader's behavior surprised him. He had heard rumors of Shigaraki being immature, but there was conviction behind his words. Stain's mood soured, however, as he learned Ingenium had healed to his former glory, and many suspected Izuku Midoriya was the one responsible for it, given his impressive healing abilities. Exiting a portal similar to the one he had seen Izuku enter, he looked over the peaceful city of Hosu. Not even looking back at the two new arrivals, he jumped away. The gray-haired man, injured from Stain, rasped out, Kurogiri, bring the Nomu out. He wanted revenge. Stain had hurt him, and he craved destruction. As you wish, Tamura Shigaraki. With that, 6 Nomus emerged, 4 low-tier, B-rank strength, and 2 mid-tier, low/mid A-rank Nomus. Tamura knew the doctor had 12 Nomus in operation, none of which were the high-end ones defeated by Izuku and Igris. So far, he understood the classifications, low-tier, mid-tier, and upper-tier, with talks of a high-end coming soon. Destroy Hosu and kill the heroes and Stain. The 6 Nomus shot out, 5 jumping from building to building in search of heroes, while a winged Nomu took to the skies. With Izuku and Rumi. After Rumi informed Izuku about the hero killer, Stain, they donned their hero suits and, with permission to use his quirk, drove to Hosu. Upon arrival, darkness enveloped the town. They began leaping from building to building, seeking trouble. It didn't take long to notice the town ablaze. Izuku sensed 6 Nomus nearby. I sense 6 Nomus. Those are the things you dealt with at U.S.J? Rumi asked. He nodded. They aren't as strong as Beast was at that time, but they can still cause problems. Baruka, Igris, Raphael, Beast, and Satkiel, come forth. Get me the heads of the Nomus. They all bowed to Izuku. Sorry, Fluffy, you're too big and will cause collateral damage, he consoled the large bear. Everyone except Beast types, come forth. Separate and help all civilians. If a Nomu is present, try to get reinforcements, otherwise, you have permission to fight. Stay close to the mages, they will locate anyone trapped under rubble. With that, they emerged from the shadows, bowed, and departed. I won't lie, but with your shadows, we heroes won't have much to do, Rumi remarked. Chuckling, Izuku replied, Wouldn't that be good? Heroes not needed because crime is low. Shaking her head affectionately, Rumi asked, Can you sense Stain? Izuku concentrated, then looked to the northwest. He is just over 400 meters northwest. He has Tenya. I will be furious if he seeks revenge. Izuku gritted his teeth but then relaxed, trusting the system. With the shadows, the heroes and civilians were initially confused, but one shouted, "It is Izuku Midoriya's shadow army." The heroes and civilians relaxed a bit, watching in awe as the normal and elite ranks saved civilians from burning buildings, with some of the angels using elemental magic to extinguish the flames. The knight and elite knight ranks were seen battling the Nomus. While some heroes were grateful, a minority, Endeavor, was frustrated at the shadows for hogging the glory. A common question among the heroes was, "Where is Izuku Midoriya?" Sadkiel, a 10-winged dominion, faced a Nomu with multiple hands and 4 eyes. Pulling out his sword, he attempted to decapitate the Nomu, but it jumped back. Using its weak strength enhancement, the Nomu charged at Sadkiel but was burned by his fire attack, leaving only the head behind. He took it and flew back to his liege. Beast confronted another light gray Nomu, which had 70% of its brain exposed and wore a respirator mask. The Nomu attempted to fly away, but with its enhanced abilities, it was caught. Recognizing it had Tsubasa's quirk, Beast crushed its head and returned to Izuku. Raphael battled 2 light gray Nomus. One tried to strike a train, but Raphael's speed allowed him to punch one into the other. Drawing his sword, he faced the 4-eyed Nomu, which had a mutated body with an axe for a hand. The other Nomu, wielding a massive hammer, was defeated using telekinetic magic and his sword. Raphael knew his liege would be pleased. Igris fought a mid-tier Nomu, which had no eyes and wore jeans. Before engaging, he saved a couple from a fire caused by Endeavor. Silently growling at the top hero, he drew his sword and, taking advantage of the Nomu's momentary distraction, decapitated it. He could see Endeavor's frustration, but he pointed at the civilians he saved, calming the hero slightly. Igris then sped off to reach Izuku with the Nomu's head. Baruka faced a dark gray Nomu with 6 eyes and a mutated body. He attempted to punch it, but it absorbed the impact. Frustrated, he froze the Nomu and then hacked off its neck. The opponent was nothing special, especially when he was an elite knight. He rushed towards his liege with what was requested. Looking down from the rooftop, Izuku and Rumi could see 2 teens on the ground. One was clearly Tenya in armor, and the other was distinguished by his red and white hair, Shoto Todoroki. Both looked frustrated. "You two are fakes, you don't deserve to live. You didn't even notice native, only caring for your ambitions," Stain growled at the two. Tenya sought revenge, while Shoto aimed for fame and the satisfaction of defeating him before his father. "You will distract him from the front, I will get him from the back," Miruko whispered to Izuku, butterflies in her stomach knowing he was hers. She saw him nod and then jump down. "Izuku Midoriya, is it?" Stain said, recognizing him. "I would prefer if you called me by my hero name, Shadow Hero, Monarch." "Why would I? You still have the—" Stain's eyes widened as he noticed the absence of the 2 students and 1 hero. "Oh, native, Todoroki and my classmate? Before I came, I summoned my bears to get them out, and one of my shadow healers is healing them as we speak." "You have potential, Monarch, but how long can you last against me?" "Oh, I will think." Izuku began, but it was too late for Stain as he didn't notice Rumi jumping down and kicking his head into the ground. "Nice work, Miruko. Let's tie him up." "You have rope, Monarch?" she asked with a professional tone. He quickly produced some rope, and together they secured Stain, collecting his hidden weapons. Izuku healed him but kept him in an unconscious state. Suddenly, ice appeared, but it was broken off by Baruka. Izuku's eyes widened as did Rumi's, who was furious that her boyfriend had nearly been killed. "What were you thinking? You could have gotten us killed." "It would have been easier to deal with the killer," Shoto retorted, glaring at Stain. "So you want to hurt a villain after he was captured?" "We are heroes, not judges, Todoroki," Izuku growled. The monarch then noticed his high command kneeling in front of him. "Well done, everyone." He commanded the shadows to block the view. "Arise." Izuku smiled at the new additions to his army. The low-tier Nomu had black shadows with gray skin, resembling elves, while the mid-tier Nomu had dark gray skin with more black on their bodies, looking closer to humans. He suspected that All for One was behind this. Soon, he dispersed his shadows except for those currently assisting. The duo went to the main street, waiting for the police. Tenya wanted to punch Stain but was stopped by Izuku, who took a moment to calm him down, while Rumi berated Shoto for nearly harming their comrades, which he dismissed. When the police arrived, so did Endeavor. Shoto claimed he had defeated Stain. The villain woke up and laughed. You tried to kill your comrades in the process. You are a fake hero, as is Endeavor. The ones who captured me were Miruko and Monarch. The rest of you are fakes. Endeavor attempted to punch Stain but was blocked by his daughter, who arrived with her ice. Izuku nodded to her, and she nodded back. The police were shocked and requested everyone to meet at the station. Izuku informed them, "I am leaving some of my shadows to help the civilians." He secretly commanded Igris and Satkiel to stay hidden and watch over the shadows left behind to prevent any trouble. The police agreed, and they all headed to the station while Stain was taken for interrogation. Unbeknownst to them, a hidden Tamura recorded the interaction, intrigued by Izuku. Stain had told him that he could be ruthless if necessary, creating a hidden connection from their first meeting. Although the attack had failed, the video captured was impressive, and Tamura saw potential in using Izuku to undermine the trust in many heroes while keeping his ideal hero on top. At the police station, Tsukachi, known as the human lie detector, finished his report. Thanks to Izuku, everyone was healed, and no one needed to stay in the hospital. Tenya Ida had suffered nerve damage in his arm. Despite his protests, Izuku glared at him until he fell silent, allowing Izuku to heal him. Unbeknownst to them, this act caused Izuku's healing skill to level up. After speaking with the head of Hosu's police department, they entered the waiting room where everyone was gathered. In a tense atmosphere, Kenju Suragami, the chief with a dog quirk, addressed them. "We have reviewed all statements, and I am particularly displeased with you, Endeavor. Your work-study student not only used his quirk illegally but also attempted to harm a comrade and a villain. Ingenium, your student also misused his quirk and tried to kill a villain, which is unacceptable." Tensei bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Miruko, you allowed Monarch to use his quirk. Thanks to you and your shadows, casualties have been minimized, especially with your angel's healing. You are fortunate that Stain was healed, as more repercussions could have followed." The chief pointed at the two teens, noting Tenya's apologetic expression while Shoto gritted his teeth. "Your punishment will be decided by Nezu, but for Ingenium and Endeavor, your teaching licenses will be revoked for 3 months. Shoto wanted to comment but held back, noticing Endeavor's anger towards the police. Tsukachi continued, "However, Endeavor and Todoroki, you also committed a crime by lying during your questioning, which is an offense." Both scowled at this revelation. Suddenly, a cat policeman rushed in. "Sir, look at this." He displayed a video of Stain speaking about Endeavor, which had already made its way onto news channels following the capture of Stain and the Nomu attack in Hosu. "Take it down." Endeavor demanded, feeling humiliated. The cat policeman replied, "We are trying, but the video is being reposted constantly. News channels are covering it too." Kenju sighed, "Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., I will hold a conference. Go home and relax. Ida, Todoroki, be more careful in the future. This could lead to serious consequences." After some more statements, Kenju asked Endeavor, Miruko, and her student to accompany him the next day. Later, the two booked a hotel near the station and went to sleep. Notifications came to Izuku. Skill, healer leveled up from LV.4 to LV.5, active. Can heal up to intermediate injuries with some regrowth of minor organs and cells. Current speed, medium 25 mana per second. Some shadows have leveled up. 4 winged angels LV.4 LV.5, normal. 4 cherub LV.3 LV.4, elite. 33 knight LV.6 LV.7, elite. 30 power angel LV.8 LV.9, elite. Throne angel LV.10 LV.11, elite. 10 ice elves LV.11 LV.12, elite. 6 mages LV.18 LV.19, elite. Satkiel LV.15 LV.16, knight. Beast LV.18 LV.19, knight. Raphael LV.19 LV.20, knight. Igris LV.1 LV.2, Elite Knight. Knight Baruka LV.1 LV.2, Elite Knight. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, The One Who Overcame Adversity, +2. Level, 82. Feet 0. HP, 20,120. MP, 3,480. Strength, 236. Agility, 226. Sense, 201. Vitality, 216. Intelligence, 341. Remaining points, 0. Physical damage reduction, 12% plus 40%. Physical pain nullification, 27%. Passive. Muscularity, LV.1. Advanced Dagger Arts, LV.3. Advanced Spear Arts, LV.3. Active. Sprint, LV.4. Bloodlust, LV.2. Fireball, LV.4. Vital Strike, LV.3. Stealth, LV.4. Dominator's Touch, LV.3. Spear Throw, LV.3. Healer, LV.5. Job Specific. Shadow Extraction, LV.1. Save Shadow, LV.2. Waking up, Rumi found herself wrapped in strong arms and smiled. They had not acted on their urges, and she was relieved. Checking the time, she suddenly jolted awake. Izuku stirred. Bun Bun, is everything okay? He instinctively reached for his dagger. Wide-eyed, she exclaimed, we only have 15 minutes to get to the police station. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized it was 8:45, and Rumi noticed many missed calls. I guess sleeping together makes us lazy, he joked, causing them both to laugh. Let's get ready. I'll summon Raphael and Sadkiel to take us there. They quickly prepared and informed the receptionist of their departure. After summoning the two shadow angels, they arrived at the police station in just over a minute, avoiding air traffic but facing heavy ground congestion. As they landed, Kenju, the dog-headed police chief, greeted them. Where were you? Rumi rubbed the back of her head. Sorry, we overslept. He shook his head and explained the procedure, as it was Izuku's first time. I will be doing the speaking while you two stand behind me with endeavor. When the questions begin, I want you to answer them. He then looked at Izuku. I know your quirk is hidden from nearly everyone, so be careful. The reporters can be cunning. Hi, Izuku replied. Rumi then looked at her boyfriend. Don't mess up. I know you can be blunt, but this time try to be a little less. He smiled the loving smile she adored. I will try, Sensei, he said, smirking at her playful annoyance. Conference. The three powerful heroes and a police chief were looking at the crowd of reporters. Good morning, everyone. I am Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of the Hosu Police Department. Yesterday, 6 Nomu attacked this city while the hero killer, Stain, was also present. We have interrogated Stain, and he claims he is not a member of the League of Villains. He scanned the crowd before continuing. Endeavor, Miruko, and her work-study student, known as Monarch, were in Hosu. With the help of his shadow army, the Nomu were dealt with quickly, and the civilians were rescued and healed. During this, Miruko and Monarch found Stain, who was about to harm 2 UA students and a local hero. They quickly apprehended him and took him into custody. He took a deep breath. Any questions? Reporters began shouting questions and raising their hands. Kenji raised his hand to quiet them down. You with the purple hair. She nodded. The video captured by an unidentified person yesterday. Endeavor, why would you try to harm a criminal who was already captured? Endeavor looked irritated, and Izuku and Rumi moved slightly away from the heat radiating from him. I will not comment. Next. Izuku thought to himself, how could he say that? I thought I was blunt. The chief pointed at a man with unusual eye color. How did Miruko and Monarch capture Stain? Rumi stepped forward. When we saw Stain, Monarch and I were on the roof, where we made a plan. Monarch summoned some of his ice bears to get the hero and the 2 UA students to safety while one of his angels healed them. He distracted Stain, and when the guard was down, I jumped down and knocked him out. She stepped back as another reporter shouted, Wouldn't it be dangerous for Monarch, even though he is a first-year UA student? Rumi smirked. I am confident in Monarch's skills. Another reporter asked, with Kenji's permission, Monarch, what exactly is your quirk? You seem to have a lot of minor quirks with a major one. With a straight face, Izuku answered, I only have one quirk. Remembering the warning about being blunt, he added, any more questions will need to be directed to Nezu, the principal of UA. Internally, he smirked, got you back, Nezu, recalling the incident involving cheese. With Nezu, it was only cheese. It only happened once. Nezu exclaimed, knowing he would receive many calls. He wondered when the HSPC would come demanding answers. Continuing on. Kenji spoke again, any more questions? The session continued for another 10 minutes, with Izuku and Rumi remaining tight-lipped about his quirk. A fan reporter asked, Miruko Monarch, are you two dating? Izuku nodded, allowing Rumi to answer, we only recently started dating. She wore a playful smirk that suggested Izuku was out of anyone's league. In front of 3 TV screens, 3 girls nearly cried, wanting to ask Miruko to let them join. One had to be restrained to prevent her from rushing the conference. The conference concluded 5 minutes later, and they said their goodbyes. The duo decided to grab some breakfast before heading to the Dragon Agency. Izuku thought the conference had gone well. Just be presentable and answer some questions, easy enough. Agency of the Dragon. It took about 30 minutes to arrive at the agency, which was brown with tinted glass windows and featured a massive poster of the dragoness herself promoting her clothing brand, Dragwar. Upon entering, they noticed the interior had no walls, resembling a Chinese-style building. They were allowed to the top floor, and as they exited the elevator, they met 2 people, Ryukyu and Nijire. It's good to see you, Ryuko. You must be Nijire, Rumi said, hugging her old friend. As she turned to Nijire, she found her face-to-face with Izuku, who was being bombarded with questions. Not wanting to deal with a potential disaster, Ryuko pulled her apprentice back. The dragoness spoke, It's good to see you too, Rumi. I presume this is Izuku? Izuku bowed respectfully. Hi, Rumi told me a lot about you. He felt grateful, though the brunette continued to ask a flurry of questions. Oh my, I hope it was all good things, Ryuko said, noticing a spark of interest in her friend's eyes as she looked at Izuku. What is your quirk? Can I see a shadow? How strong are you? What is with the fireballs? Nijire exclaimed, managing to escape the grip of the number 9 hero. She began to poke him, but he jumped away, a pleading look on his face as she followed him, bombarding him with questions. Troublesome woman, Izuku muttered to himself. Fine, I'll answer some. His defeated tone made the 2 older women laugh. But don't poke me. For the next 30 minutes, they introduced themselves, showcasing their apprentices. Rumi then asked, So why did you want us both here? Oh, about that. Nijire was curious, and since she doesn't usually ask for anything, I accepted her request. She smirked at her friend, who had been twitching with excitement. How about we go on some patrols or something? Just then Izuku muttered, Oh no, not again. Everyone heard him as Rumi's eyes widened. A blue portal suddenly escaped all 4 of them inside, and to their surprise, the blue entrance turned red. You have entered a gate. Red, for goodness sake, Rumi shouted. They all got up and looked around. The area they found themselves in was a clearing surrounded by a dense forest, with glimpses of water visible. Where are we? Ryukyu, usually impassive, looked genuinely scared. This is part of my quirk. I usually use keys to open these types of gates, but this one opened by itself. From the looks of it, it's a red gate, Izuku explained, scanning their surroundings. Rumi continued, the supposed key for this gate had some conditions, Zuku. Do you think someone is messing with the system? They both theorized that the system wasn't really a quirk but something else entirely. System? Nijire asked, intrigued. You're here already, but please don't talk about my quirk to anyone else. He looked directly at Ryuko and Nijire, who nodded. I awakened my quirk a couple of months ago after All Might accidentally punched me near death. I call it the system, which is nothing like the original name. It's like an RPG game where I can level up. After reaching level 40, I had a job change, which is how I met Rumi when she jumped into a portal for my job change. The gates are portals opened by keys, but one of my first ones opened like this too, and some people got SCD in. Rumi nodded, and they looked at the two new arrivals with fascination. The gates range from E to S ranks, with red and double dungeons too. This original dungeon should be an A rank, but now it's a red gate, low S rank, I think. Rumi gulped but allowed him to continue. In gates, there are monsters you have to defeat. To finish a dungeon, you need to kill the dungeon boss. I originally thought I could only create the gates, but apparently, South Korea has spotted the same portal for some time, where it opens and closes. Ryuko asked nervously, "We can handle an S rank, right?" Izuku smirked. "I have my shadows to help, and we also have two strong S rank heroines with Nijire being a high A rank. If we stick together, we should be fine. But if you go to a different S rank gate, you'll need as many S ranks as possible for safety." Rumi added, "Also, 1 day here equals 1 hour outside." The newcomers' eyes widened, and before they could respond, they heard screams. Ryukyu and Nijire approached Izuku, with Rumi close behind. "What is that?" Nijire stuttered. The name of the key was Baba Yaga, so this must be Slavic mythology, Izuku replied. Moments later, they spotted a black bird with a female head flying above, accompanied by screams. Izuku's eyes widened. "That's a high A rank monster, Alkanost." Then they heard a roar and rustling in the forest. Not taking any chances, Izuku commanded, "Come forth," and 191 shadows emerged, surrounding him protectively. "Deal with them in groups. Raphael and Igris, stay." The shadows bowed and left to engage the enemy, while the 12-winged shadow and the knight remained around the four. "Wow," Nijire said, but when she heard laughter, she jumped onto Izuku for some reason. "I'm staying, I hate forests." "I don't blame you. If I remember correctly from Slavic mythology, it gets worse when the sun sets," Izuku stated. "What should we do?" Ryuko asked, unsure. Rumi took command as she noticed Izuku concentrating. "Let's make camp." But when she looked at Izuku, she froze. His eyes were wide, and his breaths uneven. "Leshi, we must run. My shadows that are below knight rank are being defeated easily, only Baruka isn't struggling much. We need to find a safer area." The three widened their eyes as they saw a large humanoid figure made of wood, towering over Igris, with antlers that would frighten anyone. It was a light red name, Igris. Raphael, protect the three. After getting Nijire off him, Izuku used the skill, Fireball, and shot 3 large fireballs, which the beast dodged. Using the skills, Sprint and Bloodlust, he got behind Leshi and summoned his spear to attack. Izuku's eyes widened when the spear didn't even scratch Leshi's neck. Muttering, "Sheet," he activated stealth, but Leshi seemed to see him even as he moved. Realizing that Bloodlust wasn't effective, he knew he needed to level it up again. In a moment of inattention, Leshi sped up and punched the side of his head, smashing him into a tree. It took Izuku a few seconds to get up, barely avoiding a follow-up drop kick from Leshi. Leshi used the skill, Call of the Wild, granting all monster-type animals a 50% boost in stats while fighting alongside him. Izuku gulped as he noticed low-ranked monsters around him, like deer with white names, now showing dark gray. Wishing he had his shadow army, he used Dominator's touch to pull some minor monsters toward him and cut them down with his spear and dagger. Glancing around, he saw Raphael dealing with 3 Alkanost. Nijire shot beams at the birdwomen while Rumi attempted to kick them down. Ryuko transformed into her dragon form and crushed one with her jaws. Izuku smiled, seeing Igris take down some minor monsters trying to approach the group. "You have slain Alkanost X7. You have slain Leshi. You leveled up." Izuku thought, "Thanks, guys, but I need to deal with this one too," as his stats increased. Using spear throw and then sprint again, he noticed Leshi moving his head and charging toward him. The Monarch's speed surpassed that of the monsters, allowing Izuku to slip into its guard and punch it away. Igris seized the opportunity when Raphael returned with the girls, using his sword and Dominator's touch to speed up Leshi and cut off its head. Just when Izuku thought it was dead, the twigs began to move back together. He swore luck was a skill as Baruka arrived and delivered the finishing blow, using ice to rip through the remaining body. You have killed Leshy. You have killed Alkanost X3. You leveled up. Skill, Spear Throw leveled up from LV.3 to LV.4. Wow, that was tiring, Izuku muttered, looking at the rest of the team, sweat beading on his forehead. Most of his shadows returned with the heads of all the Alkanost and Leshy's body. I can extract 22 shadows but save 10. I will have to level up while getting them into my army. He nodded at them and said, Ryuko Nijiren, this is how I get my shadows, arise. The two newcomers watched as 12 dead monsters rose, becoming shadows. I need to level up since I can't store 2 of the shadows, but I can keep them until I level them up. You have upgraded the shadow. Leshy level will be 21, Knight, X Alkanost level will be 2, Knight, X 10. The dragon woman spoke up, even though it is tiring, this will be good exercise for us since we don't usually have big battles. They are scary though, Nijire replied. Also, call me Nijire when we are not doing hero work. Izuku nodded. Yeah, let's get further away, I can hear more laughter and singing in the distance. He noticed most of his soldiers were around them. Angels patrol the sky with the new Alkanost. 10 of you stay, though. They nodded and spread out, with Zakiel and Raphael remaining. Can you two patrol but at a closer distance to us? They flew up with a bow. Seeing the magicians nearby, he smiled. You are LV.20, well done, I accept your upgrade. The 6 magicians bowed as their levels changed from LV.20, Elite, to LV.1, Knight. They were key members of the army, usually gaining the most levels. Knights, elves, and magicians spread out and make a perimeter. Baruka, you are in charge of the expedition group, which will include Beast, 1 Leshy, Fluffy, all monster shadows, and the remaining angels. They bowed and left toward one of the paths, the Nomu following as well. I guess we will need to find a place to camp? Izuku asked cheerfully, though the others looked unimpressed. Rumi spoke up, I agree, one of us needs to be awake while the others rest. I presume Igris will stay with us? Yes, the knights and elves will be watching from the trees around us. A shadow Leshy will also be nearby. The others nodded and traveled about 400 meters to find an opening near a water source. As the sun set, Izuku got the camping supplies out. There was one large tent with 2 rooms. Ryuko and Nijire would share one while Izuku and Rumi shared the other. In front of the tent was a fire pit that Nijire had made while Ryuko and Rumi set up the tent. Izuku was walking towards the pond to collect some water, located about 100 meters away. Suddenly he shouted, What the? The water was teeming with monsters that were uglier than anything he had seen before. There were 2 kinds of monsters, one with light red names and another with dark orange names. The dark orange monster had the figure of a skinny female with shaggy wet golden hair and blank eyes that startled Izuku. Her feet resembled fins, likely for better mobility in the water. This monster was called Rusalka. The other creature, which made frog-like noises, was a tall frogman known as Vaudian. Stay in the camp, girls, Izuku instructed. The 3 women looked at the monsters, and Nijire started to protest, wanting to help. Nijire, you have the only long-range ability that is the most trained out of the 4 of us. I can sense some monsters nearby, but my shadows are dealing with them. She reluctantly nodded, still watching Izuku. He understood that the 2 heroes wanted to assist but couldn't because of the water's unpredictability. Izuku had leveled up 4 more times thanks to Baruka and his party, as well as patrols dealing with minor monsters. Behind him, Sadkiel and Raphael appeared. Can you 2 handle them? I'll provide long-range support. They nodded and took to the skies. Suddenly, 7 Vaudianoi began collecting water and shooting it at the angels, while the 26 Rusalka assisted with their minor water abilities. Fortunately, the 2 angels had spells to defend themselves. During the chaos, Izuku used his skill, Spear Throw, to take down some of the monsters. You defeated Rusalka X5, you defeated Vaudianoi, you leveled up. I love my spear skill and the S-rank spear, Izuku thought. He then used Dominator's touch to pull another Rusalka towards him. She attempted a water attack, but Izuku blocked it. The angels were engaged in a battle, slowly gaining the upper hand as more angels joined the fray, allowing for 12 more Rusalka to be defeated. You defeated Rusalka x12. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku summoned more shadows to turn the tide further. Arise. With that command, 1 Vadianoi and 15 Rusalka rose to fight. Alarm. Shadow extraction limit is full, level up to gain more space. The additional shadows shifted the battle in their favor, as the frog monster's water manipulation caused more damage to their own kind. Meanwhile, the main camp was fully set up. Igris and the Leshy were concerned for their liege but faced a new threat. The 3 women prepared for battle as they noticed the shadows around them being destroyed. 20 more Alkenosts arrived, accompanied by another Leshy. They gulped, but the shadow Leshy approached the natural Leshy while Igris confronted the Alkenosts, with some surrounding shadows and angels joining in. Rumi and her companions decided that Nijire and Ryuko would assist Igris while she helped the Leshy. The aerial battle was intense, with the Alkenost using voice attacks and their wings to slash and defend, while the angels wielded elemental and light magic. The Leshy was being overwhelmed, and Rumi struggled against the enhanced strength and speed of the wooden creature. After 2 minutes, all 20 Alkenost were defeated, and Igris turned his attention to the remaining monster. It took another 10 minutes to bring it down. Izuku would have handled this better. Baruka would be useful with his ice, Rumi admitted to herself. With the defeat of the monsters, Izuku's level jumped up twice. 4 more spaces added. I need to get my shadow count to 231 for this to work properly, he muttered, pleased that he was gaining aquatic creatures as allies but knowing he needed stronger knights. After defeating the last Leshy, more shadows helped eradicate the remaining foes. You defeated Rusalka x9, you defeated Vadianoi x6. This further increased his level by 3, bringing him to level only 5 more until 100, he thought, instructing his shadows. Put the bodies on one side, I will. He was interrupted by a series of notifications. You defeated Leshy, you defeated Rusalka x6, you defeated Vadianoi x4, you defeated Alkenost x11, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. His shadows were doing well, and he was thrilled to have gained 3 more levels. I swear the system is popping up at the most convenient times. With the addition of 3 levels, he could now have 6 more saved shadows and 29 extraction shadows on standby. He smirked and approached the 15 defeated monsters. Arise. Most of you will be in the extraction realm, but you won't leave me, my friends. When I level up, I will save you. He patted one on the shoulder, and it bowed to him. Later, he turned to the girls and summoned the Leshy and 3 Alkenosts. Alarm. Daily quest. Getting ready to become powerful isn't completed, incomplete. Push-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete. Curl-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete. Sit-ups 0 out of 100, incomplete. Squats 0 out of 100, incomplete. Run 0/10 km warning. Failing to complete this daily quest will result in a penalty. Time remaining, 4 hours 0 minutes and 38 seconds. Rumi, I need to do my daily quest. She laughed while the other 2 looked confused. When Izuku started his exercises, she explained the quest to them. Surprisingly, it only took about 30 minutes. 1. Completed. Push-ups 100 for 100, completed. Curl-ups 100 out of 100, completed. Sit-ups 100 out of 100, completed. Squats 100 out of 100, completed. Run 10/10 kilometer. He smirked and put the 3 additional points into intelligence, leveling up in the process. His shadows were truly amazing. He didn't add any new members to his army yet, hoping that Baruka and his group would help him reach level when he returned to the girls. He produced some food, and they ate by the fire, enjoying each other's company. Rumi leaned on Izuku's shoulder, relaxed now that he had mentioned Baruka and his party would be returning soon, and all the shadows would be close. The water monster shadows stayed in the water or near them, ready to fend off any incoming threats for their new MSTR. With a water source nearby, it was easier to attack than to produce water, which took longer. As night fell, they gazed at the stars in amazement. The clear night sky showcased the stars in all their glory. They were apparently further north in the Earthen Hemisphere than when they were in Tokyo. Rumi promised herself that during summer, she would take Izuku to Russia or Canada, where there was a rumor that defeating Vladimir, the #1 hero of Russia, would yield prizes. Suddenly, a notification appeared. You defeated Dark Vampire, you leveled up. Izuku's eyes widened. We may need to deal with vampires. Apparently, one of my shadows killed a vampire. Demon, bloodsuckers, Rumi joked, chuckling. Hey, at least I reached level 100 now. This made her laugh even more, while the other two shook their heads. Congratulations. You reached level 100. You are now a high S-rank hero, by your own skills without your shadow army. Your daily quest has stopped. You can only level your stats by leveling up or via quest-specific rewards. You have received 3 rewards. Reward 1. MP increased by 25,000. Reward 2. Each int and vit point value doubled. Reward 3. A gain of 100 more spaces per job-specific skill. Reward 4A. Level a non-job-specific skill. Reward 4B. Level a soldier by 10 levels. I bet you got some good stuff. What is it? Rumi asked curiously. Accept reward 1, he said. It says I don't need to do the daily quest anymore, which will lower my chances of getting more keys. All 3 could feel the mana increasing to a substantial level before it was suppressed. He chuckled sheepishly. My first reward was an extra 25,000 MP. Wow, so you can use more of your fancy skills, right? Nezu asked. Nodding, he replied, yeah, and my soldiers can stay out longer without worrying about their regeneration factor being affected. He then spoke internally, accept reward 2. My second reward increases individual stat points. This means if I increase my vitality, my health will increase by 40 instead of 20, my intelligence will increase by 10 instead of 5 per level. The trio nodded, understanding that while the growth would be exponential, leveling up would become harder at higher levels. My third reward was an additional 100 spaces for save and extract shadow skills, which will definitely come in handy. They all agreed, even Ryuko, a proud S-rank, who doubted she could defeat even 10 alchemists at once, let alone Aleshi. Lastly, I have the option to increase a non-job-specific skill by 1 or add 10 levels to a shadow. Add it to a shadow. The more powerful a soldier, the better for all of us, Rumi suggested. Leveling up your own skill would be useful too. You can't always rely on the shadows, Ryuko added helpfully. All eyes turned to Nezu, who gulped under the pressure of making a decision. Shadow. But upgrade Raphael. You'll have 3 elite knight class shadows. After a moment of consideration, he smiled. Accept reward 3B. Raphael, come close. The angel was happy that his MSTR chose him. Bowing, Izuku instructed, give the 10 levels to Raphael and accept promotion. Raphael has leveled up from LV.24, Knight, LV.34, Elite Knight. Raphael's appearance didn't change much, but he was taller and had larger black wings on his back. If he could, the seraphim would cry at the generosity of his emperor. Izuku whistled. I will quickly get the other monsters under my rank. They all nodded, and he left to do that. He walked off to summon 17 more alchemists, a Vadianoi, and 2 Rusalka. Arise. He smiled gently at them. Welcome to the family. Status. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, The One Who Overcame Adversity, +2. Level, 100. Feet 0. HP, 24,040. MP, 28,960. Strength, 254. Agility, 244. Sense, 219. Vitality, 234. Intelligence, 365. Remaining points, 0. Physical damage reduction, 13% plus 40%. Physical pain nullification, 28%. It was just another hour when something interesting happened. Izuku took the first watch while the 3 girls went to sleep. He sat in front of the fire with Igris and Raphael nearby. They all heard some noises but calmed down when they realized it was just Baruka and his team. Hey Baruka, how was it? Izuku smiled proudly at his strongest soldier. The Elf King and the rest of the monster shadows with the angels all bowed down. Rise up. Izuku observed the spoils of their battles and smiled. Thank you guys. He walked up to inspect the dark vampire, impressed to see that the final blow had been delivered by a leshy. A wooden spike protruded from the vampire's heart. The vampire wore a black cape, had silk black hair, and very pale skin. Arise. The two leshy, 11 Rusalka, 7 Vadianoi, 16 Alkanost, and the dark vampire all rose and bowed down. Izuku noticed the dark vampire's eyes had tints of red, and its mouth featured 2 long, retractable teeth. Are there any more vampires? He asked, and the shadow nodded. Are there any stronger ones than you? Another nod confirmed his suspicion. I want 3 leshy, Igris, and Raphael to come with me and the vampire. Everyone else, please protect the trio. They all nodded, though Izuku noticed Baruka's reluctance. With a light smile, he approached Baruka and patted his shoulder. You have done amazingly, Baruka. Rest up, but you are in command until I come back. Baruka bowed in gratitude. Let's head off. With the 7 now running toward where the vampire was pointing, the Shadow Monarch whispered, I am sorry, but we will kill your kin. He saw the dark vampire shake its head, and Izuku got the feeling the vampire was saying not to worry. 40 minutes later, it was a shock to discover the vampire had the ability to turn into a bat, which was fascinating nonetheless. When they stopped, they looked at the building in front of them. It was a medieval European castle made of stone, featuring 4 towers and a large central building. The difference between the sky above the castle and the camp sky was stark. The castle sky was filled with dark gray clouds that obstructed nearly all light. Luckily, being the Shadow Monarch allowed Izuku to see clearly at night. One detail missing from the previous description was that the castle sat on a separate island, surrounded by water. The building was high up on the island, making the climb up the cliff nearly impossible. Fortunately, there was a bridge to cross, but a couple of vampires were guarding it. Izuku looked in his shop options for a dagger to kill vampires and smirked as he purchased a vampire killer dagger. It was time to upgrade from his C-rank dagger, which was ineffective against higher-ranked monsters. Item, Vampire Killer. Item class, tipped dagger. Attack, plus 400. Infused with the wood of cleansing, this dagger is perfect for killing vampires and all dark-type monsters. Extra plus 75 attack on vampire opponents. It can be used, stored, or sold. Effect, cauterization, burns tissue of the opponent so their wounds won't regenerate. He twirled the dagger in his right hand and whispered, Raphael, can you summon your fire when you are above them? Igris, the 3 leshy, the vampires, and I will enter during the chaos. I can sense a vampire at the elite night level, so be careful. They all nodded and began to prepare. When Raphael was high enough, he unleashed his holy flames upon the castle. Izuku felt the heat from about 600 meters away. Smirking, the 6 then sprinted with their enhanced strength toward the castle, cutting through the survivors. The dagger proved invaluable. Vampires could only be killed when burned, stabbed in the heart with a wooden spike, or decapitated. One vampire that wasn't burned tried to attack Izuku, but he used the skill, Dominator's Touch, to manipulate its body and cut off its head with his dagger. The group split up, and Izuku found an area with 3 dark vampires and 8 gothic vampires. The goths wielded actual weapons and resembled the dark variant, but their hair was often styled in buns, accented by eyeshadow around their red eyes. Using the skill Bloodlust, Izuku noticed that the stats were reduced by 50% for a minute. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the skill Sprint to swiftly take down the gothic vampires while blocking some of their advances. After a fierce battle, only 4 of the vampires survived the onslaught. Utilizing the skill Stealth, he moved undetected and eliminated 1 vampire, simultaneously casting Fireball to defeat another. The last remaining dark vampire transformed into a bat and attacked him from behind, slashing his back with its claws. Hissing in pain, Izuku retaliated with Vital Strike 5 times, fueled by frustration at not sensing his opponent. The vampire attempted to flee with its enhanced speed, but the repeated use of Bloodlust momentarily halted it, sealing its fate. Smirking at his victory, Izuku drank a healing potion, saving his last status recovery potion for later. You defeated Dark Vampire X3. You defeated Gothic Vampire X8. Arise, he commanded, and the 3 Dark Vampires and 8 Gothic Vampires rose. He noted the Gothic vampires wielded spookier daggers hidden in their cloaks and had spiky ears that were not visible before. Spread out and defeat the rest of the vampires, he instructed, and they nodded, dispersing. Izuku then spotted something shiny. It was a pair of trousers that he could use. Trousers of Darkness. Item class, Type, Armor. +5 Strength, +5 Agility, 10% damage reduction. Worn by vampires of all kinds, it increases your strength and agility by 5 points. Additionally, it boosts your natural stealth by 25% in dark spaces. Can be equipped, stored, or sold. Smiling, he donned the trousers. They were simple but all black, and he appreciated the boost to his stats and defense. As he ventured deeper into the castle, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. The corridor began to twist in a circular manner, the dark bricks and carpet beneath him seeming to shift. He spotted a name tag with a light orange color, Castle-Dwelling Vampire. The creature appeared sickly, holding a book in one hand while moving the other in an unusual manner. Realizing it was likely an illusion, he tried to approach it but hit an invisible wall. Curious about the powerful illusion, he bit his thumb, letting some blood ooze out. The illusion faded, but so did the vampire. Smirking, he rushed at the vampire and dispatched it with the vampire killer. Arise. The vampire emerged from its shadow, looking similar to its living counterpart but with lighter skin. The book remained, but it no longer appeared as sickly as before. Noticing it also had a dagger hidden in its cape, he nodded and continued forward. Suddenly, a massive roar echoed, and he felt a significant drop in mana. An elite knight appeared before him. For a moment, he worried it was at the camp, but the mana drop would have been larger. Using his sensing ability, he tracked the source nearby. After a minute, he found Igris battling a large vampire with a red name tag, Grand Elder Dracula. An elite knight at least, he thought, smirking as he summoned his spear. However, his spear throw was ineffective. Dracula's cape protected him. Izuku's eyes widened as he took in the monster's pale, aged face, larger nose, and sharp teeth. Sprinting towards Dracula alongside Igris, they attacked, but their punches were blocked by the vampire's forearm. Aleshi attempted to strike but was thrown against the wall. Grand Elder Dracula is using skill, Darkness. Within a 50-meter radius, all vision turned dark. Only Dracula could see, and Izuku gulped, closing his eyes to focus on his hearing and the vibrations of the earth. His sensing capabilities diminished, but he managed to dodge a slash at the last second, countering with his own attack. He was pushed back, landing on his back and hissing as his wound throbbed. Rolling to evade another punch that cracked the ground, he sensed the darkness skill beginning to lift, restoring his senses and allowing him to dodge incoming attacks. He wondered how much more painful it would have been if his pain nullification hadn't been at 28%. He appreciated the effect of cauterization. With one slash against Dracula's forearm, no blood emerged as it was burned. Seizing the opportunity, he conjured 20 fireballs and launched them at Dracula. I think I will get Wild Nijire, Izuku thought, noting that having an extra 25,000 mana was beneficial after using 900 of it. What was impressive about the vampire was its mastery over shadows and darkness. When fireballs were launched at him, a wall of darkness appeared, blocking them all. The monarch looked at the transparent visage of Rockgut Gauntlet, his first armor piece. The two effects didn't even affect A-rank monsters and above. He could probably buy one, but sometimes he received armor from monsters, as he had done before. While Izuku examined his armor, he had to dodge a couple of shadow tendrils that were trying to capture him. Using stealth, he attempted to maneuver behind the vampire and slash at it, but the creature turned just in time, blocking the attack with its own dagger. A large holy flame erupted from the strongest angel in the army, and Izuku could hear Dracula scream, but he knew this attack wouldn't kill him. The Grand Elder emerged from the flames, surprisingly burned, especially on its face and other exposed areas not covered by the cloak. Igris, not wanting to be left out, came from behind and slashed downwards. Once again, the cloak protected the monster from the attack, and it tried to lash out with its shadow manipulation but failed. Seizing the moment of distraction, Izuku, with the help of a leshy, moved between the two sides of the vampire. One leshy attempted to stab with its hand, and when Dracula dodged that strike, Izuku used his lance of Longinus with Vampire Killer on its neck, making it fly off. You defeated Grand Elder Dracula. If they thought a moment of respite was given, more vampires appeared, shorter versions of the Grand Elder, their names marked with a normal orange coloring above their heads. Elder vampires from the first clash, Izuku realized they were at night grade, which he was thankful for. The 4 elder vampires were dealt with by Izuku, Igris, Raphael, the 3 leshy, and the newly formed vampire army. He approached the Grand Elder and noticed a few drops, an armor piece, some junk, and a rune stone. Shadow manipulation. Item, rune stone. No mana required. A skill gained from the Grand Elder Dracula. With your own shadow, you can create anything your mind thinks of. The higher the level, the more powerful the shadow becomes. Do you wish to learn this skill? Yes/no. Yes, I guess continuing the theme of the Shadow Monarch is fitting. With that, a new notification appeared as he crushed the stone in his hands. Alarm! New skill has been learned. Skill, Shadow Manipulation LV.1, active. No mana required. You can control shadows to capture, kill, or do anything your mind desires. He then used the skill, Shadow Manipulation, to make a spike appear from his shadow, followed by a rope-like object. This is great. He then looked at the armor. Cloak of Protection. Item class is This cloak worn by Dracula provides complete protection against S-rank attacks, including elemental attacks, sword strikes, and punches. Can be equipped, stored, or sold. Smirking, he thought, this will be useful. Looking around, he saw that all the dead bodies of the vampires had been collected. He realized he had risen his level by 11 levels within this castle. He spoke the word, arise. With that, all the vampire dead bodies arose, including Dracula. Walking up to the Grand Elder, he said, I will keep your name, Dracula. All the shadows bowed in gratitude for being saved and able to serve their liege. Izuku was surprised to see a new type of vampire and couldn't help but blush at the figure of the stucked sinning vampire. They wore minimal clothing, and their shadow form mirrored the original body, but their skin had a light blue tint, with the original black tint around certain areas. I think I know why they are called stucked sinning vampires. Blue shadows. 16 Gothic Vampire LV.14, Night. 4 Castle Dwelling Vampire LV.5, Night. 27 Dark Vampire LV.16, Night. 4 Stucked Sinning Vampire LV.20, Night. 4 Elder Vampire LV.23, Night. Dracula LV.3, Elite Knight. Smirking, he noticed his skill level had increased again. Skill, Bloodlust level increased from LV.2 to LV.3, active. With the use of 35 MP, you can intimidate an opponent using strong energy for 1 minute, which includes a stare of fear reducing their stats by 50%. Several targets can be selected. Skill, Advanced Dagger Arts level increased from LV.3 to LV.4, passive. Due to the user's preference for daggers, you can use them more proficiently. When a dagger is used, attacks gain 50% additional damage. Skill, Fireball level increased from LV.4 to LV.5, active. With the use of 40 MP, you can use fireballs to attack, dealing a maximum of 900 HP damage. Skill, Stealth level increased from LV.4 to LV.5, active. Requires 180 MP to activate and 6 MP per second to maintain invisibility, erasing sound, smell, and presence. Let's get going back to the camp, guys. All nodded, but Izuku noticed that the 4 stucked sinning vampires were trying to lead him to a separate room. His eyes widened, and he decided to walk faster, ignoring their smirks as they sought their MSDR's young blood. Izuku used the last status recovery he could get and went to the camp to look after the girls. He asked for all of the shadows to return to his shadow until they arrived at the camp so it would be easier to avoid being spotted. It was nearly midnight when Izuku arrived, and he was relieved that nothing had attacked the group. Not feeling tired anymore, he allowed the girls to sleep until morning. It was around 7 a.m. when one of the girls started to wake up. The first person to get up was Ryuko. "Why didn't you wake any of us up?" she asked, looking at Izuku, who was playing cards with Bakugo, Igris, Raphael, and a new addition, Dracula. "Who's he?" she inquired. "Oh, his name is Dracula, the leader of the vampires." Blinking, she asked incredulously, "So you?" "Yes, Igris, Raphael, a vampire, 3 of the Leshy, and I finished off all the vampires." "Ah, okay. Sleep well." Surprisingly, yeah. Izuku passed her a cup of coffee, which she accepted gratefully. "So, you do those gates with Rumi often?" "We've only been in a handful of gates together. This is probably the strongest we've faced. If you ignore not being able to fight Raphael due to his true form, we fought against all the stronger shadows except Dracula together." She quirked an eyebrow at that as she sat down near Izuku. He continued, "This gate can be classified as an S-rank red gate. If it wasn't for my multiple shadows and the 4 of us being at a high A to S-rank skill level, we wouldn't have survived. Heck, even A-rank gates can cause S-rank heroes trouble." "I'm guessing you're saying this from experience?" "Yeah, I was a mid to high A rank while Rumi was around mid to high S rank when we had to fight Igris. He was an A rank opponent, but we mostly defeated him with luck." Izuku chuckled at the end of it. He could hear the light but melodic voice of Ryuko and shook his head at that. The media has seen that since the first sighting of you two going out together, she was getting stronger. Now I would say she is a high S rank, where she was a mid S rank before you entered UA. Izuku nodded at that. He let her continue. "Yesterday, when we had to fight the Leshy, I felt useless. Even in my dragon form, I couldn't do anything. I'm supposed to be a low to mid S rank top 10 hero, but even a high A rank monster." With a lower tone of voice, she added, "Even Nijire was more useful than me." After a moment of thought, Izuku replied, "Remember, this was your first time fighting this kind of monster. Your hero costume isn't designed for killing. Additionally, killing a villain should be a last resort, but killing a monster is your first option." He looked at her with a bright smile. "Rome wasn't built in a day. It will take time, but I know you can become a high S-rank hero that can kick butt like Rumi likes to say." He could hear her chuckling, regaining her happiness, unaware that Rumi was listening in on the conversation. After everyone woke up, seeing Nijire come out of the tent made Izuku and Rumi laugh. Her hair was in a frenzy. It was everywhere. Her appealing long blue hair, usually styled in a spiral, was a wild mess around her face. If Izuku didn't know better, he might have thought it was a blue yeti. But the pout that followed made his heart clench with cuteness. A dangerous weapon, in fact. "We have 2 options, search for the boss or wait until the boss arrives," Izuku stated after everyone had breakfast. Rumi, Ryuko, and Nijire thought for a moment. "We might as well finish this gate as fast as we can. So far, we have been away from the real world for an hour," Rumi suggested. "That is fair. We can also practice some of our more destructive moves. Also, I want to try my new skill, shadow manipulation." As he said that, some shadow tendrils emerged, wrapping around a tree before snapping it. As usual, Nijire had stars in her eyes looking at this display. "How did you get it? How do you use it? It fits your theme, is that why you got it?" "It was a boss drop. Monsters can occasionally drop really interesting items like new skills, items, or even armor," Izuku explained. This wasn't big news, as they had already collected some alkanost feathers and leshy bark. Rumi explained that it could sell for a nice price or even be useful for support equipment. "Like those feathers, right?" the bubbly girl asked, ignoring Rumi. "Yeah, let's start heading out. If my predictions are right, then a witch will be the final boss of this whole gate." The others nodded and headed in a random direction. Izuku deployed some angels to scout ahead, accompanied by the alchemist for protection. Sometime later, the group heard a loud croak. Izuku noticed his mana was depleting slowly and realized he needed a way to replenish it faster than the current rate. There! Nezu whispered, pointing. Emerging from the shadows was a tall frog-like creature, identified as the Great Water Spirit Vadiana. Izuku assessed its level, noting, "He must be around my level," meaning elite knight grade. He turned to the girls, explaining, "It's a low S-rank monster." Ryuko, feeling a surge of confidence from her dragon quirk, added, "We practically have 8 S-ranks, with Nezu at beginner S-rank level." Rumi cautioned, "Still, it's not to be underestimated," though she was eager to fight. Just then, the Vadianoi lashed out with its long tongue toward Ryuko. Izuku reacted quickly, intercepting the attack with his spear and dagger, pushing back slightly but smirking, "Attack." As if on cue, shadows surged from Izuku towards the monster. The Vadianoi unleashed an acid attack, destroying some of the shadows. However, Izuku noticed Nezu flying up to shoot energy beams at the creature while Rumi used her dagger and the skill Dominator's touch. After Ryuko transformed into her dragon form, the three launched a coordinated attack, and together they defeated the Great Water Spirit with ease. "Well done, girls. The Vadianoi is defeated," Izuku announced proudly, approaching the fallen creature. Rumi pointed out the damage from the acid attack, and the others gasped as they saw the ground melted downwards. "Shadow extraction can be used on this target," Izuku declared. "Arise." He attempted to extract the shadow but failed on the first try. "Spirit of the water, arise and lead the Vadianoi and the Rusalka." This time, the extraction was successful, and a tall figure emerged, resembling a dark version of the Vadianoi, with light green shadows covering parts of its body. "Your name is..." Izuku began, but Nezu interrupted, suggesting, "Fisher." Izuku agreed, "Fisher it will be." As they continued forward, the group heard laughter and heavy footsteps. The angels descended, and they realized they were not alone. Suddenly, wooden projectiles shot towards them, but the experienced group dodged skillfully. The ground shook as boulders flew, and Rumi and Izuku jumped in front of the others, deflecting the incoming rocks. "Wonderful, absolutely wonderful," a voice echoed from the woods. Nezu stuttered, "Did you hear that?" Izuku nodded, recognizing it as a sign of a high-level opponent. "You all look so young and tasty, especially the green-haired and blue-haired kids," the voice taunted. Ryuko and Rumi instinctively stepped in front of Izuku and Nezu. "You think you can protect them? Let me deal with you first," the voice sneered. In unison, the four asked, "Who?" The voice revealed itself as Baba Yaga, emerging from the trees. She stood on a hut with chicken legs, her appearance unsettling. "Haha, you will be tasty indeed. You are hiding your army. Let us clash with our armies," she proposed. With a wave of her hand, she used a skill to reanimate the fallen, raising an army of corpses from the ground. Izuku smirked, knowing he could unleash his shadows. "Attack," he commanded, ready for the battle ahead. In a place beyond human comprehension, a being observed, stating, "Time is getting closer. The more gates you open, the faster it will arrive. Star yourself and your army, Izuku Midoriya." The being gazed into a different perspective of space and time. Millions of monsters, all different shapes and sizes, from insects to dragons, were in hibernation but slowly being awakened. He wished he could do something, but he was bound by his creator to watch. He did collect power at a slow rate, and when he had enough, he helped one Izuku Midoriya, knowing Earth needed a strong warrior. Katsumi paced anxiously, muttering, "Why isn't he answering calls? Don't tell me." In her mind, she thought, "He is in a gate. Oh my, your hair is unruly again. We need to fix it." "For goodness sake, what is wrong with my hair? It seems not only hair is a problem, young lady." He gave her a pointed look, recalling how she had made some kids cry during their patrol. 20 minutes had passed since the reanimated corpses began to rise. The shadows were dealing with the undead army, aided by Ryukyu. Izuku, along with Rumi and Nezu, focused on the witch. Using the skill sprint, Izuku closed the distance to her, preparing to punch while Nijire shot energy beams and Rumi executed a Luna Fall. The witch smiled and raised a light green magical barrier, protecting herself from their combined attacks. Izuku handed Nijire a fatigue potion to help her regain stamina. After she drank it, she looked grateful. "Ha, you cannot even touch me," she taunted, sending wooden spears from nearby trees toward them. With Dominator's touch, Izuku caught all the spears and shot them back at the witch. He noticed the shadows were struggling, with only a few able to defeat the corpses. It seemed that the throne angels, Sadkiel and Raphael, were the only ones making progress. It also seems that 3 of your soldiers are able to successfully defeat my army. We cannot have that, can we? With that, the witch rushed toward Sadkiel, but Izuku intercepted her, snatching the broomstick away. He could see the anger in her eyes. Suddenly, the earth began to shake violently. Trees fell, and cracks appeared in the ground. The cottage, which everyone had nearly forgotten, lunged toward Ryukyu. In a split-second decision, Izuku sprinted toward her. "Ryuko, move out!" Rumi shouted. When Ryuko turned, she froze in fear as the cottage's spiky claws approached. To her surprise, Izuku shielded her, but one of the claws pierced his stomach. "Glad you are all right," he said with a weak smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He punched the cottage with all his might, destroying it. "Chicken Cottage has been defeated. You leveled up." Coughing, he leaned forward, but Ryuko caught him. A green glow emanated from her hands as she began to heal him. "I am sorry," she muttered repeatedly. "Don't worry, that is what friends are for, right?" he replied, smiling weakly as his healing skill struggled to work. He quickly drank a healing potion, which accelerated his natural healing. Skill: Healer has leveled up from LV.5 to LV.6. She hugged him tightly, but Baba Yaga was furious. "You will pay for that," she shouted, rushing at Izuku. Igris intercepted her with his sword, but she cracked the earth beneath him. Nijire flood. Nijire unleashed her maximum output, hitting Baba Yaga and sending her crashing into multiple trees. Rumi, seeing Izuku's nod, kicked the witch toward him. Emerging from the embrace, Izuku materialized the Spear of Longinus and threw it directly through Baba Yaga's chest and out of her head. "Baba Yaga has been defeated. You leveled up. You leveled up." Skill: Spear throw has leveled up from LV.4 to LV.5. Oops. They all laughed at their victory as the reanimated troops began to fall one by one. "You okay?" Rumi asked, walking up to Izuku. "Yeah, I had to buy a potion since my healing skill couldn't fully heal me yet, but it did upgrade." He finished with Rumi hugging him. He returned the embrace and kissed the top of her head, making her smile. A portal appeared, allowing the 4 of them to leave. Izuku quickly approached the hut, but despite 3 attempts, he couldn't revive Baba Yaga. A sour mood washed over him, but it was quickly lifted by Nijire, who was snoring softly on his back. He looked at the shadows, some kneeling before him. "I approve of your promotions. Well done, everyone." He smiled as some of them glowed and returned to his shadow. Izuku exited the gate, having been gone for nearly 2 hours, reflecting on how close he had come to danger during the raid. They all jumped out of the gate into the office of the number 10 hero, Ryukyu. "Home sweet home," Ryuko muttered. Rumi put her arm around her, saying, "First proper S-rank gate completed." "Proper?" Nijire asked. "Yeah, me and Zuka had done a tower kind of gate," Rumi replied nonchalantly. "You couldn't get Baba Yaga, right?" Izuku nodded. "I won't lie, she gave me the creeps. At least I have a moving house." Chuckling came from the end of the room. "Are you sure you don't need to be checked up on?" Ryuko asked, still worried. Izuku lifted his shirt to show a small scar. "I'll have a scar until I go to sleep," he answered, oblivious to the blushes around him. "Let's rest for a bit, and we can get some food later?" It was still Wednesday, and Izuku had work studies until Sunday. Rumi knew he could be ready in less than 20 minutes, but she wanted to celebrate the completed gate. "Sure," Izuku nodded. "That would be great." Nijire chimed in. "Definitely." With that, the 4 relaxed, joking about what had happened. Meanwhile, Nezu was with Kenji Tsuragami, sitting on one couch in front of 4 people, Shoto Todoroki with his father, Enji Todoroki, and Tenya Ida with his older brother, Tensei Ida. The 2 pro-heroes wore fearful expressions, knowing that messing with Nezu could lead to serious consequences. Enji wondered how old Nezu really was, as he had been the principal before Enji even began at UA. "Greetings. Thank you for coming," Nezu said cheerfully. "Some news came to me about 2 of my students." His tone shifted to serious. "From the reports, you 2 have nearly committed a crime against another one of my students and a subdued villain. Endeavor, you will be dealt with by the HSPC, but you 2 are lucky." "How, sir?" Tenya asked, curious. "While you had to listen to Izuku reprimand you," Nezu continued, causing Tenya to shiver, "you could have been expelled from UA, and young Shoto could even be put in a rehabilitation center." The 4 widened their eyes in shock. Kenji added, "That was my original idea, but Nezu had a different punishment in mind. You would have been on probation for 3 months, but due to the video, different measures had to be taken." Nezu concluded, "Both of you will have to write an essay about hero laws and regulations, and you will each help at a homeless shelter for 200 hours. Additionally, you will visit Hound Dog weekly. Lastly, for the first week after you return, you are suspended from attending classes and can only stay in the dorms. Am I understood?" There was an underlying message. If they didn't agree, they would be kicked out. Tensei and Tenya bowed their heads, with Tenya speaking up, "I accept this punishment, sir." Enji lowered his head, with Shoto following suit. "I too, sir," he said through gritted teeth. With a joyful tone, Nezu continued, "That is great. Endeavor, Ingenium, neither of you are allowed to take them on any patrols, but you can teach them in your agencies." "Understood, sir. Forward/high," they both replied. "Now, how do I get back at Izuku?" That cheese was delicious, Nezu mused to himself, not noticing his mouth starting to water. The 4 had just arrived at a fine dining restaurant. Ryuko wore a Chinese-style dress that showed off her left thigh. Nijire wore a blue dress that complemented her eyes and hair, while Rumi donned a sleek black dress. Izuku opted for black jeans and a white shirt. The restaurant they chose had a traditional menu but a posh atmosphere. They secured a table for 4, with Rumi and Izuku sitting on one side and Nijire and Ryuko on the other. The group chatted and laughed, oblivious to the curious glances from other diners. With 2 top 10 heroes present, many recognized Ryukyu's sidekick, Nijire, and Miruko's student, Izuku Midoriya. When the waitress arrived, the heroines ordered sake, while the students opted for juice, adhering to UA's rules against underage drinking. Despite Nijire being they enjoyed a kaiseki, a multi-course meal that was the restaurant's specialty. After about 30 minutes, the 2 heroines began to feel tipsy, much to the embarrassment of their younger companions. During this time, Izuku and Nijire engaged in conversation while Rumi and Ryuko enjoyed their drinks. "How strong is Mirio?" Nijire asked, shifting the topic to UA's big. He recently reawoke a new part of his quirk that enhances his strength and speed, Izuku explained. "Interesting. I'd love to spar with him," she replied. "You should. If you unleash your full power, you definitely win," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. "But a one-on-one would be exciting. Even though his original quirk is considered weak, he's made it strong." "I don't doubt it. With training at UA, many weak quirks can become powerful," Izuku added wisely. Nijire giggled at their discussion. After a comfortable silence, she spoke softly, "I'm glad to have met you. The experience at the gate was amazing but also frightening. It showed me I need to improve my quirk's versatility." With a gentle smile, Izuku replied, "Life is a learning experience. If you ever need help with training, just come to the top floor of 1, that's where I live." A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she responded, "Thank you, I will." After another hour of conversation, they settled the bill and left. Rumi was too tipsy to walk, so Izuku carried her on his back, while Ryuko, though tipsy, managed better. When Ryuko suggested they stay at the agency, Izuku agreed, saying it would be more convenient, despite their upcoming move. The 3 laughed as Rumi snuggled closer to Izuku, causing a pang of emotion in Nijire. Once they arrived at the Dragon Agency, Nijire showed Izuku to his room, and they said goodnight before drifting off to sleep. The next day, they resumed their usual activities. Izuku helped alleviate the migraines of both women, and Rumi kissed him, while Ryuko nearly did the same, remembering his relationship with Rumi. In the following days, Izuku primarily patrolled with Rumi, Nijire, or occasionally with Ryuko. He sometimes flew alongside Rumi or asked Raphael for a ride, avoiding Alkanos due to its unusual appearance. The news of their teamwork made headlines, highlighting their role in stopping a gang war between rival drag rings. Izuku's shadows had descended on the scene, effectively neutralizing the threat. On the final day, Izuku and Rumi returned to her house to spar and chat. As night fell, Izuku stood at her door, watching her in her oversized hoodie. "I guess I'll see you soon," he said. "You definitely will," she replied, hugging him tightly. "I'll be visiting UA soon, so watch out for surprise attacks." "Of course." "To go, but I love you, Bun Bun," he said, leaning down. "I love you too, Zuku," she responded just before they shared a passionate kiss. After a playful exchange, Izuku mentioned, "I'll be heading to Heaven's Tower. You're welcome to join me again." "I can't wait to take on more angels," she exclaimed, chuckling as he leaned in for a quick peck before waving goodbye. "I love that man," she thought as she watched him leave. At UA, Izuku greeted Aizawa. "Hey, sensei, how was your week?" he asked, receiving a grunt in response. Aizawa tossed him a bottle. "This should help with your insomnia and provide a minor healing factor to relax your body." As Izuku examined the bottle, he noticed Aizawa's posture improving and the redness in his eyes diminishing. With a small smile that was rare from the man, he said, "Thanks, problem child." "No problem, just call me when you need more," came the reply as he handed over 4 more bottles. "Oh, and only drink 1 a day." With that, he bid farewell to his homeroom teacher. "Oh, and well done with Stain." "Thanks, sensei." With that, he walked off while Aizawa prepared for his patrol. In the dorms, however, chaos reigned. The kitchen was in disarray, some of the floor was flooded, and the furniture looked like it had been caught in a storm. When Izuku entered and saw the mess, he released the full force of his aura, halting all the students in their tracks. "I just came back, and the first thing I see is all of this destruction?" Everyone was sweating. They understood what Heian meant when she said that Izuku's aura felt like being in the presence of the top hero in the country. Izuku scanned the room and spotted Momo. "Momo? Please tell me what happened." She gulped, aware that as vice president, she was expected to explain. How should I say it?" With an unimpressed look from Izuku, she finally relented. "A pervert was here." "Denki," he blinked, ignoring the shout of, "What man?" Shaking her head, she replied, "No, a grape-headed boy named Minoru Mineta. I think he is from 1C. "And where is he?" Izuku asked calmly, sending shivers down the spines of Class 1A. This was why everyone was downstairs, to clean up before their class president arrived. Mina answered, "That perv ran off." "Okay, I will deal with him in a second. But why is the kitchen still on fire?" Izuku asked, his tone serious. "Katsumi blew him into the kitchen," Kyoka explained, receiving a pointed look from Katsumi. Izuku turned to her. "And you didn't stop him? Are you getting soft?" Some of the class chuckled, but Katsumi had tick marks on her face. "I wish. That guy nearly got into my room," she spat. With a sweet smile that made everyone sweat, Izuku commanded, "Oh, come forth, Vadian. Please put out the fire." Then, turning to the door, he called to his shadows, "Come forth, Leshis, Rusalkas, Baruka, and a power angel." Over 40 shadows emerged. "Hunt down Minoru Mineta, 1C. Scare him enough to make him regret his actions. Don't kill him, but do what you think is necessary. You have a healer on hand. Go." With a bow and sadistic smiles, they rushed off. That night, a noise echoed throughout UA, music to the ears of Class 1A's females. Izuku later met with Shoko and Heian properly. After the downstairs was cleaned up, he brought sushi of all different kinds to share with everyone. They discussed their work studies, and Tenya shared his punishment with Shoko's twin brother. Shoko's happiness about her brother was evident. Everyone congratulated Izuku on his relationship with Rumi, much to the annoyance of Katsumi and the other girls on the top floor. In an alleyway, a somewhat deranged voice echoed from a cute 16-year-old with messy buns. After Stain was captured by Izuku and Rumi, she developed a new obsession. She finished stabbing a man and grimaced, "His blood is terrible." The next day, all 20 students were in their seats, waiting for their teacher. It was surprising to see him looking less tired, the bags under his eyes reduced. "Good, you learn fast," he said, referring to their quietness. "We will go over everyone's reports on their work studies for the first PRD, then you will have English with Mike." The only student absent was Tenya, who was serving his suspension. Aizawa handed out the reports, starting from the top. "Toru, the light hero, illusionist, was proud of your work ethic and commitment. He congratulated you on your quick thinking and reflexes. Your hand-to-hand combat was impressive for someone without a strength enhancer, and your quirk fits well with his. He suggested you improve your speed and continue developing your ideas. Well done." "Yay, thanks, sensei," she cheered, her invisible body glowing with excitement. Next, Katsumi. He heard her mutter a curse. "You need to work on your behavior and your hair?" he asked, catching Izuku snickering. He would ask him about that later. "You have promise, especially with your agility using your quirk, but you lack finesse." She snorted in response. Shaking his head, Aizawa continued, "Izuku, we practically saw what you did on TV all week." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Miruko only recommends that you work on unarmed combat. You have the strength, but some villains need a lighter punch than what All Might can produce." Izuku just sweat-dropped at that. "Hi, sensei." With that, he continued with everyone. Heian was told to improve her reflexes, Shoko was instructed to try releasing as much ice with control for as long as she could, and Mizo was asked to see if he could actually enlarge his sense organs. All Might entered like a normal person through the door. "Good afternoon, students. Welcome back from your work studies. Wow, it's his Bronze Age costume. So retro. I think he is losing his touch." "Definitely." Going up to the podium, All Might said, "Firstly, I am not losing my touch. Secondly, today we will see what you are made of, but with Class 1B. We will be joined by Aizawa and Ken for this exercise." "What kind of exercise are we doing, sir?" one of the students asked. Holding up a card, he announced, "Rescue race, meet me in training ground beta." With that, he left like a hero should. They went to the changing rooms, and while there, Ejiro asked, "Izuku, what does the crescent moon represent?" This caught everyone's attention as they looked at the right sleeve of Izuku, seeing the yellow crescent moon. With a small smile, he explained, "This is the same moon that Miruko has. It's more of me showing that I am working under her. Though the moon mostly represents her lunar attacks." "Ah, that is so manly," Ejiro said with some tears. Izuku just sweat-dropped. "Man, you are lucky you got Miruko," Denki said. "Yeah, I am. It all started when she asked me out for dinner after I defeated her in a training match." Some of them blinked in surprise. Denki continued on a slightly different topic. "There are only a few good ones in our class." Izuku tilted his head. "A few? I thought all of them were good," he said, confused. "Ah, you seem not to be with me. I will teach you everything about." Suddenly, explosions, ice, and other sounds erupted from the next room. Then a shout from Katsumi rang out, "Denki Kaminari, if you teach Izuku about those topics, then I won't miss purposefully like I did with the grape-haired guy." "Hi," was Denki's only reply, his face showing fear. "What was Denki about to teach me?" Izuku asked, looking around. Jiro shouted from the next room, "Don't listen to the yellow buffoon, Izuku." "Oh, okay." The two groups started to leave toward ground beta. Ground beta. Class 1A was chatting while waiting for the instructor and Class 1B. Then they heard a voice they didn't expect to hear so soon. "Look at those losers, ha! You were only invited here to let 1B show how much more powerful they are in comparison to 1A. The students glanced at Monoma before continuing their conversations. leaving a sobbing Nito behind. All Might entered with the two class teachers behind him. "All right, students. You all have finished your work studies, and now we will test how much you have improved. We will be doing a rescue race." Yosetsu Owaze asked, "Wouldn't it be better to do it in the U.S.J.?" Shaking his head, All Might replied, "Not today. Heroes will have moments when they need to find a trapped person or even a missing person in a city." The two classes nodded. "As there are 38 of you, we will split into groups of 5, with the last two groups being groups of 4. Aizawa continued, "It will be a random selection, so don't be discouraged if you're not in the first group." Sekijiro Ken, also known as the Blood Hero, Vlad King, cheered, "Let's show Class 1A what we are made of, Class 1B. He encouraged his class while ignoring the skeptical looks from the other students. All Might cleared his throat. The first group will be Katsumi Bakugo, Kozai Tsuburuma, Juroda Shishida, Kyoka Jiro, and Rikido Sato. The small bots will show you where you will start. When you hear my voice, then you can start." As they began to leave, conversation sparked. "Who do you think will win, Izuku?" Shoko asked. "I don't know much about 1B, but it could be Kaken or Juroda," he replied thoughtfully. Curious, Hane asked, "How come?" This caught Nito's attention as well. "From what I've seen, 1B doesn't have as many power types as 1A, but they have more specialized types. Juroda has a mammal quirk that usually gives enhanced speed. Kaken can fly with her explosions, while Rikido can run but needs to find All Might, which will be harder for him. Kozai has an air quirk that can give some advantage in heights, and Kyoka has enhanced hearing, allowing her to pinpoint All Might's location. So, I deduced it will be either Juroda or Kaken." Inesa walked up to Izuku and placed his large hand on his shoulder. "I agree with Izuku. Your deduction skills never cease to amaze me." "Thanks, Inesa." The race between the 5 was straightforward, and as Izuku predicted, Juroda and Kaken led for most of the race, with Katsumi winning by 4 seconds. Kyoka surprisingly came in third, with Rikido fourth, only 8 seconds after her. Lastly, Kozai finished last, just 6 seconds after Rikido. The matches continued until the second-to-last group was announced. Izuku Midoriya, Heiin-cha, Shoko Todoroki, and Nito Minoma. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the twist of fate. Who would have thought that the enemy of 1A would be facing some of the most powerful students in that class? Nito secretly touched 4 people during the exercise. He attempted to touch Izuku as well, but when he did, a multitude of eyes appeared, glaring at him menacingly. This made him gulp and choose someone else. People always assumed he could only copy 3 quirks with the 3 stopwatches on his costume. This wasn't true. He could copy 4 and hope to copy 5 in the future. The 4 competitors took their positions, and when All Might shouted, "Help!" they sprang into action. Izuku activated his skill, Sprint, and raced toward where he sensed All Might. Hane used one of her swords to levitate and dart toward the distant image of All Might. Shoko employed ice to propel herself toward the sound. Nito, on the other hand, utilized Inesa's wind quirk, Katsumi's explosions, Ochako's gravity, which was the hidden one, and Juroda's beast quirk. This combination gave him a significant boost, and with the weightlessness from the wind and explosions, he sped toward the number 1 hero. Izuku sensed someone rushing quickly behind him but didn't care. He had been with All Might for at least 50 seconds, talking. Surprisingly, it ended in a tie among the last 3 contestants, all breathing and sweating, unwilling to be left behind. "Ah, well done you 4. Go back, and the next group will be announced." "That was impressive, Nito," Izuku commented, much to Nito's confusion. "Wasn't Class 1A full of troublemakers?" With the group, Kyoka remarked, "That was fast." "Agreed. It seems his speed has increased again while working under Miruko," Momo added. It was surprisingly Itsuka who asked the next question, "What is with his aura?" Setsuna chimed in. "It felt like being in All Might's presence." "It was scary but cool," Pony said in broken Japanese. Kyoka sighed. "His improvement rate is the greatest among us. At the beginning of the year he felt like he was near a top 10, but now he has to suppress his aura, which makes him seem similar to All Might. That explains a lot. The class president of 1B noted, while nearby students gulped nervously. Momo thought, I need to speak to him about some matters. Father and mother asked me to. She hesitated to admit that her family had a toxic side. While they were genuinely loving, they would do anything to rise in society, whether through status or power. Her bearge was more out of necessity than love. Momo's mother had a minor creation quirk that allowed her to produce metals, while her father had a fat storage quirk that compacted fat cells for energy. However, neither of her parents foresaw the complications arising from his relationship with Miruko. They had insisted on asking if the pro-hero could share him too. Momo recalled their questions after the recommendation exam, when Izuku hadn't yet revealed his shadow ability. They were intrigued, especially since the rabbit hero, Miruko, had recommended him. Their curiosity only grew when Izuku beat her during the first class exercise. When they learned about Izuku renovating the top male floor and being apprenticed under Nezu, they became even more interested. It seemed Izuku had considerable financial resources, which surprised Momo when they conducted a background check. They discovered that Izuku was quirkless until he awakened his quirk after being punched by the number 1 hero. While this wasn't unheard of, it was rare. When they found out that his father, Hisashi Midoriya, was in the USA but would be working in Japan again, a plan began to form in their minds. The events at U.S.J and the sports festival only fueled their belief that Izuku had multiple quirks, though it was revealed during the Hosu incident that he only had one. Her parents believed that if their daughter were with Izuku, their grandkids would be powerful. The Midoriya's financial success would also be a significant advantage. Having a soon-to-be hero under the Yaoyorozu name would elevate their reputation. They were happy for her when she mentioned Izuku voting for her as class representative and how he cared for everyone in Class 1A. However, when she told them about the competition with 4 other girls, including some secret contenders, it raised concerns. Nevertheless, they advised her to get closer to Izuku and possibly consider marriage someday. Momo thought, easier said than done, mother and father. With that, the 2 classes finished after the next race. All of them were a little tired and were dismissed. Surprisingly, Momo and Izuku engaged in light conversation on the way back, their analytical minds sparking a friendly debate that ended with both declaring it a blast. What I mean by that is that many wealthy families arrange marriages for their children to gain more wealth, power, or political influence. This practice was common in Japan until the post-war PRD, and while it has become rarer, it still occurs mainly for business purposes. It was 4 weeks later when Aizawa announced, in a week's time, you will have your summer exams. There will be both class exams and practical exams. This is going to be fun, said the number 1 student and class representative, known as the shadow hero, Monarch. Agreed, this time I will beat you, Momo, the second-place student, replied. During those 4 weeks, Momo and Monarch had grown closer friends with Kyoka, though not as close as Izuku was with Katsumi, Shoko, and Heian. We will try our hardest, sir, said Tenya Ida, the third-place student. A playful rivalry sparked between the 3 girls who often occupied the 4th, 5th, and 6th places, Shoko, Katsumi, and Heian. Kaminari broke down in tears, I cannot do it. He was currently in 20th place. Izuku looked over at him and said, I can help you all learn. We can meet in our dorms after. Thank you, Izuku, Kaminari said, hugging him, and Izuku patted his back. Can I join in Izubro? Asked Kirishima. Sure, Izuku replied, looking around. If anyone wants to join, feel free. He then glanced at Momo, understanding her pleading expression. Momo will help too. Izuku, Mei, Tenya, Shoko, Heian, Katsumi, Koji, Momo, Kyoka, Fumikage, and Rikido sat at the table, chatting about their upcoming practical exams. Over the past 4 weeks, nothing particularly exciting had happened. Izuku focused on leveling his skills, especially shadow manipulation, as he prepared for the challenges ahead. Itsuka approached them, You're talking about the practical exam, right? Tenya nodded, while Momo asked, Do you know what it could be? After a moment of thought, Itsuka replied, Izuku thinks we'll be up against teachers, considering what happened at the U.S.J and the recent movements of the League of Villains. Oh, okay, But one of my friends from year 3 told me that the first-year summer exams are against robots, Itsuka added. When Nito tried to complain, she playfully tapped his head, which made some students smile in relief. Izuku thought, I'm sure we're up against teachers. Nezu hinted at that a while back. I could always ask Nijire. During the past 4 weeks, he had learned about strategy against villain organizations, improving security, and quirk analysis. It wasn't as challenging as being taught by Recovery Girl, who had banned him from using his quirk for minor cases to encourage him to practice normal first aid. Despite that, he managed to level up his skills twice, which he considered a success. Izuku also learned how to operate machines like the X-ray machine. He even asked Toshinori if he could start healing him, suggesting he might have a way to restore his former strength, though it would take time. The healing process took 30 minutes, during which Izuku drank a mana replenishing potion. By the end, he had healed significant damage to Toshinori's lungs, liver, and stomach, advising him to start with softer foods before progressing to heavier ones. Toshinori was grateful, promising to make it up to him. Izuku sat in the main living room of the dorms with his classmates. His high intelligence had given him a photographic memory and impressive deduction skills, making him the top student in his class. He was now teaching some topics to his classmates, and it was amusing to see Denki struggle with the information. After a while, Izuku excused himself, saying he needed to prepare for training. While that was true, he was also deep in thought. Over the past 4 weeks, Momo Yaoyorozu had become closer to him for reasons he couldn't quite understand. They were now definitely friends, but he sensed that Shoko, Katsumi, and Heian were also developing deeper connections. He sighed, wishing his soldiers could communicate their thoughts. Izuku's POV. What can I do? I pondered while reviewing my skills. I had purchased a rune stone. Even though my cloak was impressive, I needed more protection. Buying the skill, elemental resistance for 55 million gold was worth it, especially since my body could withstand higher temperatures. I realized this necessity when I remembered that elemental quirks were common, and having already experienced the cold and heat types of gates, it made sense. Izuku muttered to himself, I only have a week to train. Nezu kind of banned me from using the training fields to train my shadows against each other. Though I do realize that they slowly level up. It was true, he had noticed an increase by 1 level for all of them. He had to accept the promotions of his 4-winged angels and the mid-tier Nomu. 500 degrees Celsius isn't much. I remember Endeavor's flames being around 2000 degrees Celsius if he tried. Then realization struck him. He could ask some of his angels to throw fire at him. This would hopefully allow them to level up while increasing his resistance too. After that, Izuku arrived at a training ground, Delta to be precise. He quickly texted his friend Nijire, who was 2 years younger than him, to meet up and possibly train together. They had become fast friends, and he considered her one of his closest companions. He saw that she would arrive in 10 minutes, so he asked his 4-winged angels to shoot fire at him. When Nijire received the text, she became much happier than she had been. However, when she saw Izuku being engulfed in flames, she screamed and ran toward him to check if he was okay. What emerged from the flames nearly caused her to faint. The clothes he was wearing had nearly burned away. She heard him say, that was hot," as he poured water over his exposed upper body, making it glisten with sweat. At that moment, her mind went blank, and she fell backward with a goofy grin, inexplicably finding the scene appealing. Izuku looked back in worry. Nijire. In the headquarters of the HSPC, a woman, both loved and hated by many, asked, "Do we know what the boy's quirk is?" "No, MDM President, not even his father knows," a worker replied respectfully. "We suspect that only Nezu and possibly Miruko know the true extent of his quirk. We theorize that he has a taking aspect to it." A taking aspect, huh? The last one documented died mysteriously, she thought with a barely noticeable smirk. Get in contact with Nezu. If he doesn't spill, then Miruko. "Yes, MDM President," the man said as he left. "Soon, Izuku Midoriya, we will know if you could be our greatest ally or our greatest enemy." The president gazed outside with a smile. Soon, very soon. After Nijire fainted, Izuku placed her under a tree while he sparred with Igris. He managed to raise his elemental resistance to level 2, but it took over 30 minutes of enduring fire. The temperature range was now from -60 degrees Celsius to 750 degrees Celsius. Izuku knew he was strong and could soon become the strongest in the world. But his next challenge was to tackle the summer exams head-on and win. He also needed to wake Nezu, thinking, "She must have been worried about me being on fire." It took another 10 minutes for Nezu Hado to wake up. She noticed she was under a tree with Izuku's jumper draped over her. The brunette smiled at that and continued to watch Izuku spar with Igris. After 5 minutes, she fully woke up just in time to see Izuku fly over from a punch Igris made. "Oh hey Nezu. Feeling better?" She giggled at the sight of him hanging upside down from a tree branch. "Thanks, I feel much better. You good up there?" Sighing, he replied in a low tone, "Never been better." The two sparred with each other, exchanging tips and chatting. After an hour, they enjoyed an outdoor dinner that Izuku prepared before continuing to train until 9 p.m., when they had to leave for their dorms. As they waved goodbye, Izuku headed to his dorm, unaware of a pair of watchful eyes nearby. A week later, the written exam wasn't as difficult as Denki had thought it would be. They had subjects like math, Japanese language, English, geography, modern literature, heroics, theory, and history. The exams were split over 4 days, with 2 exams each day. On the 4th day, they had the heroics, theory, exam in the morning and the heroics, practical, exam later that day. Surprisingly, Denki felt confident he hadn't failed. He and the rest of the class were gearing up for the exam, all in their hero suits and focused, except for the blonde, Denki. His face showed a mix of worry and excitement as he prepared to face off against the teachers instead of robots. Denki realized he was in over his head, especially since he was up against Nezu, a teacher known for his disdain for humans. He heard Izuku whisper, "Good luck," but he wondered if that was appropriate given the challenge ahead. Meanwhile, Izuku sat near Recovery Girl, watching the screens as all the teams strategized. Even Katsumi had joined in, leaving Izuku as a solo competitor, which felt unfair. However, he was determined to make the most of the quest he received. Alarm! Quest has been formed. Win against all odds, win the battle against the supposed villain by knocking him out. If you run away or fail, a penalty will be given. Reward 1. Stat points plus 10. Reward 2. Plus 5% to physical pain nullification. Reward 3. Akatsuki Gate Key. The third reward is intriguing, Izuku thought, recalling his favorite anime. The first match featured Ejiro and Rikido against Cementos. They started strong, destroying the cement constructs, but fatigue set in, and they ultimately lost when they were overwhelmed by cement. Ejiro and Rikido lost their match. The second match had Tsuyu and Fumikage facing ectoplasm. Their teamwork was impressive, with Tsuyu using her abilities to help Dark Shadow immobilize ectoplasm. They won, but not without getting stuck against a wall from a large clone's attack. Tsuyu and Fumikage won their match. Next, Tenya and Heian took on Power Loader. The ground was filled with traps, making Tenya's quirk less effective. Heian attempted a risky aerial maneuver but was nearly shot down. They decided to go all out, with Tenya using Reciproburst while Heian protected him from debris. They barely secured a win before time ran out. Tenya and Heian won their match. The fourth match was a thrilling 3v1 against their homeroom teacher, Aizawa. Thanks to Izuku's earlier contributions, Aizawa was more agile and powerful. Shoko was captured first, followed by Katsumi. Momo, initially hesitant, found her courage and used her quirk to free her teammates. However, Aizawa's experience proved too much, and they ultimately lost. Momo, Katsumi, and Shoko lost their match. The fifth match featured Ochako and Yuga against 13. Although 13 wasn't a combative hero, she quickly gained the upper hand. A moment of distraction allowed Ochako to use her martial arts skills to secure the win. Ochako and Yuga won their match. In the sixth match, Mina and Denki faced Nezu, who was causing chaos with a crawler crane while enjoying tea. The two struggled to keep up and ultimately ran out of time. Mina and Denki lost their match. The seventh match saw Koji and Kyoka against present Mike. Koji, initially frightened by bugs, found the courage to use them to help secure their victory. Koji and Kyoka won their match. The eighth match featured Toru and Mizo against Snipe, which ended up being an interesting battle, leaving Izuku feeling sympathetic for Snipe by the end. Using smoke bombs to obscure Snipe's vision and employing Mizo as a distraction, Toru managed to sneak behind the sniper and place the cuffs on him. However, Snipe accidentally elbowed Toru, causing Izuku to feel a pang of guilt. Toru and Mizo won their match, the announcer declared. The previous match featured Mashiro and Hanta against Midnight. As the purple mist enveloped the arena, the boys were caught off guard. Hanta threw Mashiro back, while the tape man struggled against the gas. Mashiro quickly covered his mouth with tape and charged at Midnight, determined to win. Unfortunately, a WHP strike forced him to open his mouth, allowing the gas to seep in and render him unconscious. Hanta and Mashiro lost their match, the announcer stated, leaving Izuku to ponder the effects of the gas on himself. With 9 out of 19 students eliminated, the situation was becoming concerning. Next match is Izuku Midoriya against All Might and Miruko, the robotic voice announced. Izuku stood, a slight smile on his lips as he prepared for the challenge. As he entered the arena, he signaled for his allies, normal grade, elite grade and night grade, to spread out into the shadows. Come forth, Fisher, Dracula, Raphael, Baruka, and Igris, he commanded. The 5 shadows emerged, their powerful auras palpable even in the viewing booth. In the viewing booth, Mashiro muttered, "What powerful auras, we can even feel it here." Midnight, intrigued, remarked, "That is pretty impressive," earning glares from several students. Aizawa noticed the presence of the big 3, Tamaki, Nijire, and Mirio, and inquired about their attendance. Nezu chimed in, "I invited them to watch Izuku." Nijire, usually curious, expressed her admiration for Izuku's strength, surprising the teachers and her companions. "I want to go home, Mirio. They don't look like potatoes," Tamaki murmured. Mirio shook his head. "We are the big 3 of you." The students exchanged glances, realizing Nijire's interest in Izuku. Aizawa explained, "They are among the strongest students at UA, ranking high in A to S levels." Nijire noted, "Isn't Izubro one of the strongest since he's facing All Might and Miruko?" She was confident in Izuku's abilities, curious about the outcome. Mirio reflected on Izuku's potential, recognizing his role in healing All Might to his current strength. Back in the arena, Izuku approached the 2 so-called villains. All Might laughed, "Is this all young Izuku?" Rumi face-bombed, a reaction echoed by others in the booth. With a smirk, Izuku commanded, "Come forth." Suddenly, 349 shadows emerged from their hiding places. All Might realized he had underestimated the situation, sensing the ranks of the shadows around him. Rumi scanned the area, noting the angels led by Tsadkiel, the various creatures surrounding them, and the strategic positions of the elves and magicians. "Do you want to give up?" Izuku asked, unleashing his skill, Bloodlust. Rumi and All Might both started to sweat, realizing that Izuku was telling the truth. Even as an internationally recognized hero, All Might doubted his ability to take on so many opponents, including Izuku, who was only at a low international level at best. However, he was unaware of all of Izuku's tricks. In the viewing booth, the students gasped, their mouths agape except for Nijire's. "There are so many!" Mina exclaimed. Aizawa smirked as he shook off his shock. "I see the bison is still doing well," he thought. Nezu, watching the screen in awe, remarked, Oh my, I knew Izuku had a lot, but this many?" One student began recording the battle to show their boss. Tamaki stuttered, "Where did he get them?" Nezu glanced at the big 3. "I cannot tell yet, we will have to see what the future holds." He suspected that Class 1A had a spy among them. He had already checked on Izuku with Tsukachi but couldn't ask the other students without raising suspicion. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a glint of glass. His eyes widened slightly as he thought, if the video is posted online, we may discover who our spy is. This is a no personal camera zone. He didn't mind it, though. Showcasing Izuku's strength could boost the school's reputation, which had suffered after the Hosu and U.S.J incidents. In the fight, Izuku smiled sweetly and used the skill, Dominator's Touch, to throw both opponents away. "Don't kill them, but capture them or knock them unconscious," he commanded. With that, all but Igris rushed toward the two heroes, their eyes wide. "California Smash" and "Luna Ring," they shouted, launching their attacks. Some shadows were destroyed, but the shadows quickly regenerated. Rumi narrowly avoided a smash from Dracula, while All Might dodged a water attack from Fisher. Toshinori barely had time to breathe before one of the Leshy elbowed him in the face. He countered with Texas Smash, destroying several shadows. Fluffy jumped onto Miruko, who dodged the earth-shaking leap but tried to kick Bakugo away, only for him to block with his forearm. Ice began to form on Rumi's leg, forcing her to leap back into a horde of vampires. Using the Night Killer dagger she had hidden, she slashed at them while evading sound attacks, ice arrows, and claws. All Might, though somewhat invulnerable due to his one-for-all ability, found himself overwhelmed by the barrage of ice arrows, fire attacks, and other magical assaults. He didn't call out the names of his attacks, but when enemies swarmed him, he shouted Oklahoma Smash, clearing the shadows but leaving him to fight Beast, the Nomu Izuku had previously defeated. Despite his efforts, he couldn't shake off Beast. Just then, Dracula punched All Might into a building. Rumi faced her own challenges, particularly from long-range opponents. Their teamwork was impressive, but she was determined to fight back. After being splashed by a team of Vaudianoi, she retaliated, slashing them down while narrowly avoiding a fireball from one of the magicians. A Nomu then engaged her, and she quickly used her legs to smash one in the face while decapitating the other. In the viewing booth, one student muttered, "They are slowly but surely wearing All Might down." "Miruko is doing well with her blade," Rikido added. "Where did she get it?" Kyoka asked. "The nerd gave it to her so she could fight against his shadows without worrying about herself," Katsumi replied. "Aizawa-sensei, why is every shadow soldier attacking?" Denki inquired. "They are fighting to overwhelm the opponent strategically. Not every shadow in Izuku's army is a short-range combatant. The long-range ones attack when there's an opening," Aizawa explained. Mirio thought, "Even with my intangibility, this would be fun. I want to fight him," while Nijire watched with stars in her eyes. Shoko, Katsumi, and Heian all realized how much the shadows had improved since their last training session with Izuku. Without the shadows, they were high B to low A rank. Even if they went all out, Izuku wouldn't break a sweat. Back with Izuku, he was getting bored. He quickly drank a low-level MP potion that restored 5,000 MP. Sensing that the two heroes were struggling, he decided to make it easier for his shadows to subdue them by using the skill, Shadow Manipulation. With a smirk, some of his shadows shot out toward All Might, catching his shadow. As Izuku closed his fist, shadow tendrils shot out, capturing All Might's legs. Toshinori's eyes widened as he realized too late that Beast had punched him in the chest, causing him to fall back, frozen by Bakugo's attack. Rumi realized her opportunity and jumped high, executing Luna Fall, which crushed the Beast beneath her. With a powerful shake, she freed All Might from the ice, and they both nodded to each other before rushing toward Izuku. However, they were met by Raphael, Sadkiel, and the Angel Army, who unleashed flames upon them. "All Might, don't let the flames touch you," Rumi warned. They jumped away just in time to avoid the destructive fire, especially from the angel with ringed eyes. Izuku seized the moment, using his skill Sprint, to leap and deliver a jaw-shattering punch to All Might, sending him crashing through 5 skyscrapers. Meanwhile, Rumi was struck by Igris and ended up inside a chicken cottage. As she struggled to escape, she mused to herself, "The inside isn't that bad, actually. It's more spacious than I thought." "All Might, are you okay?" she asked through her communication device. Hearing a groan, she was relieved when he replied, "Never been better." Suddenly, her eyes widened as she saw a building explode upwards. All Might shouted to Izuku, "You got me all pumped up," and then called out, "California Smash." Rumi's device suddenly announced, "Miruko is captured." Trapped in the cottage with no way out, Rumi felt helpless. Young Izuku captured Miruko. Now all his forces will turn against me, Toshinori thought, panic rising within him. Izuku, however, raised his right hand in front of his face, fingers crossed, and declared, "Total darkness," enveloping All Might and himself in a sphere of darkness. Toshinori could only see Izuku as the only color in the void. Miruko watched in awe from outside. Lowering his hand, Izuku raised both hands in a gesture of triumph. "Do you like my new technique? Those inside cannot move at all. I've infused my shadow manipulation with my mana. This is one of my ultimate moves, domain expansion, total darkness." He beamed with pride, though something felt off. Suddenly, he noticed a message. Shadow extraction can be used on this target repeated multiple times. What? There are 7 beings in All Might, he thought, glancing at All Might, who stood unconscious but upright, surrounded by 7 spectral figures. "Are you the successor?" asked a man with a bald head. "No, sir. I am Izuku Midoriya," he replied, internally panicking. "But you are the perfect host," said the only woman in the group, raising an eyebrow. Izuku blinked in confusion. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but what do you mean?" One of the figures with gray hair stepped forward. "The worthiness you show is more than enough for us to know. We've seen you since number 8 punched you." Sweat began to bead on Izuku's forehead. The woman approached him and whispered, "Soon you will receive our powers, not the false successor. Izuku Midoriya, you will face many challenges ahead, but we will be with you again soon." She leaned in and gently kissed him on the lips. Izuku froze, unsure of how to respond, but instinctively kissed her back before it ended. He was unaware that the kiss was a gift, and she was slightly blushing. "Who are you?" he asked, dazed, desperate to know if she was still alive. "Nana Shimura. Please find my body, I will explain more then." With that, the spectral figures vanished, and Izuku released the technique. All Might collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Izuku knelt, exhausted from the encounter, but he wouldn't forget the kiss from one of the most appealing women he had ever seen. He dispelled all shadows except for Raphael, who he needed to heal. All Might and Miruko. Rumi approached him and hugged him tightly. "Well done, Izuku. I didn't know the chicken cottage could hold me down." They embraced, sharing a gentle kiss while the defeated All Might lay behind them, a sight to behold. "I didn't know either, but it's good to know for future emergencies," Izuku said. "What was that at the end?" "A super move, domain expansion, total darkness. I'll tell you about it later." He leaned closer and whispered, "I need to talk to you about what happened inside." She nodded, and they all headed back to the dorms, following the instructions from a robot. Shadows from the Shadow Army leveled up. You completed the quest. Win against all odds. Win the battle against the supposed villains by knocking them out. If you run away or fail, a penalty will be given. Reward 1, stat points plus 10. Reward 2, plus 5% to physical pain nullification. Reward 3, Akatsuki Gate Key. Will you accept? Accept/reject. Accept, add 5 points to sense, 3 to vitality, and 2 to intelligence. Accept reward 2 and 3. In his hand was a black key with a red cloud where the handle was supposed to be. Rumi looked over his shoulder and asked, "A new key?" "Yeah, I got it after defeating you and All Might. It's an S-rank key, but it's a collector's edition." Item, Akatsuki Gate Key. Item class is collection 1/ key to an Akatsuki Gate, location, top of Mount Fuji. "There's a problem," Izuku continued, catching her attention. "We have to get to Mount Fuji first." She laughed. "I barely survived the last S-rank gate, but this time I'll have to see." Izuku smiled. "I have a late birthday present for you. Just meet me in my room after we finish whatever we're supposed to do first, okay?" "Hi." With that, she kissed Izuku on the lips before separating for the time being. As Izuku entered the dorm, he was immediately bombarded with questions. What was that? Is it a new technique? How did you do it? Why was All Might unconscious at the end? What happened inside? Nijire asked eagerly. Hey, calm down, Nijire. This was my ultimate move, Izuku replied, trying to calm her down. Mashiro chimed in, ultimate move? Izuku nodded. It's something that only we can do, like Tenya has his recipro burst. I have domain expansion, total darkness. Tenya smiled at the recognition. But I'm sure the big three, who are in their third year and closest to becoming the future top 10 heroes of Japan, can explain. Tamaki shot a glare that wouldn't scare a puppy, while Nijire and Mirio smiled. Mirio explained, you should start developing ultimate moves after summer, but it's always good to start early. Some of my ultimate moves are called Phantom Menace and Blinder Crush Eyeball Destroyer. Everyone's sweat dropped at the names. Meanwhile, in another part of UA, the teachers were discussing the recent events. All Might, is everything okay? Recovery Girl asked, noticing Toshinori's shaken state. The final technique, what happened? Nezu inquired, intrigued. I was trapped. I couldn't move anything, not even my eyes. I saw darkness everywhere, all I could see was Izuku. But I swear I saw shadows in that place, the number one hero explained. At least you weren't stuck in a chicken house, Rumi muttered, but everyone heard it. Nezu chuckled, it was funny, we could see disturbances in the structure, but it regenerated quickly. So only 9 students failed the practical exam. I thought it would be lower, Aizawa mentioned. All eyes turned to him in surprise. Nezu clarified, you defeated 1/3 of them. They are too reliant on their quirks. I can't even cancel out Izuku's quirk, so he was lucky, Aizawa informed them. Izuku gave me a better dagger that can cut more, which allowed me to gain the upper hand. He pulled it out. It was more of a thank you since my old dagger was used up. It can cut through pretty much anything. Rumi then asked, you went to the C rank gate with him, right? He nodded. Yeah, the Shadow Bison was the boss. All Might looked curious. So that was the weakest signature I felt? There were 5 solid S ranks, with Izuku being a high S to low international. Only Dracula and Fisher were S ranked. Igris, Baruka, and Raphael were all A ranked, though they did level up. You're lucky we didn't face Baba Yaga, she would have been a grade above Izuku's elite knights, Rumi explained. How does the ranking system work? All Might asked, intrigued. Sighing, Rumi elaborated, the Bison is normal grade, around C rank villain strength. The 4-winged angels are the weakest, while the Rusalka, the women-headed birds, are the strongest, elite grade, which are B rank villains in theory. There are levels in those grades. The lower the level, the lower the rank. For example, LV.1 elite is low B rank, while LV.20 elite is high B rank. They all nodded, and Aizawa looked surprised. Then there are Knight grade, A rank villains. The most powerful ones are the Leshis, the ugly wooden shadows. Rumi continued, then there are the Elite Knight grade, which are low to mid-S rank level in strength. So far, Izuku has 5, as you all saw at the beginning of the battle. Taking a deep breath, she added, though with their regeneration factor, they can be nearly impossible to beat, so you might want to up their grade. All Might's eyes widened. They level up constantly, even if Izuku doesn't use them. The excess mana production levels them up gradually. After a moment of silence, the 5 in the room continued their conversation, with Nezu starting the next topic. I may or may not know who the spy is. The room fell silent, eyes widening in anticipation. Nezu continued, at the beginning of the finals, we instructed our students not to record anything or bring their phones to the observation booth. They all nodded, understanding the implications of any leaked information. With that being said, one of our students brought out their phone to start recording. If I know what will happen, we will soon see the video of Izuku giving you 2 a beatdown. The focused gaze shifted among them. I believe the spy may be. The next day, they were all sitting in class. Izuku stared out the window, lost in thought about the previous day. Flashback. After returning to his room, he sent out all 44 winged angels and 8 cherubs to search around Tokyo and its surrounding prefectures for Nana. His plan was to leave those 48 shadows in Japan to look for Tamura and his group while also searching for Nana. They all had a mental image of her and were ready to go, keeping to the shadows to avoid detection. He had also discovered a useful skill, shared inventory, which allowed the shadows to store anything they found, whether it was valuable or not. Although it cost him 1,500,000 gold, he believed it would be worth it for what he planned to do the next day. Currently, Izuku lay on his bed, waiting for Rumi. When she knocked, she announced her entrance, even though he could sense her. She changed into her nightwear and climbed into bed, hugging him. "I missed you." The meeting with Aizawa took way too long. He had me and All Might grading other students. Hugging her back and pulling the covers over them, he laughed. "I missed you too, Bun Bun." He pulled out a rune stone from his inventory and smiled. "This is a late birthday present to help you grow stronger and ease my worries when you're away. This is a regeneration skill rune stone. It grants a passive ability to regrow limbs." Rumi took it and crushed it as she had done before. "This also enhances your speed and strength, repairing torn muscles and helping you recover faster." She could feel the extra power almost instantly, her sore muscles beginning to loosen. Even without the gift, she would still love him, though she briefly felt guilty for relying on him. "Thank you, Izuku. I really appreciate it." She kissed him, and he reciprocated. Their kiss deepened, and Rumi straddled him, both of them lost in the moment as they drifted off to sleep in each other's arms. Flashback in the morning, Rumi had to leave for her patrol while Izuku prepared for the last day of school for the first term. He had forgotten to mention Nana to Rumi, knowing it would worry her. They had been promised a summer camp if they passed, and with 9 students in his class failing the final exam, he wondered what would happen next. His thoughts were interrupted when Heian tapped his shoulder from behind. Turning around and smiling, he asked, "Sup, what do you need?" She leaned closer and whispered, "Can I talk with you and Miruko later today?" Unbeknownst to them, another student was listening. "I don't know if Rumi will be back today. Pretty sure she's coming back tomorrow to collect me." "Why?" Heian blinked in surprise. "Are you going anywhere this summer?" Izuku nodded. "My dad is coming over this summer, and he's taking me to France." Rumi was invited too. Though they were speaking quietly, Katsumi overheard and felt a pang of jealousy. "Island is in 2 weeks, so I'll meet you all there, and the camp is in 3 weeks, so it's all good, right? You passed?" Heian nodded, wanting to talk more, but Aizawa interrupted. "That may be true, but we believe that if you are traveling, you need a hero to protect you. Recent developments indicate that UA may be a target for some villain organizations." He looked pointedly at them. "You may go back to your families this summer, but for those who are staying, the training fields are open, and most teachers will remain on campus." He opened his folder. Firstly, there were 9 of you who failed. A collective groan filled the room as memories of the exam resurfaced. Aizawa fixed a stern gaze on 2 students. "Yuga, Ochako, don't look so pleased. You 2 nearly lost, and because 13 wasn't a real villain, you're still alive." They both gulped at that. With a smile, the teacher announced, "All of you are going to the training camp, but those who didn't pass will have remedial lessons during the trip." Most of the students were happy to hear that. One student questioned, "Sir, how can we trust you in the future?" The teacher rolled his eyes and handed out a pamphlet to each row. "This will tell you what you need and the basic outline of our activities." He nodded to them and added, "In 3 weeks, be here, we will leave at 7 a.m. He smirked, thinking about Izuku. He could always improve his skills, but they usually involve fighting. Mashiro and Ejiro could handle his elite grade shadows, but only Izuku could manage his night grade. It was true, only Izuku and Tenya had ultimate moves, but Tenya could only use his for 12 seconds before he was out of energy. Individually, the students ranked from D to B rank heroes, and some were high B and could break the B rank barrier during the summer. The teacher remembered the power difference and thought, "Fitting gates during the summer will be hard. I have 1 more week until the mystery key tells me where the mystery gate is located, and now the Akatsuki key. If I play my cards right, I should finish all the gates before summer." Izuku mindlessly looked over the pamphlet. "I already have all the items and I can buy more from the shop. It's cheaper anyway." He found it amusing that he could sell 100 G of trash for around 1 gold, so he occasionally sent out shadows to clean up Dagoba Beach. He had invested in shared inventory, allowing him to sell the junk collected by his shadows. So far, he had gathered around 100,500 kilograms, meaning 10,050,000 gold. 10 million gold in over 4 hours. His knights, 6-winged angels, bears, elves, bison, and vampires were all collecting it, and apparently not even 1/4 was cleaned up yet. "Oi nerd, why are you going to France?" one ex-bully asked, interrupting Izuku's thoughts. "Oh yeah, you didn't know? When Dad comes from America, he always takes me somewhere. Last year it was South Africa." She blinked, surprised. How could she know? She was one of his bullies. A little jealous, she realized he would be going with Miruko. Mina then excitedly yelled, "Let's go to the mall. We can buy what we need." Toru nodded, though no one could see her, but Class 1A understood her movements. "Yeah, let's all go together. A 1A trip." Izuku thought, "I do need to get something, so sure." "I'm in too," Heian said, and everyone in the class agreed, even Katsumi and Shoko. 30 minutes later. They all walked to the mall and started to split up. Izuku was left with Heian, Shoko, and Katsumi. Momo went with Kyoka, Denki, and Hanta, while Ejiro went with Tenya, Ochako, and Mishiro. "Do you need to go to any place in particular?" Izuku asked the 3 girls. "I need to get new hiking boots," Katsumi grumbled. Izuku chuckled and patted her head. The other 2 nodded, they needed new gear too. The 4 of them chatted, occasionally waving at fans who recognized them from the sports festival. Entering a store, the 3 girls split up, and Izuku went with Heian to help her find what she needed. In all honesty, Izuku felt a bit lost. "I need to get a waterproof coat and some bug spray," Heian said. Izuku nodded, and they walked to the clothing section, where he waited patiently for her to pick out her coat. Suddenly, he sensed a kind of tension coming from outside the store. "Heian, I'll be back in a minute. I need to check something." She nodded, and Izuku left the store. He spotted the man who had attacked the U.S.J. and approached him. "Didn't think I would see you here, Tamura." The older teen, wearing a black hoodie, chuckled. "Me neither, Izuku, or should I say Monarch?" Shaking his head, Izuku replied, "You seem troubled. As much as I want to capture you, I can sense that Kurogiri is here with a group of Nomu that could attack at any second." "You have your shadows, don't you?" Tamura smirked. Sighing, Izuku said, "It will be a mess, and no one likes being out of control." He spotted a stand. "Want ice cream?" Tamura shook his head. "I'm getting you ice cream, you seem down." Izuku bought 2 vanilla ice creams and handed one to Tamura. They sat down together. Even though Izuku didn't see it, Tamura felt a flicker of happiness. This was probably the first act of goodwill a hero student had shown him. "Why?" Tamura asked. Izuku looked at him, puzzled. "Why are you being nice to me? A villain? You're still human, right? While I may be your opponent in this game, outside of it, we could be friends," Izuku replied, speaking with unexpected wisdom. Tamura started to lick the ice cream, his pinky finger poking out. "I was coming here to think. Want to share?" Izuku asked after a moment. "What did Stain have that I don't?" "The Hosu incident mostly forgot about us and concentrated on that Demed Stain. The people who want to join my party only want that hero killer." He gestured around, and Izuku noticed shops selling hero killer merchandise. "You seem to lack a purpose. Stain wanted to get rid of the fake heroes to make society better. From what I've seen, you want to destroy, but you want to change society too, don't you?" Tamura grunted. "Might is what I want to destroy. Any second now, a villain could attack those sheep, and no one could do anything. They've all become complacent." "It's true. Endeavor is just a high S-class hero at best, but All Might was an international level hero. The difference between those levels is like night and day. I prefer peace over war. It may be true that villain attacks could happen at any moment, but it's better to only have your guard up slightly than be paranoid 24/7. Tamura sighed. "I would recommend you leave. More of my classmates are coming. If you do anything to them, though, I will capture you and your sensei." He laughed and waved his hand dismissively. Shoko asked, "Who was that?" Tamura Shigaraki. Before you ask why I didn't capture him, he pointed to the upper floor, Kurojairi is there with a lot of the Nomu. He would release them if something happened to him. Looking straight into her eyes, he added, one of the Nomu there is as powerful as Igris. This caused her to gulp. She knew that Igris was the most powerful and had a rivalry with Baruka, but the one who could defeat it could be Izuku with the help of his elites, though there would be casualties. We should call the police anyway, Heian suggested, and they did. The police asked them some questions and were relieved that Izuku didn't try to capture him, as that would have broken laws regarding quirk usage. Tsukachi asked 4 questions including, are you a spy for the League of Villains? They all said no, which was good for him to know. Aizawa picked up the 4 of them, and the rest of the class had to return to their dorms. He told Izuku that Nezu wanted to meet him. Nezu's office. Ah, welcome Izuku. How are you feeling after today? The mouse-like figure asked. It could have been better, Nezu. I think the League of Villains is planning something as more criminals are joining their ranks, Izuku explained as he sat down on one of the couches. Nezu nodded, then sighed. The video of you fighting against Miruko and All Might was just leaked around an hour ago. Izuku blinked. That's why you had Aizawa-sensei collect me? Because of the media? Nezu nodded. Yes. If you noticed, UA's front gates are already flooded with reporters and some of your fans. Izuku face-bombed but noticed Nezu smirk. Also, because of this move that our spy created, it made a perfect opportunity for me to do something. Giving Nezu a curious look, he continued, your provisional license exam. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw his picture on the exam notice, wearing a black hoodie with a white shirt. Thank you, but how, sir? All Might, Miruko, and I have vouched for you to the HSPC, and with a lot of public support, they had no choice but to grant it. They only said that you can get your full hero license when the rest of your year does. A smile appeared on Izuku's face, and he stood up, bowing towards Nezu. Thank you, Nezu. He smiled back. Remember that you can use your quirk for emergencies mostly. Try not to actively hunt for villains, but this will also help you if you get in a bind when you are traveling to France. Nodding, Izuku replied, sure will, thanks. I will have to thank All Might and Rumi. The next day, Izuku and Rumi met up with a man who was a little shorter than Izuku but had black hair and freckles. He wore a casual suit. The 2 men chatted, with Hisashi complimenting Izuku's good looks and congratulating him on getting a girlfriend. Even though Izuku kept in contact with his father, he still wanted to compliment his only child. He showed his dad his provisional hero license card, and Hisashi congratulated him, thanking Rumi as well. The 3 of them boarded a plane headed for France. Navigating through the airport was a challenge, especially when they encountered Rumi and Izuku with an older version of Izuku. Shivers ran down their spines at the memory. So, Mr. Midoriya, Rumi began, but was interrupted. Call me Hisashi from now on, Rumi, he said with a gentle, fatherly smile, which made Rumi happier. She had never had a father figure in her life, but she hoped to have one now. Thank you, Hisashi. What are our plans in France? She asked, as neither she nor Izuku knew. Chuckling, he replied, we are going to Paris. I wanted you to explore the area, the Eiffel Tower, and some museums. It is also one of the calmest cities in Europe, where villain attacks are rare but mainly caused by one person. They blinked in curiosity. Can you explain, Dad? Even though he had left 48 Shadows in Japan to continue searching for Nana, they could always travel back to Izuku in minutes, though going away from him took more time. He nodded. Paris is different from what you may be used to in Japan or even the USA. There is a villain called Hawkmoth who can manipulate angry people to become his villains. This caught their attention even more. You should know that having a hero license in France and some other European countries is harder to obtain than in Japan. This was the first time both of them had heard about it, and it was fascinating. What Hawkmoth uses is not a quirk but a miraculous. Smirking, he continued, I can see your questioning glances, so I will elaborate. The miraculous are more powerful than most quirks. The 2 most powerful ones are in the possession of 2 heroes who constantly fight against Hawkmoth, called Ladybug and Cat Noir. They represent the creation and destruction miraculous. I presume Hawk Moth wants those too? Izuku asked, intrigued. Hisashi nodded. He already has 16 of the 19 miraculous. Ladybug and Cat Noir accidentally trusted the wrong person, who gave the 17th to Hawk Moth. However, they did manage to recover the Rabbit Miraculous quite quickly. Hisashi, if I may, how do you know all of this? Rumi asked, surprised. As a top 10 hero from Japan, specifically number 6 just before Edgeshot, she was eager to be in the top 5 this year. I had to go to Paris a couple of times for my job. It's also on the news there, so it's pretty much not a secret, he said casually, though he didn't mention that the attacks usually happened once a week. One reason France had a low villain attack rate was due to their punishment system. While Japan sent villains to prison with quirk-canceling cuffs, France sent them to French Guiana to do work. If someone used a quirk outside of a designated area, they would receive a fine of at least $2,000, so Hisashi was glad that Izuku had his provisional license. Izuku and Rumi nodded in agreement. We also need to inform the authorities about you too, just in case, he added. They nodded, feeling reassured. It was another 12 hours until they reached France. During the journey, they talked, with Rumi giving an autograph to a little girl sitting nearby. This melted Izuku's heart. Yeah, she would be a great mother. After passing through border patrol, the three of them went to the authorities to confirm that Rumi and Izuku had hero licenses. The police officer, Roger Raincomprix, a large man with a friendly smile, was pleased that two well-known heroes from Japan were in Paris for at least a week. It was no secret that Izuku had defeated All Might, the strongest hero in the world, during their exam. After Hisashi took a photo with the policeman and the two heroes, they left for their hotel. They received curious glances as they walked in their casual attire. After checking into their two-bedroom room, Hisashi said he would be getting some rest, as he was tired. Rumi, with her regeneration skill, had more energy. While Izuku was just being himself. They decided to explore the area. This is a nice place, Rumi said, holding Izuku's arm. He nodded. Ooh, ice cream. Want to get some? Sure. At the bicycle ice cream stand, they met Andre Glacier, a famous ice cream maker. It was a tradition to take a picture with their ice cream and him, as shown on his stand's roof. They both savored the delicious ice cream. This is amazing, thank you, Andre, they said, collecting a photo from the occasion. No problem at all, enjoy you too, he smiled as they waved goodbye. As they got closer to the Eiffel Tower, they saw two figures jumping from roof to roof. Is that Ladybug and Cat Noir? Izuku asked, watching the two move quickly. Yeah, it is. I wonder what's happening. Patrol. It could be, I guess. She wasn't sure, but they stood underneath the towering structure, looking up. They took the elevator to the highest floor and marveled at the view of Paris. This is appealing. Sure is, except for that black skyscraper, she chuckled. Yeah, I see it. Not many people were on the top floor of the Eiffel Tower, which they appreciated. Suddenly, they saw a red horse resembling a giant car jumping toward the Eiffel Tower. Oh no! Izuku and Rumi muttered, with Rumi continuing, this must be one of the akumatized victims. Izuku nodded. Come forth, angels. The shadow angels appeared and helped all the people in the tower to safety while Izuku jumped towards the villain, whose sword was about to strike the Eiffel Tower. Using his skill, Dominator's Touch, he punched the sword, pushing the woman backwards. Who are you? She demanded. The one who could see through her eyes was too curious, but it was only Ladybug and Cat Noir who dealt with the akumatized individuals. Smirking, Izuku replied, I am Monarch, and this is Miruko. We came from Japan for some rest, but I guess we cannot rest now, Hawkmoth? Haha, do you think you can defeat me? She taunted. This place is too old-fashioned. It needs to be changed for the new era. With that, she attempted to jump over Izuku, who was on the ground. Not so fast, lady. Rumi shouted from atop the Eiffel Tower. Luna fall. She kicked downwards, breaking part of the floor. Izuku used his skill, shadow manipulation, to create binds around the large woman. But when she called out, split, 12 smaller versions of her appeared. Come forth. All elite knights and 5 Leshy emerged, chasing the other 10 while Izuku and Rumi dealt with the remaining 2. In just 2 minutes, they managed to capture the 12 with Dracula's shadow manipulation and Baruka's ice. It was surprisingly easy. She could be ranked at mid-B rank. Well, looks like our job is done, my lady? Katmore said. Rumi nodded. Thanks for that. Now we need to get the Akuma out of her. How do you do that? Izuku asked, while Rumi face-bombed. It was Ladybug and Cat Noir after all. Cat Noir spoke. You must be from Japan, right? He saw them nod. You are the 2 that came here on holiday from what Roger told us. We are. You must be Cat Noir, and the lady is Ladybug, right? Rumi asked. Yes, we are. Cataclysm. With that, a destructive power surged into Cat Noir's right hand, which he used to touch the sword of the akumatized woman. Ladybug then used her yo-yo to catch the dark Akuma, and after that she said, "Bye-bye, little butterfly." She threw her lucky charm, a map, into the sky, and the destruction was fixed. Wow, that was cool, Izuku said in awe, watching the small ladybugs repair the damage and transform the akumatized villain into a car from which a blind lady emerged. What happened? The lady asked. You were akumatized, Cat Noir explained. How could I help it? They refused to let me demolish this to make way for my future technopole. You can build it somewhere else, Miss Tsurugi, Ladybug said gently. Can you check whether you have the mouse miraculous? It looks like a coin with a hole in it and has a chain through it. Hawk Moth must have given it to you after you were akumatized, Cat Noir continued. I'm sorry, Cat Noir, Ladybug, but I have no such item in my possession. How did Hawk Moth do it then? Ladybug asked, while Rumi and Izuku looked like they didn't belong there. The duo decided to walk off, wanting to spend time together. They noticed that Ladybug gave the lady some sort of pendant before jumping away with Cat Noir. Later in the day, the duo was with Hisashi at a presentation for a ring called Alliance. The ring was similar to a phone, featuring Adrian Agresti and Lila Rossi as the main speakers, along with a map feature and calling capabilities. That bringing us all together, Gabriel, Adrian's father, concluded the presentation, prompting applause from the audience. 2 people then took the stage, Lila and Adrian. Doesn't this Adrian person look like Cat Noir? Izuku whispered to Rumi, still blushing at the sight of her in a formal dress. Kind of thought. I wonder what will happen now, Rumi replied. The trio approached to congratulate the 2 creators, with Izuku sensing a hint of tension from Gabriel but choosing to ignore it. Welcome to France, Miruko Monarch, Gabriel said respectfully, smiling. Thank you, sir. The innovation is amazing, especially using air for your projection, Izuku commented. The lady they had saved earlier smiled and said, We are lucky to have someone who can use their quirk to build this projection. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Izuku and Rumi walked a little further as Hisashi engaged in business talk with the 2 older individuals. Adrian and Lila approached the duo. Hey, you must be Izuku and Rumi, right? Monarch and Miruko? I'm Lila Rossi. Hi, I'm Adrian Agresti, the blonde introduced himself. Yes, it's good to meet both of you. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this is Rumi Usajiyama, he said with a genuine smile that even made Lila blush. Rumi nodded. The ring is pretty amazing. It can be used to save lives in many situations, especially if you convert the akumatization to villain attacks. Izuku agreed. Lila then suggested, What if the 4 of us go somewhere to eat? I am sure we all are hungry, Izuku said, looking at Rumi, who nodded in agreement. Sure, I will just tell Dad that we will be leaving. He went to speak with his father while Adrian chatted with Rumi and Lila. Although he wasn't particularly fond of Lila, he found her surprisingly bearable in this setting. When Izuku returned, the 4 of them headed to a higher-class restaurant, continuing their conversation. They shared stories about their experiences in hero school, and Adrian, who wasn't the most outgoing person, found himself enjoying the company of the 2 Japanese students. He knew them from his car noir persona and recognized their strength, grateful for their support during his stay. At the end of the night, they took a group photo, and Adrian's genuine smile was one that could brighten anyone's day, except perhaps Rumi's. Lila sent the picture to the trio as a keepsake, hoping they would meet again soon. Lila, usually known for her manipulative ways, showed her true, friendly self during their time together. Izuku had a crush on her, which added an interesting dynamic to their interactions. Meanwhile, Marinette was anxiously watching the news, where Alya mentioned the two heroes from Japan who had assisted Ladybug and Cat Noir while on holiday. Marinette felt a pang of concern seeing Adrien, Lila, and the two heroes in a photo together. For the first time, she sensed no manipulation from Lila, which left her uneasy. She caught snippets about Monarch and Miruko, but her focus shifted to researching those two. As she waited for Alya to return with tea, she heard the jingle of the bakery bell downstairs. Sneaking down, she saw her parents giving baked goods to the two heroes. "Thank you very much, sir. It is delicious," said the tall guy with green shadows in his hair. "The carrot cake is simply amazing," Rumi added. They were dressed in formal clothing, likely returning from a conference, which reminded Marinette of Lila's and Adrien's social media posts. "A nightly stroll was a good idea," Rumi said, and her parents beamed at the sight of the cute couple. Moments later, Alya returned, but just as she did, Hawk Moth appeared, bewildered. The Kwamis explained that Marinette had received a gift from Ladybug, a key to her secret base. Hawk Moth, intrigued, asked if she knew where Ladybug lived. Marinette shook her head, trying to explain her past connection with the Mouse Miraculous and how Ladybug had given her the ring. Alya burst in, dropping the tray in shock at the sight of Hawk Moth. "You know where Ladybug is?" he accused, recognizing her from the Lady blog. "No, but now she will know where you are," Alya declared, pulling out her phone to start a live stream. "Listen up, everyone. Live from Marinette Depicting's bedroom. Hawkmoth, now that you have all the miraculous, what do you think Ladybug is up to? Maybe she's moving her hideout or looking for a replacement, or maybe she's already on your trail." Hawkmoth growled and smashed her phone on the ground. "Hey, bad censorship," Alya protested. With the key in hand, he broke the Ladybug-themed add-on that displayed the number. Turning to the Kwamis, he asked what it meant. After some chatter, the pig Kwami mentioned the ice ring. "The ice ring," Hawkmoth said, leaping away, unaware of the two figures following him. Upon entering the ice ring, Hawkmoth was surprised to find Monarch and Miruko waiting. "Wow, so this is the Hawkmoth I hear about?" Rumi remarked. Izuku nodded, addressing Hawkmoth. "Greetings. I hear you have been causing trouble in this city while we were on holiday." Hawkmoth growled, dismissing them. Izuku smirked, using his skill, Dominator's Force, to extract one miraculous from Hawkmoth's grasp, the glasses that housed the horse Kwami. "Huh, those look pretty cool," he said, wishing he could collect more as he noticed the Kwami's reluctance to be with Hawkmoth. Kaki's eyes widened as she was freed from his control. "I'm sorry, little one. We'll return you to Ladybug later, okay? Thank you. Just call me Kaki. Just say, full gallop, and my power creates portals called Voyage." "Cool. Kaki, you ready?" Izuku received a nod. "Kaki, full gallop." With a burst of energy, Izuku transformed into a sleek black bodysuit adorned with a horseshoe that could also be used as a weapon. His hair was whitish with green streaks, tied back in a ponytail. Kaki enjoyed being with someone popular, and who better than a rising hero in training? "No, no, no! You Monarch!" an enemy shouted, trying to escape. Miruko jumped in front of him, delivering a swift kick, but he managed to use Pollen's sting effect to paralyze her. "Darn, I can't move," she groaned. Izuku clicked his tongue. "Come forth. Protect Rumi and capture Hawkmoth." He summoned illusions with Trix's power and used the mouse's ability to divide. Just when he thought he had him, Hawkmoth escaped using the wind power of Long. Darn, he got away. "Come forth." Not all of his shadows responded. "Follow him and catch him. If you can't, try to retrieve other miraculous. Don't destroy any buildings." With that, he rushed to Rumi and used Voyage to teleport her to the hotel. "Dismount." He sighed, attempting to heal Rumi. "Hey, Kaki, do you know how to get rid of the freeze effect?" Kaki's glasses transformed into camouflage mode, darkening the lenses. "It's not simple, Izuku. Give it an hour, or Hawk Moth will escape when he transforms back. Thanks, but do you eat anything? Kaki nodded. I can eat anything sweet. Izuku pulled out an eclair he had bought with Rumi earlier. As they waited for Rumi or the shadows, they got to know each other. Is Gabriel Agorist Hawk Moth? Izuku asked. Kaki nodded. Thanks, Kaki. I don't think I should tell anyone, though. Why not? She asked. My theory is that Adrian Agorist is cat noir, so a father-son situation wouldn't be pretty. Realization dawned on Kaki's face. A shadow appeared beside Izuku, revealing 2 miraculous it had collected. Thanks, Dracula. Did you catch Hawk Moth yet? The shadow shook its head. Did the magicians locate him? Another shake. Are the others still looking? He received a nod. Thanks again. Dracula vanished, leaving Izuku with a pendant and a bracelet. He put them on, and the 2 Kwami jumped out. Hey, I hope both of you are good? The bracelet turned silver on his arm, while the pendant transformed into a green stone with a black string. Thank you. You must be Monarch? I am Sass, said the snake Kwami. I am Mullo, the mouse Kwami squeaked. Sup, Sass Mullo. Just call me Izuku, okay? Kaki was there too if they wanted to hang out. He handed them some food, making them happier since Hawk Moth only provided the bare minimum. Unbeknownst to them, Marinette had set a trap in a museum for Hawk Moth. Though it didn't work properly, he escaped using Cat Noir's cataclysm. That was when the shadows seized the 2 miraculous. Despite being weakened, he outsmarted the shadows, knowing Paris better than they did. 2 days later, Rumi unfroze and wanted to confront Hawk Moth, but she calmed down quickly. She befriended Mullo, who asked if she could wear her pendant. Sass, Kaki, and Izuku got along well too. Sass sensed no temptation, only curiosity, and allowed Izuku to try using his power. He found it useful but not something he would use often. Sass appreciated that Izuku was responsible and strong. They searched for Ladybug and Cat Noir but found no sign of them. The 2 humans agreed to keep an eye out, but it was their holiday, after all. The Kwami were happy to be with them, hoping to convince Ladybug to let them stay. As night approached, Izuku decided to recreate one of his first dates with Rumi. He bought some treats from the Tom and Sabine Blangerie Patisserie bakery and asked his dad for a bottle of wine, which he paired with some cheese. He also picked up some carrots and carrot cake. After all, who doesn't love carrot cake? As the sun set, Izuku and Rumi climbed onto a rooftop to watch the sun dip behind the Eiffel Tower. The lights of the tower began to shine, creating a breathtaking view. Izuku pulled out a picnic basket with glasses and plates. Rumi raised an eyebrow, smirking at the sight of the wine. Picnic? She teased. Yeah, I wanted to recreate one of our first outings, he replied, smiling at her. I also have carrot cake. He chuckled as he noticed her excitement. Rumi took the bottle of wine and poured some for both of them, knowing that Izuku couldn't drink alcohol in public. She decided to call it grape juice instead. They raised their glasses, clinking them together before taking a sip. Darn, I forgot that I can't get drunk, Izuku said with a laugh, which made Rumi giggle. He felt happy, especially watching Rumi laugh in the golden light of the setting sun, her long white hair blowing gently in the breeze. Dazzling, he remarked, causing a blush to spread across her cheeks. She could see the love in his eyes, and with that compliment, she felt content. Thanks, Zuku. She leaned in and kissed him softly. They continued to enjoy their picnic, savoring the food Izuku had prepared. The next day marked the 4th of their visit when Izuku and Rumi finally found the hero duo. Finally, we found you, Izuku said, though his shadows had been unable to trace Hawk Moth. The 2 Japanese heroes jumped onto a rooftop where Ladybug and Cat Noir were waiting. The 3 Kwamis emerged to greet them. It seems you managed to get some miraculous from Hawk Moth, Cat Noir complimented. Izuku gave a deadpan expression. It was actually pretty simple to take them if you're not using that miraculous at the moment, he replied, causing Rumi to laugh. Anyways, we have 3 of them. Just as they began to remove the miraculous, something unexpected happened. And oh! The 3 Kwamis shouted, causing Rumi and Izuku to stop. Mullo continued, Ladybug, Cat Noir, can we stay with Izuku and Rumi, please? It was the first time they had seen the usually proud Sass and Cocky use their best puppy eyes on Ladybug and Cat Noir. The two heroes were taken aback. Ladybug asked, "Why though? I understand why you want to stay, but they'll be traveling back to Japan soon." Cocky answered, "Izuku could always teleport here with my power to help you too." Izuku thought for a moment. "I can do that, but it's Ladybug's and Cat Noir's decision, little ones," he said with a small smile. Sass added, "You also have fewer miraculous to collect, don't you? It would be easier since my and Cocky's powers can cause the most trouble." Cat Noir chimed in, "He's not wrong. Voyage is one annoying power if you think about it." Sighing, Ladybug finally agreed, "Fine, you three can stay with Izuku and Rumi." Rumi smiled and patted Mullo on the head. "It's going to be fun, Mullo." Izuku took out a piece of paper and wrote down his number, handing it to Cat Noir. "This is my phone number. Call me, and I can come here quickly, or I can send a shadow to help if I'm busy." Cat Noir grinned gratefully. "We got 14 more to go," Ladybug informed. "I will inform Roger about the developments. Other than that, bug out." With that, she jumped away. Cat Noir stayed behind because Izuku asked him to. "Hey, Cat Noir, I hate to ask, but are you Adrian Agorist?" The question made Cat Noir stop in his tracks. The shocked look on his face confirmed their suspicions. "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone," Izuku assured him. "Some heroes prefer to keep their identities secret, like All Might, so our lips are sealed." He led the duo to a rooftop overlooking the Eiffel Tower. "I am. How did you find out?" Adrian asked, looking a bit flustered. They exchanged glances before pointing to a nearby advertisement featuring Adrian. "It was pretty easy, huh?" they said, both chuckling. "Yeah, don't worry. Anyway, want to hang out in your civilian form?" Izuku asked, eager to explore more of Paris. It was their 4th day in the city, and they had been enjoying it immensely. They had seen some local heroes, but none as famous as Ladybug and Cat Noir. "Sure, I would love to," Adrian replied. They began to hang out, and surprisingly, Adrian didn't feel like a third wheel that day. Little did they know, Ladybug returned 30 minutes later, looking for Cat Noir, only to find Izuku, Rumi, and Adrian skating around a plaza near the Eiffel Tower. As their visit came to an end, Adrian and Lila were there to say goodbye. Izuku gave them his number, inviting them to contact him in the future. Izuku arrived in Japan, eager to meet All Might as part of his recompensation. He had given his first-place winning tickets to Heian and Katsumi, while Shoko received hers from her father, traveling with Shoto. Rumi, unable to travel due to her job, said her goodbyes to Izuku and Mullo. Sass and Cocky were excited, having not traveled much during their long lives. They reminded Izuku and the others to use their powers as a last resort, ensuring no one would suspect them. Izuku also shared details about the gates and the shadows he commanded, and they were surprisingly okay with the idea of confronting monsters. As All Might and Izuku traveled to Island, Izuku asked, "Tashinori, who is Nana?" All Might's reaction was immediate, his tone serious. "How do you know her?" Izuku explained that during his domain expansion, he had encountered her and others. All Might's eyes widened in shock when Izuku revealed that Nana's body was still alive but her location was unknown. All Might stood up, panicked. "How? We need to go back." Izuku tried to calm him, assuring him that he had shadows searching for her. All Might's concern was palpable, especially since he wasn't in his hero form. "Tokyo is mostly cleared, but I worry she might be in a hard-to-reach place. Even with all my shadows, it could take months to find her." He sighed, grateful for Izuku's help, as she had been his mentor and a significant influence on his quirk. When they arrived at Island, both heroes donned their suits, with Izuku adding dark glasses and a silver bracelet. As they were recognized, a crowd began to form around them. Izuku, using his superior speed, managed to slip away from the reporters and waited for All Might, chatting with Sass and Cocky, who were fascinated by the quirk displays. Suddenly, a tall, muscular woman approached him. "Sup there," she greeted cheerfully. "You must be Star and Stripe," Izuku replied, offering a fist bump. She introduced herself as Kathleen, impressed by his growing reputation. They exchanged pleasantries, and Izuku learned that she had also escaped from her own entourage. "Want to leave them behind?" "I heard there are some competitions," Izuku suggested, knowing that top heroes often had a competitive streak. Kathleen smirked, accepting the challenge. They left All Might to deal with the crowd. Their first competition involved a hill with robots. "A robot destruction game, huh?" Izuku muttered, catching Kathleen's attention. The announcer introduced them as new competitors. "Ladies first," Izuku said, mock bowing. Kathleen confidently declared, "Thanks, but I will win this." As the competition began, she showcased her quirk, jumping from robot to robot and breaking them with ease. "And look at that, a new record of 1.45 seconds, the announcer exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. She walked back with a smirk. "Good luck?" Izuku smirked back at her. "You ready?" Izuku nodded while summoning his spear. "Ready, Setjo?" He unleashed his skills: spear throw, sprint, and dominator's touch. The spear pierced the top robot, and he dashed toward the lower one, destroying it with a kick. With his final skill, he crushed the remaining 5 robots. The spear returned to his hand, and he desummoned it. The announcer's eyes widened again. "And look at that, we have a tie." 1.45 seconds once again between Kathleen Bate, aka Star and Stripe, and Izuku Midoriya, aka Monarch. "Darn, I hoped I'd won," Izuku chuckled as he approached Kathleen. She shook her head. "I knew you were strong, but I know you didn't go all out." They began to walk out of the stadium. "Neither were you," he replied with a laugh. "You could have destroyed the whole hill in one go in less than a second." A wider smirk appeared on her face. "You could too. A proper punch of yours or your shadows and boom, less than a second." They fist-bumped at the end of their interaction and continued to their next destination. Meanwhile, a group of students from Class 1A watched from a distance. "Isn't that Izuku?" Kyoka asked, pointing her jack at him as he stood with an older woman near the competition entrance. Momo's eyes widened. "Isn't that Star and Stripe next to him?" She was a big fan. Not many heroines made it to the top currently. There were only 2 in Japan, number 6 Miruko and number 9 Ryukyu. Seeing the number 1 heroine from America was a big deal. Tenya commented, "I wonder how they." He trailed off as the robots were destroyed in mere seconds. 1.45 seconds. The group of Class 1A students gaped, their astonishment growing when Izuku completed his turn with the same time. They knew he was strong, especially after witnessing his fights against Miruko and All Might. "Darn it, the nerd is getting away." Katsumi growled, but Ejiro and Tenya stopped her. "Isn't it your turn, Katsumi?" Tenya asked. It felt awkward to have a score of 13.29 seconds compared to the 2 powerhouses. Back with Kathleen and Izuku, he muttered, 28 draws, 5 wins, and 5 losses. It had been fun, but how could there be so many draws? His luck skill must be acting up, he thought. I still can't believe those 5 losses. "How could I not beat you in the burger-eating competition?" she said playfully, though a hidden frown crossed her face as she remembered what the American government wanted her to do. Spending time with him was enjoyable, and she appreciated the rivalry. In a flashback, Kathleen stood before the president of the American Hero Association, the President of the United States, and 2 high-ranking officials. "So, why am I here?" she asked, curious about the meeting. The President began, "I'm sure you are aware of Izuku Midoriya, otherwise known as Monarch from Japan. He defeated All Might, with the number 6 hero Miruko assisting him. It was initially recorded by a phone, but Nezu, the UA principal, released the full video shortly after." She nodded. "His quirk is unusual. The shadows he commands seem extremely useful. I believe I can win against him, but his shadows could pose a challenge." The others nodded in agreement. The president continued, "As you know, the USA has 2 national-level heroes, you and Thomas Andre, the number 2 hero." Hearing Thomas's name made her frown. He was decent, but he didn't compare to her. "This makes us one of the most protected countries in the world," he added. "From our reports, we know that with every battle he improves." Kathleen raised an eyebrow as one of the officials explained, During and after every fight, his attributes increase. Endeavor reported that during the recommendation exams, his aura indicated he was like an A-rank hero. During the sports festival, his aura was around S-rank level, which is near what Hosu was at a high S-rank. We theorize he levels up. The shadow army he commands also grows in number every time he uses it. The Hosu incident showed that he had mostly angel and knight-based shadows, along with other mythical creatures. The last official added, his shadows increase, but we don't know how yet. This is where you come in. Monarch should be coming to I-Island for the I-Expo in a few days after returning from France. The four knew that Monarch and Miruko were only a call away to assist France if needed. The president concluded, we want you to convince him to become an American hero or at least study in America like All Might did. Kathleen thought for a moment. I understand everything but one thing. Why do you want him here? The hero president sighed. Norma Selner, do you remember her? Kathleen nodded. She was the lady with the fortune-telling quirk. The president, resembling a squid with small tentacles, continued. She predicts that a massive catastrophe will occur in the western part of America, and we need as many strong heroes as possible to combat it. I will meet up with him and ask for an internship first, she decided. She needed to see if he met her standards. She had never had a student before, and her work usually required that anyone wanting to be her sidekick needed to know how to fly a fighter jet or stand on one. America would be good for him actually. There are more villains there than in Japan, which has a 4% crime rate per 100,000, while America has 18%. More help would be needed to lower it further, and if Norma is correct, more assistance is essential. Kathleen snapped out of her thoughts as Izuku called her name. She smiled and continued enjoying her time, not caring about her bodyguards searching for her or even All Might, who had left with Melissa, who was confused about All Might's guest. The duo went to the showcase of the newest technology, and Izuku thought the Alliance ring would be there, but it wasn't. Kathleen was intrigued by the new fighter jets on display. Are you interested? Izuku asked, curious about the jets as well. They could fly, swim, and maneuver underwater, which was impressive. Yeah, my team usually uses fighter jets to get to places quicker, she replied. Izuku nodded in agreement. They continued exploring until night fell over the island. After dinner, they promised to meet in the central tower for the scientist conference. In Izuku's room, he muttered with a smile, what a fun day. He looked at Sass and Koki. How was it for both of you? They had gone off to explore the island. It was fun. We even saw a dinosaur. Koki exclaimed. Chuckling, Izuku replied, that's great. Anyway, if you're hungry, food is on the table. Otherwise, good night, Koki, Sass. The next day, Izuku met David, Shield, and Melissa. He apologized for hanging out with Star and Stripe and showed them some photos for proof. David thanked him for healing All Might privately, and then Melissa showed him her study area. Izuku enjoyed talking to her, and when she revealed her room, he was impressed by the devices she had created. I don't want to judge, but do you have an intelligence quirk? He asked, intrigued by her use of nano-insects to heal scars. While she may not have a hero brain like Nezu, she had a lot of creativity. She shook her head. I'm actually quirkless. I wanted to be a hero when I was younger. She expected him to laugh or feel sorry for her, but what Izuku said next surprised her. Power may help you, but quirks are not everything. I can proudly say that you are more of a hero than me. Just look at those inventions you made. You can help more people than I can in my career. He didn't notice her blush as he continued. Becoming a hero without a quirk would be hard, but you could always use support equipment and a fighting style to defeat the bad guys. She needed to hear those words from someone other than her father. Thanks, Izuku, she said, hugging him, a lone tear escaping her eye. Izuku hugged her back, and they stayed in that position for a minute before Melissa pulled away. After that heartfelt moment, they discussed ways she could improve before parting ways for the I-Expo, promising to meet there. Outside the central tower, a tall structure with 200 floors of varying sizes, Izuku waited for Kathleen. He promised to meet the rest of Class 1A inside after connecting with her. Dressed in a black suit with a white shirt, he still wore his silver bracelet and black sunglasses. In the distance, he spotted the #1 hero of America in her hero suit. "Looking good, Kathleen," Izuku complimented. "Thanks. You don't look bad yourself," she replied as they chatted while walking inside. When All Might began to speak on stage, Izuku pulled Kathleen aside, hidden from view. She looked confused, but he placed a finger on his lips. A moment later, she understood why villains were present. A man named Wolfram shouted, "Where the hell are Star and Stripe and Monarch? Capture them, or our plan is null and void." His underlings began to run, while other heroes were caught off guard. Luckily, Izuku used his stealth skill to hide both himself and Kathleen. Getting away was easier said than done. Izuku overheard Wolfram instructing his team to use police robots to eliminate the island's inhabitants if anything happened to them. He had 306 shadows compared to his usual, "Sorry, Kaki, but I need to use your power to get out of here." Whispering, he said, "Kaki, full gallop." With that, Kathleen saw Izuku in a skin-tight bodysuit. She couldn't help but admire his physique, though she looked at him curiously. He smiled, "Voyage." Together, they jumped in, currently located beneath the windmills. Kaki dismount. With that, he returned to his original suited look and secretly gave Kaki some food, knowing it was needed. "What was that?" she asked, curiosity evident in her voice. "It was a teleportation circle." She responded with a deadpan expression. "You know we could have defeated those guys underneath, right?" she continued. Izuku nodded. "We could have, but there were some inconsistencies. First, the Wolfram person definitely had more than one quirk." Her eyes widened at this revelation. Secondly, if anything had happened to them, the police bots would have started targeting the civilians and the scientists. "Demon, we need to go to the control room. It should be on one of the top floors, but why would they attack Island?" Star and Stripe's eyes widened in realization. They want something. Before she could elaborate, a missile came rushing toward them, striking Izuku's guard and forcing him back. "You strong," a Nomu exclaimed, its darker skin contrasting with Beast's original form. The creature had bulging muscles and 3 faces surrounding its head, with its brain obscured and 4 arms adding to its intimidating presence. The name above it was dark red, High-End Nomu, Ahamato. "I will deal with this. You get to the control room," Izuku commanded as he stood up. "Are you sure?" she asked, concern etched on her face. "Yeah, I need to kick some, but since my holiday was cut short." She shook her head but jumped into action. "You are Ahamato, I guess," she said. The 3 mouths formed a creepy smirk. "You will die." With that, the two rushed toward each other. The first punch created massive gusts of wind, and the fight escalated quickly. Gritting his teeth, Izuku jumped back, noticing his health drop by 750 HP. HP, 27, 250/28,000. "Come forth. All but elite knights stay, protect the civilians and evacuate the surrounding areas. If any robots cause trouble, destroy them." His army sprang into action. With Class 1A and Melissa, they were about to enter the conference room when a lockdown occurred. Confused, they went above the conference room to see what was happening and found all the heroes tied up. They couldn't see Izuku or Kathleen, but they did see All Might restrained on the stage. Somehow, they received word from All Might about the situation. Villains attacked. They took David and Sam to get a device. Izuku and Star and Stripe were here, but I presume they escaped somehow. They heard fighting above and around them, the building starting to shake. Wolfram laughed. "Haha, that high-end Nomu is dealing with Monarch. He will fall today. It is said that the high-end could even beat All Might." Eyes widening at Wolfram's words, they realized he wanted to make a spectacle out of it. A live recording showed Izuku releasing his shadows, with only 5 remaining to assist him. It was known that the U.S.J had been attacked by an upper-tier Nomu, but this was different. Class 1A began to worry about Izuku as they saw him fall from the roof, only to jump back up. Though they wanted to help, they found themselves unable to move due to the overwhelming power released. With Izuku, after being punched off the roof, he used the skill, Dominator's Touch, to return. Dracula attempted to shield him from the punches, but the Nomu's strength surpassed S-rank levels. Bakugo and Igris tried to double-team Ahamato, but one of its mouths produced a mist that dissolved Bakugo into shadow. It took some mana to bring him back into the fight, but Igris was struck by an elongated arm, piercing his chest. Izuku quickly used the skill, spear throw on Ahamato's chest, but the spear passed through, and Ahamato instantly regenerated. He knew that Kathleen was handling the control room, freeing all the hostages, while still announcing for everyone to stay indoors as a villain was attacking. Luckily, the shadows helped evacuate people and prevented debris from hitting civilians. Down below, All Might knocked out the villains, including Wolfram. However, all exits were blocked, so he decided to watch and prepared to destroy part of the central tower to assist Izuku. The Nomu swung its elongated arms recklessly, causing destruction. Using Dominator's touch again, Izuku sent debris back at Ahamato, but the creature liquefied the stones with its gas. Izuku attempted the skill, Bloodlust, but the enemy was too high level to be affected. Frustrated, he used Sprint to stab Ahamato with his dagger using the skill, Vital Strike. The head was a good target, but the Nomu dodged and punched Izuku hard, sending him crashing into the lifts. Fisher and Raphael executed a joint attack with water and electricity, but Ahamato merely smirked. Another mouth opened, producing a massive wind force that blew the water away. This allowed Dracula to stab the Nomu, but he was punched back again, losing 60 MP to regenerate. When Izuku saw the Nomu begin to fly, he had an idea. "Guys, occupy the Nomu for a while. I have a plan." The five nodded and resumed their attacks. They didn't know what the final mouth could do, so they prepared for anything. Raphael had taken charge of the battle as the best winged soldier in Izuku's army. Igris attempted to use Dominator's touch to assist Raphael, but the shadows were slowly being pushed back. Some of Izuku's other shadows joined in, launching long-range attacks at Ahamato. Even the castle-dwelling vampires used their illusions to slow him down. The stuck sinning vampires, the second strongest group of vampires after Dracula, tried to use their immense strength to attack, but they were turned to shadow by the poisonous mist. Izuku smirked, recalling what Nana had said about their powers coming to him. Suddenly he received a notification, "New skill has been discovered skill, Float LV.1, active." This skill allowed him to fly, albeit with limited maneuverability. Excited, he jumped into the air, calling out, "Oi, big guy here." A drone began recording the fight, and the commentator explained the situation. It seems the villain named Wolfram has partnered with the League of Villains. We are currently witnessing a provisional hero from Japan named Monarch, who recently defeated All Might, the #1 hero of Japan, and Miruko, the #6 hero. Star and Stripe, the #1 hero of America, is dealing with the remaining villains while All Might confronts Wolfram. Taking a breath, the commentator continued, "Monarch's shadow army is protecting civilians heading to bunkers. The five strongest shadows are engaged with the Nomu, while Monarch is flying." Ahamato began to ascend toward Izuku, who smirked and used Dominator's touch to evade the Nomu. "How do I defeat it?" "Fire, perhaps." This sparked an idea. Seeing Ahamato above him, he conjured 20 fireballs with the skill, Fireball, and launched them like missiles at the Nomu, which managed to dodge the attack. Skill, Fireball leveled up from LV.5 to LV.6 with the use of 30 MP. You can use fireballs to attack, dealing a maximum of 1000 HP damage. Could it evolve soon? He noticed that the Nomu's regeneration was slower than usual. Raphael shot light arrows, piercing one of its arms while the others missed. Izuku was fortunate that 3 fireballs struck the target, but he was frustrated by the Nomu's regenerative abilities. Continuing to use float, he approached the Nomu, but the third mouth opened, shooting spikes at him. His cape protected him from the attack as he dodged the rest with agility. He summoned all his strength to punch the Nomu's arm, initiating a close combat struggle. Star and Stripe had finished dealing with the villains and noticed the chaos outside involving Izuku. She recognized his strength but questioned how the Nomu could contend with a low national level hero. Deciding to join the fray, she aimed to surprise the creature from above. However, she was unprepared for it to release a gas from its first mouth. Izuku instinctively pushed her away, revealing the danger. His arms hissed as the gas attempted to decompose them. Kathleen's eyes widened in shock. She realized the threat was more significant than she had anticipated. Izuku quickly drank a potion that healed his hands. That hurts. I'm lucky to have some pain nullification. He turned to Kathleen with a smile. Next time, please be careful. It can produce poison that instantly kills my shadows and shoot projectiles. She nodded, grateful for his intervention but filled with anger towards the Nomu. Let's take that thing down, Izuku, she shouted. Couldn't have said it better myself. Now a 3v1 battle ensued, with Kathleen, Izuku, and Raphael working together against the Nomu. Meanwhile, the students of 1A wanted to help but were held back by All Might. Katsumi nearly exploded with frustration, but All Might insisted, "You all will be hindrances to Izuku and Star and Stripe." Reluctantly, they watched, unable to keep up with the speed of the four combatants. This intense battle was broadcast to over 30 million viewers, with numbers rapidly increasing, partly due to the English-speaking audience and Star and Stripe's popularity. Using his skill, shadow manipulation, Izuku formed a bow and arrow and shot it at the Nomu. The arrow hit and began to wrap around its body. Kathleen declared, Izuku Midoriya's skills will be amplified to their limits. With her command, Izuku felt a surge of strength, realizing that it added plus 200 points to all of his stats. He knew that he could not have limits as they increased by the same amount. When Kathleen finished her support, Izuku felt his power double, nearly bringing her to her knees. The aura radiated around them, felt by everyone from the best sensors to those without sensing abilities. "Thanks, Kathy," he said with a smile. With newfound speed, he punched the Nomu's head off, infusing his strike with the skill, Fireball, which enveloped his knuckles in flames. The impact caused the Nomu's face to explode. As the dust settled, it revealed two faces. "Dimon, 2 more lives, I guess." He heard cheers around him but focused on the greater goal. With a smile at Kathleen, he activated the skill, Sprint, entering a new round of the Speed District and obliterating the Nomu's body into pieces. Another fireball-infused punch took out one of its remaining faces. Alarm! High-end Nomu, Ahamato is using the skill, Storage 8 low-tier Nomu, 6 mid-tier Nomu, and 1 upper-tier Nomu shot out from its body. Izuku ignored them, knowing his allies would handle the 15 Nomu. Igris and Bakugo were becoming anxious. He noticed the boost had worn off, and he and Kathleen now had to deal with one of Ahamato's faces. "So what now?" he asked. Kathleen smirked. "Watch and learn. If Ahamato moves a muscle, its face will explode." Izuku deadpanned, "You could have finished the fight instantly." But then, to Kathleen's shock, the Nomu was unaffected by her quirk. Sighing, she said, "Guess it's the old-fashioned way of a punch to the face, huh?" As she regained her composure, she dodged sharp slices of wind that approached them. The wind struck a nearby building, prompting Igris to use his Dominator's touch to stabilize it while some of Izuku's shadows evacuated the people inside. Above Ahamato, all of the Alchemist were ready to pounce. In a daring dive, they attacked the Nomu, which defended itself with punches and slashes. Star and Stripe joined in, striking Ahamato's upper body, allowing Izuku to deliver a fireball punch that destroyed its last mouth. They thought they had defeated the Nomu, but they were mistaken. "Ha, you are strong. But I am stronger." A massive explosion erupted, nearly point-blank to Izuku. "Izuku!" Kathleen shouted in worry, her fear for his safety palpable. The crowd held their breath as the explosion, which occurred above the sea, was as large as a third of the island. "Ah, come out of there. You are not hiding anymore." Izuku shouted into the smoke, causing everyone to widen their eyes. Projectiles shot out, which Izuku dodged expertly. Did Izuku become stronger from the fight? So this is what they meant. His speed had increased slightly. How was that possible? His skills had improved during the battle, and he had gained a level from his shadows defeating the Nomus. You leveled up. Level, 117 fatigue, 72 HP, 9, 240/28, 240 MP, 11, 835/29, for 90 skill, Float leveled up from LV.1 to LV.2 skill. Fireball leveled from LV.6 to LV.7 skill. Dominator's touch leveled up from LV.4 to LV.5. It was a minimal boost, but it was necessary. Izuku punched the creature upwards, his speed increasing as he flew with Ahamado's head in his hands. He pushed the fireball skill to its limits, trying to evaporate the head completely. Dimen it more? The entire island could see a golden blur ascending with the Nomu. Fire stream. He discovered that by adding some of his MP to his skills, he could pseudo-upgrade them, similar to his domain expansion or the fire stream. There was one problem, though. This technique required 7,500 MP from Izuku. High-end Nomu. Ahamado has been defeated. With that notification, a smile appeared on Izuku's face as he headed headfirst toward the ocean. The crowd shouted for Star and Stripe to catch him. However, Kathleen noticed Raphael wanted to catch him instead, and she wouldn't allow that. Using both of her New Order wishes, she caught him in her arms, cradling him tenderly. She heard him say, "Thank you," before he passed out from fatigue. Later, Izuku woke up in the I-Island hospital room. It was Wednesday, the day after the attack. A small smile crossed his face as he recalled how he and Kathleen had defeated the Nomu. He noticed a flurry of notifications. High-end Nomu. Ahamado has been defeated. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Skill. Fireball leveled up from LV.7 to LV.8, active. With the use of 10 MP, you can use fireballs to attack, dealing a maximum of 1500 HP damage. Skill. Elemental resistance leveled up from LV.2 to LV.3, passive. The ability to be protected from different elements, gaining resistance to extreme temperatures ranging from -70 degrees Celsius to 1000 degrees Celsius. Shadow Army leveled up. Some shadows need to be graded up. Nomu-type shadows' names have changed. Normal. Grade Nomus are low tier. Elite grade Nomus are mid tier. Night grade Nomus are upper tier. Elite night grade Nomus are near high end. Hashtag 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 to hashtag 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 grade Nomus are high end. Hashtag 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 and hashtag 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 grade are perfect tier. Alarm. You have earned title all in one. Your stats will increase by 20% when facing a Nomu opponent and by 30% when facing their creators. You also gain 40% more experience for defeating Nomus. You have 8 low-tier Nomu corpses, 6 mid-tier Nomus, 1 upper-tier Nomu, and 1 high-end Nomu placed in your inventory. Cocky, sass. You too good. The two Kwamis flew to Izuku and hugged him. I was so worried. That was a strong opponent, even stronger than Hawk Moth, Cocky said. Sass nodded. You should have used our powers to help you. Thanks, but I don't want to use you two as tools. I may need your help in emergencies, and when Ladybug calls me. Otherwise, I just want to be friends with you too. The Kwamis smiled, growing fonder of Izuku. Suddenly they heard, "Get out of my way, I need to see if the nerd is all right." A guard tried to protest but was pushed aside. Most of Class 1A followed, eager to see Izuku. Hain thought, "You are getting stronger with each fight, but you could have died." She lunged at Izuku, hugging him tightly and sobbing on his shoulder. Izuku looked lost, unsure of what to do, but gently hugged her back, patting her on the back. "Nerd, don't you ever do that stunt again, or I will be furious," Kakin warned. "No promises, Kakin. You okay, Hain?" She nodded and Izuku sighed. "How was everything for you guys?" Tenya stepped forward and explained what had happened inside. Izuku nodded as he listened. Momo then approached him. "Izuku, you might want to see this." She handed him her phone, showing a video of his fight with the high-end Nomu. With a confused look, he read the article title aloud. "The 10th National Level Hero?" He blinked, not fully understanding. "During your little nap," Momo continued, causing Shoko to glare at her, "the world leaders decided that you are the 10th National Level Hero. The USA has 2, Canada and Brazil each have 1, Europe has 2 in the UK and Italy, and Russia and China also have 1. Now Japan has 2. Class 1A looked at her with curiosity. This means you have the power to declare war on other nations, travel visa-free, and countries will come to you for peace treaties. But some countries may want you to work under them. Ashido asked, why a peace treaty? Izuku answered, national-level heroes cannot be controlled like normal heroes. Most hero systems worldwide have ways to deal with S-rank heroes if they go rogue. The only way to defeat a national-rank hero is by sending a stronger national hero against them or having a national-rank villain take them down. Tenya added, so they form treaties to make their country more favorable for you to stay in. Heian growled, you aren't leaving, mister. I'm staying for now, Heian. He patted her head. Suddenly, the door slammed open. Finally, you are awake, Izuku, said the muscular woman. Oh hey Kathy. The other students exclaimed, star and stripe, while Katsumi growled, go away. Heian glared at her for no apparent reason, which puzzled Izuku. Kathy walked up to him and hugged him. Feeling better than yesterday? Izuku smirked, I can practically regrow my exoskeleton overnight, so don't worry. It was mostly fatigue that caused me to pass out. Class 1A exchanged glances. Kathleen spoke first. You had 6 broken ribs, a twisted ankle, internal bleeding in 4 different locations, second-degree burns, a dislocated shoulder, and 14 other broken or splintered bones. Not to mention poison in your body and torn muscles. Okay, and? Izuku asked, not seeing the point. How do you heal overnight? Those injuries should at least keep you in bed for a week. With a straight face, he replied, a blessing from above? She snorted, not realizing it was true. Anyways, she said, looking at his classmates before returning her gaze to Izuku, can we talk privately? Sighing, he replied, sure. He turned to his classmates, can we talk later? If I'm guessing what it is, then it's important. Fumikage nodded, rest well, my friend of the dark. Once they left, Izuku placed a silencing barrier. This is a silencing barrier, no one can hear us talk. She nodded, I'm sure you know by now that you are a national-level hero or at least provisional, right? Izuku nodded. She slumped back in her chair. My superiors want me to recruit you as an American hero or at least train under me. Izuku considered this a good opportunity to learn from a strong hero and make a difference. But he needed to know her intentions. What do you want? It took her a moment to respond. Honestly, I want you to intern under me. I know you can teleport. How far can you teleport? Not wanting to misuse his friend's power, he answered, I can travel anywhere, but only once a day. He lied, knowing he could teleport multiple times but saying one gave him some freedom. She nodded, I want you to intern under me. America's crime rate is much higher than Japan's, so you'll gain more experience. Additionally, you could train under the #1 American hero, she said with a smile and a thumbs up. Izuku chuckled, you had me hooked under the intern bit, sure, but if Japan needs me, then that is the place I am going first. Didn't expect anything else from you, Izuku. Anyway, here's my phone number, text me. She left with a wink. The next day, Izuku awoke to find the 15 Nomu, and to his surprise, the high-end Nomu was the next grade up. He changed its name to Mikao, which had a couple of meanings, but Izuku liked it. A black shadow covered the body, but the 3 faces were light blue. It still had 4 arms but was larger, around 3 meters tall. Mikao LV.1, Captain, High-End, Shadow Army. You have unlocked 5 ranks. Normal, Elite, Knight, Captain. Normal, Strength is C rank, level cap is LV. Elite, Strength is B rank, level cap is LV. Knight, Strength is A rank, level cap is LV. Elite Knight, Strength is low mid S rank, level cap is LV. Captain, Strength is high S rank to low national level cap is LV. The 8 low-tier Nomu became LV.2 normal, and the 6 mid-tier joined the LV.5 elites. So far, only Mikao was captain grade. Igris and Bakugo had 24 more levels to go. It was interesting that even an elite knight with full regeneration abilities could defeat a national-level hero, meaning if Izuku had multiple mana potions, his army could never be defeated. With one of the 2 little spies. You say Monarch will be coming to I Island? The distorted voice asked. This conversation took place while Izuku was in France. Yes, sir. The shaky voice tried to remain even, showing no emotion, but she couldn't maintain her poker face. That is great. I may get rid of the pest and test out my new project. Keep me informed about where and when you are going on your camping trip. I will, sir. With that, the call ended, and tears streamed down her face. She hated being involved in this, but it was her fault for getting into this mess. Her curious nature had led her into trouble. She couldn't even lie, knowing that the man had a lie detection quirk. As she tried to fall asleep, she heard a knock at her door. Sue, can I come in? Sure. That was when Izuku was arriving at the airport. The next day, after Izuku defeated the Nomu with Star and Stripe, she received a call from the same man. Hello, sir. Sue, how was the little present? The man chuckled at the end. You only know that he is growing stronger with every battle he faces. A different man she didn't recognize spoke. It may be so, but I will still win. Anyway, how is Monarch? He is all healed up. I still don't know what became of the Nomu. Even though Izuku had the Nomu in his army, their resemblance to the original forms was different. It was like people in Paris trying to identify Cat Noir and Ladybug. It was hard to see where the Nomu had gone. Thank you for telling me. Remember, if you tell anyone, your whole family will be in danger. The man chuckled before hanging up. I am sorry, Izuku-chan, everyone, she thought. She tried probing for information from Izuku, but he knew how to keep conversations private. Her family always came first, but what had she gotten herself into? With that very man. All for one, a villain who had been alive since the dawn of quirks. As a teenager, he was one of the most powerful people in the world, having stolen and shred dozens of quirks quickly. Now, centuries old with thousands of quirks, some random, some super powerful, and some that kept him alive, he was a copy type. That is why most copy type quirks were among the rarest. All for One was fearful of any other villains rising to power, which was also a reason why there were not many S-rank heroes or above. He created a balance, with no super powerful heroes and no super powerful villains. This was both good and bad. The only problem for the heroes was that he was growing stronger every time. Initially, he had an unhealthy obsession with protecting his brother, giving him an energy-storing quirk that could build up over time to make him see things his way. Unbeknownst to him, his younger brother had a quirk that could pass on abilities, leading to a series of annoyances. He harbored a deep resentment for All Might, the man who had caused him immense pain. Yet, he found Izuku Midoriya to be fascinating. Despite the neglect and ostracization Izuku faced, he was intrigued by him. After a moment of reflection, a smirk appeared on his face. He was pleased with one thing. Izuku's student, Tamura Shigaraki, was becoming stronger and smarter. The rivalry between them had intensified since the U.S.J attack, and he was amused by the developments. He had spies within UA High School, and so far, he confirmed that none of the first-year students possessed one for all, leaving only the second and third years as potential candidates. Mirio Togata was a name to watch. He had witnessed Izuku defeat a high-end Nomu with assistance from the #1 hero in America, and he was impressed. It was the second strongest creature the doctor had created, and reports indicated that Izuku felt stronger after the fight. He contemplated visiting his granddaughter, the only source of joy in his life after losing his son and daughter-in-law to tragic circumstances. Now, she was a 16-year-old with a powerful quirk and 2 additional abilities he had bestowed upon her. After the fight with the Nomu, Izuku relaxed and thought about the offer Kathleen had made. He had agreed but wondered if he would burn out before completing his tasks. He planned to leave early to finish a gate before the training camp. He also pondered when the shadows would begin to communicate more clearly. Hey All Might, he said, finding Toshinori in his room. What up, my boy? Toshinori replied. I have a way to help you regain your original, muscular form. This caught All Might's attention. As you know, I can access gates, and I need to reach the final floors to obtain a potion that can heal you. All Might's eyes widened. How? The elixir requires 7 ingredients. I have 4 but need to collect the remaining 3 myself. I'm asking for your permission to return to Japan to finish this. It was a tempting offer. All Might was enjoying his burgers but knew the embers of one for all were fading. This could be his chance to recover. Sure. Do you want me to book you a plane? Izuku shook his head. I have a teleportation skill. I can return to Japan immediately. I've texted my friends, so I'll be leaving now. Good luck, young Izuku. With that, Izuku returned to his room and jumped into a portal. In Japan, Izuku recalled all the shadows he had left behind, knowing he would need their support. He hoped to recruit more knights and elite shadows while leveling up. He sensed that a storm was brewing, and as he obtained the key to Heaven's Castle, he jumped onto the 5th floor, known as Maon, which was adorned with silver but less decorated than other levels. You have entered the Heaven's Castle dungeon. A quest has arrived. Again! Izuku thought to himself. Normal quest, collect angel souls. Part 2, the leader of the angels, Michael, is residing on the highest floor of the Heaven's Castle. Eliminate Michael and collect its soul. Quest completion requirements. Defeat the leader of the angels. Rewards. Highest quality runestone. Bonus stats plus 30. Hidden reward. The rewards are better than the last time, Izuku noted, glancing at the first reward. This runestone is of a higher level, worth trillions of gold. Highest quality runestone. Shadow exchange. A job-specific skill can be obtained by breaking the rune. Izuku realized that hordes of 2-winged angels, along with 4-winged and occasional 6-winged angels, known as powers, were attacking him. Come forth. His shadows emerged from his own shadow, rushing at the angels with Mikao leading the charge. The high-end Nomu shadow shot projectiles, taking down 20 angels in one go. The difficulty will increase, but I too have strengthened my army. The 2- and 4-winged angels were all B-ranked, while the 6-winged were A-ranked, presenting a challenge for his lower shadows. So this is a dungeon, Sass remarked. It looks appealing but scary, Kaki added. Izuku nodded. Apparently, dungeons will be more common soon. There was a sighting of a gate in South Korea not long ago. They watched as Izuku's shadows dispatched the monsters with ease. Progressing through the dungeon was straightforward, thanks to his shadows and having a captain in his ranks. Izuku ascended to the top of the 5th floor, collecting 7 more throne angels and 5 power angels for his ranks, saving them for the higher levels. The top level of floor 5 was adorned in silver, reflecting Izuku's image as he noticed a dark orange name tag. It signified an S-ranked opponent, Uriel the Seraphim. A 12-winged angel wielding a book, Uriel was known as the smartest among the top 4 archangels. As Uriel's sword ignited, Izuku gulped. Fisher launched a water attack that collided with the sword's slash, causing the water to evaporate. Mikao charged in for close combat, joined by Igris and Bakugo. Raphael unleashed light-based attacks while Dracula and Fisher focused on long-range strikes. Other shadows, including Beast and Fluffy, rushed to surround the angel. Uriel smirked, and suddenly, buildings began to collapse around them, smashing many of Izuku's shadow soldiers. However, Mikao managed to close the distance and landed a punch on Uriel, sending the angel flying back. Izuku could observe the seraph due to his non-human status, likely a result of the system. Uriel's true form was breathtaking, and Izuku felt a momentary admiration. As Uriel retaliated, thousands of light arrows rained down, piercing many shadows, though Beast blocked most of them. Fluffy, being the largest shadow, was hit by hundreds but protected others. The Monarch summoned his spear and hurled it at Uriel, severing one of its wings. The angel's regeneration was slower than Raphael's, but still troublesome. Bakugo and Mikao combined their powers, launching an ice attack enhanced by wind, but Uriel blocked it with a light shield. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku joined the close-quarters combat. Using his skill, sprint, and his ultimate move, Flaming Fist, he punched the shield aside, allowing Bakugo and Mikao to strike Uriel's head and stomach. Igris leaped above Izuku, slashing down with his sword and defeating Uriel. Uriel the Seraphim has been defeated. Izuku smirked as he picked up Scripture of the Lord and Lord's Ring. Item, Lord's Ring. Item class is type, accessory. plus 20 intelligence, plus 20 cents. The set effect activates if this item is equipped along with Lord's earring equipped, Lord's necklace equipped, Lord's bracelet. Set effect 1, plus 5 all stats. Set effect 2, locked. Set effect 3, locked. Quickly putting it on his right middle finger, the set effect boosted his stats. He guessed that set effect 3 would grant him another plus 5 stats. Arise, Uriel. Stay with me and protect me with your knowledge. The angel darkened as it rose, its book transforming into a solid black. Uriel bowed to Izuku, who felt pleased to have gained an elite knight-grade soldier. The Leshy, Elder Vampire, Beast, Power Angels, and the Bison approached Izuku, all bowing. I accept your promotion. They bowed once more and continued onward with the card to the next floor. The next floor was called Muchon, made of gold, with even the water from the golden fountains reflecting a golden hue. Izuku realized that the higher they went, the softer the ground became, indicating the purity of the gold. It took him over 13 hours to locate the boss for floor 6, level he split his forces, with only Uriel remaining by his side. Mikao led the Nomu-type shadows to the south, Igris took the knights and mages to the east, Baruka and Fluffy took the bears and ice elves to the north, Raphael led the angels to the west, Dracula took the vampires to the northeast, and Fisher managed the European monster-type shadows, excluding the Leshy, to the southwest. Leshy took the scorpions and bison to the northwest. The team with the bison was smaller due to having 5 elite knight-grade shadows, and Izuku felt a bit sorry for the bison, being the weakest member. Izuku and Uriel wandered the southeast area, standing atop a building. Izuku scanned the surroundings, utilizing his heightened senses, while Uriel used his knowledge and magic to assist. Izuku noticed his mana was depleting and discovered he could see through the eyes of his shadows, a useful ability for reconnaissance. He saw that the team with the bison was downed, and from the shadows' perspective, it appeared they were taken out by someone incredibly fast. Minutes later, Fisher's team also fell, prompting a mental warning about an opponent with remarkable speed. Unfortunately, Igris's group was soon defeated as well. Despite gaining 7 cherubs, 4 throne angels and 10 power angels, the team was quickly overwhelmed, leaving only Raphael standing. Izuku observed that his most powerful angel shadows struggled to keep pace with a woman. Oh, that's Gabriel, he thought, surprised to learn she was a woman, contrary to his previous assumptions. He noticed her light red name as she evaded Raphael, searching for new targets. Looking over at Mikao's group, he saw that everyone except Mikao and Beast was recovering from a long-range attack. 2 Kaki appeared, urging Izuku to use their power for faster travel. He smiled and patted the horse Kwame, assuring it they would be fine. Suddenly he had to use his skill, shadow manipulation, to deflect a spear of light aimed at him, then activated sprint to catch up to the swift angel. Are you Gabriel? Izuku asked, not expecting a response. Why have you come to the land of our father and turned my brothers and sisters into shadows? She inquired, her angelic voice captivating, with blonde hair and mesmerizing blue eyes. You can talk. Izuku replied, then quickly added, I need to get the pass to the next floor and the wood of the tree of life. Then we won't fight. She halted, and Izuku raised his hands to show he meant no harm. You are interesting. Why do you want to go up to the 7th floor? I need to obtain Michael's essence. It's part of the recipe for the holy elixir of healing, he explained. I see. What is your name? Izuku Midoriya. She nodded thoughtfully and he asked, Do you hear a voice in your head telling you to harm humans? She shook her head. The only voice I hear is to protect this land. Curious, she asked, how come you can speak while Uriel and Raphael couldn't? She laughed lightly. Even though my brothers are strong, I am the 2nd strongest angel. My elder brother Michael is the strongest. Could we do this without fighting? I need to get back to the real world soon, Izuku said, realizing he had messages from Rumi and his classmates about leaving early. That does sound logical. Come with me, and I will give you the wood of the tree of life. Izuku thanked her, and as she began to fly, he surprised her by using the skill float to keep up. After recalling all his shadows, They flew for 5 minutes until they spotted a massive tree. It towered at 400 meters with a circumference of 90 meters, its branches sprawling out and bearing various fruits. Appealing, Izuku muttered, captivated by the energy of the place. I agree, this is one of my favorite spots when no one else is around, she replied. Would you mind if I also took a seed? He asked. She smiled radiantly, a warm and inviting expression that could brighten anyone's day. It would be an honor of mine. After a moment, she emerged from a small house and handed Izuku 3 items. I have some wood and a seed. Just be careful. It helps regenerate your strength and vitality after it grows a little. Here is the pass for the 7th floor. Thank you so much. Izuku smiled back, his radiance matching hers. She couldn't help but blush at his smile. I have one final request of you, Izuku. Seeing his intrigued expression, she continued, would it be possible for me to join you on the top floor? Izuku looked confused. What about staying here with the other angels? She sighed and sat down, the Monarch following suit. Angels will attack anyone not designated to be on their floor. If I even left my level, I would be attacked. That must be frustrating, Izuku said. It is. She sighed again. I don't know what Father was thinking, but I want to leave heaven and see the world. A light smile appeared on his face. After we defeat Michael, would you like to come with me? She hugged him, tears in her eyes. How would it feel to have your entire life confined to one level? Barely remembering your brothers and unable to see them? The pain was real, and she felt joy at Izuku's offer. With that, the two of them, along with Izuku's shadows, ascended to the Erebos, the top floor. It was made of the rarest substance found in heaven, divine light. The pure energy gradually drained Izuku's MP as the shadows took damage. Luckily, his MP was nearly at 30. He had learned a lot from Gabriel, though she couldn't remember everything after waking up. He pondered the system's purpose. A problem arose with the number of cherub-type angels, humanoid monsters without wings. They possessed an annoying skill, invisibility, visible only to him and the angel part of his shadow army. He realized his own cherubs could also go invisible, though not as stealthily. With 22 more cherubs, he comfortably sat with 30 cherub shadows. From this floor, he experienced an evolution. Skill, Dominator's Touch, LV.5, evolved into Skill, Gravity Manipulation, LV.1. Although he had no mana for the previous form, adding mana would create both negative and positive energy. He tested it out, naming them Red and Blue. Red repelled objects and could form projectiles, while Blue attracted objects and could also form projectiles. It was useful, but he decided to keep it a secret from the outside world. Gabriel watched with starry eyes as they joked and played like teenagers. Despite knowing her for only 15 hours, she quickly climbed his list of favorite people, just below Rumi. As they ascended each level, Izuku and Gabriel fought off other angels who attacked them. They were having fun when they received the pass for the 11th level of the final floor. Their time together had been a blast, and he even introduced her to Sass and Kaki, who she fussed over cutely. It was heartwarming to see Sass wanting her to scratch his scales. If he weren't with Rumi, he might have fallen for her. She had an appealing smile, a friendly personality, fluffy wings, and was an amazing warrior. This is the final level, Izuku said with a smile, then grew serious. It will be one of the biggest battles I have to face, and I don't want to endanger you. Gabriel shook her head. I will be fine, Izuku. They don't call me the second strongest in heaven for nothing. She flexed her muscles playfully. Angels were supposed to be pure, but her father had made her and her 3 brothers unable to fall in love. This had caused her to feel a range of emotions, including admiration and a budding crush on the man before her. She knew Izuku was in a relationship with Rumi, but she couldn't help her feelings. Izuku chuckled and took her hand, squeezing it as they walked forward, unaware of her blush. When they entered the portal to the final level, their hands separated, and Izuku looked around, confused. So this is the final level? He asked. She nodded, but suddenly, a male voice echoed, a second strongest? That was a joke. Compared to me, she was a weakling. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Gabriel's body fall limply. Haha, second strongest? That was a joke. Compared to me, she was a weakling. A male voice shouted in crazed glee, and Izuku was taken aback by Michael's demeanor. In a flash, he unleashed a condensed light pulse that struck Gabriel, ending her life instantly. Izuku's expression remained emotionless, but suddenly his aura surged, activating the skill, Bloodlust, again and again, pushing it to new heights. He cursed himself for not using sass to reverse time. Skill, Bloodlust leveled up from LV.4 to LV.5. Skill, Bloodlust leveled up from LV.5 to LV.6. With his mana pressure rising, everyone felt it, and Michael nearly fell to his knees, unaware that the skill was growing stronger. Skill, Bloodlust LV.6 leveled up to LV.max. With this final boost, the effect of his anger hit Michael with full force. If such fury were displayed in the real world, even the strongest would have fallen unconscious. Izuku, still enraged, saw Michael's name flash red. Despite knowing her for only 16 hours, he wanted to defeat Michael. Using the skill, Sprint, he charged at the angel, delivering a fiery punch to Michael's face, pushing him back. With skill, Gravity Manipulation, he called out, "Red." A small ball of energy shot toward Michael, whose eyes widened in shock. The angel quickly formed a light barrier to protect himself, but realizing it wouldn't suffice, he jumped out of the way. Michael was caught off guard when Mikao punched him toward Izuku, and the aftermath of the attack resembled a localized explosion. Fortunately, Michael possessed the strongest form of invulnerability among the angels. Otherwise, Izuku's punch would have been lethal. A smirk crossed Michael's face as he vanished from in front of Izuku, reappearing behind him. Izuku was unprepared for the angel's speed, but his strongest shield, Beast, blocked the punch. However, the shadow was quickly dispelled as one punch crushed the soldier, forcing him to reform. Leader of Angels, Michael is using the skill, Cleansing. Realizing he needed to hide, Izuku understood the power of that attack was undeniable. If he were caught in it, he would be finished. Sorry, Gabriel. He stored her body in his inventory to prevent it from disintegrating. Using skill, Sprint, he ran for over 2 minutes, covering an impressive distance. Thankfully, the attack had a limit, so he rushed back to clash with Michael, their weapons creating sparks as they met. Izuku kicked Michael, who blocked it with his arm, attempting to bat him away with a wing. Channeling gravity manipulation, he sent out Blue. While Red was stronger, Blue still held significant power. Michael recognized that Blue was more of an absorbing force compared to Red's repelling nature. He knew he had to move, but a shadow connected to his feet revealed Izuku's involvement. Using skill, Shadow Manipulation, Izuku could create a bow and arrow to capture enemies or defend himself. Michael feigned surprise, raising his hand to absorb the energy. Haha, I can absorb energy from attacks. Do you think you can beat me? Come forth. With that, all the soldiers in Izuku's shadows emerged, while Mikao remained outside with Beast. Michael smirked. Leader of the Angels, Michael is using the skill, Commander of all above. 12 white portals opened, revealing angels Izuku had never seen before. 8 winged angels appeared, along with several 10-winged ones. Thankfully, they were at a lower level than Sadkiel, who had recently reached Elite Knight grade. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of thousands of angels, from 2-winged to 10-winged, along with several virtues. The 7 angels with dark orange names boasted enormous wings that towered over their faceless forms. This was not his day, especially after losing Gabriel. He was still furious but knew he had to focus on Michael. Seeing that all his shadows were occupied with the angels, especially the 10-winged ones and virtues, he quickly drank an MP potion, restoring 5,000 MP, and concentrated on Michael, who continued to smirk. Both drew their spears, and with an unspoken signal, they clashed with their S-rank weapons. Izuku sought an opening with his dagger and the skill, Vital Strike, but Michael's sword blocked the attempt. Trying something new, he used the skill, Fireball, covering his dagger with flames and slashing at Michael. The Seraph blocked with his sword, but Izuku smirked, confusing Michael greatly. The skill evolved. Fireball LV.8 became Fire Manipulation LV.1, allowing him to use fire for attack, defense, or support, with a maximum temperature of 2000 degrees Celsius. With the evolution and the temperature rising, Izuku's flames were nearly as hot as Endeavor's average fire temperature. The shock on Michael's face was evident as Izuku's dagger began to push through his sword. Michael jumped back, only to block a downward slash from Igris, who stood by Izuku's side. The shadow used all his power, inadvertently drawing more mana from Izuku than usual. As Izuku released his bloodlust infused with mana, it significantly boosted the shadows, especially the elite knights and captain grades. The power surge allowed them to grow stronger, seeking revenge for their liege. The downward slash pushed Michael back a few meters, nearly breaking his spear from the pressure. Izuku took the opportunity to slash at Michael's heel, surprisingly causing damage with the S-rank weapon of St. Peter, bright red blood erupting from the wound. A stuck vampire used this chance to punch Michael backward while giving Izuku a wink, leaving him puzzled. The emotions within Izuku began to cool, and an emotionless look settled on his face. His eyes turned a smoky blue, sending shivers down Michael's spine. Michael regained some confidence, shouting, "Is this all you have? You are a weakling, an ant compared to me. You will be meeting my dear younger sister soon, in hell." His laughter echoed ominously. Suddenly, a new skill was discovered, Black Whip LV. This skill produced shadowy tendrils that could be used for capture and swinging. Multiple tendrils emerged from Izuku, attempting to ensnare Michael, fueled by the Monarch's anger and the gift from Nana. Realizing he could use domain expansion, Izuku raised his hand and crossed his fingers, declaring, "Total darkness." Michael, thinking he could relax, was engulfed in darkness. Shadows surrounded him, their colorful hues fading to black outlines. Thousands of shadows advanced toward an unmoving Michael, who tried to scream and move but found himself consumed. When the technique ended, Michael lay still, and Izuku knelt from fatigue. Leader of the Angels, Michael has been defeated. Infusing mana into active skills was taxing, but Izuku smiled at the sight of the defeated angel. With Michael gone, the remaining angels began to fall. He pulled Gabriel's body in front of him, a lone tear escaping. Ignoring the notifications, he whispered, "I am so sorry, Gabriel. I couldn't protect you." A message appeared, "Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Infuse seed of the tree of life." Izuku's eyes widened. "What does it do?" he asked the system. "When a shadow is infused with the seed of the tree of life, it will be able to talk, have fewer shadows emerging from its body, and increase by 50 levels. Seeing this, Izuku exclaimed, "Arise, infuse the seed please." Trusting his only seed to Gabriel, a green glow emanated from the seed and entered her shadow. "You have upgraded the shadow. Shadow level 20 Elite Knight. Shadow had the seed of the tree of life infused to it. Level increase by 50 levels. Gabriel LV.30 Captain." Gabriel appeared in her angelic beauty, now with black wings and a black dress. Ignoring her new form, Izuku hugged her tightly. "I missed you, Gabriel." Shocked, she thought she had died but complied when she heard Izuku's voice. Now embracing her friend, she replied, "I missed you too, my liege." He shook his head. "Call me Izuku, please." She complied, "All right, Izuku." A smile graced her face as she felt stronger, sensing a similar energy to the tree of life within her. "You used the seed, didn't you?" Izuku nodded. "I wanted to show you the outside world, Gabriel." They remained in their embrace, tears of joy in Gabriel's eyes. It was around 10 minutes after the defeat of Michael that Izuku and Gabriel stepped out of their embrace. Izuku approached Michael's remains to collect his rewards: Michael's essence, Michael's longsword, and the Lord's bracelet. As he put the accessory on his right forearm, he felt a boost in his stats. Item: Lord's bracelet. Item class is type accessory. Plus 20 vitality, plus 20 cents. Set effect is fully active. Lord's earring equipped. Lord's necklace equipped. Lord's ring equipped. Lord's bracelet equipped. Set item effect LV.3. Set effect 1, plus 5 all stats. Set effect 2, plus 10 all stats. Set effect 3, plus 15 all stats. He also received a new title, Angel Hunter, which granted him 40% more experience against Holy-type monsters. Izuku smiled, pleased with his progress, and noticed how many levels he had gained after the fight with Michael and his army of angels. You leveled up. 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 In total, he had leveled up 11 times, which he considered impressive given the difficulty of leveling up at his current power level. A different notification caught his attention, revealing that several of his skills had improved. Skill: Advanced Dagger Arts leveled up from LV.4 to LV Max. Skill: Advanced Spear Arts leveled up from LV.4 to LV Max. Alarm. Skill: Advanced Dagger Arts LV Max and Skill: Advanced Spear Arts LV Max combined and evolved to Skill: Weapons Expert LV.1 Passive. A passive skill that gives you 50% more experience when using weapons of any kind and a plus 5% speed boost when using a weapon in combat. Skill: Shadow Manipulation leveled up from LV.3 to LV.4. This is great, I evolved some skills into something better, he thought. He then checked the quest completion notification. Normal quest: Collect Angel Souls. Part 2, completed. The leader of the angels, Michael, is residing on the highest floor of the Heaven's Castle. Eliminate Michael and collect his soul. Quest completion requirement: Defeat the leader of the angels. Rewards: Reward 1, Highest Quality Runestone. Reward 2, Bonus Stats plus 30. Reward 3, Hidden Reward. Do you accept? Accept/decline. Izuku accepted the quest and allocated 20 points into sense and the rest into agility, realizing he needed to improve his reaction time. He started with the first reward. Received: Highest Quality Runestone, Shadow Exchange. He crushed it in his fist, unlocking a new skill. Skill: Shadow Exchange LV.1 Job Specific. No mana required. Exchange locations between the user and the selected Shadow Soldier. This skill can be used again only after the 3-hour cooldown is finished. Cooldown will change depending on the skill level. He smiled and continued with the potion he intended to craft. Craft: Consumable, Elixir of Healing, 7/7. Heaven's Blessed Water. Purified Ashes of the Earth. Eye of Thrones. Feather of the Healer. Wood of the Tree of Life. Scripture of the Lord. Michael's Essence. Craft: Izuku muttered. Crafting Elixir of Healing. The success rate and the number of items crafted will depend on the crafter's intelligence stat. 7. Crafting successful. Crafted item: Elixir of Healing X6. Yes. Izuku exclaimed, explaining his plan to heal All Might while Gabriel clapped happily beside him. I still have some ingredients remaining, I will keep them for now. He held a golden bottle filled with a clear liquid. Holy Elixir of Healing. Item class is type consumable. A mysterious potion that can cure any disease and heal everything from a missing limb to a failing heart. The effect will only take place when the entire bottle is consumed, restoring life energy. So this is the item that can heal All Might to his original form? He pondered. Before he could leave, Beast returned with Michael's lifeless body. Shaking his head at the actions of his near high-end Nomu, he commanded, Arise. You failed to extract the shadow. You still have 2 chances remaining. Widening his eyes, he commanded again, Arise, Michael. You failed to extract the shadow. You still have 1 chance remaining. Arise, Michael, command under me, Izuku said firmly. You failed to extract the shadow. You cannot extract any more. Sorry, Gabriel, it seems that you, Uriel, and Raphael won't have your last member of the Seraphs. Internally, he cursed himself. Gabriel hugged him, murmuring, Don't worry, darling. He was the one that killed me, so I have no bad feelings about him. Izuku hugged her back, patting her head and ignoring the term of endearment. Nonetheless, he successfully summoned 69 other angels to fill his ranks, 7 virtues, 10 10-winged angels, and 51 8-winged angels. He then examined the longsword he had received. Item: Michael's longsword. Item class is tip longsword. Attack plus 400. A longsword brimming with the angel leader's power, enhanced with holy light, granting the effect cleansing when activated. Effect: cleansing summons a wave of pure light energy, eliminating all those surrounding the user except allies in a radius of 2 kilometers. Din! He exclaimed, turning to Igris. Igris, I want to give this long sword to you. As he handed it over, he could swear he saw tears forming behind Igris's helmet. He didn't know that Igris was one of the happiest beings around. Izuku Midoriya, now the Shadow Monarch, had reached level 132, with impressive stats and skills that showcased his growth and power. He had just returned to his dorm, exhausted but content, unaware that his soldiers, except for Gabriel, had returned under his shadow. Missing the comfort of his own bed, he was surprised to find someone else there, his girlfriend Rumi. Gabriel, with her wings folded, observed Rumi as she stood from her chair. The two women sized each other up. Rumi was intrigued by this new shadow, who exuded a powerful presence. Gabriel, slightly taller than Izuku, felt confident, noting Rumi's apparent weakness. So, this is Rumi. Darling talked a lot about you, Gabriel said with a smirk. Rumi's eyes widened. She recognized Gabriel as a shadow but was taken aback by her ability to speak. Unlike the stuck vampires she had encountered, this one seemed different, and the way Gabriel referred to Izuku as darling struck a nerve. Who are you? Rumi asked, gritting her teeth to avoid waking Izuku. Fufufu, I am Gabriel, the strongest soldier under Darling's command. Gabriel's tone was light, but her words held weight. She had been resurrected by Izuku, gaining new abilities in the process. How can you talk? Even Mikao couldn't, Rumi questioned, recalling how Izuku had kept her updated about his adventures, including his mission to complete the Heaven's Gate key. Aren't you a curious bunny? After I died helping Darling, he resurrected me with a boost. Now I can have Darling too. Wait, what? Rumi exclaimed, taken aback. I want him too. You know he has stamina for days, but I've come to care for him more than just as a friend. Rumi glared at Gabriel. Why would I even agree to that? Darling will love you still, so don't worry. But we both know he can love more. He holds back with other females because he loves you dearly. Honestly, if you weren't in the picture, I would have taken Darling for myself, Gabriel replied, smirking. This is not over, Rumi shot back, moving to cuddle Izuku on the left side of the bed. Gabriel, unfazed, settled on the right side, a satisfied smile on her face. Rumi inhaled Izuku's intoxicating scent, feeling the power he held back. She needed to think about their situation but soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, in Korea, a desk worker burst into an office. Sir, the portal is showing. Gun-hee-go, the chairman and a former S-rank hero, widened his eyes. Is it stable? Yes, sir, nothing came out yet, the worker replied. We have 7 days. Evacuate Jeju Island immediately. Send available heroes, B rank and up. I will call our S ranks tomorrow morning. The worker hesitated. What exactly is it, sir? What we will deal with more often in the future, Gun-hee replied, internally deciding he needed to contact Izuku as well. He had more information about the portal than he had shared. The next morning, Izuku was woken by a ringing phone. Glancing at the clock, he saw it was 9 a.m. but found he couldn't move his hands. He looked around and saw Rumi and Gabriel on either side of him. A small smile appeared as he looked at Rumi, but he felt confused about Gabriel's presence. Using his gravity manipulation skill, he brought the phone to his ear. Izuku Midoriya speaking, he said. After some shuffling on the other end, a familiar voice came through. Good morning, Izuku. It's Gun-hee-go. Morning, Gun-hee. Is everything all right? Izuku asked, sensing the seriousness of the call. The old man sighed. You'll see it on the news shortly, but a gate appeared yesterday at 8 p.m. Izuku froze. We have less than 7 days. He sighed, answering the unasked question. I'll be going to South Korea in 3 days. He could almost feel Gun-hee smile. Thank you, Izuku. I'll meet you at the Seoul airport. Cool, I think Miruko will be joining me, Izuku said, aware both girls were listening. Thank you once again. We will also contact the Japanese Hero Association and some other S-rank heroes for help. They talked for a while longer before Izuku spoke up again. I'll start preparing and inform Nezu. See you in 3 days. He hung up and turned to the girls. I don't know why Gabriel is here, but I'll be going to South Korea for the gate. Rumi nodded. I know, and I'll be joining you. Gabriel, smirking, added, Darling and I will be enough. Before tensions escalated, Izuku intervened. Please calm down. He turned to Gabriel. Why did you sleep with me anyway? Rumi smirked, and Gabriel's response surprised them both. Oh, she allowed me to date you too, darling. Wait, what? Izuku exclaimed, eyes wide. Yesterday after you fell asleep, we talked and she agreed to share you. Rumi protested. I said no such thing. Izuku sighed. I need to speak to Nezu. My class should be returning tonight from I-Island, so please don't destroy anything. Izuku ignored the commotion outside the dorm and walked to Nezu's office. Morning, Nezu. Ah, Izuku, perfect timing. This is what's being shown. Nezu displayed news from Jeju Island in South Korea. A reporter was on site with local heroes and police guarding the gate. Good morning, Korea. I'm Kim, reporting on the portal that formed yesterday at 8 p.m. Heroes and police are guarding it while citizens evacuate Jeju Island. We'll connect to Gun-Hee-Go, the president of the Hero Association. A separate box appeared on the screen, showing Gun-Hee. Gun-Hee-Go, do you know what this portal is? The old man nodded. I do. What you see there is called a gate. This will sadly be the beginning of a new era for the world. Kim looked shocked. This gate is connected to another world where monsters reside, and they have one goal. To kill humans. What do you mean? Kim asked, his voice shaky. A painful sigh escaped Gun-Hee. A gate like this is classified as an S-rank gate, meaning monsters of at least S rank in strength will emerge after 7 days of it being open. How can we stop it? As the news spread, major channels around the world began broadcasting. We kill them. This shocked everyone. Heroes will have to enter the gate before the 7-day mark to defeat the so-called boss of the gate. They will rely on their quirks and non-electrical support equipment. The reporter pondered. How do you know so much? Gun-Hee thought. As discussed, I will tell them an altered truth. There was a person who was completing these gates before anyone could see them. Unfortunately, he was too late to notice and complete this one. The audience was stunned. Gun-Hee continued, you may know him as the Japanese provisional hero, Monarch, or Izuku Midoriya. Part of his quirk allows him to see where future gates could be located. Kim asked, wow, I didn't know Monarch did that. Can you explain further? Gun-Hee nodded. He will be coming here in 3 days, even though he is an international level hero. S-rank gates are nothing compared to S-rank villains. Monarch barely survived his last S-rank gate with his shadow army and another S-rank hero. This revelation shocked everyone. We will enter the gate with 6 of our S-rank heroes, including Japan's number 6 hero Miruko, number 3 hero Hawks, and Monarch with his shadow army. The numbers were low, as many were afraid to enter, including the remaining 3 S-rank heroes that Korea had to offer. They continued to chat about the heroes and the gate system, with Gun-Hee explaining, the gate system is tricky. There are normal gates from E rank up to S rank, but also red gates and double gates. The E to S rank gates have one boss that needs to be defeated. For heroes wanting to enter those gates, it's best to have at least 10 E rank heroes with 1 D rank for the E rank gate, and so forth. For the S rank gate, we will have 8 S ranks along with 1 national level hero. Additionally, Monarch has 2 shadow soldiers at low national level marks. The double dungeons have 2 bosses, with the second boss being a rank higher than the first. The red gate is the most dangerous. Monarch has completed 2 already. You need to defeat the boss, but it will be harder to locate as you are transported to a different world. In that world, 24 hours equals 1 hour in hours. Any ranked gates can change into red gates, which have a minimum rank of B. This was shocking, but he continued, "We are confident in defeating this gate as we have an S-rank healer among us, and Monarch's shadows can heal too. We also have strong fighters across all ranks. As a precaution, we are evacuating the island and have multiple A-rank heroes from Japan, China, and Russia." "Sir, what happens if a gate breaks?" Izuku asked. "If a gate breaks after no one is able to complete it in 7 days, the monsters will emerge and start attacking every human they see." This conversation went on for a while, with Izuku's phone buzzing with notifications. Rumi created a hero account for him, the shadow hero, Monarch, and his name was now among the top 20 heroes in the world. "In Rumi, my phone will explode from these notifications." The two watched for a while, and after the report, Izuku said, "So yeah, I am leaving for Korea in 3 days. Nezu chuckled. "Gun, he informed me that he will call you earlier." Izuku nodded. "I will be leaving with Dracula, my 10 winged angels, and the bison that Aizawa took down for summer camp. They can contact me anytime, and I can see through their viewpoint. If anything happens, they will help. 1 high elite knight, 10 knights, and 1 elite. The shadows can handle all but high S ranks, but their regeneration powers make them tough to defeat." Nezu nodded in thanks. "Thank you, that would be beneficial. It would be amusing to see Aizawa's reaction to the bison again. Can you not tell anyone except Aizawa-sensei about this? I believe we have a couple of spies among us. It's guaranteed that we will have a spy. We will see what happens during the training trip." Izuku nodded in agreement. Later that day, Mina shouted, "Izuku, you didn't say you were doing gates with monsters." This caught the attention of 2 women who were still glaring at each other upstairs. "And what happened outside our dorms?" Kyoka asked. Dude, didn't know you were leaving for Korea," Denki commented. "Did you leave early from I Island because there was a gate?" Hanta asked. "Guys, calm down," Izuku said as he came out of the communal kitchen with food for everyone. He had prepared curry for all the travelers, so everything was good. Before he could continue, 2 voices shouted, "Zuku, forwards, darling." 2 figures jumped on Izuku. "Wait, what?" was the collective response from Class 1A, seeing 2 women on top of him. "Zuku, this switch threw me out of the window," Rumi exclaimed. Gabriel retorted, "It wasn't my fault, darling is mine too now." "Girls, Izuku began, but was interrupted by an angry blonde. "Who are you, woman?" Katsumi shouted. "Oh, a dog," Gabriel commented. "I am the future wife of Darling. I am Gabriel." Rumi's eyes twitched. She accepted that she would be sharing Izuku with this angel, but the rivalry had just begun. "I am not a dog, you extra," Katsumi shouted, now being restrained by 2 other female classmates. Izuku sighed and patted both Gabriel and Rumi on their heads to calm them down. "Now eat up, you had a long day of traveling and in 2 days, all of you will be going on a training camp." It was going to be a chaotic night. 2 days later, Izuku, Gabriel, and Rumi waved back to classes 1A and 1B as they left on their buses. During those 2 days, Izuku focused on leveling up his skills. He sent out over 100 shadows each day to search for Nana but found nothing. He didn't discover any new skills but managed to level up both Float and Black Whip by 2 levels each. Surprisingly, Rumi accepted Gabriel, though their rivalry still sparked often. "It's sad that Izuku couldn't come with us," Toru said to the class. "And he was excited about this. Now we have to be lucky in Korea," Rikido said. "Tisi, the nerd doesn't need luck." Heian was still upset with Rumi and Gabriel. She had lost her chance to ask them something important, but now she realized there was an opportunity to join him. Did she really say he smelled better? She had to cover her nose with a tissue. This will be good. Lester was worried that Aizu-chan would be there. One female spy thought, unaware that another spy in her class knew of her. Hitoshi Shinso had been invited on this trip instead of Izuku. The purple-haired boy respected Izuku after learning that he had only awakened his quirk a few months before U.S.J. Despite failing his first round of the sports festival, Izuku had approached him and introduced him to Aizawa, who took Shinso under his wing. Now, he wished Izuku luck in his upcoming battle. The class of 1A, along with Hitoshi, stood on a cliff facing a forest. They met two members of the Wild Pussycats, who had a small boy named Koda with them, a cousin of Mandalay. After introductions, Katsumi nearly blew up Pixie Bob, her hero crush, for not being present. However, Pixie Bob got her back by using her quirk, Earth Flow, to send all of 1A tumbling off the cliff. Now, 1A had to find their own way to camp through the forest filled with Pixie Bob's creations. Aizawa, an ex-insomniac, reflected on how he was practically in charge of 12 shadows that could easily defeat him if they regenerated enough. Secretly, he was glad to have the bison with him. He had grown fond of that shadow. When alone, he spoke to the shadows beneath him. At camp, I want 5 of you to stay with the wild pussycats and Koda. The bison will stay with me, and another shadow will go to Vlad. The remaining 4 should patrol the camp and check for any unauthorized presence. He turned to Dracula. You are the strongest here. I want you to stay near the students at all times. We also need to find out if there is a spy among us. With that, he headed to the camp. Later, when Aizawa arrived, the shadows discreetly did their job, finding their targets or getting into position. He waited for another 5 hours as his students navigated the forest, battling mud constructs created by Pixie Bob. Internally, he thought this was a good exercise in preparation for the gates. Following the announcement from South Korea, every country was on high alert for those gates, but none had been found. Some believed Izuku was taking them down, while others thought it was the end of the world or mere propaganda. When he spotted the students, he smirked at their battered appearances. Groans and demands of pain echoed from his class. He had a discussion with them about having only one shadow as a healer. Minutes later, Class 1B arrived, breathing and bruised. Aizawa clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Listen up, if anyone is hurt, come here. I asked Izuku if we could have one of his healing shadows, as he will need all of them at Jeju Island in 2 days. With that, a 10-winged angel appeared behind Aizawa, startling some students. Aizawa intended to make them believe that only one shadow was present and that it was solely for healing, creating a false sense of security in case anyone wanted to infiltrate the camp. This is a 10-winged angel. Its combat prowess is around D rank, but its healing powers are high A rank. We will only use this shadow today if any of you sustain injuries during this camp. Abra Shizuki, a religious girl with vine-like hair, approached the shadow and said, An angel that has fallen, oh dear child, what has the monarch done to you? I will release you from your fallen state and you shall return to heaven. She attempted to use her hair, but Vlad stopped her. Anger flashed across her usually impassive face, but she was restrained. Ibra, even though you are religious, you cannot harm our healer. The shadow could have been an angel, but we need it to help you all, Vlad reprimanded her. Aizawa continued with his and Izuku's plan. It will take longer to regenerate, and you will have a lot of angry students after you. Ibra turned to see that 90% of the students looked furious, realizing the gravity of her actions. A gulp escaped her lips. Mandalay spoke up, ignoring Pixie Bob's gaze on Tenya, who had a massive blush on his face. We have prepared dinner for you. Eat up and get rested, as you will be cooking from tomorrow onwards. Koda helped with dinner but spent most of his time with the only visible shadow. The next day, Gabriel returned to his shadow while Rumi sat with him on a private jet owned by Hawks. The number 3 hero was a fun guy to talk to and pretty relaxed, but Rumi warned him not to mention his quirk since he worked for the commission. At the airport, Izuku, Rumi, and Kiego attracted attention due to their popularity. In the air, Izuku was properly introduced to Hawks, and the 3 chatted away. Upon landing, Gun-hee personally greeted them, much to Hawks' shock. They were led to a stadium where 6 Korean S-rank heroes and 2 S-rank heroes from China awaited. With Izuku and the 2 S-class heroes at either side, it was an intimidating sight, though they maintained a calm facade. 10 solid S-rank heroes and an international level 1 stood around, waiting for Gun-hee to announce the plans. In a dark dungeon, a large white ant addressed her eggs. We need stronger soldiers. We need the ultimate soldier to lead the empire. One egg was larger than the rest, its nearly transparent shell revealing an insect shaped like an ant. The queen continued, The time is coming for our children to feed from the outside. For the glory of the Empire. Strike fear into the enemies who will try to stop us. The insect from the large egg thought, I will strike fear into the enemies who try to stop us. I must become stronger. The queen urged, you must become stronger than anyone else. With that, the insect broke through its shell, and 4 insect-like wings emerged, screeching loudly. The queen was consumed by her child to grant it more power. Outside the gate, no one realized that the readings had increased to high S compared to its previous low S. In an underground secret lair, villains of various motivations gathered. Tamura received an update about camp locations and learned that only one shadow, a healer type, remained in Japan while the rest were in Korea. Fascinated by the gates, he knew he needed to experience one firsthand. He addressed the League of Villains Vanguard Action Squad. In 2 days, you will attack the students of UA during their training camp. Kurogiri will send you to your specific locations as mentioned in the papers before you. He noted the bloodthirsty grins and smiles around him. From our reports, there will be only one of Monarch's shadows, a healer type. The rest are in Jeju Island with him, so we are fortunate. Even if you destroy it, it will reform. Its strength is D rank, but its healing ability is about a rank. He sensed some disapproval but pressed on. The strongest in the group were 2 A-rank villains, Muscular and Moonfish, eager for the thrill. Spinner and Himiko Toga were at least C rank, but their skill sets could elevate them. Dobby, Compress, Magna, and Mustard were at least B rank based on their quirks. There are 6 heroes, the Wild PP Cats, a high B rank hero team focused on rescue, but remember, they do have claws. Eraserhead is officially a C rank hero, but in reality, he is an A rank hero due to his quirk and experience. Finally, Vlad King, a B rank hero with blood manipulation. He let the information sink in, realizing he needed to be strategic. After his last encounter with Izuku, he understood that childish behavior would only weaken him. I want you to capture a purple-haired kid named Hitoshi Shinso and, if possible, Fumikage Tokoyami, the bird-faced kid. You will also be joined by an upper-tier gnome. I know you all are strong, but some kids in that class are strong too. Any questions? Can we kill those brats? Muscular asked. Tamura nodded, all but the 2 mentioned targets. He received a bloodthirsty smile in return. Flesh. Moonfish exclaimed. Yeah, after you do your job. Do we get dental treatment? Twice asked. Heck yeah. Tamura face-bombed, finding the split personality amusing yet frustrating. With Izuku. After the planning session, Izuku and Miruko shared their experiences regarding the gate, which shifted the group's mood to a more serious tone. The reason only China and Japan had sent their heroes was to investigate the gates and ensure their safety. They decided to enter the gate on the 5th day since it had opened. After arriving from Seoul, they quickly assisted with evacuations, and Izuku sent out his shadows on patrol to ensure safety. As Izuku approached the gate, his eyes widened. Guys, the gate's level is increasing steadily. One of the Korean heroes asked, what do you mean? I told Gunhee it felt like a low S rank, it's now a high S rank gate, he explained. What could make the gate level rise? A Chinese hero inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. The boss is getting stronger, Izuku replied. Rumi glanced at the gate. It's also larger. One of the 6 Koreans asked, does larger mean stronger? Izuku shook his head. Not always, but it could mean there are larger monsters. Hawks chimed in, any ideas? We have the basic plan, but that's all. We're going in blind. Izuku nodded. That's the nature of gates, more will appear. Times are changing and we need to adapt. He then pulled out some items from his inventory. These are for you guys. The capes can withstand mid-S rank punches and piercings. The weapons are effective against insect-type monsters. Lastly, I want each of you to carry these 2 potions. He held up a green and a purple potion. The purple one reduces fatigue, and the green one is for injuries if a medic isn't nearby. So, like potions from games? A Korean hero asked. Yes, I want to avoid any casualties during this raid. All expressed their gratitude, appreciating the thoughtful gifts. Izuku hoped to strengthen relationships with other countries, though he kept the source of the items a secret. With 1A, day before mission. The morning was tough. Waking up at 5 a.m. for training before breakfast was not ideal. When 1B joined them at 6 a.m., they were shocked to see 1A in pain. Even Nito felt pity for them. Katsumi had her hands in hot water to prepare for her training, then raised them to create a massive explosion similar to her gauntlet blasts. Although she trained with Izuku, her focus was on close combat skills, and her quirk had improved, scoring 823 meters compared to her earlier. Heian was tasked with producing as many swords as possible while keeping her energy up with snacks. Momo was doing a similar exercise, creating Russian dolls. Rikido was also present, exercising while enjoying sweets. Ejiro and Mashiro worked together. Ejiro aimed to enhance his base form, while Mashiro focused on strengthening his tail. Nearby, Shoko was shaping large blocks of ice into cubes, while Shoto practiced suching between ice and fire in a tub of water. Inesa flew around with two massive rocks, honing his air control without his gauntlet. Shinso trained in hand-to-hand combat with Tiger, working on adjusting his tone of voice. Koji was shouting to extend his vocal range, while Denki seemed to be struggling with his focus. Kyoka and Mina were using a wall that Tsuyu was climbing, with Mina shooting concentrated acid and Kyoka using her earphone jacks to stab the wall. Nito moved between the classes, asking to copy quirks and seeking help to understand them. Meanwhile, Ken and Shota relaxed under an umbrella, watching over their classmates as they trained. It was the 5th day, and all 10 S-rank heroes and the national hero were making final preparations. Izuku called out for a final speech. Everyone, today you will see what a gate truly is. Unfortunately, we must eliminate all the monsters inside and ensure none escape. We will do our best, but those outside should be prepared. Everyone responded with a resounding, "Hi." The heroes, law enforcement, and some military personnel stood ready outside. With that, the 11 heroes walked toward the gate, Izuku leading the way and waving back. This was the last sight that 1A and 1B had of their friend before returning to their training. Inside, the dungeon resembled a vast cave system, and a buzzing sound filled the air. "Everyone, they are coming," Izuku warned, as the 9 S-rank heroes, unfamiliar with the creatures, widened their eyes at the sight of the large beasts. Izuku used his fire manipulation skill to blast the ants into remnants. "I did not expect that," one of the heroes remarked. "That was probably a scouting party," Rumi noted, glancing at the defeated creatures. The large, winged ants had a red exoskeleton, and Izuku could see their gray names hovering above them. He nodded. "After we complete this raid, I will give each of you a 10% share of all the profits." This was a way to motivate the group. A Chinese hero asked, 10%? Why aren't you taking anything for yourself? He seemed genuinely surprised. "I don't need any money, but the crystals you occasionally find can be quite valuable. The corpses can be sold to create advanced gear for you all." The hero's eyes widened, and a spark of excitement ignited within them. The group continued forward but had no luck finding anything. After 15 minutes of walking, they entered a large area scattered with broken eggshells. There were a few remnants of eaten ants, but what truly unsettled them was the thousands of eyes glimmering in the light from Izuku's hand. Some heroes gulped at the sight, and suddenly, a loud "SE" echoed from deeper within the space. The insects surged toward the heroes. Despite being S-ranked in strength and equipped with cloaks, none were injured, but the number of fallen insects was surprising. Izuku summoned his shadow soldiers, astonishing some of the heroes with their sheer numbers. Only one insect managed to escape the onslaught. It spotted the portal and flew faster, drawn by the light and the humans around it. The heroes looked horrified, realizing the kind of monsters they were up against. As the army fired at the insect, their rounds were deflected. This irritated the creature, which charged toward one of the soldiers. Suddenly, a Korean A-rank hero intervened, using his enhanced strength to deliver a powerful blow that killed the insect. Wiping his forehead, he said, "I put a lot of power into that punch, and it nearly survived." The other Koreans recognized his strength, seeing the aura surrounding him. The world watched the battle unfold, realizing that modern weapons were ineffective against these monsters. Only quirks or cutting methods could work. This was an S-rank gate, and even A-rank heroes could tire quickly. After defeating 2,042 insects with the help of Izuku's shadow army, the heroes took a moment to recover, some needing to step aside to regain their composure after such intense fighting. Their respect for Izuku grew, especially as some of his angels healed them, alleviating their fatigue. They walked for another 10 minutes when they spotted tunnels above them. One of the Chinese heroes used her earth manipulation quirk to collapse the tunnels one by one. The heroes heard cries from the insects within, but they were too exhausted to care. Hawks, initially tasked with building trust with Izuku, felt frustrated with the situation. He wanted the hero life to be less strenuous. Attempting to use a sword made from his feathers proved ineffective, so he resorted to a rarely used aspect of his quirk, hardening. This allowed him to make some feathers as hard as diamonds, effectively cutting down the insects. After blocking off the tunnels, they moved forward when the chilling sound of SCE echoed again, sending shivers down their spines as more ant-like monsters approached. Meanwhile, darkness enveloped 1A, B, and they were exhausted from the day's activities. Heian attempted to talk to Koda, but it didn't go well. She narrowly dodged a strike aimed at her. After eating, Mandalay informed them about a walk of courage. However, before they could proceed, Aizawa captured 9 students for remedial lessons, much to Nito's embarrassment and delight. Ejiro, Rikido, Momo, Katsumi, Shoko, Mina, Denki, Hanta, and Mashiro wouldn't be sleeping until 2 a.m. The remaining 11 students of 1A were paired up, but Shinso, who was replacing Izuku, teamed up with 1B, balancing the two classes. The shadows sensed a shift in the air, a hint of bloodlust emanating from the forest as they continued their game. The bison emerged from Aizawa's shadow, signaling danger. Ignoring the surprise of the students in the remedial class, Aizawa instinctively kicked the door, smashing Dabi's face and destroying the clone. One of the 10 winged shadows appeared from Vlad's shadow, leaving the 2 to protect the 10 students. The students were shocked by the sudden turn of events and wanted to help, but Aizawa instructed them to stay back. Katsumi grumbled, eager to unleash her explosive quirk. In the forest, Dracula appeared with the remaining angels. The other 8 angels emerged from their owners' shadows, surprising both students and teachers. The last angel scanned the area when Magna and Spinner attacked. They were quickly incapacitated by 3 shadow angels, who proved to be far stronger than expected. After capturing them, the angels spread out, except for one. This shadow noticed a poisonous mist and moved toward its source. The person producing the mist attempted to shoot the angel, but the attack was ineffective, and after a punch from the 10-winged angel, Mustard fell unconscious. Fumikage and Nezu faced an opponent in a strange costume resembling a mental institution outfit. Moonfish had his mouth unnaturally wide due to metal enhancements. When he lunged to attack, Nezu stepped in front of Fumikage to protect him, but an angel shot a light beam that shattered Moonfish's teeth. The 2 students watched in awe as another angel appeared behind Moonfish and knocked him out. One of the 10-winged angels took Moonfish back to base while another skirted the students. Meanwhile, Ochako and Tsuyu were walking when Himiko Toga appeared. The frog girl was about to speak when a knife was thrown by Himiko. Ochako jumped in front of Tsuyu, getting cut on her arm. The villain smirked, using a tube from her back to collect blood while teasing the 2 with new nicknames. The blood collection only managed to get some of Tsuyu's blood, but before Himiko could continue, light beams shot at her, forcing her to dodge. Not wanting to be hit again, she fled, leaving the angel to heal Ochako and Tsuyu. Tsuyu wondered if Aizawa had misled them about the shadow's strength, realizing they were far more powerful than he had indicated. Koda, watched by one of the 10 angels, sat near a cave when he heard chuckling nearby. His heart raced as he recognized the face of the villain responsible for his parents' death. Just as the villain approached, 2 shadows appeared, Dracula and the angel. The angel took Koda to safety while Dracula confronted Muscular. He attempted to bind Muscular with shadows, but when that failed, he resorted to physical attacks. Muscular mocked him, but Dracula increased his speed, slicing through Muscular's muscles and causing him pain. In a swift move, he used a skill to prepare Muscular to be turned into a shadow soldier before heading toward a distant green speck. Meanwhile, Dabi's blue flames raged in front of the cabin. Aizawa battled two more of Dabi's clones, aided by the bison soldier. The fires began to subside with the help of angels forming a perimeter. 4 angels guarded the area, having already tied up Magna, Spinner, Moonfish and Mustard. Ragdoll narrowly escaped the League of Villains, thanks to a shadow soldier hidden in her shadow. However, 8 students were still unaccounted for. Hitoshi and Tetsu were running toward the cabins when they encountered Itsuka and Yosetsu, who were fleeing from a formidable upper-tier Nomu equipped with various devices. Their quirks were ineffective against it, except for Tetsu, who activated his steel quirk to protect his friends. Just then, a black blur shot from the cabin, kicking the Nomu away. It was one of Izuku's shadows, prompting all of them to think, "Wait, there's more." Seeing the shadow pointing toward the cabin, they decided to leave Dracula to handle the Nomu. Using the same strategy as with Muscular, the S-rank shadow quickly subdued the Nomu, which was only an A rank at best. After defeating the Nomu, he placed it into Izuku's inventory. Hitoshi thought they were safe, but then he found himself in a strange situation. A minute later, the other 3 students realized what had happened. They quickly went to their teacher, and with a discreet nod to Aizawa, one of the angels approached a shadow of a villain, which then teleported all but Magna, Mustard, and Moonfish, whom Dracula managed to reach in time. After the villains captured Hitoshi, the remaining shadows sat quietly while Izuku's shadows healed the injured and worked to extinguish the fire with Koda's help. Tenya asked, "Sir, why were there more shadows than one?" This caught everyone's attention, especially Aizawa's. Sighing heavily, he explained, "It was for additional protection, but as you see, we did not expect them to capture Hitoshi." Aizawa cursed under his breath, realizing they now had to wait for emergency services and how to explain the situation to Izuku and Nezu. Suddenly, Dracula approached Aizawa with something in hand. Taking what the shadow brought him, Aizawa's eyes widened. "I see, I will inform the class." Turning to his students, he said, "The gate in Jeju." He noticed the worried glances from everyone. Ken brought the TV to them, and they all saw Izuku being kicked out of the gate, bleeding. Some time earlier, they had defeated around 10,000 insects and were starting to feel fatigued. "This is likely the boss room," Izuku said. "If these insects broke out, South Korea would have faced severe consequences," a Korean hero stated. Izuku nodded. "They were all around high A to low S rank in strength. I bet not only South Korea would have suffered." Entering the final room, they saw only one insect, which screeched, "You killed my brothers and sisters." Kukuku. An overwhelming amount of killing intent filled the air, causing all but Izuku to stagger, except for Rumi, who was on one knee. Hawks looked shocked as he watched Rumi slowly rise. The regeneration skill had greatly improved her, but she was still unprepared for this level of pressure. When Izuku used his own skill, Bloodlust, it quickly overpowered the ant's bloodlust. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed toward the boss, but more normal soldiers emerged in response to the chaos. Izuku realized the boss was a light red level 1 captain. His shadows engaged the soldier ants in a magnificent clash, body parts flying amidst explosions and light attacks. However, when he noticed something added to his inventory, the body of Muscular, his focus wavered for a moment. The new ant boss seized the distraction and, in a flash, punched a Korean hero away. Regaining his focus, Izuku caught up to the insect and struck its guard, pushing it back 2 meters. He had one of the angels heal the fallen hero while he continued to fight. "If you want, you can leave. This boss is low international level." With that, the boss and Izuku charged at each other at full speed, shockwaves emanating from their clash. Izuku attempted to use skills like Spear Throw and Vital Strike, but neither worked effectively. The 10S ranks could barely see the duo move, realizing why Izuku had been asked to join them. Suddenly, the Ant King began using a skill, Evolution. Sheet, Izuku thought, sensing the danger rating of the king rising. Unbeknownst to him, before the 11 heroes entered the gate, The ant had consumed 500 of its brothers and sisters, evolving into a stronger form. The aura surrounding it intensified. Run. It just evolved. Some tried to protest, but Izuku's shadows swiftly took them outside the gate. Those waiting outside saw shadows carrying the S ranks but not Izuku, with Rumi thrashing in Beast's arms. One reporter asked, "What happened?" A Korean replied, "The boss evolved. Monarch was beating it, but then it transformed into something more powerful." What happened next shocked everyone. Izuku flew out of the gate, not as if using a flying quirk, but propelled by a punch, creating a small trench as he landed. What emerged terrified the onlookers. A 2.5-meter-tall dark red ant, with 6 thick arms protected by a light exoskeleton and 4 wings sprouting from its back. "Coo coo coo, I will eat you and become stronger." This declaration put many on edge. "I don't know how you did that, but I cannot wait to see you fail," Izuku whispered. With that, the two charged at each other, and each clash sent shockwaves through the air, nearly knocking those nearby off their feet. The two ascended into the sky, the ant using its wings while Izuku activated his skill, Float. With only 21,000 MP, Izuku decided to finish the battle with his gravity attacks. Blue! Mana surged into his skill, Gravity Manipulation. The attack formed on his pointer finger flew at the Ant King, which seemed to be held in place by a strange absorption power emanating from the small sphere of condensed gravity. When the attack hit, it created a gaping hole in the monster's body, devastating its right side from stomach to wings. The final move Izuku executed was a spear throw, which killed the boss. As he descended to the ground, he breathed. The use of blue could significantly increase fatigue. He theorized that leveling up the skill would enhance its strength and reduce the repercussions. A smile spread across his face as he noticed the notifications he had missed during the battle. "You leveled up, you 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 leveled up." Realizing he was still a bit distant from the others, he approached the fallen monster and declared, "Arise. I will call you burrow." From the shadows, a creature emerged, sharp claws with a blue tint and an ant-like face with white shadows. The ant kneeled, saying, "Greetings, my liege." Izuku's eyes widened. "You can talk. You didn't see it in our battle, my liege, but I have a skill called gluttony. It allows me to gain the powers of those I consume." Izuku nodded, intrigued. He knew he needed to address promotions for Igris, Bakugo, and Raphael, but that could wait until he rejoined his group. Gabriel emerged from his shadow. "Well done, darling. Everything inside the gate was collected as you commanded." "Thank you, Gabriel. We'll talk later. I also need to check on what's happening in Japan." She nodded and returned to his shadow. As Izuku walked toward his group, he planned to handle the 6 new levels and notifications later. "So, how was it?" he asked. The others gave him deadpan looks, understanding that without him, they would have perished. One of the Chinese heroes spoke up, "That boss, if you weren't here, we would have died." Izuku nodded. "It has a skill called gluttony. If it eats someone, their quirk and memories transfer to the ant." Rumi approached and hugged him tightly. A Korean hero added, "Those ants were high A rank at best, but without those cloaks and weapons, we would have been overwhelmed after the first group." Hawks chimed in, "I must admit it was something else. Those gates will become more common as time goes on." A reporter approached them, phone in hand. There was a gate sighting in Canada. Their heroes are asking Monarch to assess the gate's rating or provide a way to measure its strength. Looking down at Rumi, Izuku said, "I will meet you in Japan. I need to go to Canada first." She sighed but nodded. "I'll see you then." They shared a quick kiss before Izuku took to the skies, heading toward Canada, ignoring the conversation among the S-rank heroes and journalists. Once he felt unseen, he used Kaki's power to travel to Canada. Upon arrival at the gate, where some heroes and military personnel were gathered, he showed his provisional hero license and greeted them. "This is a C rank gate. I recommend sending 10 C ranks and 1 B rank to handle it, but the more, the safer." After some discussion, they asked if he could stay in the back as a precaution, which he agreed to. He then pulled out a device from his inventory that measured gate strength. "I will provide this to every country. It senses the power of the gate, with the final reading indicating the boss's strength along with some of its underlings. This gate's boss is C rank, while the smaller monsters range from D to C rank. The head of Canada's heroes asked, "What if we don't have a B rank hero?" Understanding his concern, Izuku replied, "I recommend having more than 13 C ranks. It's also wise to include a healer in most raids." They continued to chat until the team decided to enter the gate. It took only 45 minutes to clear it, though some heroes felt ill after defeating the numerous monsters. They realized that exiting the gate could lead to trouble, as it was filled with ogres. Secretly, Izuku summoned the boss, gaining a normal grade shadow, not overly concerned about the grade at this moment. There were no significant threats aside from AFO and more gates, after all. He also acquired 20 of the insects as his shadows, making them elite Knight LV. He needed to increase his shadow capacity. The idea of commanding 100 of the same species was appealing. During the raid, he offered helpful tips about mana ores and how to utilize the remains of the ogres for crafting weapons. After getting back outside, Izuku continued talking when the president of the Hero Association approached him. "Monarch, can I have a moment of your time?" Izuku nodded and stepped closer. "I want to offer an agreement." Looking confused, Izuku asked, "An agreement?" The man explained, "As a national rank hero, or at least a hero in training, some countries may want your assistance during villain attacks. Canada has a low percentage of villain incidents, but due to our large surface area, we might experience more gate breakouts than, for example, the UK. This agreement allows us to request your help without going through the Japanese Association. There will be benefits for you as well." Izuku agreed, saying, "I can support you, but if Japan is in trouble, I will prioritize helping them. I can always send my strongest shadows to assist otherwise." The man handed Izuku the agreement papers, and after reading through them, Izuku felt pleased that he could help beyond Japan. After signing, he returned the documents. The man then asked, "Would you mind staying in Canada a bit longer?" Izuku smiled, "I would like to, but I'll probably leave in a day or two due to school." "No worries," the man replied, and they continued their conversation. However, Izuku's phone struggled to catch a signal in that location. The next day, Izuku's friends failed to reach him again. All Might frowned at the message. "The person you're calling cannot connect to your call." Edgeshot asked, "Isn't he flying back from Jeju Island with Miruko and Hawks?" Gang Orca chimed in, "That was yesterday. He is currently in Canada helping with a gate incident." Meanwhile, back in Japan, the Year 1 hero course at UA had been attacked, and one student, Hitoshi Shinso, was kidnapped while the strongest students were abroad. Aizawa, Ken, and Nezu were preparing for a conference with the remaining top heroes to rescue Hitoshi and deal with All for One or the Nomu. They had identified two locations, one where Hitoshi was believed to be held and another Nomu factory. However, reports indicated an army of Nomu was ready to be unleashed, and they needed more heroes. Izuku and his shadow army would have significantly boosted their numbers. In the conference room, All Might, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Miruko, Gang Orca, and others gathered. Tsukachi, the unofficial detective handling the League of Villains, addressed the heroes. "Good afternoon, everyone. As you know, the League of Villains has kidnapped a student named Hitoshi Shinso. We believe the mastermind isn't Tamura Shigaraki but All for One, who we thought had died years ago. He has the ability to steal and use quirks, so be cautious. We will strike at two locations, one where Hitoshi is believed to be and the other a Nomu factory." The heroes nodded, aware of the risks. "Sadly, we couldn't contact Monarch, but the shadows he left with Erasure Head will assist us." This news lifted spirits, as even though there were only 11 shadows, their power was well known, particularly Dracula, who was mid-S rank. Meanwhile, Hitoshi was aware that rescue was coming, thanks to his shadow's assurance. Despite the League of Villains trying to recruit him due to his past and quirk, he sensed that Tamura, the decay quirk user, was on guard, which unsettled him. Ignoring the League's attempts to sway him, he focused on the TV showing news of the ongoing crisis. At the conference, Aizawa, Ken, and Nezu faced reporters. They explained the situation, but questions persisted. So you're saying this happened because one student wasn't with you? One reporter asked, her tone grating. Nezu replied, if Izuku Midoriya had been present, the villains would have likely employed a different strategy, possibly involving high-end Nomu. Aizawa added, as you saw, the Jeju Island gate was reported to have thousands of insects. Thanks to Izuku's shadows and the support equipment he provided, we avoided a major crisis. He left me to command 12 shadows ranging from mid-S rank to B rank, believing nothing would happen here. Another reporter asked, do you think Hitoshi Shinso will join the League of Villains? From our sources, he was ostracized due to his quirk in childhood, and even now. This made the purple-haired boy listen even closer to the news. Aizawa stood up and shook his head. I know the kid, and he would not join the villains. He can become one of the best heroes in Japan, not only because of his quirk but also because of his heart. In the hideout, an awkward silence fell over the group. No one had ordered pizza this time. Suddenly, smash. All Might barreled in with his full might to save his student. Miruko smashed through a different entrance while Kamui Woods used his quirk to capture all of the villains. Gran Torino and Edge Shot incapacitated Dabi, Kurogiri, and Twice, leaving only Himiko, Tamura, Mr. Compress, and Spinner. All Might quickly took hold of Hitoshi, but as the group approached Tamura and the others, a glob of goo shot from their mouths, teleporting them away. Suddenly, things began to teleport into their area. 20 mid-tier and 10 upper-tier Nomu appeared in front of Endeavor and the police. All Might left the Nomu to his colleagues while he jumped towards AFO's location. Rumi had one thought running through her mind, please come home soon, Izuku. She then turned her attention to the 5 shadows who accompanied her to continue dealing with the Nomu. One of those shadows emerged from Hitoshi's shadow, protecting and defeating some of the Nomu. Hitoshi was safely away from the fighting, as Gran Torino received the boy from his student before heading towards AFO. Earlier, during the Nomu extermination, a lady stepped onto a building, crushing some of the Nomu beneath her foot. Gang Orca shouted to his fellow heroes that someone was approaching, but it was too late. A massive explosion occurred, blasting most heroes away. Best Jeanist tried using his power of threads to pull others to safety, but it didn't work as he had hoped. When the mystery man saw him standing, an invisible smirk appeared as he shot an air blast towards the hero while complimenting him on his quirk. Luckily, Best Jeanist was saved by Dracula, who was hiding in his shadow. Using his shadow manipulation, he blocked the air blast and yanked the hero away to safety, preparing to face off against this villain. A shadow? Would Monarch be here, or is he still in Canada? Dracula showed no reaction, which only amused AFO further. Not a talker? I must admit, for being only mid-S rank, you are strong. Ignoring the comment, black tendrils made of shadows shot out from Dracula's shadow, trying to puncture the man in front of him. After the first wave shot out, he rushed towards AFO and punched him, but the villain effortlessly blocked it with one hand. Chuckling, AFO said, having multiple quirks is always useful. Shock absorption and nullification, along with some strength, does the job well. With the hand that caught Dracula, he sent the shadow flying away. Dracula, not taking this humiliation well, transformed into his bat form and shot back towards AFO. He detransformed and attempted a dropkick, but once again, it was effortlessly blocked. Just then, All Might arrived. Oh, only 5 seconds? You didn't waste time from the injury, huh? The villain mocked. Tashinori chuckled. I was healed and most of my power was restored. He was thankful for Izuku, as he could now go into his hero form, which was still larger than his civilian form for much longer. In a flashback, Izuku and Nezu were sitting in Nezu's office, drinking tea while waiting for the #1 hero. When All Might entered, he was surprised to see Izuku, who had just returned from training with Mirio. Nezu, sir, young Izuku. Why was I called here? Izuku spoke up. Have a seat, All Might. Nodding, he sat down while Nezu offered tea. Producing an elixir from his inventory, Izuku continued. This will heal you completely and extend the time you can use your quirk. All Might's eyes widened. What do you mean, young Izuku? How could this heal my time? Izuku explained. This heals both the soul and body. A quirk is, in theory, part of both, meaning even if you heal physically, the soul part of your quirk may still be affected. But with this, it should heal your soul too, allowing you to use your quirk for a longer PRD. You just need to drink all of it. All Might's eyes couldn't be any larger. Can I? Receiving nods from both Izuku and Nezu, he drank it all. After a minute of awkward silence, All Might started to smoke a little, allowing more muscle to return to his civilian form. He felt the strength returning, as if he could take on 10 AFOs at once. Izuku saw All Might's reaction and spoke firmly, "I do not recommend you engage in life-threatening battles anytime soon." All Might nodded vigorously, but all present could feel the aura of the number one hero returning, slightly larger than Izuku's. The young monarch's eyes widened at the revelation. He sensed Star and Stripe's aura, which had once matched his own, but now he understood the true strength of All Might in his prime. The foe, if he had eyes, would have been astonished. "Impossible! I can feel you gave away your quirk but still possess this much power. Your healer must have done an excellent job. Was it Izuku Midoriya who healed you?" All Might's eyes widened at this revelation, and he couldn't help but laugh. "A number one hero, yet you still can't keep a secret." All Might and Dracula exchanged growls, and the vampire instructed the remaining shadows to evacuate the area, realizing this battle wouldn't be as easy as some had thought. "Dracula, we need to get young Izuku's attention so he can come here." AFO dismissed the idea, stating, "There's no way he can teleport here, he's on the other side of the planet." But Dracula's silent laughter hinted at a different possibility, confirmed by All Might's smirk. "Regardless, I have the perfect opportunity to defeat you, All Might. I may as well bring him here." From behind AFO emerged a grotesque figure, skin appearing to melt away, revealing bones and muscles beneath. Its mismatched, dim eyes and yellowed teeth were unsettling. All Might's anger surged. "I think you remember this guy. It's the villain you punched while also hitting Izuku Midoriya. What did you do?" "Oh, nothing, just improved on him." AFO chuckled as the sludge monster lunged at them with surprising speed. All Might attempted to punch it while Dracula slashed, but their attacks seemed ineffective. The sludge enveloped their arms, applying pressure. "Oh, you like it? No attacks can affect him," AFO boasted. As they struggled to free themselves, time slowed, and AFO approached All Might with an enhanced punch, but someone intercepted it. In Canada, sometime earlier, Izuku was exploring a city when he noticed a big screen displaying the fight between All Might and Dracula against a villain he recognized as AFO. Using Shadow Exchange with a 10-winged angel in Japan, he changed locations, leaving behind a confused Shadow and bystanders. Observing the chaos with the sludge monster, he uttered 2 words that would instill fear in villains: "Come forth." Back in the present, Izuku rushed in, blocking AFO's punch aimed at All Might's head. "Whoa, old man, why didn't you invite me to the party?" Burrow then charged in, knocking the sludge Nomu aside. "Wow, Monarch, so you do have teleportation." The camera crew in a helicopter captured the scene, revealing a sea of darkness surrounded by colors, with tall figures like Fluffy and smaller ones like Alkanost perched on buildings. Izuku stood with Gabriel, Mikao, Igris, Baruka, and Raphael behind him, while Burrow continued to engage the sludge. "You are strong, I must admit," Izuku said, using forced quirk activation on Kurogyri to push away the shouting Tamura. "But I am stronger." Confused, Izuku watched as AFO pointed to the sky, darkening it with storm clouds and heavy winds. With an unimpressed look, Izuku responded, but AFO chuckled and snapped his fingers, unleashing chaos. "Keep the civilians safe." Izuku shouted to his shadows. Tornadoes, some ablaze, and multiple lightning strikes created a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. While screams echoed, the angels used their light magic to form barriers, protecting civilians within a 5 kilometers radius. Burrow was having fun with the sludge Nomu, even taking some of its flesh to enhance his invulnerability. Izuku and All Might exchanged glances, both realizing the stakes. Tashinori thought, was he holding back during my last battle? Is he afraid to lose with young Izuku here? With an unspoken signal, Izuku charged forward, trading punches and kicks with AFO. If the weather hadn't been so brutal, it could have been seen as an appealing dance of fists. Both struck simultaneously, creating a massive shockwave that jolted All Might from his thoughts. With renewed determination, Toshinori joined the fight. After another 3 minutes of the fight, Izuku used his skill, gravity manipulation, and then said, "Red." A red orb formed, but AFO countered with an attack, producing red orbs from the roots extending from his back. When Izuku shot out his attack, AFO did the same. The explosion that followed was impressive, creating a massive crater with a radius of 50 meters. Impressive, that is a powerful technique, but I don't. He was cut off by All Might smashing a Detroit smash into the face of the villain, creating a smaller crater within the larger one. The weather manipulation technique ceased as AFO was punched. Suddenly, AFO's arm grew in size and punched All Might into a building. Izuku retaliated with a punch at AFO, who deflected it, and the two resumed their battle. This time, AFO was without his living mask. All Might was quickly healed by one of the angels and rejoined the fight alongside Izuku's second girlfriend. Izuku found himself developing stronger feelings for Gabriel as time went on. The double smash intended for the back of AFO's head from both heroes sent him crashing into a building. Taking a breather, Gabriel and Izuku unleashed their light and shadow attacks where AFO lay, but a shield protected the villain. Seizing the opportunity, AFO rushed forward, shooting beams from his root wings. None of the three were hit, but to everyone's surprise, burrow swooped in and smashed his clawed hands onto AFO's unprotected head, knocking him unconscious. Despite facing a high-level villain, Izuku knew he couldn't defeat them all but aimed to do as much damage as possible. All Might went down on one knee while Izuku ensnared AFO in shadow binds infused with his Black Whip skill for added strength. Ignoring the notification, he waited for the police to arrive. With the spectators, there was initial fear as they thought they would be caught in the weather attack. Thanks to Izuku's shadows protecting them, many lives were saved. The battle was intense. While Izuku and AFO had an appealing fight, it was still thrilling to watch. The sight of All Might being punched through a building surprised everyone, but they cheered when Izuku captured the villain and All Might raised his hand in victory, despite some blood stains on his suit. In the dorms, Class 1A and Class 1B gathered around the large TV in the common room, amazed to see Izuku, who had been in Canada just moments ago, now helping All Might. There was a mix of worry and excitement, with some cursing AFO's name and others eager to see what would happen next. They knew they needed to intensify their training to catch up to Izuku. Meanwhile, AFO's granddaughter watched with interest. "What a strong man," she mused, licking her lips. She didn't care that her grandfather was going to jail. She knew he would escape eventually. Her interest in Izuku had grown, and she imagined how strong their future children would be. "You will be mine soon, dear Izuku." Back with Izuku, he felt a cold shiver run up his spine but brushed it off as the police arrived. He handed AFO over to them with specialized quirk-canceling cuffs. After securing him in an iron tube, reporters approached. All Might joined Izuku, and Izuku suddenly remembered, "We could have asked him about Nana." All Might sighed, "Yeah." The reporters began asking questions, noting how Izuku's shadows were helping people and clearing debris. All Might, "Monarch, do you have any comments on this?" All Might replied, "We expected this fight from the beginning of the rescue of Hitoshi Shinso." Izuku's eyes widened. He hadn't realized why his shadow was fighting AFO alongside All Might. "I was fortunate to have one of Monarch's shadows with me so we could contact him while he was in Canada," All Might continued. Izuku nodded. A reporter then asked, "Monarch, what are your plans now?" Izuku simply replied, "Sleep." This elicited a wave of facepalms from the crowd. Suddenly, someone jumped and drop-kicked Izuku on the head. "I told you not to be blunt." Izuku smiled, hugged her, and kissed her, which she happily reciprocated, while Gabriel watched with a tick mark over her forehead. Rumi smirked at the scene. Another reporter asked All Might, "What will you do now?" "I will be slowly retiring, allowing the younger generation to fill in while I continue teaching them." This revelation shocked everyone. One reporter inquired, Why All Might? Sighing, the heavy man replied, I've been a hero for a long time. Even with Monarch healing me, I am still getting older. I had a life-threatening injury not too long ago, but Monarch healed me. Even still, my time is running short. With Monarch and my protege, the future of Japan is secure. Everyone gave All Might a look. I talked too much, didn't I? All Might thought. Some felt betrayed by him. Everyone knew Izuku and his contributions during the major battles, but no one knew about his protege, who hadn't assisted in defeating their arch-nemesis. Izuku managed to escape the reporters eager for information about All Might's protege. Miruko was relieved that All Might hadn't mentioned his name, otherwise he would have faced more backlash than support. If there was anyone who could have helped All Might besides the second national rank hero, it would have been him. When Miruko heard All Might's words to the camera, he felt a surge of frustration. He could only use 35% of One for All, and pushing his body further was taxing. He had received the quirk during spring break, just before his third year, which had resulted in many injuries. The quirk manifested as a golden aura around him, becoming more visible as he increased his power. Although he had endured a lot of pain at the start, he managed to recover. He was grateful that All Might hadn't revealed his name, knowing the public would criticize him for not helping during the Jeju Gate or Hosu incident. Now, Izuku was at the apartment, cuddling with Rumi while Gabriel was the big spoon. Their relationship was complicated, but they were determined to make it work, even if Rumi and Gabriel had their disagreements. Before going to sleep, Izuku checked his notifications. Defeating villains had surprisingly granted him experience points, leveling him up 6 times. He gained a new skill, Hand-to-Hand Expert LV.1, passive, and received 5% physical pain nullification from the Sludge villain, which was quite useful. The next day was uneventful, except for the girls hugging Izuku's arms, preventing him from leaving. He chatted with Sass and Kaki while they teased him, to which he responded playfully. During breakfast, made up of golden carrots, fish, and rice with light soup, Izuku mentioned, Aizawa-sensei wants us back in the dorms by tomorrow, so I was thinking of having a date night? The girls exchanged confused looks, with Rumi asking, with both of us or 2 separate dates? All 3 of us, if that's okay? They nodded in agreement, and Izuku smiled. Do you have anything planned for today, Bun Bun? Rumi shook her head. This is my day off. Great. I want you to wear something for hiking. Rumi raised an eyebrow but agreed since she enjoyed hiking. By 11 a.m., the girls were ready, and Izuku used his skill, Shadow Exchange, with a shadow he left in Canada, which had instructions to find a place with no light pollution. They traveled to a midpoint on a mountain, and Rumi quickly understood why she needed hiking gear. Why so dark, darling? Where are we? Gabriel asked. Izuku smiled. We're in Canada. The time difference is around 16 hours. We have about 2 hours to reach the top and see the sunset. They began their ascent, with Gabriel flying while Izuku preferred the physical exercise. It took them less than 2 hours to reach the summit, where a blanket and basket awaited them. We're here, Izuku said, wiping away sweat. Rumi flopped onto the blanket, rolling onto her back. That was exhausting, she muttered. Gabriel smirked. Wow, you seem tired. You must be weak. Rumi shot back. At least I didn't cheat. Before an argument could ensue, Izuku interjected, Look, the sun is setting. He sat down with Gabriel and Rumi leaning against him, watching the sunset. Sass and Kaki also enjoyed the view, nestled in Izuku's hair, as they took in the breathtaking scenery of snow-capped mountains and lush trees surrounding a serene lake. After some time, Rumi's stomach began to grumble, and Izuku chuckled at the sight of the red-faced fierce bunny rabbit. They got the basket of food and drinks and began to eat while conversing with each other. As the sun fully set, darkness enveloped them. Izuku made a campfire to keep them warm while they gazed at the stars, free from light pollution. It looks appealing, Rumi stated. Izuku and Gabriel nodded in agreement, with Izuku adding while looking at the moon, The moon looks appealing, doesn't it? Both girls blushed slightly. In Japanese, such expressions can imply deeper feelings. They snuggled into Izuku's side, smiling. A shooting star streaked across the sky, and each of them made a wish, thinking, "I wish to have more days like these." The world was becoming more dangerous with the appearance of gates, and the number of villains was likely to rise as All Might slowly approached retirement. They lay down for a couple of hours, enjoying each other's warmth alongside the campfire. The next day, Izuku walked towards his dorm. Upon entering, he found total silence. Class 1A was gathered in the hall, with Aizawa present as well. "Morning," Izuku greeted. His sensei nodded, but the other students seemed downcast. "What happened and where is Tsuyu?" Aizawa sighed. "You might not have heard, but Tsuyu Azui was a traitor for All for One." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "I kind of figured that out with Nezu some time ago." The rest of Class 1A looked at him in surprise. Before anyone could respond, Izuku continued, "What happened to her?" "She is currently with the police being interrogated for her reasons," Aizawa answered. Mina then asked, "What about evidence, sir?" Some students nodded in agreement. "I shouldn't be saying this, but since you were her classmates, I will tell you. During your final summer exams, a video of Izuku's match against All Might and Miruko was recorded. We had instructed you not to bring your phones or record, but Nezu saw a flash of a phone and identified it as Tsuyu's. After the video was leaked, Nezu confirmed the camera angle matched Tsuyu's position. Additionally, after the camp attack, we found a GPS chip in her bag. This could have been a setup, so one of the police officers with a truth quirk questioned her, and she admitted to being a spy. Everyone fell silent, faced with undeniable facts. All but Izuku saw Tsuyu being taken away from their dorms. Izuku, however, thought differently. "This will make our guard go down, meaning there is a second spy somewhere in UA." Aizawa approached Izuku and said, "Good to have you back from Korea and Canada." Izuku nodded and sent burrow into Aizawa's shadow to share his thoughts. "How is Hitoshi?" Tenya asked in a calmer tone. "He is all right. Recovery girl checked him over, and he is fine physically. He will have meetings with Hound Dog for some time, though." Izuku nodded in acknowledgement. "Nerd, good to have you back," Katsumi said as she approached and hugged him. "Thanks, Kaken," he replied, returning the hug. Eventually, all of Class 1A joined in, embracing one another. They may not have known each other for long, but everyone was precious to them, and Izuku had warmed up to everyone. Aizawa entered the office with Nezu. Just as they began to talk, Burr emerged from Izuku's shadow. "You must be Baru," Nezu said excitedly. Baru nodded and spoke. "My liege has instructed me to inform you of something." Both Nezu and Shoto were taken aback but intrigued by the talking shadow. "My liege believes that this Tsuyu person may be a distraction, intended to make you lower your guard." Aizawa's eye twitched at being called lowly human, but Nezu's interest was piqued. "Interesting, why is that?" Nezu asked. "Another spy may be in UA. My liege doesn't have evidence of who this might be, but rest assured, the army and I will find out." With that, Baru disappeared back into the shadows. "That is a strange shadow," Aizawa remarked. Nezu nodded. "Baru is fascinating, I won't deny it, but he is also amusing." They shared a chuckle in the office. A few days passed since the revelation about Tsuyu being the spy, and fortunately, the media remained unaware, keeping it all under wraps. During those 4 days, the class trained together more often, with only Izuku allowed to leave UA. A reason for concern was the gates. After the Jeju Gate, more gates began to appear around Japan and in other countries. Izuku provided Nezu with gate readers to distribute to hero commissions worldwide. Reports indicated that monsters were breaking out of gates due to human negligence, leading to an increase in the human death toll. While humans can be curious, they can also act foolishly. The heroes of Japan were managing the situation well. Izuku primarily sent out his shadows to handle the gates, focusing on B rank and higher monster corpses. He considered tackling C rank boss monsters but realized he needed stronger shadows first. During this time, Izuku had only leveled up once, so he decided to keep the shadows in his inventory until his shadow limit increased. His shadows successfully dealt with 21 E rank gates, 11 D rank gates, 4 C rank gates, and 1 B rank gate. The B rank gate was animal-based, featuring creatures with metal armor and claws. It was amusing that only Burrow completed that gate, devouring many of the foes and gaining 5 levels in the process. Burrow's gluttony skill was incredibly useful. When he consumed part of an opponent, he gained some of their quirks. The most powerful ants provided him with valuable boons, including physical damage reduction from a high-end slime, increased speed from cheetahs, and tougher skin from an elephant-type monster. Burrow was the fastest-growing shadow in Izuku's army. In addition to managing the gates, Izuku had many shadows searching for Nana. For reasons he couldn't explain, he felt a knot in his stomach, as if finding her might not bring the relief he hoped for. That day, he sent one of his shadows to the top of Mount Fuji so he could teleport there without using Kaki. As he walked toward Nezu's office to inform him about completing a gate, he was stopped by 3 girls. "Oh hey girls," he greeted with a smile. "Nerd, you going to a gate?" Katsumi asked. Izuku tilted his head but nodded. "Can we go too?" Heian inquired, with Shoko nodding in agreement. He sighed and replied, "I'm going to an S-rank gate." The 3 girls' eyes widened at the news. "We are going with you," Katsumi insisted, stepping closer to him, needing to stand on her tiptoes to meet his gaze. Izuku maintained a neutral expression before a challenging smirk appeared on his face. Suddenly, he felt someone rush toward them. A blue blur appeared and crashed into him, bear-hugging him. "Hey Nijire, long time no see," Izuku said, smiling as he patted her hair. She pouted, looking at him. "We didn't see each other during summer." Katsumi, Heian, and Shoko looked on in disbelief at the duo. "Anyways, I need to go to Nezu. I found a gate and will complete it." "Can I go with you again?" Nijire asked, while Izuku's classmates thought, "Again?" "You're a big 3-member, so you can ask me," he replied, turning to Katsumi, Shoko, and Heian. "We can go tomorrow. It will be an A-rank gate, so it will be a challenge for you without a high risk of danger." They nodded reluctantly, wanting to spend time with him. During the summer, they had hoped to spend more time with Izuku and possibly ask him out, knowing he wouldn't approach them since he was dating Miruko. However, after hearing about Gabriel, their hopes had risen. They hugged Izuku before 2 of them, with provisional hero licenses, headed to Nezu. 30 minutes later, at Mount Fuji, Nezu granted them permission easily, as they still had time before UA resumed. In 2 days, they would need to attend for super moves, but he also informed Izuku that Star and Stripe had inquired about when he would be ready for their part-time internship. When Rumi heard this, a hint of jealousy crossed her face, but Izuku reassured her that he would spend as much time in the U.S.A. as he would working under her, which made her a little happier. Nijire was shocked, bombarding Nezu with questions that nearly overwhelmed him. Even with his heightened intelligence,